Welcome back, Hobby
morning.
Action. This is the 2023 IFMAR World Championships, not the 2013 if you tuned in yesterday.
Good catch, Zach. Good catch.
Absolutely. We're going to bring you guys a little bit of action or drama, however you want to bring it up, and you want to fill them in on what they got going on?
How about news? It's heated news. As we're sitting here in our little booth right here, we can look straight across the driver's stand there, and we can see all of our team managers there in, I'm not going to say a heated conversation, but some of them are very unhappy with the situation going on right now with the tire situation right now. Teams and drivers were allowed to purchase, basically, under my understanding, an unlimited amount of tires. The tires here, you can run them once, and that's the best they're going to be. And there's a slow drop off on the tire. They say about run number 3 in the tire, you notice a huge drop off, like in the middle of a run, literally on the third run of the tire. So everybody wants to run a one-run tire. So everybody's buying enough tires to run them once and basically chuck them. The problem with that is you have 150 drivers. You have they're going to put the cars down at least 14 times. 14 times for a 4-wheel, 14 times for a 2-wheel. So if you do the math on that, you're looking at a whole bunch of tires. And yes, they are short. So there is a huge tire shortage right now. There are some drivers that have too many, some that don't have enough. And for the open practice rounds, they're allowed to run whatever tire. They were allowed to buy other tires from off over the counter and mount those up and run those. But for the controlled practice, it has to be basically your race car. It's everything that is checked in, everything that is submitted. You have to run the controlled tire. You have to run what they say you can run for that. And right now, there are not enough tires for everybody to put their car down and basically make it fair across the board for everybody to run their tires once. So right now, as you can see, all the team captains are up there talking about, our team managers talking about what they want to do. They mentioned that they're trying to buy back tires. They're trying to get some of these guys that bought way too many tires. They're trying to buy them back and distribute them evenly, and they're trying to put a cap on it. So we'll have to see how this plays out. Right now, they're definitely, before we went live, you can hear some of the managers get a little heated. They're upset about the situation, something that should have been addressed far before we went putting tires on and stuff like that. So Zach, what's your take on this? What do you think? As for the action they're taking and for just how would we handle this? How should this be handled?
Yeah, I mean, everyone's going to have their opinion on it, and as we know, these things are kind of hard to manage. We do utilize the warm-up races to kind of figure this stuff out, and from my understanding coming in, everyone knew how many tires most people were going to be using. So this is an unfortunate thing. Good thing they did catch this last night, and not halfway through qualifying, figuring it out. So there is some positive. To add to that, Larry and the crew have been working all night trying to figure out what they're going to do, contacting AKA Horizon, obviously, is the owner. So they're trying to do their part, and then also contacting A-Main. Maybe if there's anyone out there listening right now that has these AKA slicks in stock, you guys could call Hobby Action and let them know. We're going to probably go through the pits today and get everyone's opinion on this and see what they think. We do have Jason Rona here from J Concepts. It'd be an interesting take. Maybe we could get some people in the chat, see what other manufacturers or just anyone out there in the hobby, what their thoughts are. I'm kind of with you. I think that this should be, you should have X amount of tires. I also think that, like you mentioned about having an open practice and you don't have to use those tires, I think some people are going to be upset, but they might have to do that and run a different set of tires just so they can keep these one runs tip-top condition. What are your thoughts on what the manufacturers?
I wouldn't mind grabbing a hold of Frank Root because obviously he's the TLR team captain and also works at Horizon, has a big stake in the AKA tire program and the Pro Line stuff over there. So we could probably get him up here, talk about, see what they're doing, if they're doing anything. Hopefully they are trying to help the situation out. So there's a lot of things that could have been done, a lot of things that can be done. It sounds like everybody's doing the best they can to rectify the problem. And so we're going to get on with it. And there's a lot of people we want to talk to, a lot of people. We want to get some insight from drivers, from team managers. We're going to get some insight from just about everybody we can. Like Zach said, we'd love to talk to Jason Rona up here from J Concepts and talk to him. So just it's going to be an interesting day. It's going to be there's already high tensions, and we haven't even put a car on the track yet. And it's going to be a very interesting day, to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure we'll see the hashtags flying, Tiregate 2023. But
Oh, yeah.
we're going to jump in the chat right here. I see a few people asking what's the deal with only one-run tires. And, as everyone knows, these aren't – if you were just out club racing, most people, if you're new, first time tuning in to RC, this is the top level. This is peak performance right here. This is the reason that these guys show up. I put full effort in, and – like Wayne mentioned earlier, at the warm-up, they figured about the third run halfway through is when you really start to see the fall-off. So anyone that's here to take it super serious, which is 99% of these guys, are going to want to have the top equipment every single time they hit the track, and it just so happens that the AKA slick seems to be best right out of the bag. I know a lot of people are used to having to break tires in. This is a spec tire race, and this is how that tire works best on this surface.
And I mean, I think if we were to, or if they were to say, all right, you're only allowed this many sets, that would definitely change your tire prep program. That would change a whole lot of things. Even in the setup of the car, it would set up a whole lot of things. But if you're, like I said, they were at the beginning of this, they were allotted basically an unlimited amount of tires. And I noticed some people in the chat saying, hey, getting 3 runs out of a tire. Well, at the next level, these guys can feel a drop-off of 3, 4, 5 tenths a lap, which doesn't sound like a lot, but when you're looking at a 14, 15-second lap time, that's huge on an average. So when they say, like myself, I'm an average driver, I would never feel that in a tire. I would never feel drop-off that extreme that soon. But these guys at this level, they feel it. They know what's going on. They know how to understand the car, and they can feel that drop off, even if it's 3, 4 tenths a lap on average. They can feel that drop off. They can consistently hit their lines, and they know, oh, the tire feels squishy in this corner, the tire's blowing out in this corner. So they know a difference. It's not, hey, I can get 3 runs out of this. Oh, you probably can. You can probably get 5, 10 runs out of that tire. But is the consistency going to be there? Is the speed going to be there? Is the car going to start acting weird on you? I mean, there's all kinds of different things that, like Zach said, the average driver like myself, I wouldn't tell a difference. But you get the Mayfields, the Rivkins, and these higher level drivers, they feel everything in those cars, and it's huge. It's absolutely huge.
Yeah, psychological warfare is a real thing too. I think Hunter's here racing, so it's interesting. He says he's getting 3 runs out of his tires. Hunter's an amazing driver himself. I'd like to see whenever the guys start hitting the track, it'd be cool to track who's running new tires. What's interesting, bringing up the open practice versus controlled practice, we touched on it earlier, is you can run an over-the-counter, any tire you'd like on open practice. So you don't necessarily have to run on a controlled tire, and it looks like that might be where some people are resorting to. But I did talk to a few drivers. Mason Templin and Tyler Finster had been in SDRC for the JBRL race, I believe it was, a couple weeks back, and they had to change their setups completely to run the AKA tire. The whole rear end was a different setup, so that's kind of the thing. If you come out here, you might get some track time, get it figured out, but you're not really getting the best testing for the IFMAR World Championships.
Yeah, I mean, it's, the tire game is serious. You have guys that run certain chassis, and say you have 10 guys running an AE car, and you have 5 of those guys running a Proline tire, and 5 of the other guys running JC or vice versa, whatever. There are distinct setup changes in the car itself because you're running a different tire. Even if it's the, Proline has the Bald Eagles and JC has the Smoothies or whatever it is, the way you tune your car to your tire is extremely important. The tire drop off, the way the tire reacts, the construction of the tire, it's huge on these cars. And so a lot of these teams, they all work together to find a uniform setup on these cars. And when you can't have the right tire or a consistent tire, anything like that, it really kind of puts a bug in the program, and it can really wreak havoc on a team trying to go in a certain direction.
Yeah, we got Matty Gonzalez in here. He's an SCRC local. I see his comparison saying it's not the same. I'd actually like to maybe talk to Matt later on and talk to some of these guys that were there testing the tires versus SDRC versus here. Maybe we can grab Rivkin, some of the locals. Um, but yeah, it's just kind of, I see Brent Clayton, he's actually a local from our area, talking about, the problem is, you got to learn to conserve your tires. And yes, you're right. If the rules were set coming in, that is you could buy as many as you want. So that wasn't necessarily a problem, right? So now that things are changing, you're absolutely right. If coming in, you only had 6 sets, it's your job to manage that. But when you show up and some guys go to the hobby shop and they buy 20 sets of tires because there is no reason to not, and you can have it. And then some of these other guys might just be gluing it up throughout the weekend and only have 3 or 4 sets. That's where the problem, starts happening.
Correct. Well, and another issue is we do have a handful of privateers out here. And when you have to buy these tires, normally your top guys on your teams, they're funded by the team. But then you have these privateers. Zach, you've done it 1 year when you went to Finland and Australia, actually 2 years. But if you're a privateer and you have to, put it on the credit card, it is a hefty bill. I mean, you're looking at, for a set of tires, wheels and foams and all that stuff you got to put on, you're looking at $80 to $100 to put them together correctly. And that's just one set. And these guys are looking at 14 sets.
And like you mentioned, it's not that the pro guys get them free. This is a spec tire race, so the companies absorb this cost. So.
Exactly. I mean, the driver, the team driver, if you would say, isn't paying for it, but the team, somebody is paying for that tire. So there's a cost.
Yeah.
And if you're a privateer, I mean, look at, okay, let's go big car racing. You have someone who can buy, 15 sets for one race, and you got this Bucky that can afford maybe 2 sets. So he's going to go out and practice and qualify in 1 set, and he's saving his racing set for, whatever. And then you have the guys that have an unlimited set. It's an unfair advantage to have deep pockets. Unfortunately, racing in general, I don't care what you're racing, it's expensive. But at a level like this, they're trying to level the playing field. And I think the first thing they should have done, in my opinion, they should have maybe addressed or put forth a limit on this. And then it change your racing program. It makes sure that you're not just going to go out and drive your hardest on 1 set. You're gonna try to conserve and qualify and whatnot. So it's just going to be interesting.
You can hear Matt kind of chiming in right here.
Nope.
In the background, we have some of our IFMAR and ROAR officials up here on the stand talking about it, discussing what the plan is. We don't have any official word yet. We'll keep you guys up to date. I see Mac right here saying get in touch with Scott Spear. I didn't even think of that. That would be a great person to communicate with, and hopefully we'll get a few of these guys up here to the box relatively quickly for you now that it's cleared up on the driver's stand. We'll get some of the racers, some of the team managers, and maybe some of the officials to come talk.
Yep.
Looks like if we can get a camera angle out on the track,
I think everybody's talking about everything right now.
We got quite the cluster happening here. What's your guys' thoughts on the track, as far as the tire choice? I know it's not really necessarily up to them. Every World Championships, it can't be followed by the same manufacturer, from my understanding. So if it was J Concepts at the last 10 scale Worlds, you have to have another manufacturer. Most people know we have J Concepts, Proline, AKA, Raw Speed seem to be like the 4 main ones, especially here in the States in this area. AKA got the bid. To be completely fair, this is obviously a bummer. This isn't how anyone wants to start it, but we're going to try to see if we can't do the best, and I'm sure this isn't what AKA wants, right?
Oh, no. No manufacturer would want this. If they're going to, obviously any manufacturer like, hey, yeah, the worlds were ran on my tire and this is what it was and whatever. But I like back in the day with the Reedy race, you ran a certain 2-wheel or front wheel tire, and then it was opposite for 4-wheel. So either I know the last Reedy race I attended, I think Proline had either the 2 or 4-wheel, and then opposite J Concepts had the other class. And that kind of, I know there's other tire manufacturers out there, but it does open the playing field to, let the other manufacturers get in there, get a taste, and sell their product, and prove their product. We talked last night back at the house about, why couldn't it be an open tire and maybe still allow your drivers only a certain amount, but open it up to maybe let these manufacturers put their tire out there, and then they can actually say, hey, my tire legitimately won a Worlds instead of it being a controlled tire.
Right.
Still put a limit on how many tires you're allowed to have, but let these manufacturers put something out there for a Worlds to be competitive, and then they can literally dub it, hey, that my tire won. And I mean, AKA can literally say, hey, we won the Worlds this year, which they will.
Right.
But it's
Looks like we're going to head out to the track. While we're out there, I'll answer some few questions. I don't know what the most amount of sets is bought. I heard for sure someone I thought was at 20. I'm not sure if that's, just
pretty close. I've heard 22. I've heard 18. I've heard well over above what people need to run practice qualifying.
Daniel Adams, RC drama. No way.
Daniel, thanks for tuning in.
If Daniel, if you come, it'd be interesting to get your take on this
Absolutely.
as well.
Or get a phone call from you at least and talk to you and get an earshot. Obviously, you've been in the tire industry for a very long time, and you know what's going on. And you've dealt with issues like this before, Daniel. So give us your take on this.
All right, let's jump down there on the track and see if the mic is hot yet. If not, we'll jump back in the booth. But we are sending David Orner down there to see if we can't pick up what they got going on.
Trying to figure it out.
Give us 1 second, David.
Yeah.
We'll fill you guys in. We're trying to get our mic working down here. It looks like they're not ready yet. So to let you know, yeah, we'll see the hashtags flying right here.
Oh, it's going to be all over the place. I mean, it's a big race. Things are going to happen. And so there's always going to be some kind of drama. Here we go.
And one of the issues, one of the biggest issues is if they do buy back tires, if you haven't been to a World Championships or if you don't know, you do have a certain area where you have to glue your tires. There's only certain things you can do. You can't do certain things with the foam. And if you buying back tires, which is one of the options that we've heard of, is if someone's already glued up their tires, maybe they're poking holes in areas that other racers don't want. Of course, you have the issue of what color rims. They can't do much to the foam, but you can glue the foam to the wheel, from my understanding. So there's just a big variety of difference in what you can do to these tires. And the issue is if that's not what your plan is on your setup, then it might not be what you're looking for.
Yeah, I think they're trying not to buy mounted tires back. I think the idea is to get, obviously, everything sealed in a bag. But, I mean, I can understand maybe helping out your buddy on the same team or something like that. But if they're gonna buy back a mounted tire, I think that's gonna open up a huge bucket of things that can go wrong. Say, hey, I mounted up my tires. Zach, here you go. Run these. These are good. And then you blow out when you're on a really good run and something goes wrong, and then I'm the bad guy and we're brawling out in the parking lot. So.
Dave, to answer your question, it's not necessarily that some racers bought 20 sets. It's the understanding that these guys all had coming in that it's unlimited. So, no one had a certain amount. So some guys planned on kind of just doing it throughout the weekend, gluing tires. I'm not going to drop any names, but some of the top names here I had heard only had 3 or 4 sets glued up so far, where, maybe some lower ranked racers that we haven't heard of had a ton because they were just trying to get it done with, early in the day. So it's going to be interesting, but it looks like our mic's working down there potentially now. No, not quite yet.
I mean, I see some people kind of taking light of the subject. Some of them are pretty straight-faced and serious about it, but I mean, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be one of those things. They're working on it. They're trying to get a mic down there right now.
I can hear Dustin Evans saying I didn't glue my foams because, to your point, there are some racers that have tires that are still bagged and sealed, but most of these guys have to do it in front of tech. So when you bought your tires, you immediately went out there to glue them because there's a line. You have to do it in front of an official. So that's going to be a big issue if they do have to go that route. We heard some rumors last night that their Willoughby, who works in the shop, his father was going to go to Horizon and pick up some tires, I believe around 100 sets, can't confirm.
Yes. Something like that. That was
main.
Yeah, once they realized there was an issue, the word went out, and people are doing everything they can. I mean, don't think they're just going to say, all right, this is what it is, and we're going to deal with it. No, people are trying to do what they can to rectify the problem. I don't like the idea of all of a sudden putting a cap on it when everybody had the idea that they can run as many as they wanted. But then again, there's just a lot of people that are going to be unhappy about that because, it boils back to, I have some and you don't, and that's kind of a, I understand the idea of leveling the playing field, and so if you have someone who actually does have 15 sets of tires and gets to put them on and run them once, and then you have some guy that only has 6 sets, so they have to run them twice. It kind of takes the fairness out of it. I mean, but it's just a situation they're trying to get through and trying to rectify. They're talking about it right now and letting everybody know what the deal is.
Jerry, I see you said if we stop talking, you guys could hear. Can you guys actually hear that? Give us a thumbs up in the chat if you can hear anything, because Matt's the one that I hear in our ear. It's not the people down there. I'll try to get closer up here and see if I can't tune in for you.
You have to go get them swapped. Say, yeah, I'm using these tires in Spec.
Essentially, what Brent's asking is like, swap them.
Interesting.
Yeah, you can swap.
I think the clearest thing is just you have to run your driver number tires on your car.
Yes.
You can't swap them afterwards. Essentially, what Brent was getting at is like, say it's like, all right, someone else is gonna do that, run someone else's tires, so I keep my 5 brand new sets and never touch the track.
So every box over there, to make it even, is only allowed to physically have 5 sets of tires in the box available to the driver.
Interesting.
So anything that's extra in anybody's boxes is getting removed and is not allowed to be touched again, ever again. They're discarded. Unless you swap them to somebody else. But that driver's number is not tied to that tire ever again.
I don't know about that being never tied to it again, but yeah.
Well, he was saying like I could swap them out or some shit like that for another set.
No. Once they're in your box, that's it. Those are your race tires for the whole entire
Period.
full
And
week.
if you make the main, you get 1 additional set. Period.
I have another suggestion with that. For the tech, can the tire wheels be actually marked, like numbers, so you can
No.
know?
Yeah.
That needs to be done.
For sure. 100%.
Because there's just a sticker
But
that has our driver.
that's up to you. You guys can mark your tires with 1, 2, 3.
He's just saying like,
No, but
tech-wise,
needs
they
to
need
keep
to
track
be
of how many tires are in everybody's
Like-
box.
Like
turn the
Dakota
audio up
has
for you
5
guys.
sets.
We won't
Yep.
start the event until everybody has 5 sets of tires.
That's all it's going to be allowed in the box. Period.
Yeah.
You got 10, you're only going to have 5. He's got 37, however many you have. Period.
I will say this: you guys hear Ryan Mayfield and Spencer Rifkin talking over there. Ryan Mayfield is one of the down-to-earth drivers who is all about making it fair.
Put them in a Ziploc bag, put your name on a Ziploc bag, and then when it comes to main time, you can pull 1 more set out of there. That's it.
What Spencer's saying is the wheels, we have a sticker on there, but if you want to make sure that someone doesn't cycle back
Or
and set-
switch.
there needs to be something written in like Sharpie in the wheel to identify that tire. Yeah, once it's used, you can swap back and forth.
Yeah, like they need to have a log. Like Dustin's wheel log is his are like 212, 213, 214, 215, 216 for his wheel numbers. Yeah. That log.
Yeah.
Well, let's say he runs all 4 tires in open practice, and then the one that he has left over for seating. Now his all 5 tires have been ran. Well, if someone wants to switch and give him a new set, like that could happen. So if everyone has 5 sets now, there needs to be a law. Like no, those wheels cannot be ran with another person. That's where it can come into like a.
So the only time you can swap is now. But once, before practice starts.
You can't swap used tires.
Yeah, you can't swap used tires. No.
Can't swap anything.
Once we get on the track, there's no swapping. We're only swapping until we get there.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
That's all happened before we
Yes,
start racing.
before we start, we have to swap right now.
Essentially, he said the tire swapping is happening right now. Once we start, you can't swap.
Once we
What
hit
we
the
were
track,
saying is like, oh, he has a used set of tires. We swap the numbers. I run those so you can pull more new tires.
Or you could run one set of tires 3 times and still have 4 sets new.
Yeah, you could do that. You could blow out one
You
set of
can do
tires for
whatever you
today.
want with your 5 sets. If that's all you're getting. Once you choose your 5 sets in that box, that's the only 5 sets you get, period. Once racing starts.
Until the A,
No
until the A
swapping,
main guys
that
will get
shit.
another
A main
set.
guys will get one more set.
We need to find out.
Well, they're not in protection anymore. She doesn't feel like once practice goes off, then tech is not allowed to Yeah, but I'm saying once racing starts, tech shouldn't allow people swapping.
No, that's what they said is gonna happen.
So then
Do
they're
you
not
get
going to worry about
clarification on whether we can cut open now or not?
I'll get clarification now.
Well, never. Well, because we've added tires one way.
They don't allow you to.
Yeah, but some people mounted all their shit, so with the anticipation of practice and trying some
Yeah,
stuff.
we have to.
Or some people mounted like 2 sets this way, 2 sets this way.
Yeah.
Get more.
That's what I did, but and I could get more and figure out what I like to run. Now, if you can't do that, then every time I hit the track, I just have something completely different. And I can't.
So first step, sealed bags of tires. Do you have any?
So does anybody
give them
have
back.
sealed bags of tires? I do. Okay,
Any
so
couple?
whoever does, go into your boxes so it's not a big rush, pull them out and give them back. You got a refund.
It sounds like every driver is going to have 5 sets right now. It looks like Tech has already started that. I don't know how they could do that without getting the driver's approval, but every driver has a box with a set of tires, with all their set of tires in there that are mounted, and they're basically pulling everything out except for 5 sets. They're allowed 5 sets for the 4-wheel drive session. So they're making everybody that has more take whatever tire they want out, and they can only have 5 sets of tires in that box. That's what they get for the 4-wheel drive session of the Worlds. So they have an open practice right now. So if they bought tires over the counter, they can run those for the open practice. Once controlled practice starts, they have to run their controlled tire. So it's good. Like again, everybody thought they were going to be able to run a 1-run tire, and now it's been shook up. So what do you think about this, Zach?
I mean, I think this should have been the rule from the get-go. If you're going to do it and you know that you don't have a allotted amount of tires, it should just be a limited amount. That way, as you can see, some people in the chat have been mentioning, like, you got to plan around that. As you heard Mayfield saying, you'll get 1 more set if you do make the mains. Not sure. I would assume this is going to follow through to the 2-wheel portion of the event, but it's not confirmed. Nothing technically is confirmed yet. We just overheard everything that you guys overheard as well. So not entirely sure what the official is going to be on it, but it does sound like 5 sets for your qualifying practice. Don't think anyone's going to be breaking in tires now.
No, I don't think practice runs are going to be used to scuff tires or anything like that. I think they're going to be run on something that is close or something they bought over the shelf that's not their controlled tire. It's going to be interesting. Some of these guys might run it once just to see what it's going to happen. So we'll have to see. And like I touched base with Ryan Mayfield, he's one of those guys that's stand-up guy. He wears his feelings on his sleeve, so he's going to tell you exactly how he feels. We're going to try to get him up here in the booth to talk to us about the situation. He's a busy guy. He likes to stay focused, so it might be tough to get him up here. But these guys, even the drivers are trying their best to make it fair for everybody, which, in racing, you're like, oh, yeah, these guys are fools. No, they are. They're trying to make it fair for everybody because if they have to abide by a rule, everybody else does. And so they're just trying to figure this out, trying to get it going the right direction so we can be racing. And right now, I don't know if you guys heard that or not, but they will not put a car on the track until everybody only has 5 tires or 5 sets in their box. And once that's figured out, we'll probably get the program going.
Also, they're going to have to add, you might have overheard Spencer Rivkin talking about it, but these are going to have to be numbered because now the issue is, lower team guys maybe trying stuff out or giving tires to the higher team guys. That's obviously not acceptable here at the World Championships. It's going to be very important that you get your 5 tires and those are your 5 tires.
Yeah, I think that's what they're doing right now is what's in your box is what's in your box, period. Swapping them out, doing whatever, you're only allotted those 5. And so like Zach was saying, it is one of those things. They're numbering them right now. We're watching them right now. They're doing what they can to make sure that those tires are theirs and nobody else's. So it's one of those things where, like Zach said, you don't want to. I mean, in some of these open tire races or something like that, I've even been part of it where, hey, you got an A main driver and they need a tire that's scuffed in, and they want it scuffed in, so they're going to let a bucky like myself go run a set for a run or something like that, and then that way those tires are ready to go. And they're trying to alleviate that problem so somebody else can't run a tire to break it in or something for a heat. So it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, I'm very curious to get everyone's take on this in the chat. Everything most people are saying is very true. You know, this should have been figured out before. I couldn't agree more. That's why we have a warm-up.
Absolutely.
These were known, and then, you know, also going, it's the same for everyone coming in. Yes, you're right. The problem is when there's not enough tires for everyone to do one runs, and, you know, some people are buying 20 and other people are buying 3. Yeah, I agree. That's your fault. You should have been on top of it. Go buy the tires. But at the same time, you know, especially when you're trying to do a spec tire, which everyone might have their own opinion on, but it's almost to the point where this should have been how it was from the get-go, in my opinion,
Yes.
regardless if we had unlimited tires.
I agree with you. But it's hindsight. I mean, they're trying to do the right thing. They're trying to make it fair for everybody. And I mean, it's no one's ever going to get it 100% right. I can guarantee you that much. Those people just don't exist, and no one can always see the unforeseen. It's just one of those. It's just one of those things.
Keenan, in our chat, I'm not exactly sure what it's linked to. If it's linked to Facebook or YouTube, it's linked to everything. It looks like it's coming in here. It might have a slight delay, but we will get that figured out as well. We're also kind of in our practice stage as well.
Oh yeah.
So looks like Matt's coming over to check. See if
checking
there's a
on
delay.
us, making sure we got everything right. It looks like it.
And then now that this is kind of calmed down, maybe we'll take a break here in a moment. We'll see if we can't start grabbing some people. I'm sure tensions are going to be high for the next 20 or 30 minutes while we get this all dialed in, but we can start getting people.
Yeah, we might want to wait until everybody calms down a little bit so people aren't fired up and saying things they don't necessarily mean. That'd be amazing if we can get Jason Rona over here or anybody, any tire manufacturer. But Rona would be the dude. And so...
And thank you guys for tuning in. If you guys would like to share this, that obviously helps a bunch. This is Mod Live Media covering your 2023 IFMAR World Championships here at Hobby Action Raceway.
23, right?
Yeah, 23. Yeah,
okay,
yeah. I was living in my racing days. You know?
Your racing days. We definitely would like to thank everybody that's on board with this. Stick It One, Associated, J Concepts, Sanwall, ProTech RC, RC Raceworks, a.k.a. They're trying to rectify this problem. Coca-Cola, they're giving us drinks, so everything you see us sipping will be a Coca-Cola product this weekend. Mod Media Live, or Mod Live Media, I'm sorry. Roar, the Angry Chicken Shack, or Angry Crab Shack, I'm sorry about that, guys. And then P1 Paving and Construction, those guys all jumped on board and helping us out. And once again, if you've never been to Hobby Action, this is one of those places that you must come to.
And Aiden, to answer your question, we don't have an official start time yet, but we are confirmed that we have the 5 sets through qualifying, as well as controlled practice, and then the 1 extra set for all A main drivers.
So, yep. So I'm gonna jump out here. We got Jason Rohn up here. Zach's gonna ask him some questions, and this is gonna be interesting.
Awesome. Yep. We got J Rowe from J Concepts. We'll get his take on it and get him set up here in just a moment, guys. Yeah, we even have chairs. We don't have to stand this time. We're live here, Jason. So as most of you guys know, if you don't, this is Jason Rona with J Concepts. He's been a tire manufacturer for the IFMAR World Championships. What's your take on this whole deal, and fill us in on your thoughts?
Well, I mean, it's something that I think I believe the track kind of, they made a mistake. I think they admitted they made a mistake and they just didn't quite order enough. So I think that's the position that we're in. You can't really do much about it right now, and you just kind of have to make the best decision possible. I saw they were meeting here for quite a while up on the driver's stand. I mean, you guys are right near it, and I think it's going to be tough to get going here. It's going to take a couple hours to shift some things around to kind of get everybody covered across the board. They said they should have enough tire for everybody here as long as everybody kind of plays together. So, yeah, I mean, I think that's what I see. Um, one, it's just going to take probably a couple hours to make that happen.
Being that you have quite a few drivers here and the open practice allots any tire for usage, do you have guys, or what's your suggestion on that kind of playing out? You run whatever tire? Do you stay on the same thing? What's your deal?
Yeah, I mean, I think that, we brought two-wheel drive front tires here only because that's the only open item that you can participate with. So that's what that's what we prepared for. That's what we brought. We didn't bring like rears, four-wheel fronts. I think, I believe that you really kind of need to run what you're going to race on in the practice sessions, no matter what. I think you kind of need to do that. Sure, maybe the first run or two you could run anything just to drive around and get an idea of what the track is going to be like. But I think they do want the drivers to run the control tire in all those practice sessions too. So I don't know how exactly that's going to work, but I think they want everybody to be teched for the practice sessions. So I think we'll see that. I think we'll see that happening.
And, obviously you have a ton of knowledge in this. I can't confirm, but I believe AKA can press their tires here in the States still. Do you know if it comes down to, or if it ever did come down to it, the difference in the age, the cure time, anything like that? Clearly now we're not going to have to go that direction, but some people want to know, would that have made a big change if there was some new tires pressed versus ones that were, set aside earlier?
I think sometimes it's weird because we've had certain situations where we have had different, I guess, quote unquote batches of tires where we've raced them all together at different events, and there are times where they feel a little different, but when you get out and you drive them on the track, they perform the same.
Right.
So lots of times I think there is a little bit of over anxiousness or a little bit of too much concern. The drivers are extremely picky, and sometimes it's when you actually measure it on the track as opposed to all these things that you think about, because really what's most important is what happens on the track when you drive. And a lot of times I think people kind of overcomplicate it, but I would say that whatever they get in, if they could get fresher tires or equipment, I would be pretty confident that it would be the same. I mean, when you look at all the tires that they have here, the control ones that they have that people are buying and everything.
I have a question for you, and this is something that I personally want to know, and I'm sure others out there. When it comes to World Championships, we see F1 and a lot of just top performance. They do have a controlled tire. It's set throughout the world, or throughout the year. It's contracted in. You've been a tire manufacturer for the Worlds. In your opinion, do you think the World Championship should be on a Spec tire, or do you want to be able to showcase your product as an owner and, this is associated and all these guys get to advertise as national champions, world champions when they win? Do you find any interference in this, or is it kind of not, you don't mind, or what's your take?
Well, I've raced in, previous Worlds where, we could run open tires in 10 scale. And what happened was we actually, I think we kind of forced this to happen as racers and companies, because what we would do is, and this started many years ago, they have a nice wall here of all the past champions. But I think if you look at the very first, we got Halsey, Gil Losi, then you got Joel Johnson, and you got Masami. And right there at about 87, the tire war started. The first one, I don't think there was, as far as I understand, there wasn't a lot of tire war going on. A lot of racers were kind of, I don't know, a little, not, that hadn't really hit yet. But I believe that 87 Worlds is where the tire wars kind of started. And then, so Kyosho came really prepared for that Worlds in 87. Then they got to the 89 Worlds, which is in Australia. And then the tire wars really heated up because Yokomo, Masami, and Associated, they kind of got together, and Associated had a prototype 2-wheel drive. Yokomo had 2.2-inch tires and wheels, and that kind of started the tire wars. Then we got to a different track condition in the 91 Worlds, and there was a bunch of tires, different tires there too. It was open tires still at that point, but it was a real loamy track. Then we went to the Worlds in Basildon, England, and there was still open tires. There was a little bit of a war there. There was some actually people for several practices or maybe even qualifiers sanded down front tires and had slicks fronts. Even back in 93, they were trying some slick fronts. Proline had the stubby rears was the tire, and then there was a IFMAR stud is what Losi had for the rear tire. And so there was some tire wars going on there. Then we went to the Worlds in Japan, which was in 95, which we were told that you couldn't compete there without the Yokomo tires because drivers like Mark Pavidis and all these guys went to warm-up races at Yatabe Arena, and the hot tire to run at the time was the Yokomo tires. And when Mark told me, Mark went to the warm-up race and he was practicing and driving, and he said, hey, I was doing okay, but Masami came to me at one point and said, hey, run these tires. And so he's like, I put on the Masami tires that he had broken in and had ready, and he's like, all of a sudden I TQ'd and won. And at the warm-up race. So he's like, I went from kind of being pretty good, he's like, I was doing well, but not amazing. Masami gave me a broken in set of tires, and he was like, oh, wow. So, and, they didn't know, Masami was a little ahead of the time, ahead of the game in tires, and he kind of knew the game well back then. And so, right away, Mark's like, and everybody's like, we all have to have Yokomo tires. That's the only way to go. So Yokomo shipped everybody tires for that race. I mean, I was at Associated. They shipped Yokomo tires to us and these big inserts and, with instructions how to cut them down. I mean, I think they shipped tires to Team Losi. Anybody that wanted them, they shipped them. I don't know if they had to pay. They probably did. But.
Right.
So we get there, and the Proline guys, which was Tim Clark and Todd Matson, they came to just hang out. They had distributors there, and they had just made the new flat fuzzy, square fuzzy tire. And I remember when we packed at Associated for the race, talking to Curtis Husting, he's like, hey, should we pack any of these Losi front tires, rib fronts? And we're like, yeah, let's take 10 or 12 pairs, whatever. He packed them in his stuff, and the Proline guys finished the square fuzzies with absolutely no intention of them thinking they were going to use them there. Well, the track dried out more than they typically was at that time, and all of a sudden, somebody tried the square fuzzy rears and the Losi rib fronts, and all of a sudden it was like, wow, these are working. And two-wheel was first, so Matt, long story short, Matt Francis ended up TQing and winning the race with the square fuzzy rears, the Losi rib front tires, and nobody anticipated that being even a combination at all that would be used. It was, just the fact that, back at Associated, Curtis had room. He's like, let's pack these fronts. The Proline guys came over to basically support the event and be there. They brought their newest tire, which was the square fuzzies, the 50, I don't remember what they brought, 50 pairs, or I forget what they brought. And so it started happening, pretty soon, the TQ'd and won with that tire. So this is open. So this is kind of the games, right? Mm-hmm. This is stuff that's happening at these races before the internet, before social media. And so then we get to the Worlds in 97, where I don't want to make this really long, but we got plenty of time.
Yeah.
We got plenty of time. So we go to the 97 Worlds, which is at the ranch. They prepared the track specially there at that race, still open tires. Now we have, it's Losi's track. The ranch pit shop was their track. They prepared it like a blue groove. So we had really at the time, it was kind of the Proline guys ran Associated. Schumacher, they would run Proline. Mostly Losi guys, Losi tires there. So we kind of had a war there. There was kind of a line in the sand between the Team Losi group and their tires with their drivers, the associated with the Proline tires. And then the race started, and Masami started to favor the Team Losi tires there. And Masami kind of, obviously, with his experience, obviously we talked about how much he was kind of the tire guy, as a racer. And he liked the Losi tire on that track. And pretty soon, you saw the owner of Associated in the ranch buying all these Losi tires to bring back to the pits, which was, it's embarrassing for the Proline guys because they're like, hey, we were prepared. I remember they made the 2-stage foams were brand new then. The ones that were blue on the inside, white on the outside. 3M spray adhesive together. That was the big thing there. So we had special inserts too. And we had M2.5 compound. So there was M2 and then M3. And they made for that race M2.5 because Masami said that's what he wanted. And they got there, they made a wide 2-wheel rear wheel. Before that, there was no multiple options for 2-wheel rear wheels. They were all narrower. So we were in 97, we're with the battle between the Team Losi tires, the Proline tires, Masami asking for a special compound, them delivering it for everybody on Proline, then Masami saying, no, I like the Losi tires. He goes to the Losi tires and TQs the race with the Losi tires. I mean, I was racing. I ran the Proline M2.5 rear full shots, and I had broken in my front tires already because I had been there at the track, months before, and I broke in my front tires because I knew they were better. I broke in my fronts. I had, 6, 7 pairs of broken in fronts. They brought the M2.5 new rear tires. We mounted those, ran those, the 2-stage foams, the wide rear wheels. So you can see what's happening here.
Yeah.
So you can see, over the course of the years how this is, building, right?
Absolutely.
So by the time the race was over, Kinwall ended up winning the mains there, won the 2-wheel class with the Losi tires. And Masami, I think, got third there, also with the Losi tires. So, I raced the mains with the Proline rears. I thought they were great. I was in the A and ran with everybody. It worked really well. But there was an uncertainty there, right? On the Proline side, ultimately what you wanted is what Masami had. He had the wide rear wheel. He had the option of the 2-stage insert if he wanted from Proline, and he ran the Losi tires. So he had the best of all worlds.
Right.
So he came in and said, hey, this is what I want. Then he tried it all and said, hey, I'm going to mix all these things together, and I'm going to come up with what I think is the best combination, which he did. And whether he actually raced with the wide rear wheels, I don't know, or the 2-stage rear inserts, but he had all he had it all there.
Right.
He could run whatever he wanted. And so you can see with all these components and all these parts that the complexity of having open tires was pretty difficult.
Building.
We get to the next Worlds, which was 99, and I was working along with me and Scott Hughes went there, the representatives with Proline. We brought all the tires. We made three brand new tires for the race in 99. We made a prototype front tire for 2-wheel, and we made a 4-wheel front and a 2-wheel, 4-wheel rear. So we had 3 new tires that were special to the team drivers only in 99. We brought them all on the plane somehow. I don't even know how we did it because we brought all these boxes with us. I think we went to LAX. Scott Hughes' dad dropped us off, and we just had 10, 12 boxes. And I think I just told the guy at the check-in, I'm like, hey, for $200, can all these make it to Finland? And they're like, yeah. So I gave the guy, you could check in at the curb. We gave him, and he, checked them all in straight to Finland. So we had all these boxes of tires. And we got there. There was some controversy on what happened is those front tires and 2-wheel were a big advantage. And because I knew that because I went to the warm up, so we designed a front tire
Right.
especially for that track. And the rear tire didn't work out as well as we thought it was going to, but it was between we're still running the square fuzzy rear and the whole shot rear tire at that time. And Mark Pavitas was the top driver there, and he TQ'd with these new front tires we brought. He was running the square fuzzy rears, but what happened is it was only the front tires were only supposed to be for the pro line team drivers. But what ended up happening was somebody stole some along the way, and they ended up in like the hands of some of the Team Losi guys. And I remember there was kind of like an argument in the pits why they had these tires, like why it's like, look, we didn't give them to you.
Right.
We're the only ones that have them. Where did you get them? And you're just like, well, we don't know. I'm not going to say where I got them. And you're just like, okay, well, we were able to finish that situation. But what it did is it gave Kinwald a look at it, right? Mm-hmm. Kinwald was able to get a look at what was going on because he was really curious. And he was able to kind of set up what he had to make work. He's like, oh, okay, this is what's kind of going on. He was able to kind of not necessarily custom build a tire, but he was able to kind of sand it, get it to where the front we were using, and then he was kind of where he needed to be pace wise. So he was on pace then, and and then it was a battle between Mark and Masami, Kinwald, and I happened to be in that race too, but. So those guys were all kind of battling. Masami ended up winning with that front tire. He actually used the whole shot rear, and I think from that moment on, the reason I guess I'm telling this whole story is because by the 2002 Worlds, I think is when it went to controlled tire. So I think what happened is IFMAR and all the racers kind of saw this happen over the course of the years, and they kind of felt like, hey, this isn't the direction that we think is good for this event. And they decided that it would be better to choose, a tire ahead of time and have all the competitors use the same tire. I think touring car was kind of starting to get popular. They were having their first Worlds, and they were going to use controlled tires because in touring car, if you have open tires, it's even worse. At that time, it was even worse. Sami would show up with his bag of tricks, and you were screwed big time. So that they learned some stuff in touring car, and they applied it to off-road. And I actually like this system. I like the controlled tire system because it's better for the racers. It's easier for us. I don't think in this day and age, by us. Because if this was an open tire race, I mean, we would have like 50 boxes of tires here, and probably half of them would be new or different, or that's kind of how we did it in the old days. Is, we would prepare like that because you wanted to win, and you didn't want to let your drivers down, and that's really what it comes down to, is you don't want to let anybody down. And so you would have a big preparation on our end. And then the racers would still not know exactly, hey, was that the right thing or not? And they would be a little unsure. So I think the control tire aspect is the best. Just implementing it is the most difficult, as we can see. And it's always been like that. The hardest part of this event is the tires, because you can't give the racers access to them when they're not driving. They have to mount them in public view. They have to be stored together. And so you see right away, the biggest part of the whole event is the controlled tires. So, a lot of people ask me all the time. I was at the Fuel Nats this year, and a driver was asking me about it. So I started explaining to him what you would have to do to have controlled tires at that event. And it's people. So at a Worlds like this every 2 years, you can gear up. You can have the appropriate amount of, and we can see them working over there right now. It's the busiest and the most active part of this event is mounting them, storing them, putting them in your box, keeping track of it. And so it's having the individuals that want to either donate their time or somebody that's wealthy enough to just pay a bunch of people to do it. But that's why I think you can do this at the Worlds, maybe a large Euros or a Roar National. You could do something like this with the appropriate people in place. But you can't do it for every event because it's just too much work. So, but I like it for this. It's unfortunate, it's unfortunate that you get in a situation like this, but it'll get worked out. And ultimately, once everybody gets on the track, you kind of it kind of disappears because I think there's a lot of nervous energy with everybody. So when you can't drive the cars out here, everybody's just, everyone's got 1,000 ideas and everybody's an expert. And why didn't you do this? And why didn't you do that? And it's like, well, that's all easy to say. Everybody's an expert, looking at it, with that kind of vision. But you don't. Now you're just faced with a situation and you make the best decision you can and you just got to go with it.
Well, I think, that was awesome for me personally. And it looks like the chat is really appreciating the time and energy you put into that answer because there's a lot of history. And I think out of all the people here, you're probably one of the most knowledgeable when it comes to this situation. And it's really cool to hear what you would think would be a biased opinion based on you're a manufacturer, tire owner, but everything you said definitely lines up. And now there's an explanation behind it. And I think that was really cool. I appreciate your time, Jason.
Yeah, man. It's no problem.
Hopefully we can get you back out here and get another interview. Maybe we'll get some old school history again and we can clip these out and you can share them.
Yeah, man. We'll just stick them together.
Appreciate you, Jay.
Right. Thanks.
Thank you. Awesome, guys. Well, that was Jason Rona, J Concepts. He's obviously one of the top guys here, especially when it comes to tires. He knows pretty much the ins and outs of everything. Been an innovator in the industry. He's worked for Proline, ran for him, probably ran most tires, and he has, all of those top drivers have gone through different manufacturers, teams, and it's really cool to hear those old school stories like that, especially at the Worlds. Most of you have already seen the banner on the front side. He's telling stories from some of these very, very first championships. It was pretty awesome.
Where he could tell is like amazing because, he's been around forever. But went and walked the pits while we were talking with Jason here, and I talked to a couple drivers and got some insight on the change of program. The first couple rounds of practice were going to be a quote-unquote open tire where they can go and purchase something over the shelf and run it in. But that has changed. They are allowed 5 sets from the moment they put the car on the ground. That's it. So that's going to change your practice rounds. It's going to change your seating rounds. It's going to change your qualifying because they are only allowed 5 sets from here on. So it's going to be, it's going to be interesting. I think the first few rounds of practice, you're going to see a couple guys maybe throw it down for a lap or two just to get the feel of the layout. Maybe just scuff tires in. But then later on in the day, when it gets closer to actually having to lay down some times, you'll see them run full 5-minute runs. But for the first couple runs, you're not going to see full 5-minute runs. You're not going to see full heats. So these guys they're on reserve mode. Now they have to kind of reserve their tires and hold on to them. I did hear that if they do make the A main, they're allowed 1 more set of tires. So potentially a 6th then. So it changes the game. I even just had a short word with Tom Renderdick right now, and it has completely changed the whole race program for these guys. It changes their tire setup. It changes their car setup because now they have to set their car up for a tire that might go away. And so it's gonna be interesting now. It's really gonna be interesting to see how these guys deal with the added pressures of now they don't have that luxury of running a tire and throwing it away.
My question, and I'm not sure if you have this answer yet, it looks like it was just dropped in the chat as well. We had heard that they will buy your tires back whether they're sealed or they're not. Now we heard that they were only buying sealed tires back. What about the people that have over 5 sets? Are they going to get their money back? Are they stuck with these tires?
As I was walking, I was talking to Matty G. I think he had 18 sets. He did not mount them all, so yes, they did purchase what he didn't mount back. As for purchasing tires that are already mounted, that I'm not sure about. I think that's a line they want to not maybe redistribute or whatever, but I don't know what they want to do with that, because that does open a can of problems that could potentially happen. So it's going to be one of those things where they just need to, hopefully everybody is on the same page with buying back what they or selling back what they bought. That's not open, which I just don't see that, because I know a lot of these guys, because it's 120 degrees outside when they're outside mounting those tires, they just wanted to get it all done all at once. That way they're not stuck back out there again, with the tire police watching them mount tires outside, which doesn't look like very much fun at all.
Yeah, it's a shame we don't have a camera out there to show you guys what's going on. If you've never been to an IFMAR Worlds, it is officiated. There's officials out there. They watch you glue the tires. There's only certain things you can do as far as the foam, how many holes, how big the holes can be, and it's outside, and it's probably going to be maybe 110 today, you say?
Oh, it's going to be warm, and it's just miserable. So that's why all those guys got it taken care of yesterday.
Exactly.
And so it's, these guys, there's some actually that I was hearing. They're like, all right, cool. This is a little bit better. They know that they have 5 tires. They know what they can do with those 5 tires. Like we said, we've had Hunter talk about he's getting 3 runs out of his tires. Well, now that's a game changer, because that's what his car's set up for. So he's a little bit more ahead of the game, expecting this or something. So you don't know. Some of these guys probably seen it happening, and they're like, you know what, this is not going to happen. They're going to change rules. I mean, there's guys that look at this and say there's just no way I can afford that many tires, so they're just going to, buck up and say I'm setting my car for this to run 3-4 runs on a tire. But unfortunately, the majority of the top 1% of this group, they were betting on 1-run tires, and that has all changed.
Yeah, and asking what the controlled tire is. For those of you that don't know what a controlled tire is in general, AKA is the only tire manufacturer that will be used for this event, and it is their slick tire for both the 2-wheel and 4-wheel drive portion. We're just starting off the 4-wheel drive portion today. It seems like the pits have started to calm down. Everyone's okay with what's going on. Like you mentioned, if you've been practicing and setting up your car to be dialed on that first set of tires, you're going to have to make some changes. It's a shame that this has to happen right before the event. I mean, technically the event has started. It's not going to be the end of the world. I'm glad they caught it now, not halfway through qualifying or something like that. But it definitely does change a lot of the stuff that these guys did to prep for this race. So it was super cool hearing Jason's take on it. I see people also saying it's really interesting that, being that he's a tire manufacturer, you would think maybe he'd be a little more biased one way or the other, but he gave the full history, his thoughts on it.
And that's kind of why we like having gentlemen like him up here. Yes, he is a staple in the industry with his tire company with J Concepts, but he's also very open-minded in trying to keep the hobby going, if you will. And so he's always looking at the better interest of the consumer, the racer, the hobbyist, and so he understands that if you don't have some kind of control, it kind of really blows everything out of the water, and it makes it basically an unfair thing to do. So we got one more visitor here. I'm going to let Zach talk to him again too. BT is going to join us in the booth here and give his take, and we'll talk to him about it. So here's BT.
Awesome. We're going to bring Brent Felke up from Team Associated, team manager, longtime racer, got a wealth of knowledge. So we've had 2 of the industry pinnacles up here. We got BT in the house. Thanks for joining us.
Good morning.
Quick question. Jason ran us through a lot of history for this event, and I'm going to open up with a question. It's a personal question of mine, and it seems like the chat likes it. Thoughts on a Spec tire? You guys get to advertise when you win a world championship, all this stuff. He kind of ran it by non-biased opinion. What's your thoughts on a Spec tire and situations that handle like this?
I actually had this conversation with Davide Angaro about an hour ago, because obviously the 8-skill worlds, there is no control tire. But I think you're in that situation, you have a lot longer runs, and the tire performance is a lot more evolving throughout the event and also throughout the actual race that you're doing. In a situation like this where the races are 5 minutes long, almost every American has ever been to this track. I think you have to have a controlled tire, and I think you have to have it fair for everybody. You can't have people who are burning in tires or have a special sauce or whatever it may be. So I think it's one of the things that separates this particular event from others. And similarly with the Reedy race, I think you end up getting the best type of racing globally. And that's the intent of the event, is a global event to try to take that tire, quote, game out of the equation.
And being that you're a team manager and a racer yourself, a lot of these guys, we have the warm-up race. Spencer's a heavy favorite here. This is a local track of his. How much is your setup going to change, being that you've been practicing on one runs, expecting that, versus maybe having to have your tire carry out through the event?
Well, I hope you haven't relied on that in your full tire testing and program. I mean, we operate on having a balanced car that evolves with the tires, as opposed to having the tire dictate how the car handles. So it's part of the racing. Not that we expected to be limited on tires, but we also weren't planning on running brand new tires every single time.
Awesome. If anyone in the chat has any questions for BT while we're here, go ahead and start throwing them in. Anything you kind of just want to add up on the event as a whole? I know you're a fan of this place. It's in the U.S. It's awesome. You're an Arizona guy. I know that's your team.
Yep. Yeah. It's 9:56 on the West Coast. We got 4 minutes till kickoff for the Cardinals and Commanders. So I'll be watching that until we're on track. But super proud of the whole crew here. I've been racing with Larry for a long, long time. I mean, we've been acquaintances. I'll say acquaintances for over 25 years, and friends, tight friends ever since he had the other shop that wasn't a track. And I would see him when I came back to Catholic Classic, and he told me the dream of this place. And I remember coming in before it was a track, and he's talking me through how he's going to lay out the facility and just the vision that he had. And you see full throttle at this event. And what I've told other people is, as impressive as this is, standard is about 80% of this. So it's not like they went crazy over and above at this particular event. Obviously, they put some icing on the cake, but the cake itself is awesome. It's Morton's, as Saxton would say.
I couldn't agree more. We've actually brought that up a few times. Like you said, this facility is just beautiful as it is. They just put the sprinkles on top, and it's amazing. No one really asked too many questions, but I will make a comment. I don't know how big of a Toto Wolff fan you are, if that's your thing, but Mac right here is saying that you're the Toto Wolff in this the balanced car situation, and I think you're right.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a Mercedes fan. Toto is a mentor as much as somebody in a public figure like that can be. I think he has a good grasp on the whole Formula One sport. Obviously, he has he has, over his tenure, dealt with a lot of high-end drivers, as like myself, and part of the job is managing the personalities and getting teamwork out of everyone, from the people who are packaging the parts to the people that are standing at the top step of the podium and all the steps in between. So it's not just one driver or one vehicle or one country. It's we try to really broaden that throughout the entire race category that we have.
I think you do a great job at it. For those of you who don't know, Brent Thelke, team associate, he's been around for a long time. He's one of the top dudes, one of the nicest guys I know. So I appreciate you joining us here in the booth, and hopefully we'll get you throughout the weekend.
Thanks, buddy.
Appreciate you.
Good to have you back, Zach.
We'll get Wayne back out here and maybe grab some other interviews. If there's stuff in the comments that you guys want to hear, it looks like BT's mic was cutting in and out a little bit, so we'll check that out. You want to give these guys something to talk about? Is there any news out there that you caught up on, or what's the current situation? We have a start time yet? Anything like that? Uh-oh, I got no audio.
11:30 now.
There we go.
Okay. All right. So right now it sounds like a tentative start time at 11:30. And so we'll try to get more guys up here to interview and talk to other peoples and get their take and whatever's going on with the program. So
I'll take some notes. I don't know if our chat's just delayed a little bit, but didn't get to ask Brent some of these current questions. I see you guys asking about prototype, non-production chassis. Well, I guess this is a commentator question, so I'll answer this. When I ran in 2013, in Finland, or I'm sorry, I think it was 2011. 2013 just seems to be my favorite number. I think it was 2011. We went to Finland, and we had prototype chassis with the Kyosho. We had a little bit longer chassis. You can run it. Don't know, me personally, I didn't like the car with the longer chassis. It was a Jared Tebow thing, but being that it's a team, like BT said, this is a team thing. Everyone's trying to figure it out. Associated's done some really cool stuff. You checked it out yesterday. Tell them about those C blocks with the custom names.
Yeah, a lot of these guys have posted it up on their platforms where they did on the Associated cars. You have the +2 camber links, and then you also have the D blocks in the back. And Associated did a great thing. So all their team drivers that are here, they etched their names in it. So it's funny. Jovi Levin, one of our young stock drivers, that's made it out here and got himself into the world's. I made a joke with him because it says Levin on his D block on his 4-wheel drive, and I said it should say Levin, and he kind of chuckled. He goes, "That was a good one." But yes, it's super cool to see what these guys do and the teams do for their drivers. So I haven't really seen on the Associated side anything new. Everybody's pretty much running stuff that they can get their hands on. I will say, we touched base with this on the ride up. When we were running for Yokomo, a lot of these teams put out messages, team emails, and they like everybody on the team to show up with a very, very similar setup. That way, everybody can run their car and they give feedback to your team managers or whatnot, and then they can make changes across the board. Maybe some guys like it, some guys don't like it, but if they all have a nice everybody's on the same starting platform, they can adjust the way they want to. Nobody drives exactly the same, so setups are always going to be a little bit different. But I do know, working with Mayfield on the Yokomo team, that was a big deal. If everybody showed up with the same setup, it was easier to get help, and it was also easier to help. And so it was just really
awesome. We're going to go ahead and get the Roar president over here. We're going to have Wayne take this one so I can go enjoy a little break. Check out, if you're in the comments right now, maybe start asking your questions. It does leave our screen, so don't just chat bot up there if you can. Maybe let a few seconds go by or a minute or two while people are asking questions, and we'll try to get through. I'll also get with Matt, see if we can't get any other people to interview and check out the time delay on this stuff. But we're going to go ahead and hand this over, and we'll talk to you guys soon.
all right. Yeah, just go ahead and click it over your head there and pull the mic down on your right ear. Pull it right down in front of your face there. There we go. All right, good morning, Clayton. How you doing, sir?
I'm alive.
Yeah, a little bit of a headache, huh?
Sure. Kind of is what it is.
We all know that you guys are doing the best to rectify the problem.
Yeah.
What have you had any pushback? Anybody that's not? I mean, obviously
I'd say there's
not
more
everybody's going to be
confusion than pushback.
Okay.
Because some of the people are like, "Hey, we bought these tires, and now we're not going to be able to use them, but they're mounted, so we're not going to get our money back."
Right.
The track is paying them back.
Okay.
No matter if they're mounted, unmounted, doesn't matter.
Okay. Good.
And then a lot of it, people were going to use the front-wheel drive or the four-wheel drive fronts for two-wheel drive.
Okay.
So they started buying more than anticipated of the four-wheel drive fronts, which then kind of threw our power curve.
So now,
beyond.
okay, as a rule-wise, was that allowed, crossing the four-wheel fronts to the two-wheel fronts?
Yeah, they're within the two-wheel drive.
Okay.
Thing, so it's not an illegal thing.
Good.
It's just an unanticipated thing.
Okay. As for, like I said, we know you guys are trying your best to rectify the problem, and I know it's a huge headache. So
it's an IFMAR race, so it's not a war race.
Exactly. So you're like, it's their decision. I understand that. As for the team managers, how have they approached you in trying to maybe get an advantage? Or I understand that we overheard Mayfield.
That's not even really a big deal. They had some concerns of, where some of the practice tires that people have in their pits going to be able to run in free practice versus the controlled sets, because there was a confusion on, do you have to use controlled sets in free practice? So once they understood, yes, controlled sets, 5 sets for the entire four-wheel drive
Okay,
thing.
so that was something that I heard that wasn't confirmed. So from here on out, they only get the 5 sets.
That's the plan. We're taking new tires back now to make sure that we can get to the 5 sets for everybody.
Okay.
Because it was mostly the USA drivers that were
Hoarding.
buying. Hoarding, buying, procuring.
Okay.
And so they were constituting those back, sealed in the package. A lot of them were still in their boxes. They just hadn't them out on them yet.
Okay.
So
That's good.
instead of going in and taking stuff, getting the drivers to come back and give that stuff back.
Okay. And so this is just hearsay. This is what I've heard, that before we had the issue with the tires, that they were allowed to obviously purchase a tire over the counter and run that in the open practice.
That was the original plan.
Original
was open
plan.
practice.
And so now it's the only 5. And so does that, on your side or the IFMAR side, does that change the way you guys will look at the way they are distributing tires? Obviously it does, but I mean, as for when they're teching tires, I heard Mayfield and Spencer Rivkin talking about how do you swapping tires or anything like that. Is that something that you guys are going to be concerned about, looking for, or is it something that once it's in their box, it's in their box? That's all they get.
All their tires are marked with their number.
Okay.
And those are their 5 controlled sets. So during this transition, we've asked teams that have more than 5 sets mounted, if they want to switch with their teammate, we'll take that money that was refunded them, that goes to their teammate that didn't get the tires yet, kind of deal. But then that keeps the right rims on the right buggies.
Right.
And it's voluntary. It's not you have to do this. But that also helps get us to the 5 easier than everybody going and mounting extra tires that they haven't gotten yet.
Interesting. I mean, like I said, I think you guys are doing the best you guys can. It is a headache, and not necessarily your headache because it's not a roar race. But as for the outlook, maybe in the future, do you think something even for a Roar Nationals or something like that, if you run a Spec tire, do you think they should enforce an allotted set instead of saying open?
I don't think I've been to a Spec tire race that has unlimited sets.
I know when I first heard that, I was kind of taken back because I heard some of the racers when they came up to our race at a local series that they were like, it's a 1-run tire, so they're pretty much opening the book. You can buy as many as you want. Now I was kind of like, okay, so deep pockets are going to win the race.
Right.
And so it is, I'm not going to say discouraging, but for the buckies that are doing this on their own, it is kind of hard to, want them to come to a race like this. If they have to spend, $4,000 on tires, why would you want to
Well, they had to spend $500 to enter.
Exactly.
So,
I understand that, but I mean,
their tire bill is going to be another $1,000, $1,500.
Easy. And so I didn't quite understand that. If you're trying to promote our racing hobby, how do you not justify cutting it back to where you can only buy so many? Because then these guys can budget. They can say, all right, I know I'm going to be spending this much and whatnot, instead of having to show up and say I'm going to have to spend $100 every time I put my car down. So obviously in the future. Hopefully we're looking at that. It looks like that in the picture. Hopefully.
Well, it's IFMAR, so we can, as a block, we can suggest it. But at the end of the day, IFMAR can just say, yeah, thanks. No, we're not doing it.
So what are your takes? I mean, we just had Jason Rona up here talking about it, and obviously from J Concepts, and even he's pro controlled tire. But what are your thoughts of having an open controlled tire? What are your thoughts on opening it up to where a manufacturer can rightfully so our tire run the worlds instead of a controlled tire? What are your takes on that? As for like if you have different manufacturers, different drivers running for Proline, Raw Speed, or even J Concepts, letting them run their tire.
So it'd just be open tire, not really controlled.
Yes.
I think that would be the easiest solution, but I don't know that it helps the cost part, because those guys that aren't paying for the tires anyways, they're probably going to do one-run tires.
Correct.
And if somebody wants to compete with them, if it's a tire wear thing, then they're going to have to do those one-run tires too.
Yes.
So maybe you do that with the controlled set still. So you say, if there's 12 runs from qualifiers to mains, you say, okay, you're going to get 6 sets. So you're going to have to run at least one set, or at least each one of those twice, kind of deal, and then maybe that could help it. I feel like we should always have some kind of mitigations for your average Joe racer, even though they may not be the pro guys that have all the money and are getting paid to race. Some of those guys are really good, and if they were given the same opportunities, they'd be in the show.
Right. No, we agree with that 100%. And Zach and I have touched base with. We see a lot of these stock drivers in the States making the jump, and maybe they don't quite understand. I'm not going to say they don't understand, because even at the stock level, it's important to have the best of the best. But like the Mayfields, the Rivkins, the Cavaliers, the Champlins, these guys feel tenths drop off. I mean, literally from lap to lap.
Yep.
So it is an advantage to have more tires at their disposal or whatnot. And so, as for someone trying to come in and try to race a race at this caliber, I made a valid point that I will never feel a drop off like that in my racing. And I race twice a week, every week. I race all the time, and I cannot feel a drop off like that. I can feel the gross drop off, but I can't feel the tenths. But for these stock drivers coming up, I mean, do you think it's one of those things where some of them can, some of them can't, that it kind of helps them out? Obviously, it helps everybody out when you lock in only a allotted set, but do you think it helps them out to maybe because a lot of those stock races, all the stock races are always controlled tire, they're always locked in, you only get this many, yada, yada, yada. So do you think it helps their program, understanding that they have to basically control their tire wear and their tire usage, whereas a lot of these guys came in knowing that they can blow through tires? I mean, obviously, the game has changed for everybody, obviously.
I think the pro guys have been in a manage your tire situation. A lot of them run buggy, so they know they can't just run them off the first half hour, because they'll be bald at the end. I think if you're one of the top drivers, you feel it no matter what you do. Being an on-road guy, I probably feel it easier, but even when I'm running off-road, I can still almost tell you down to at least the 10th what the lap's going to be before I cross the line. So I think it just kind of is your comfort level with how well you're feeling your car and how often you've done this kind of deal. I think for the average Joe who's not feeling it yet, you can't tell what your lap time's going to be, it probably doesn't matter that much. But even the pro, like Schimmel switched to mod last year. He's almost in the show or in the show at most races. LaRiviere is going to race mod. He's usually a stock guy. I would be surprised if he doesn't do super well as well, because the stock motors really aren't that far off mod anymore. Which is a whole nother issue.
Yeah, that's an argument a lot of people have. Everybody spends money on these stock cars to go ballistically fast. Why don't they just run mod?
Right.
They spend so much money on their cars to make them so efficient and whatnot, and just run mod. And the cars are built for mod anyways. But man, I appreciate your coming in and talking with us.
Absolutely, anytime.
We might find you again and talk about other issues that might come up. So
yeah, it's the first day and we haven't even hit the track yet, so I'm pretty sure there's going to be some issues.
Oh, there will be. There always is an event like this.
And as the referee, I'm probably going to call people for rough driving that aren't used to being called, because I'm agnostic. I don't care who you are. If you're holding somebody up or you're driving dirty, I'm going to call you.
Gotta do what you
if you made a mistake and hit somebody, I'm still going to call you.
As a
don't make a mistake.
As a race director, yes, you have to be.
Well,
I'm the IFMAR referee. Garland Smith is the race director.
Okay.
I've been informed of this many times that they're completely separate positions, and you shouldn't be talking to people. So I'm breaking some of those rules, but hey, I'm me.
Yeah. Hey, I mean, got to keep it clean. That helps the racing. When you're keeping it clean, the racing stays clean, and the racing stays better.
It's usually if you start with, I'll call stuff in practice this warning, so they already know they're going to get called. And if you call it early, then it's usually not too big a deal at the end. But if you let it go and then try and call it in the mains,
trying to rope them back in.
Oh my goodness, it's
I've been in that
shit
position.
crazy.
I've been in that position. It's tough. It's tough to lay the hammer down after the event started. You can't try to reel them back. It's going to be tough to do that. So once again, I appreciate your time. Thank you very much, sir. And I'm sure we'll be talking to you some more a little bit later on the week. But thank you very much for your time, sir. And hopefully let's hope everything smooths over, and this is all we're going to deal with. I mean, the eyesight on there isn't going to be the last time we're going to be talking to you about an issue, but I'm sure We're
It's all
hoping
good.
It's the only issue we'll have.
It's better to address it than let it fester.
I appreciate the effort you guys are making. It's I know a lot of guys don't see that, but you guys are doing the best to rectify the problem, and we all appreciate that. So thank you very much.
Absolutely.
All right.
Thank you for having me.
Oh yeah, definitely. Thank you very much, sir. And so we're gonna have Richard Lake up in here. He is the house race director here at Hobby Action, so he has a lot of. Yes, he is our third announcer for the race weekend. He's going to be doing a lot of our interviews out in the field. He did our track walk yesterday, and he is our race director here locally. Good guy, been around for a minute.
A couple days.
A couple days, yeah.
Couple
so
days.
He's fairly new,
Yeah.
like myself. But Richard, what have you heard? What do you know?
Tiregate.
Yes. 2013. Oh, I mean 2013.
Yeah, 2013, as Matt would say, or Zach would say. But yeah, I think like Clayton was saying, I mean, there's a little bit of confusion, trying to get everything sorted out for everybody, make it as even of a playing field as possible. Make sure everybody's on the same tire program as far as how many sets they're going to be allowed to have, going through open, controlled, qualifying and into the main. And then if they do make the A mains, how many tires they're going to have after that. So yeah, I think everyone's come to the terms with
what it is.
And I think now everybody's just itching to get on the track and turn some laps and have some fun.
Oh, you could feel it. You can see the guys are up on the driver's stand right now. There's guys just staring at the track. Of course, you got BT watching the football game.
Yeah, Brent's trying to egg the Cardinals onto another win, which who knows?
It almost looks like they could feel it through the TV as much as he studies the TV watching the Cardinals.
He's trying to, yeah. You can see. Oh, obviously somebody made some sort of a good catch or a pass. So.
But you and I touched on this a little bit earlier about how the practice is going to be now. Now it's a completely controlled practice. There's no open practice or anything like that. It's all controlled. They have to run the tires. They get 5 sets now. That's all they get.
Yeah. So before where you had the tire strategy of maybe running just one full set of tires for every single control open qualifier main. Now you've got 5 sets for what you're going to be utilizing for everything. So it's definitely gonna work into those that know the car setups, those that know how the track kind of changes, and I think it's really gonna showcase those that have a tire regimen of what they're gonna do, how they're gonna break them in, are they gonna be brand new, are they not gonna be brand new, what the case might be with that. So yeah, I think once they figure that out, once they start moving around the track, I think it'll be good.
Yeah, they're all itching to get on the track. Like I said, tentative time at 11:30 is what you've heard?
I'd heard 11:30. I know they're still returning tires back, and then once they get the tires back, then they're going to allow the guys that don't have any tires or need to fulfill that amount of tires for Spec. They're going to allow them to get those in and going so they can get tires mounted and glued, and then move forward from there. So it may be 11:30, maybe 12 o'clock. I know they're pushing the back a little bit, but I think overall, I think that's the best call is, just make sure that everyone has the same amount, same playing field from the drop of the hat, and it's consistent till the end.
Absolutely. I believe we got Ryan Mayfield's going to step up in here with you, and you're going to talk with him for a little bit. He's,
He's the world
champ himself, so
get ready on the sensor button.
Exactly. That's going to be interesting. So I'm going to step out here, and we're going to let Mayfield
we're going to switch
jump
places.
Up in here.
All righty.
Thank you.
Yep. All right, so there we go. All right, so can you hear me?
Kinda.
Are we live?
A little bit.
A little bit? Well, we're kind of live. So nobody needs introduction. Ryan Mayfield,
How's it
hometown
going?
guy.
Yep.
Good. So I'll get the elephant out of the way. What's your thoughts? How you feeling?
It's a bad situation, but it's going to be fair for everybody. And I don't know. I feel bad for Larry and the guys here. They've done an amazing job. The place looks awesome. A lot of preparation went into this, and this is a little
little snag in the program, but it is what it is. They're doing their best to make it fair and even for everybody.
Absolutely.
So I think everybody's kind of okay with it. Obviously, there's a couple mad people out there, but I'm one of the guys that only mounted 6 sets of tires. Some guys mounted 16 sets of tires. So yeah, I didn't waste a lot of time, I guess, mounting tires that I wasn't going to be able to use. So.
Yeah, and going back to the tires, I mean, you're all now on the same amount of tires throughout. So now you get to play the tire strategy.
Yep.
Right? And, you are probably one of the most well-versed drivers of all time. I mean, you A scale, 10 scale.
Well, thanks. You got a lot of.
Well, I mean,
think highly of me.
Well, I mean, I do. I
Yeah.
mean, I've known you since way back in the day. Not we're trying to get older or anything like that, because we are.
Too late.
Too late. But, I mean, your level of aptitude to adapt is second to none.
Yeah, I mean, I've been in a lot of situations. I've seen a lot of different strategies and stuff like that. So, yeah, I'm not too worried about it. I mean, I think, if anything, it's probably going to be better for a lot of the guys, because once you eliminate that thought process of, like, I have to run a brand new set of tires every single run,
yeah.
The used tires actually make the cars a lot easier to drive. So now I don't really know what that number is. Like, if it's you can use them 3 times and then on the 4th time it gets super slow. I'm not really sure, but basically, if you do the math based off the 5 sets of tires, we can run them like 2.5 runs, basically.
Okay.
So that's not that bad. I think we're going to be okay. There's definitely going to be some strategy involved. Like, my goal is I don't really want to race with a brand new set of tires. So basically, we get 8 rounds of practice. So at least I'm going to run all my tires at least once through practice. Yeah. And then maybe have a couple sets to where I ran them multiple times in practice. So, but yeah, I don't know. It is what it is. Everybody's going to be kind of doing a different thing. But it's fair, it's equal, and for at least for 2-wheel, we're going to only get 6 sets or something like that. So we're not going to have to mount a bunch of tires.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing. It's you're going to be on roughly the same amount of tires for 2-wheel. Maybe one more set than you were for 4-wheel. I'm not certain if they've got that exact number figured out quite just yet for the 2-wheel side.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't really heard, but our goal today is get all the tires back they can that are packaged in these boxes. Do another count, make sure everybody has 5 sets of tires in all their tech boxes, and then hopefully we can get this show on the road.
Show on the road.
Yep.
Exactly. Yeah. So, fit and finish. What do you think of the layout? You've been to many of our tracks with our different layouts.
I think it looks awesome. I mean, all the carpeting in the middle of the track is a really nice touch. It looks awesome. The layout looks like it's fun, but you know me, I'm always complaining about there's always a big dumb triple or something somewhere that breaks cars, but there's some nice jumps out there. It doesn't look like it throws the cars too crazy in the air. The surface looks awesome. You guys did a great job. And
sweet.
Yeah, like I said, I mean, the facility in general is just awesome. I mean, if you guys haven't seen the photos of, walking up to the front door, the wall facing all the pits has all the previous world championships, champions faces on it, which I've never seen that before. That's actually really cool.
Yep.
So yeah, overall, awesome job. Like I said, feel bad for the dudes here. I know they're bummed that this happened, but it is what it is, and we're just going to move forward. Everybody's, like I said, I think everybody's okay with it. There's a lot of confusion yesterday, kind of ending the day.
Yep.
But now things have been kind of talked out and put into perspective and move on.
Exactly, yeah, and that comes back to the amount of communication that comes from the powers that be, whether it be Clayton running around like a chicken with his head cut off, the gentleman from IFMAR, the race director. I mean, so all these moving parts. Then you got to get all the team managers involved. Then you got to get the nation managers involved.
Yep.
And make sure that everyone of those guys is on the same page. And then they've got to relay that information back to you.
And the
guys.
reason why these guys are in charge is because they're very opinionated. So it's a lot of long and difficult conversations have happened. Luckily, I wasn't a part of most of them.
Yeah.
Which I don't need to be a part of them anyways. But yeah, we had a U.S. team meeting, and just that there were so many random questions, and I'm like, man, I'm glad I'm not the guy making these decisions. So
yeah.
But yeah, I think they did a good job. I think they took a bad situation, figured out a answer to it, and done.
Yeah.
So
and the key part is the solution was figured out before anything happened.
Yeah. No, we haven't ran on the track yet.
No cars on the track. The only thing that's happened for anybody really is the guys that mounted up multiple sets of tires versus what you're going to now have.
Yeah.
So, sucks
but
for
the
them.
good thing is that they're taking them out of our boxes. They're putting them in bags with our names on them. They're putting them in the back. and you can use those rears for two-wheel drive.
For two-wheel drive.
Because it's the same rear
It's
tire.
the same rear tire.
So like for Brock and Ryan, and I know a couple guys that mounted up like all 17 sets
Yeah.
that you'd use the whole time.
Now they don't have to do it
They
for
don't
two-wheel.
have to do it for two-wheel. They're
Yeah.
done mounting tires.
They're
so,
done. So a plus for that. And like you say, you take this situation, you come up with a solution, and you move on.
Yep.
And yeah, I mean, it is a gut check for the guys here at the shop, just for what happened. And, I mean, I don't think I've ever been to any race, and you can probably go into, where there hasn't been some sort of a hiccup.
Yeah.
And it's going to happen.
Well, especially at a Worlds, there's a lot of moving parts. There's a lot more, prestige that goes into these races. So there's a lot more rules, and there's a lot more people making decisions, and so it's a constant trial and error process.
Exactly.
Every day.
It's I like to say it's constantly moving. It's constantly evolving
Yep.
with what you're doing.
Yeah. So now my concern is, I was talking to Jake, I'm like, when was the last time this track sat for 4 days without any running on it? So I'm excited just to get on the track, because I think this track loves getting ran on.
Yes.
And I think this first round might be a little weird.
Might be a little weird.
But it'll come around quick.
It'll come around
Jake
quick.
and the guys got a pretty good handle on this dirt nowadays.
Yeah.
And it looks good right now. So
It looks really good. We've kept moisture into it. The misters are still going off like clockwork. We put hours and hours of packing time into the dirt.
Yep.
So the grip should come up pretty quickly with cars running on it.
Yep.
So I think, once everybody gets on it, like you say, everybody's itching to get on the track.
Yeah.
And
the good thing about it is, I know there's been talk like people are going to have an advantage, because it's my home track, Spencer's home track. Dakota's been here a bunch, Ty's been here a bunch.
Yeah.
But none of us know what the hell is going to happen, because
Exactly.
we have ran these tires, but not a lot.
Yep.
We've never really ran them on a brand new track like this. We've never really ran the track without a bunch of tire sauce on it. So I think it's going to be super even. Everybody's in the same boat.
Everybody out of the gate.
Yeah. I mean, now that everybody has the same exact set of, sets of tires, it's a little bit of a strategy game, but everybody's got to play the same game. So,
Right.
Yeah, I'm excited just to get this going, because I don't want to be here till what time? Midnight?
Hey, I'm not race tracking. I'm not going to give you time.
Yeah, well, hopefully we can get it going here soon. Looks like there's not a lot of people in Tire Tech, so maybe we're getting close.
Yeah, I think, like I said, the next thing that they got to do for Tire Tech is, once they get all those back, they got to get them distributed out to the people that don't have the tires, so they can then get them glued.
Yep.
And then once that is set for even 1 or 2 sets for those guys, then they can kick off the program. So I would hope, maybe, hypothetically speaking, by lunchtime, but we'll see how that's panning out.
Right. Cool.
So yeah, dude, thank you so much for coming in and sitting down in the wall of mod. Ryan Mayfield, guys.
Thanks,
Cheer 'em
everybody.
on.
Have fun watching.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate you. Hello again.
There
hey,
we
we're
go.
back on. I can't hear myself.
Can't hear myself either.
What'd you hit, Matt? I can
There we
hear
go.
you. Can you hear us?
Cannot hear you.
Keep talking. We're on?
All right.
I guess we're on.
I guess
just
we're
can't
on
hear
also.
what you're saying.
It was nice having Mayfield up here getting his take on it.
I thought it was going to be a lot more colorful.
Thankfully, it wasn't.
But
normally it is.
Normally it is. But, maybe if I catch him after a couple of rounds of Little Blue Mountains, it might get a little more colorful.
Or a little bit more.
But, Mayfield's always, the consummate professional. I mean,
Yes.
he's down to earth. He's going to call it like he sees it.
Right.
You're not going to get the BS out of him.
No, he wears his feelings on his sleeve,
Exactly.
and he's going to let you know how
yeah,
he
he's
feels.
going to let you know. So, yeah. But yeah, good stuff. Oh,
okay.
So we're going to take a commercial break. We'll come back to you.
All righty. Thank you very much for tuning in, and hit that share button.
Absolutely.
The original and Flight Deck Pitman.
Okay.
We're back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. We're just chatting about Mayfield being up here and some of his comments and just if you're going to get a no BS take on really what's going on.
He's your guy.
He's your guy.
He's your guy. Whether you like to hear it or not, he's going to be your guy. He's going to tell you exactly his feelings, and most of the time he's pretty on point with the way a program not necessarily should go, but his take is normally right on with the fairness.
Exactly.
Way a program should be ran or can be ran. So it's nice to have someone like that up here.
Absolutely.
Talk with him.
Yeah, I mean, and that's that's the niceness about Ryan is he's been to so many events, and he's seen the ups, he's seen the downs, he's been at the highs and the lows, and
I think he just understands his. I was talking to Zach earlier. He understands his spot in the industry.
Yeah.
Very, very well.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
He is a world champion, obviously.
For a reason.
Yeah, he definitely for a reason. But I met him years and years ago. When I lived in Vegas, I helped out with a track out there, and we had, I think it was the last Team Losi race, unfortunately. For whatever reason, the turnout wasn't very well, so they decided to put the question up there about running more qualifiers or this and that. Mayfield was there. And so the track owner decided to grab all the pro guys together.
Yeah.
And they asked the question, what do you guys think about running more qualifiers? What do you guys think about this and that? And Mayfield was the only one. There was a handful of pro drivers there, and he was the only one that said, you're asking the wrong group of guys.
Yeah.
We don't pay for our stuff.
We don't pay for our stuff.
You need to ask that group.
Ask the privateers that are
paying for their
coming in
stuff.
and spending a week with
And
us.
right then, I was literally like, this guy gets it.
Yeah.
He understands it. Because all the local tracks, and I'll put this out to every owner out there. Your local tracks, the pros they're always going to put their 2 cents in. That's what we do.
Yep.
But on the bottom line is you need to cater to these guys that are just walking in the doors. And
Walking in the door.
I mean, you walk into this place and you're just going to be like, holy crap.
Yeah, how can you not walk out with something?
Exactly. And those are the guys you need to cater to. And Mayfield understands that the guys that come in and buy their first set of JC tires, that's supporting him.
That's supporting him.
And that's how he just gets it. And there's not a whole lot of guys left like that in the industry, unfortunately. Just it's refreshing to hear his take on things and seeing the way he understands how this whole business works.
Yeah, and from someone who's going to be, on the promotion side, knowing his place in not necessarily the pecking order, but knowing his place in promoting his product.
Absolutely.
Again, it's how it should be. And like you say, the guys that come in on a week out basis to support the hobby,
they're paying the bills.
They're paying the bills. They're
Absolutely.
keeping the lights on.
Absolutely. Even at a level like this, he appreciates. There are a handful of guys that are footing the bill on their own.
Yeah.
And so when you have some of these guys that are buying 15 sets of tires, and you have a Tyler Fenster who's kind of somewhat on a budget. He's looking to get 2 or 3 runs out of these tires. Where
Absolutely.
Some of these guys they wanted to run them once and throw them away.
Once, throw them away.
And so it's kind of difficult to see these youngies trying to come up and try to do good.
And try to compete with
Yes,
that.
exactly.
Yeah.
And some of these, the skill set on some of these
The skill set's there.
but the pockets aren't.
The pockets aren't. Yeah.
And so
the skill sets are
it's
up.
tough.
The pockets aren't as deep. Are we supposed to comment on any of these chats?
We can.
We can? So I'm going to just take the one that I'm seeing right in front of me about the worst IFMAR worlds crap I've ever seen. If there's one thing that I'm going to be up here, it's going to be brutally honest. I can appreciate your comment. However, it's a situation that's been addressed, and they're making the best of what they can do.
Just talking to Clayton a few minutes ago, and I was commending him because they are doing their best to rectify the problem.
To rectify the problem. And going back to what is transpired, the only thing that's transpired is the people can't run that amount of tires. It's that simple. No one's been on the track. Everyone's going to be on the same level playing field.
Absolutely.
So,
if anything, it levels it out and makes it more fair for everybody across.
More fair for everybody across the board.
Because not everybody can reach in their box and grab a brand new set every time they put the car down. Now, like Ryan said, it's strategic now. You have to play the game a little differently.
Yeah, exactly. So,
and in my opinion, it's the right call.
It's the right call. Yeah, because you're talking about 150 of the world's best drivers in attendance. These guys know how to get around a track. These guys know how to set up a car. So when it comes to the tire game, the tire strategy, that's just another part of what they've got going on.
Yeah, I mean, most of those guys are lovely. They know how to set their car up, and like Brian said, that they've ran the tire here, selectively when they wanted to, just to get a feel for the tire and the structure of the tire.
Yep.
But it definitely, the choice they made to do what they're doing is, in my opinion, the right one. Instead of just trying to get more tires here, that doesn't help. I don't think that helps the problem.
No,
because it's the deeper pockets.
Deeper pockets are winning.
And that's a racing thing. That's any kind of racing you want to do. Deep pockets are always going to do a little bit better than the guy who has to fund it himself.
Absolutely.
So
absolutely,
I like the choice I made. Fortunately, they caught it before racing started.
Yes.
Unfortunately, it's on day one.
It's on day one.
It's unfortunate, but like I said, we're moving forward, trying to make the best of everything. They're asking what the tire choice is. What's the tire for the Spec tire today or this week?
So the tire Spec tire for this weekend is the AKA Slick 4-wheel drive and rear tire. So clay slick for the rears. That'll be for 2-wheel and 4-wheel. 4-wheel is their regular clay slick, and then 2-wheel drive is an open tire. So 2-wheel drive drivers can drive whatever tires they want. If they want to run a JC tire on the front or a Proline tire on the back, they can do that. I'm not quite sure why.
So only the front tire is open in 2-wheel.
Front tire is open in 2-wheel. Yes.
Do you have to run the AKA
rear
clay slick? Okay.
Yep. So it's
That's
the same rear tire for everybody, same front tire for 4-wheel. The only difference is 2-wheel, you can utilize whatever tire you want.
And I did hear some of the guys are actually using 4-wheel fronts on their 2-wheel, as long as it fits in the box.
As long as it fits in the box, yeah, because it's a little bit wider tire.
Right. It's kind of like the JC tire. The JC tire, like literally the 2-wheel from the 4-wheel is like 2 mil difference.
Exactly.
I mean, the webbing on the inside is different, but the width of the tire is not far off from the 4-wheel.
Yeah, and I'll be honest, if food for thought, some folks are thinking about it. The new Void that's out is, as wide as the new J Concept and the Proline tire.
Mm-hmm.
So it wouldn't shock me if some guys are trying that out in 2-wheel with some worn-in foam, just to kind of make it a little bit easier. Because again, it is a wider tire, and it's open.
Yeah, and so is it open to the allotted? Have they addressed that? Are they only allowed so many fronts?
Fronts is open.
So you can run one set and just pitch them if you wanted to?
Pitch them if you want to.
Wow.
Now, I would imagine they're going to be keeping ideas on what's in stock, and limiting is needed. So we're not going to have anything like that. But I do know that you can. I don't believe there's a limit on the front tires for purchasing.
It'll be interesting. I know some of the guys are talking about how aggressive they get when they start to wear down front tire.
Yeah.
So it gets really aggressive.
Yep. The car gets. On the higher traction, it gets a little edgy. It tends to want to dive in on the nose a little bit harder. So.
Okay, so now I'm going to ask you some questions, Richard. So you're the race director here, and you really know the attitude of the track.
Yeah.
I don't know how often you guys run it without sauce or anything like that, but what kind of changes to the track do you think we're going to see?
I think the more cars you're seeing on the track, the faster the grip level is going to come up.
Okay.
And it's going to reach a peak to where it's going to be, you'll see out of the corners going to be black lines, kind of like Blue Groove.
The rubber being laid down.
The rubber laid down out of your acceleration points. So initially, it's going to be a little loose. You're going to be driving more cautiously, I think.
Green track, yeah.
A little green track. But I think once the program kicks off, because again, once the program kicks off, and this hasn't been talked about yet, because we haven't done a driver's meeting, they haven't announced anything, but you all know we have misters in here. After every single qualifier, the misters will go off.
So that's like my home track. Every time, once the tone goes off, we turn the misters on and let it run for the
runs for 20 seconds.
Yep.
We also have 6 blowers out on the track, so Marshall's responsible for blowing off that portion of the track. You walk from 1 to 2 to 3, 3 to 4, 4 to 5, 5 to 6. So the track is effectively prepped every single time you're going out there.
And that's I think at a level like this, that's about as fair as you can make the track surface.
Exactly. And it's, it's not like you're going super crazy. I don't think you're going to be seeing a lot of dust out there, but once the track is getting broken in, there's definitely going to be, you'll see with the cameras in the HD, you'll definitely see
Definitive line.
a definitive line.
Yeah.
Going around the
and
track.
Mike, I'm so pumped and excited to see these guys get on the track. The layout, Richard, you and the guys here and Larry just done a phenomenal job. I mean, it's this place is definitely top tier, and it's just gonna be a good week.
It's gonna be a great week. I mean,
and any event like this, there's gonna be issues.
Yep.
Unfortunately, this is a big issue, but they're doing their best to get it right.
Exactly.
It's just gonna be. You're gonna have to roll with it.
Roll with it.
And you're gonna see this definitely levels it out to where you will see the top drivers rise to the top. That's just, I mean, obviously that's what you always see, but you're definitely gonna see it maybe amplified, I guess you would say, because now it's a tire game.
It's a tire game. It's not just one and done. It's a tire game.
Yeah.
So you've got to prepare for that. You got to be ready.
And I think action, like you and I discussed, action on the track is going to be kind of limited once we get going. I think guys are going to not be wanting to run a full run on their tires and whatnot. I did step out while we were doing some other interviews. I talked to a couple guys. I talked to Matty G and a couple other guys in a little circle, and they did say with this particular tire that the drop off from run to run isn't as gross as some would think. It's not really, really bad. He said from the first run to the second run, the hot lap is really, really close. It's just harder to get there. It's just a little bit more uneasy to drive the car. And then 3 and 4 it kind of plateaus. And then there's another slight drop off where you're not going to hit those rocket laps, but it's going to be a little bit consistent.
It's going to be consistent.
And so that makes me feel, as a racer, I'm thinking it would make me feel a little better about the decision I made.
Yeah, I mean, we had the one-up buggy challenge out here where a lot of these guys came out and ran that spec tire on that layout and all that weekend, and they did testing. And then some guys came out, a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks later, and they were still on those same tires. So I think Tom Rindernick came out here and he was on like 12 runs on a set on his two-wheel.
And what did he enlighten us on what the drop off was?
He didn't really. He said the foam is what broke down before the tire.
I guess that's not a bad thing.
It's not a bad thing. So, and that's 12 runs, modified two-wheel. That's a pretty good trade-off. So I mean, if you can get a regular 2-3 runs without any appreciable drop-off,
right,
you're doing pretty well. So I think, in my opinion.
I mean, I've been saying it 1,000 times already. It's definitely going to be interesting.
I think so, yeah.
I think it's going to make for really good racing, closer racing. And talking to Clayton about officiating, he's going to lay the bar down quickly in practice.
I'm sure.
So,
I don't think there's going to be any quarter given.
Exactly. And so that to me, that cleans it up really quick, makes it a little bit more fair.
Yeah.
And speaking of that, like as race directors to one another, it's hard to do that because if you don't do it right away, it's too late.
You're not nice.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You
You're
can't
not
be
my
nice
friend
about
anymore.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And we both understand that we're not everybody's friends when we're up there, anyways.
No. No. Definitely
but,
not.
It has to be done, especially at this level. It has to be done.
Yeah.
It's nice to have 3 or 4 people always taking a look out because these guys are good enough to where they can put someone in a pipe and it doesn't even look intentional.
Doesn't even look intentional.
It's like slowing down, checking up or something like that, and just to make somebody wiggle a little bit, slow them down. Even in qualifying,
disrupt them off the line.
Yep.
Yeah.
Even in qualifying, when someone goes on that TQ run and they're catching up to somebody, it might look like they're getting out of the way, but they're just a hiccup, even just a tenth of a second hiccup, and it can blow somebody off the rhythm.
Off the line.
And it's interesting. It's going to be cool. I'm excited to see the caliber of racing of this.
Absolutely.
It's been touched on. Every 10 years we get them here in the States, and we get the privilege of calling this and seeing it live and all that stuff like that.
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely.
It's going to be fun.
But I mean, it's. I think it's going to be, like you're saying, the caliber of driver is definitely going to be, up there. I mean, it's separated by tenths of a second. Probably down first 15.
I think it's going to be super, super close.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be one of those things where literally just one corner pushing wide is going to separate your top 5.
Yep. Yep. A
And
miscue
that's like,
or whatever.
Yeah, that's like, I mean, so that might benefit the stock guys because the stock guys really have to be super, super consistent every time.
Yep.
And like Clayton said, these stock motors are 13.5 four wheels, which I'm looking at the track size. I'm like, man, 13.5 four wheel would almost be money on this layout.
Yeah, 13.54 with just a tick of boost.
Yeah, oh man, it'd be
get a little giddy up down the straightaway.
You got your tires, your tire spin controls on there because you're not completely
you're not blowing
juiced.
the tires.
And so I think if you were to look at lap times there, I think a 13.5, with the tick of boost would be pretty close.
Yeah.
Then you look at the Mayfields and the Rivkins and stuff like that really have that soft finger that can get it going. That's the difference.
Exactly, and then talking to some of the associated guys down there, they've gotten used to running the big 4800 milliamp packs in their four wheels, and that's not legal. So it's either the low profile 4800 or the 6100.
So the big brick
or the small thin, and there's a significant weight difference in that. So a lot of those guys are going to the smaller battery and motoring up. So
and
dropping
moving the weight around.
Yeah, dropping from like a 7.5 down to a 6.5.
Interesting.
To get a little more mojo out of it and pull a little bit less out of the battery.
Interesting.
So again, that's why you come to World Championships. You're changing things. You're evolving what you're going to be doing and seeing what you're happening.
And that's the whole idea about this is you're going to see stuff that people don't run normally. You're going to see cars that you've never seen before. Parts, all that kind of stuff is cool. It's very cool to see, the new latest and greatest thing. Some look successful, some
not so much.
Exactly.
Yep.
So it's gonna be something to watch. I hope you guys are tuning in. I hope you guys are sharing, getting it out there for everybody.
Absolutely. There was a question on the chat of the tires that are being used. Are they the old slick or the new voids? They are the old slick. Because the voids just went into production very recently, and the amount that would be needed to even remotely think about for this race was not achievable with the molds that they were doing, and they couldn't guarantee that. So the old slick is the tire that's being used. So it's an FYI.
And I think there was a question about the track being changed from the four-wheel to the two-wheel part. Do you have some insight on that? I know it has to be a minimum of like 15 to 20% change in the track. Sometimes you go to venues and they just change direction and they change the lips, the face of the jumps.
We experimented with a couple different layouts here, going both directions, building the chumps so you could go either or. And kind of what we found is we designed this layout to have very minimal change, about 20%. 20-25% of rearranging a couple of pipes, pulling a jump out, pulling some AstroTurf off that you can kind of see in the foreground by the bleachers. There's a roller right there that'll get utilized. It's already built, and keeping the same direction going in the track. So the areas that we're going to have that are going to be new per se, they'll be packed. There'll be a little loss of grip there just because it's going to be new dirt. It's going to be a new jump that's formed. But everywhere else on the track, aesthetically, we'll have the same amount of rubber thrown down from the four-wheel drive portion going into two-wheel drive. So it's going to be a little bit more technical for the two-wheel drives because two-wheel drive can slice and dice versus the four-wheel drive's got a little bit of push under braking. But these guys will be able to pick that up pretty quickly. And as I said, we kind of equated about 3 to 4 hours to get the track changed over from, Tuesday night into Wednesday for the day off, and then have it ready to go on Thursday, barring any complications. Which, knocking on wood, we got no more complications. So yeah.
I'm noticing that there's nobody else in Tire Tech, so we're gonna try to get somebody down there to see if we can find out what's going on. Does everybody have what they need? Whatever's going on down there, I think Matt might be working on that to see if we can get somebody to figure that out. Right now, tentatively, we're looking at, I think, 12:30, 1 o'clock for start time, or did they? I think that's the last I heard.
That's the last I heard. Why do I keep repeating everything you're saying? Maybe because he's asking me questions and I'm responding to the question. I don't know.
Yeah, we're. I mean, it's one of those things where we're waiting for a program to start. It should have started 3 hours ago. So it's like we're kind of halfway digging.
You know, we're the filler guys.
We're digging.
Yeah,
we're digging.
And we got to thank Matt because you got to see stylish, black shirts, which are incredibly thinning on video. So
not for me.
Matt, you're sexy. Don't worry about it.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey. Need Zach up here to make the threesome.
Right. No, we don't.
So
we're trying to have fun with this. Okay. Yeah.
Oh.
Come on over, Matt.
I can do that. Try and get some info.
Right on. So we're going to send Richard over there.
All right, guys.
Thanks for filling in, Rich. Have fun, man.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe I think Matt's going to come over here and talk with us for a little bit. We're going to talk about what he's got going on. It'll be a good time. I don't know if Matt's coming over or Zach's coming over. See what's going on here. But yeah, like I said, right now we're just trying to fill some time. We're interviewing people, getting their takes on what's going on. We're talking to people, and like I said, some people are cool about it. Some people are happy. Some people aren't so happy. It is what it is. They're doing the best they can to rectify the problem, and they're trying to get this program going. They're holding off right now until everybody has at least 1 or 2 sets of tires mounted and ready to go before they let any cars go on the track. So that way no one's got an advantage for running a little bit more or less. They want to make sure everybody has the opportunity to put the car down when their heat's up. They are running heats. Everybody is already placed in the heat. So if you're looking for a lineup, I believe it's on Live RC. IFMAR Worlds at Hobby Action. You can check that out, and that's the list. We should have that list after a little bit while. Matt's going to jump in here with us, and we're going to discuss some things that he's got coming on. But again, once again, I'd like to thank our sponsors. We've got Stick It One, Team Associated, J Concepts, Sandwall, ProTech RC, RC Raceworks, a.k.a. obviously our tire of choice. Coca-Cola is helping us out with refreshments. Mod Live Media, which we got Matt here from Mod Live Media. Roar, Angry Crab Shack, which I think we might go eat dinner there. What do you think?
I think so. It sounds like, I think we get 10% off.
Yes, we get 10% off. And then P1 Paving and Construction. So those guys, thank you very much for helping us out. Stick It One killed it. They always do.
Yeah, it's been good, guys. Thank you for tuning in. I think this is one of our most successful streams yet. We have like over 800 people just watching simultaneously around the world across all the streams. We're on a couple different pages. We're on obviously the Hobby Action pages on Facebook and YouTube, so go and follow them. We're on the mod pages. We got
that's what I got. I have that on my phone right now.
We've got Mod Live Media Facebook page, and then we got Mod Media on YouTube. And then we also have, we're on A-Main Hobbies Facebook.
Oh, good.
We are on, I believe I said, the J Concept Facebooks and YouTube. We're on liverc.com. They're the main timing and scoring for this weekend as well.
I was just directing people. They were asking if the lineup was out there or not. So that's where
so
it's
you
at.
Go,
it's
you can go to liverc.com, choose on there. It should just type in IFMAR Worlds, and it should pull up. We'll have a lot of stuff going on too. We're pulling up profiles from rcgarage.info.
That's cool.
And RCGT for some of our graphics engine that we're going to be running. And
it's going to be cool.
It's going to be really cool.
This isn't the first time I've worked with you doing this stuff, but I've noticed your growth has been amazing. I love what you're doing. I love your vision of getting it out there. It's kind of upsetting when you see cornhole getting more vision than what RC racing does. I mean, it's just one of those things. You see cornhole on ESPN, but yet here we are. We're at a sport where people are getting paid thousands of dollars to play with toys or cars.
Yep. It's a lot to do this, guys. I think I've said before, anybody that's watched our stream, kind of where we started, 4 years ago to where we're at now.
It's amazing.
We have made a huge jump, not only in the investment in it, but in the crew. We have brought along, you can hear those blowers now starting up. we brought a crew of 9 of the best people that I know in RC in their fastest. We've got yourself, Zach Rogers. I've known him since we were growing up, and Zach was dunking his car in water.
Was 14 when I met him. He was a kid jumping over the fence.
I've known him since I was about probably 12, 13 years old. We got David Orner, same thing. We're kind of the 3 musketeers out there. David's here with us. We've got Jason Bollinger. You're going to see the photos on Mod Live Media on Facebook.
Already, this guy
Go and check it out, guys.
Pictures.
It's amazing
Pictures,
photos. So
yes.
Jason, I work with him at Extreme. We got Cam Cullen coming in. He does some awesome video work. We got our buddy Giovanni. He's going to be doing video work. We've got Chris Mueller on a cam. We've got Rob out there. He's going to be helping us on the cam. And Richard Lake and just a lot of good dudes, and we have a good rapport with each other.
And touching base on that report, there's some guys that I've met before and I've known for a long time. There's other guys that I've met for the first time Friday when I got here. We're clicking. We're having fun, and this is actually, it is a lot of hard work. Matt, you work your butt off all the time, but we're still having fun doing this. Me and Zach Rogers, it was a 7-hour drive down here, and he tried falling asleep once, and we started talking about something. He got pumped. He's like, man, I can't sleep anymore. This is too exciting. We want to get there. We want to see cars on the track. We talked about how much it's killing us to not be able to drive cars on the track because we're such enthusiasts. We want to drive.
And it's cool. And when we assembled this team, I literally hit you guys up, and you, without a drop, you were just like, dude, you're like, yes. I don't even care when it is. It's got to be here. And it's one of those things where it's a 10-year opportunity for us. Like I'll be in my 40s.
Once in a lifetime.
Yeah, once in a lifetime. I'll be in my 40s next time. I'm 32 now.
Really?
Zach and I will be in our 40s. I know. You'll age you'll be 60. We'll bring it
be
back
my
out
last
again.
one.
It might be your last one. And
You'll have to make sure the
we'll
ramp's
bring
clear.
this up, at your funeral. No,
Right.
just kidding. Just
You
kidding.
did a great job
You're
that
here
one
for a long
time.
time. And no, it's once in a lifetime opportunity. We made a huge investment with Mod, and we've got redundancy systems in place, 3 redundancy systems, so hopefully the feed will never go down. We have a bunch of backups for everything. I'm actually probably running out of cords. I've run out of HDMI cords with what we got going on.
Speaker wire ran for you.
Oh, so this was a good one, guys. We're calling Larry here from Hobby Action.
And Larry's a great guy. He's given us everything we need.
Larry the cable guy. So he asked us before, what do you need? I'm like, well, for the camera that you see in the middle, if Zach goes over and hits camera number 3, and he can use the little joystick there and zoom in and out and move it around. That is our PTZ camera. That is located in the center of the track. If you rotate it to the left, Zach, you'll zoom out.
He's new.
He's new to it, guys. He's helping us out over there. And this is something where they have a main pole in the center of the track. It won't go. It'll stop to the left there because it's trying to rotate backwards, Zach, and you can rotate it the other way. And anyway, so that will be basically facing the driver's stand when we're doing this, and it's a really cool feature.
It is.
It's a really cool feature.
As an emotional driver, sometimes it's really cool to get honed in on those drivers so you can see their emotions. But it's pretty cool to be able to watch those guys, and even some of them that are so like hyper focused. I mean, nothing else. They literally, you could see it in their face and their focus that there's nothing else around them. They're just so into their car and feeling it and understanding it. It's crazy to see those guys just super focused. And then you see some of the upset stuff, some of the stuff that we don't like to see with those cameras and whatnot. But it's pretty cool that all the angles you have, Matt, and the growth. I mean, I remember meeting you the first time. I think you were working at OCRC. You were 14 when I met you.
Yeah, my first job was actually at OCRC.
Yes.
Yeah, I was working in the hobby shop there, and then transferred on to working at Extreme RC Magazine. That's where I met Jason. That's shooting our photos, and then ended up where I moved on to MIP. I was working at MIP for 7-8 years, and they kind of gave me my start with Mod, and then Mod Live Media developed out of we were covering our fifth scale races, and I wanted to get more people driving or more people knowing about fifth scale, And I started with a little fisheye camera, and it
that-
kind of evolved
that-
from there. It
that
was
racing
yeah.
program has actually been really fun because, especially in Bakersfield, I've been helping you out at Good Old Boys the last couple of years. And if you've never experienced a fifth scale race,
They're a lot of fun.
That's a lot of fun. It's
A
like
lot
you
of
buy
fun.
the kit and then you're calling Granger for parts.
Yeah, it's no Mod Speed Shop. We have,
you can call Matt.
We have you all taken care of. But yeah, guys, and it was one of those things. It's been a pet project, and we've kind of evolved, and we've covered all the J Concept races for the last 2-3 years now. We've covered all the hobby action races, and when this came up, we had the opportunity to cover the World Championship. So we're really excited about this, and we've hopefully put together a world-class effort. We got some new features that's going to be coming on with some overlays that you guys will be seeing that we've been testing over the months. So you guys should see that. Once it all pops off, there's really obviously nothing to see right now. But we got this awesome backdrop here. Compliments of Stick It One. They're our title sponsor. Thank you so much to them. This entire facility is amazing. It is just, it's so cool. So
I feel we really can't talk it up enough.
I walked in
this place
here
is
and my
just
jaw
like-
dropped.
Oh,
Like
absolutely.
it was
And
that
both of us have
nice.
been to, what we would consider world-class facilities, and this is BT nailed it. This place, if you've seen pictures, whatever, literally on a normal race week, it's 80% this. So I mean, they just added some really sweet features just to dress it up a little bit.
Yeah,
this place is always like this. It's
it
not
looks
far,
amazing.
It's not far off from your weekly racing. So if you really want to go experience it, this place really addresses your RC experience instead of just your race program. I mean, you come in here, you walk through the hobby shop, and they have rock crawlers, they have drag cars, they have boats, they have planes, they have rockets, they have just about anything you're going to need.
Gundam. They got Gundam too.
They
Larry
do.
always talks about the Gundams. He's
Oh,
like,
boy.
we make so much money with those. I think it's some sort of action figure or something like that.
I think it's the Gundam part you might
Yeah, exactly. Okay, we put the beep on that. We got the zip line cam. That was not up yet. I ran it into the wall the other day.
It was epic. It was epic.
There's a slight delay on it, and I was going full tilt, and it went wham, right into the side. It was pretty bad, but it's okay. We just have to put some batteries in and get it up and going. But we're looking good, guys. Thank you so much. Let's see if I can. Ian Douglas, actually, that's one of the guys that worked at OCRC with me. I swear you weren't more than 18. I know, it's the baby face. You saw my hairline though. That might tell you something. I'm getting older.
We're going to talk about hairlines.
Yeah. It's okay. It's
I
all
don't have
all
one.
part of.
I don't have one.
It's all part of aging. It's all part of
Thanks
aging.
to kids, I don't have one. Tanner and Trent drive me crazy.
Yeah, so it's good, guys. It says hobby action is awesome. Only go there on Sundays. My son have a good time, and the staff is amazing. Yeah, most definitely. The production looks great, guys. Thank you, guys. So
awesome.
It's it's a labor of love, guys. We will have just shameless plug. We probably will. We do have these shirts that will be available. It's only a limited run of them on modspeedshop.com. We'll probably post up a link there for you guys. Helps with everything, and then we got the new Mod Live Media shirts too that we just came out with. So we'll have those up. But yeah, these are nice. They're all embroidered and everything. They're
Very
super nice, and it's only for a very limited run of what they do it.
You're freaking awesome.
Yeah, thanks, James.
So we did just have a little bit of action on track. It looks like I had a bunch of guys out there start blowing the track off. It looks like we're getting closer. We don't have a set time yet. We're still working on that. Like I said, we're trying to get everybody on an equal playing ground where everybody has their correct allotted set of tires. But speaking with Richard earlier with the layout and how the track might change and whatnot, I think it's going to be a good program. I've walked the track several times. The surface is going to be.
In all honesty, too, like people always look for that drama in RC. As far as like our good friend Keenan White, he's always kind of the he's got his podcast and he's always on to like what is happening on Facebook and what's the new drama part of it, and he makes a whole show about it. That's what people want to see. That it goes for reality television, it goes for everything and what's happening in RC. And it's the same thing here. I think that it's they ordered up a ton of tires, but who would have thought that everybody was basically buying them out, and it's, people were buying 17 sets of tires on day one.
Right.
And you're like, you're doing one runs here. I think it was like 4,000 sets of whatever it would be.
The math
it was
is
like
ridiculous.
3,000 to 4,000 sets. And that is like an ungodly amount of weather, to gear up. And we do production. Mod is, we make puck systems and products for stock racers and also fifth scale stuff. And so we work really close with MIP. And Mod needs some thick boy size. I think we got a 4X in there. We got a 4X in there. We got one 4X in there on modspeedshop.com.
That was a little big for me. So.
And then we got some 5X in the Mod Live Media. We'll post up some links here for you guys here soon. But yeah, I'm in the manufacturing side of it. I work very closely with MIP. That's, kind of how I got a lot of my start, and I was on the road for them for a long time. And, I met all these amazing people when I was, basically racing semi-professionally, and then, helping out MIP with doing product. And, you see a little bit of everything here and there, and it's so cool to see just the level that these guys are at, and leading us through here. This facility is just completely amazing. I can't even stress that enough. But yeah, from the manufacturing side of it, I lost my train of thought there for a second.
Yeah.
It's when you gear up to do 3,000 to 4,000 of something, we do batches, at least for Mod, we do batches in like 500 to 1,000. And we're on obviously a smaller scale. Tires are a different thing.
But at your level, that's nationwide. That's not just for one small event.
Yeah, that's nationwide.
Not a small event. But
this isn't that. So obviously they should have done a little bit more due diligence. I think they kind of anticipated that. I don't know, where the disconnect was. But Larry and the entire Hobby Action crew, they're on it quick. They had somebody fly to A-Main to get more tires last night.
Yes.
From what I think it was Ryan Prince, he works for Southwest. I think he basically got on a plane and went and got tires from A-Main Hobbies. And they're calling in everything to make it happen. And you see from Larry building us, this platform that we're on didn't exist. The referee stand didn't exist. All these banners around the track from Stick It One, our title sponsor, didn't exist. How they geared up for this didn't exist. It's running a business and doing this, and the level that I've seen is unlike any Worlds that I've ever seen in my entire life.
Oh, it's
so
insane.
Obviously there was something that was of a misstep, but they're dealing with it. And in all honesty, I do believe that there should be a limit.
Absolutely.
On tires.
I think everybody across the board has agreed with that. They think that if you're gonna truly keep it fair with a controlled tire, I mean, really, is it controlled if you could buy 20 sets?
Yeah.
I mean, because then you can run them and throw them away.
Yeah.
So is it really controlled then at that point in time? Because it does affect the way, for like our buddy Tyler over here, he's on a budget. He can't go buy 100 sets of tires, whereas some of these guys that are, they can.
Yeah.
And so it's a big thing. So.
Yeah, it's it's just part of the deal. We're here for it, and like I said, there a little bit of drama, and Zach over there, that's his middle name, and he loves it. Yeah, no, but really, guys, it is it gives us something to talk about at least.
Oh yeah, we got something to talk about.
That's part of it.
I mean, at least we're not just sitting here waiting for nothing.
Yeah.
They're trying to make sure everybody has at least right now. I mean, everybody has at least 1 or 2 sets of tires in their box. They just want to make sure that everybody has their 5 sets before they get going. They don't want people just to be sitting there, worried about, or not being able to run a practice run. They need to make sure that everybody can, if they want. They want to make sure they can run all their practices, their practice runs. I'm pretty sure we're not going to see a whole bunch of cars for the first round. You'll start to see more and more cars for heat go on the track. I've talked to, I think I brought this up before, I talked to Matty G, and there's a group of drivers in this circle that we were talking about, the drop-off on the tires. So myself wouldn't notice the drop-off if I'm not at that level. I don't know, maybe 1% of drivers are. But he said that the drop-off really isn't that bad from one run to the other. He said with this particular tire, when they were testing, they did notice that there was a slight drop-off from 1 to 2 runs. You could still get that hot lap. It's just a little harder to get there. You got to push the car a little bit outside of its comfort zone. And then 3 to 4, maybe 5 runs, it levels out. And then from 5 to 7, depending on how hard you pushed the car prior, it drops off a little bit more, but it stays consistent. You're not going to see the rocket laps later on your runs, but the tire's going to be consistent. They haven't noticed like structural failure or anything like that with the tire. It stays pretty sturdy. It just, with anything else, once you start breaking down your foam or your sidewall start to get weak, the tire is just going to start to go away.
So do you know, I may have, I was running around a little bit. Did you guys talk about why they're not allowing them to kind of maybe even save the sets and use other manufacturers' tires for practice?
I think the reason behind that is, and I asked that, why they're not letting it still be an open practice like they were talking about, is because then those guys that can't afford to go buy tires can go buy tires over the shelf. But now with it only being 5 sets from beginning to end, which it does, because they're, at the start of this thing, they were going to run, 4 practice rounds, open practice rounds where they can run. My understanding was anything they wanted to run just to get something on the track and learn the layout. But now, with that, they were able to run. They can go buy the same tire over the counter instead of what they had allotted for the race, and run those just to get a feel for the car. But then once your controlled practice started, you had to run whatever you had in your box.
Got it.
And so now it's 5 sets from the word go for the program until if you're in an A main, then you get 1 extra set is what I'm being told right now.
Got it.
So it's just it really slows down the tire game and makes it even for everybody. And I think that's the best option that they can go with, I think, in my opinion.
Yeah, and it's just part of it. So looks like that we've got no official start time from what I'm kind of told.
Not yet. I know they're getting closer.
I heard 12 to 1. What is it? It's 1:13 right now.
11:13
or
right now.
11:13. I can't read numbers
as long
over
as we're
here.
not in 2013 again, Zach.
I know 2013 from Zach Rogers is 2013 Worlds, guys, this weekend. As we go back in time, we hit 88 miles an hour last night. Well, no, the Sprinter van can only go 82. It's governed, so I can't travel back in time. Can try. But, yeah, guys, just a huge shout-out to all of our sponsors, guys. Stick It One, Team Associated, J Concepts, Sanwa, ProTech RC, A-Main Hobbies, RC Raceworks, a.k.a. Coca-Cola, Roar, Angry Crab Shack, P1 Paving, Construction, obviously Hobby Action, and Mod Live Media. So it's, hopefully you guys are going to enjoy this coverage. We have a couple different cameras. Let's kind of go through it there with Zach. We got Cam 1 over there, and that's going to be our main follow cam. Nobody's on it. Maybe Chris can move it around real quick for the camera. Chris doesn't know what he's doing.
I think that one's going to be following
a lot of our that's one of the main cams.
It's pretty central on the track. I like
and then we got Cam 2 coming up, guys. So the Cam 2 is going to be, we got Rob over there on Cam 2. And then we got Cam 3, which is our
pole cam?
That's our pole cam. Cam 4 is actually dark right now, so we won't show that one. That's going to be our zip line. Camera 5, that's going to be our fisheye camera that's located up over here to our left. And then we've got Cam 6, which is Tire Tech. And then obviously cam number 7 over here.
Hey.
And that's us. And
I'm sure we're going to break that one by the end.
Oh, most definitely. And yeah, so we've got a couple different cameras. We're going to have also a replay cam that I have to get set up. That's gonna come here. But as long as I have it done by today, I don't think we're going to be doing much replays. We'll probably sprinkle some in there. But we're just dialing everything in today, guys. We're making sure that, you know, our audio is good, that you guys can hear us properly. We're making sure that all the cameras, the lighting's proper. We're making sure all the connectivity's good, our internet's good. We need to set up our, like I said, our replay device, and that's a whole nother ensemble of stuff. I'm gonna try and get you guys telescribing too, so these cats over here can draw on the screen of like they should have taken this line, you know, like NFL.
That'll be cool.
So we got that. So it's some more stuff that we have to set up in the back of the scenes. And honestly, like I've got all this equipment over here. You see, like my broken open box, and like we got, you know, I've gotten 3 tables all around with everything and 12 screens, and you end up, you're like, man, it's this is the biggest setup that we've ever done for any event, but this is the biggest event we've ever done.
Think,
so I think it's
on our side, what we're doing here, what you're doing here is going well. I'm excited. Like he said, most of you guys don't understand what goes on behind the scenes, but yesterday we had everybody fill out like a sponsor sheet with their name, their country, where they're from, what they're running, sponsors, and we take a headshot of them, we take a headshot of their car, and so that way with the overlay, when we're talking about an individual driver or something like that, you'll get a picture, you'll get
so
their
that'll
car.
be compliments of RCGT and RC Garage there, guys. Make sure you guys, if you guys have ever raced, go to rcgarage.info and claim your profile on there. So but we'll have online graphics, compliments of them, and we'll be we took photos of all the cars, so we should be able to pull those things up, pull up profile pictures, and that's the goal. We're trying to get everybody's stuff in here. There's going to be some stragglers. We're trying to have everything uploaded today. We've been here since Thursday. We flew in from the J Concepts NCTS 5 Tuesday morning. We literally went and saw my girlfriend Tuesday night and loaded up everything on Wednesday, and then literally slept for the night and drove out here in the morning and started setting up on Thursday. We've been setting up ever since, and you'd think it's like, oh, it should be easy. But just kind of running everything and making sure it's all running flawlessly. Like I said, if you guys ever see that post on Mod where it's like, we did all this to like, it's on my own profile, push the start stream button. Like it's a lot of work, like, and not a lot of people understand, you know. But
you guys watching, like you said, we're asking you to push share, and basically when you push share, you're broadcasting it out there just like what we are. I mean, obviously Matt's doing all the work and we're sitting here talking, but when you push share, you're putting it out there even more so.
Yes.
So absolutely hit those share buttons. And it's not just to, there's more reasons other than just sharing it. The idea is to open it up and get some people that don't really know the scale of how big our hobby is. We want to make it grow. We want to make it bigger. So when people start to see how serious this really is, or it could be, all the way from the basher in the backyard all the way to the guys that get paid. There's a lot of people that do not understand that there's guys that make 6 figures racing toy cars. And these contracts that some of these guys make, they do it for a living. It turns into their own business. They're selling product or whatnot like Matt does here. And some of them are paid R&D drivers. Some of them are paid managers. I mean, there's so many roles that goes into this industry and these teams that people have no idea the size of the hobby itself. They don't understand how many people it takes to run a team of, say, 15 world-class drivers. They don't understand the footwork. And when we're sharing this and bringing it to light to everybody that's watching on TV land, it's pretty cool that people are like, holy cow, we didn't realize that a 10-scale car has that kind of backing. And an industry as big as it is, it's just amazing to see. You know, and being around it so long, you see it grow. You see the people take place in the industry. Some don't. Some bail out. Some stick with it and become lifelong partners in the industry, and they grow with it. Like BT. BT's he's
a lifer.
He's a lifer. Sure. He ain't going anywhere.
That's for sure.
And Mayfield with J Concepts. He's got his RM line of stuff. Cavallari's been around forever. And myself, I've had the privilege of seeing these guys come into racing as kids. You know, when I say kids, 12, 13 years old.
Zach and myself included, you know, racing in our JBRL day. Shout out to Jimmy,
yeah,
you know.
Jimmy, how you doing?
It's,
But seeing it grow and seeing you yourself take a role in the industry and passionate about what you do. Obviously, you're super passionate about what you do. To bring it to the forefront of people that maybe not know how big it is, and to try to make it bigger.
That's our main goal with Mod Live Media, is to help the industry grow. We started out doing little big races, and it's grown into an IFMAR World Championship. And you got to start somewhere. We started very local, our own little small races, and then Dave from Coyote Hobbies, he's like, hey man, what are you doing over there? And I'm like, just he's looking pretty good. And that was like, at the time we had like the a very, very small camera that I had stolen from MIP when I when I left there. We don't know about that, but
let's not talk about that.
Let's not talk about that. Yeah, it's we had a just a camera that was mothballed, and I'm like, I can utilize this, and everything starts from somewhere, guys, and now we're out here, and it's really cool, and just to we were all talking about it with the crew last night. We're all staying at the same Airbnb, and it's cool to really get just everybody's, and we were all sitting around last night to see everybody's life story and what's going on, and Zach was bringing that up, and it's just all of us it's a little surreal to be sitting here, and all of us that have known each other for so many years come together, and there is we did blurbs on everything on Mod on Facebook.
Oh, yeah.
On each team member. I think one of the things is it's people may see Mod or Mod Life Media, and they may see me, whatnot, but it's not just myself, it's everybody. It's David, it's Chris Mueller, it's Zach, it's yourself.
It's your whole crew.
It takes a team.
I'm
takes a team to do
I'm
this.
just this guy. I'm watching these guys work and push buttons and run cables, and when we got here Friday, I was like, there's 15 bags on this driver stand, and they're on ladders, and they're hanging upside down and doing all this kind of stuff.
We had a lot of bags here.
It's the production you have. To me, it's amazing. And touching base, seeing you as a 14-year-old kid, calling me sir. I'm like, dude, don't call me sir. But to see you from that, working behind the counter at OCRC, to snowball, and to see the steps you're taking and going. Even Zach Rogers, I mean, his business now with CX and going with the paintball thing, and just seeing you guys grow. To me, it's cool. It's just really cool to see where you're starting off, and you're staying in the industry. Zach's back in the industry for this week.
We'll keep
hopefully
coming.
We'll keep him around.
We'll keep bringing him back out every once in a while. I think he's kind of liking this. He's over there clicking buttons, moving stuff around. He's like,
it's kind of
he
scary.
goes, man, you can
you
can just be relieved. He goes, I'll be working this. I got this covered, bro.
As much stuff as he spilled yesterday.
Problem.
I don't know if you want him
and
back there.
I've always definitely respected Zach. Where I've said he's me and him are very alike. We've had the conversation in the past where
you guys are passionate.
Yeah, we're passionate, and focused and whatnot. And I've always considered him a very, one of my best friends in life. And, it's kind of one of those things where, you meet these people that are special people in the world, and they generally have a good heart. It almost brings a tear to my eye that, you meet these people, and that you kind of touched, by them and their heart, and what they do and what they're about. 'Cause you meet so many people just all around that are just terrible. And then you meet a couple special ones that are amazing, and you want to keep those people around in your life because it makes it
me and Zach
it makes it special.
Actually, I talk about that with Zach a lot. Myself having boys and whatnot, and you find yourself, even if you're not looking, but if you're a decent person, you end up finding yourself with people, like-minded people or whatever. And so to see you surrounded yourself with good, successful people, working at OCRC with RB, you're working around Jackie, and that crew in the RC industry, that crew at OCRC was very successful, and RB demanded you guys to learn to do it the right way. And in doing so, he brought you guys up to learn how to be passionate about what you want to do, and don't skip out. If you're going to do it right. And that's how RB
was.
And
I had a really good mentor, also with Eustace, from MIP, and I'd call him one of the godfathers of RC because he is, he's a genius. And, Brandon over there, he's another one of my mentors, the head engineer at MIP. And those guys, they strive for everything. And, whenever I have something that needs to be discussed from a business side to a personal side and how they handle it, I call those guys. And it's important to have those people in your life that generally have your best interests at heart and are able to look at things in a different light than yourself, and something where it's an unbiased opinion, but they still have like, a different perspective on stuff.
That's kind of how I look at it. At home, at our track at home in Bakersfield, we look at the youngsters, and there's a group of us that are trying to hone these kids and mentor, because it's a big deal at my age in the industry doing what we do. I know my place. My place isn't out there running the pits anymore. I can't race with these guys. I can't be competitive with them. I am at my level. I'm super competitive at my level. But then to pay it forward and to bring these young kids up and see them, so they walk into a track and they see a place like this and they see the pro guys and they understand that guy's getting paid. To help them get that ball rolling, it's important to have guys to lean on. Like you had people in the industry to lean on that actually kind of conducted you to go. They understood the passion that you have and the direction you wanted to go, and so they kind of helped you there.
Most definitely. I say it to this day. It's I've talked to MIP and Mod, and I said to them, Mod wouldn't be anything without MIP with kind of its start, and then they also said, they're like, Matt, you also got there yourself, and hard work gets you anywhere, but
absolutely.
You take those opportunities, and I used partnership with them, and they believed in me, and they said, hey, you've really got something special here, and you need to go for it. So that was Eustace and Brandon were able to give me my able to spread my wings and kind of do and go in the direction that I
that's the
we're eventually here now.
Absolutely.
And it's good when you can see that, and I see that in a lot of these guys out here where you want your friends to be successful, you want your friends to go to that next level, and and then also bring them along with you when you can, and this is one of those moments for me where the guys, we know it's a live program, you're all watching this, and I mean, not live, but a free program, and it's a ton of money from like our sponsors like Stick It One, Team Associate, J Concept, Sanwa, ProTech, RC Raceworks, aka Coca-Cola, Angry Crab Shack, and P1 Construction. These guys help put on this production monetarily wise, to help us be here, so we're able to do it and bring these people out. We're flying people in, we're doing everything like that. So it's amazing that all these companies and all these people are able to come together, and nobody's making a ton of money on this, but we're able to eat and we're able to stay somewhere, and it's amazing as far as that, and be able to put on a good production. That's our main goal, is to put on a very good quality production for you guys, and we're working towards that, and already seems like everybody's really happy.
Well, for us, yes. Those people out there aren't so happy right now. They'd rather be driving their cars. But yeah, touching base on this group that you put together, like I said, I've known some of them for a long time. I've raced with Richard. He's kicked my butt several times on the track. Always a pleasure. Thank you, Richard. It's just cool to see this group that you brought together. You have, like you said, everybody has a little bit of a background that helps us out, and we're having fun.
And that's what I was looking at, and it's one of those things, and not to say anything about anybody else, but we're kind of like the I call us a ragtag group of a lot of guys that might not be at the forefront all the time, but each of us has a talent of what there is, and that might not be spread out there, but it's when you bring these type of people and the passion that they have for the hobby, their background. I've known you for 15 plus years, and your quality of a person, and if people have a good heart, if people have a good background, and if you work well with that person, that is so special. From just the all of us, we have such a good rapport with each other. I've known Richard for years, and he's announced for me in other races, and though he might not like how I run events and how he runs them, but both of us coming together, it creates the best thing. And when you have that push from both directions, you're looking at the best for the community, and that's what we want, is the best for the community. And you get everybody, as long as these guys have one goal in mind, quality, and for things to run properly. And that's what our main goal is, and that's why also Richard's on the program. He's been announcing hobby action here for like ever. Like it's pretty good, and he runs a tight ship, man. I see Richard's face over here, and it's telling. You can see that dude's feelings all over his face. He wears it on his sleeve.
We've
and,
talked
you
about
know,
it.
and
Him and I are pretty on the same
once
page when
again,
it comes to race directing.
he sees it and he goes, I might not agree with that, you know, but it's not my ship to sail right now. But if it were my ship, we would be running right now.
Absolutely. We'd have cars rolling already.
Cars would be rolling. Richard would be like, so he's over here laughing in the background because he knows it's true. Yeah.
He's dying.
So it's great. It's great. But yeah, so we, the time schedule, guys. Richard showed us a little text message that said no ETA, but we're thinking possibly 30 minutes.
At 12 o'clock.
12 o'clock, so that's a half an hour. So that means that I need to get out of here soon because I need to be popping over, making sure that all the other stuff is working properly. Let me see if I can answer any sort of questions here at the end. Let me see.
I'm looking at some of these too, and it's like you're getting a lot of props. I like that.
Everybody's liking it. That's
I
good.
kind of like it that the people are kind of leaving the issues alone right now.
Yeah,
no one's really commenting.
yeah.
I'm happy about that. It is what it is. We're moving on. We're moving forward. It looks like we're trying to have cars on the track at noon.
Right on. Well, we
forward.
greatly appreciate you guys.
Absolutely.
Just keep tuning in. Be sure to hit that share, like, and subscribe button, guys. That would really help us out. It helps with the analytics of everything. It helps with us getting these sponsors back, so that they can look at it and they can be like, this was worth it for us, and to keep supporting events like this and production companies and everything to make sure that we can have good live coverage, because the main goal is, and what we've always started in our main mission focus with Mod Live Media has been, we need to grow the hobby. Without growth in the hobby,
bottom line.
None of this exists. The companies don't exist. Nothing exists. We need to bring more people because, shoot, we talk about this and we're here and we may have, we're in this our own little fish bowl here, fish tank, and we got to expand it. We need to be an ocean.
We do.
So we need to expand our people. We need to expand our racers out there. And that's the main goal. So just hitting that like and subscribe is totally free to do it. Like I said, if you guys want some cool threads, we're going to have actually these nice embroidered shirts that'll only be around once. They're
I
the
think
specific.
Zach said he will sign his
They're
with
the
a silver Sharpie and sell it.
specific IFMAR World's official media shirts for the event, and they're really comfortable. They breathe well. So I'll post up some links for that for you guys, and we're literally going to do a run just for you guys. And if you guys want to own the piece of history, we'll have it up there. And we have just the normal Mod Media shirts. These are a little bit more expensive, guys, than that one, but they are nice.
Yes,
They're nice.
they are nice. And like he said, I believe not just our shirts are going to be a piece of history. I think this race is going to be a huge piece of history in the RC racing world. I think it's going to be epic, to say the least. So they're starting to call drivers up. They're starting to get things rolling. So in about 20 minutes, I think we're going to be on the track. Not expecting a whole lot of cars for their first round again. You might see guys run a couple laps and pull their cars off, so we don't know exactly what that's going to look like just yet. We as spectators want to see 20 cars out there at once so we can lay rubber on track so we can get this program going and see what these cars and drivers can actually do. So we're going to... Oh, and they just called more managers.
So we got team managers coming to the stand. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pop out of here for, let's have, you want to go over there, Richard, or you want Zach to go over? Who wants to pop in the booth? Huh?
Yes, you are.
Yeah, of course. So we're going to have Zach Rogers pop back in the booth. We're going to have Richard Lake go on over with the microphone. And we're going to have David on the camera over there. So once again, guys, hit that like, share, and subscribe. Thank you for tuning in. We love you guys. And sorry if there's any little audio issues. Our other guy, he doesn't know much what's going on with the audio because I usually cut it. So if there's a little bit, I apologize. So watch out for that. So thank you guys again. Be sure to, go to your local track, buy a kit, support your hobby shop. And thank you all for tuning in today to the IFMAR World's four-wheel drive practice session, and hopefully we're going to get you some running here very soon.
Hopefully.
Thank you, guys. Switch it to another camera. Switch it to, yeah, that's fine.
Yep. We're switching things around right now. We're gonna, I don't know. I think we're gonna try to squeak somebody over there to get into this manager meeting. Zach Rogers coming back over here with me. Squeeze in there, Zach. You're skinny. See that. So once again, we're seeing all these the props given to us online. We appreciate that. If you're out there watching, please comment. Yeah, I'm not sure what he did with your computer, but I got my phone up. Seeing all you guys out there. Appreciate all you guys watching and carrying on.
Yeah, there's a few people that only have 3 sets of tires.
Here we go. So we're going to talk to this. We're listening up right now.
I just wanted to see if there's anyone within your team that has a problem with this moving forward for the practice.
a little bit? Sorry, just a couple.
I said there's a few people out there that only have 3 sets of tires currently. After our request of getting tires back from people, I guess we weren't able to get enough to secure the full 5 right at the moment. Is there anyone in your team that has a problem with going through the practice with just the 3?
I understand that quite a lot of tyres from impound went back. Some were still hanging on to them thinking that they might be able to use them later, which is not going to be the case. Okay. There hasn't been enough trading. I know of some circumstances with some teams, so I think there needs to be an implore for those that think they're hanging on to their tyres for any other reason, 2-wheel drive, or maybe they're thinking that they might get some back for 4-wheel drive. They need to be implored to consider giving them to their teammates that have less than 5. Because how many people is there that have half sets? Sorry? I've been offered half sets. Like, I've been offered fronts but not rears. But yeah, so like, and I'll just say, right, Cav has enough tyres in his quarantine but doesn't want to give them to Luke because he just doesn't want to glue later. Now that's just stupid. We can't run with people having less available to them than anyone else. So anyone who thinks they're going to be able to use those tyres or do something with those tyres or just doesn't want to glue some more later for 2-wheel drive, come on. This is about everyone having the fairness.
Is it just, are the rears the problem also?
No, front and rears. So some haven't traded.
Fronts, but he's running different rims to what I am, so I'd be running different rims on the front and back. So I was like, oh, it's all right, I'll just wait until his tyres available. But that's the sort of stuff that's happening.
A number of people have not traded, they've kept their tyres and put them back into quarantine just so they don't have to glue more. Bruno?
Also, my question is, many drivers only have 3 sets of tires. Some have 5. It means the guys that have 5, they are able to break in on tires in each round of practice. And like,
correct.
The ones that have 3 only can drive 3 sets. And they can have breaking tires for the qualifiers after if they want to.
So what needs to be said to everybody is, if you've got some to trade, if you've put some back thinking you're not going to trade them, then you're holding everyone up, and what will happen is everyone will be reduced to 3.
Yep.
If you don't trade, everyone has 3. Your choice, because it has to be fair for everybody. So there's a number of people that have just put tyres back in that they've glued rather than share with others. That should be the first thing to be.
What's the intent? Obviously, some drivers have only got 3. Is there still more 4-wheel drive tyres coming to allow those to glue up more?
There's no guarantee yet as to when they're coming. They are coming, but
we've only got what we've got now.
How many people only have 3?
I have 38.
38 people.
Yeah.
And it's got to be 3 controlled sets, not 5. It's not a fair event.
That's why we have to implore the people that have got those that have fronts glued back in their quarantine.
When is there going to be more tires? Is there
there's no guarantee.
The question is, are we realistically going to find another 76 sets of front 4-wheel drive tyres in the next hour so that we can start?
More the control set, consider it that way. We're going to be here for a
But
whole
even
day.
then, like, I can't give Bruno my tires because we run different
rears. Yeah, it has to be someone within your team, right?
Yeah, but I mean, is that even possible?
No, I don't think it's possible. Because like all my team, they only put 3 tires.
we only glue 3 tires. That's it. Like me, Martin, and Max, only 3. So we cannot really trade nothing because we only have 3. But we don't have more than 3. That's it. So or we run all 3, and that's it. Or we start with 2 drive.
Yeah, I think it has to be 3.
In the end, I think it's the
in the fairness of this event.
I have 2 drives at home.
I mean, we start at 4 o'clock.
Or it's there's only 3 tires allowed to be used from the box today.
Yeah,
You
3
can
today.
3 today and then reassess tomorrow. You cannot use more than 3. If not everyone has 3,
So you can only use 3 from your box, and you tell everybody that there's a good chance that there is a possibility that you may not be able to use more tomorrow. And you reevaluate it.
so
tomorrow
reevaluate
morning.
sharing first, right? Because that needs to happen. There's some cases where it just can't happen. We know that. But there's some cases where we know it can happen.
If everyone's done their sharing already, it's unrealistic to expect that we're going to find another 76 years tires.
You're going to find at least 30.
You'll find enough for everyone to get to 4.
Yeah.
But you probably won't get to 5.
Yeah.
And if we end up with only one person with 3, we're running 3 tires.
Yeah, exactly.
So everybody has to have a full amount.
But this is just going to delay it. If we go for 3 now, we can get going.
So yeah, we can.
But I mean, right? So if we allow 3 to be enough for a whole meeting, but if we allow 3 to be used today,
But it will be for today.
It will be for today.
Yeah.
But if there's no guarantee to get to 5, like if and when that box shows up, I mean, I guess you could run 3 the whole time, but they would be really, really bad.
so we say you're allowed 3 today, so that everyone's on the same level playing field today.
Yeah,
If more tires turn up,
only
then
way.
we open up more.
Do we want to talk to our teams first to see who's got tires, or are we just going to go with 3?
Take a vote.
I mean, if you want to go talk to teams, that's going to be another hour.
I know. I'm not saying to do it. I'm just clarifying. Yeah.
If you just say 3 today,
We
and
can
then,
reevaluate.
Well, it sounds like for X-rays.
as long as that box shows up tomorrow at some point, there's supposed to be 105 tires coming. So then tomorrow we can easily go to 5 once everybody else like Bruno has been allocated their 2 more pairs, and then they can say 5.
Yep. Yeah. But it means that the scrubbing in problem and that everyone's only able to scrub in
But
3
if we're
sets.
everybody can only run 3 today, then there's no issue.
Yeah. So that's how it needs to be.
Everybody's fair. Yeah.
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 That's going to be the quickest thing to do.
Do we vote? Do we vote? Like,
3 tires today.
hands up.
Is there anybody that 3 tires?
Or hands up for? Only 3 tires today?
No, he's asking anybody that opposes.
Anybody
it.
opposed?
Anyone opposed?
Anybody opposed to 3 tires today? Job done.
And then if tires turn up tomorrow, we can open 2 more up. If they don't
So
turn
now,
up tomorrow, we'll
the extra sets of tires in our boxes are going to need to be quarantined now.
yeah. So you're gonna have to go. They're gonna
Okay. I have a question. Nobody has less than 3? Nobody?
Like all those boxes, everybody's going to have to go to the boxes.
when you take them out, they get a black dot or something put
Well,
on
just
them.
they're all in Ziploc bags. Put
Yeah.
your name on the bag, and they can put them in boxes in the back.
Yep. Yeah.
But to do that reasonably, you should only call up box 1 through 5 at a time. 6 through 10, whatever.
Or you do it as you go onto the track. When you go, so we can
I
get
guess
going.
you could, but that would slow that process down quite a bit too.
Means we can get racing now, though. Yeah. It only slows down the first round because the second race has got the whole first race to go in and do that process.
Start by the race order, right? Get all the drivers that are in the first heat. Get there now.
Yeah.
Second heat, get there. Third heat, get there. Yeah, do it as you take your tires in your heat order. Yep. Because you're not going up to get your
All
tires
the
in.
tech guys need to be over there and have that ready
Right now.
because there's already quarantine tires back there. So now we need a separate quarantine
Yeah.
for our potential fourth and fifth set.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So shit's not getting disorganized back there.
Yeah, correct.
So
Okay. Anything else?
That's all we need to address.
Are we still shooting for 12 or are we going later?
sorry, Thomas. I thought you were at lunch.
So what's the 3 tires today? 3 tires today.
3 tires today is what you're allowed. So if there's more tires going on.
So Matt, did you get all that?
Looks like we're going to be bringing Larry on. Richard, you want to do the interview? I think Larry should do. You're local here. Scoot over.
Yeah, I'll touch on that. Hey, we're back in the Mod RC booth here. Mod Life Media, sorry. I'll get it right by the end of the week. Trust me. So a little bit of, I guess you could say, information on what's going on today. There is currently enough for all the drivers to have 3 sets of tires going into today. So those that have their 5 controlled tires, the ruling that was just done with the team managers was to do 3 sets of tires today. So the other 2 sets of tires that those gentlemen have in their boxes will be quarantined, and those that don't have a full set of 5 tires will be getting those tires later today, tomorrow when the other tires become available. So that's the latest on a little bit of a hiccup going on in regards to the tire tech. So, but in the booth, we got Larry Tom, my buddy. Owner and proprietor of Hobby Action. The facility is amazing. Everything that you've done, your heart, your soul, put into it, it shows. I mean, from the signage to the improvements that you've done, bringing Matt on board for all of the live media coverage, just everything in general that you guys have done. So we got a hiccup. With tires.
Yep. First of all, I just want to thank all of our sponsors. Stick It One coming in to be our sponsor. Thanks. Team Associated, J Concepts, ProTech, RC Raceworks, Coca-Cola, Mod Live Media, Roar, E1 Paving, and Angry Crab Shack. I just want to thank them for sponsoring our event, trying to put on the best event that we can. Tire issue, ultimately my fault. Not anyone else's, not IFMAR's, not Roar's, not being able to supply us. It was my fault. Ordering the correct amount of tires, and I'll own up to that. Hopefully we have a solution that makes it fair for everyone. I do apologize for all these racers coming out here from all over the world and wanting to have a fair, even event, and we're going to try to get that for them. But ultimately, my fault for the tire issue. Hopefully, we can get that resolved, and we get some racing or practice going today.
Yeah, and that's it's a mistake. It's happened. You've rectified it. You've given refunds back on the tires that we've had to repurchase from folks. You've even offered to purchase back some of the tires that people had already mounted and still let them keep them.
Yeah.
So, from outside looking in, making the best of a situation and then getting it handled before anything can happen.
Yeah. It was something that we tried to do. Kind of realized that we had an issue late in the afternoon yesterday. No one was on the track yet, so that's a plus. And we worked through the night to try to figure stuff out. We're having stuff next day aired. We tried having people fly with it, but we should have tires hopefully tomorrow or Tuesday. So next day airing stuff. People were asking, "You sure you want next day air?" I'm like, "Yep." Put it on our dime.
Yeah, it's got
to get it out here.
You got to make it happen, and that's knowing you as long as I've known you. You're not going to do anything half-cocked. You're going to go into it with all your I's dotted, all your T's crossed. And from the fit and finish to everything that's been put in place here, it's a world-class event.
Yeah, the
With lots of moving parts.
Yeah, part of this, when we first started, when I first started looking at places to be and creating a place that was pretty cool and unique, I think, I think we've done that. Cleaning it up, getting it all set up, and if you guys haven't been here yet, I think it's pretty cool facility. I'm a little impartial because it's mine, but we try to have a good facility, good race program. Richard's our race director, usually on the weekends, and does a bang-up job. We got Jake on the track with us this week. But we try to put on the best show we can. This week, if I wish I had a mulligan.
Yeah, I mean, I can't think of any race that I've been to in the years that I've been doing this that there's not been some sort of a hiccup with something. And it just happens. I mean, you can try and plan for every scenario known to mankind. I mean, remember our first Desert Classic?
Yeah. It's one of those trial and error things. This is. I don't want to put blame on anyone, because ultimately this is, logistically my race, our Hobby Actions race. So trying to plan for everything and figure everything out without I don't want to say guidance or whatever, but without notes from the last race is a little bit challenging.
A little bit
sometimes.
challenging, yeah.
But we tried to figure it out. I made a mistake, and we're here at where we're at, and hopefully we can get started here and put on the best event we can from this point forward.
Absolutely, and I think that's what you're going to see. I mean, once these guys get on the track, once rubbers start getting to be put down, the level of competition is going to start rising, and these guys are just going to go at it tooth and nail. I mean, that's ultimately what you're going to want for a world championship.
Yeah, ultimately, it's just making it a fair event for everyone.
Exactly.
And this tire issue, hopefully we have it resolved, and it's a fair event for everyone participating.
Yeah.
And, hopefully, no one's not going to have extra set of tires or something like that.
Yeah, I mean,
Everyone's
there's a hope that's nobody's out there hoarding tires or not sharing them with their teammates, or and again, that's was kind of the gist of what we were just talking about just now with the team managers was, we have X amount to fulfill what we need to do for today. However, if you already have that full 5 sets, 2 of those sets can't be run today. Yeah. To keep it fair for today. Tomorrow we will revisit it with what we have, making sure that everybody can have those extra two sets.
Yeah. And
everyone will still be on that same playing field moving forward. It's not like one's going to have, this safe set of tires that no one else has. If it's stuck with 3 sets of tires or 4 sets of tires, that's what you're on. And that is the officiating committee that is discussing that in length before they bring it to the team managers. And the team managers were all just up there. And every team manager, there was not one, nay, we don't want to deal with that. We want to get racing. We want to get out there. We want to showcase. So let's get the ball rolling. And if we're rolling with 3 sets of tires, we're rolling 3 sets of tires.
Yeah, it's unfortunate if that were to happen. I just want to thank Clayton and Roar. It's been great to work with. So everyone out there, don't blame Roar. Don't blame IFMAR. Don't blame AKA. Don't blame any of our sponsors. You can blame me. And we'll get there. Yeah.
Well, you've got a pretty wide shoulder going on, Larry, and I know you've been carrying the brunt of a lot of the planning and a lot of logistics and a lot of emails and 10 years in between worlds in the U.S., right?
Yeah.
Because they're held in the U.S. every 10 years.
Maybe we could do it in another 10 years and do it right.
Ooh. News footage, Action 6. 10 years.
Yeah. Or 8 or whatever it is.
Whatever it might be.
The next time it comes around.
But, you've got a hell of a support staff in everybody inside the shop. From everybody that's inside the shop, from Jake, Willoughby, Ethan, all of your guys. 5 minutes cars on the track. That's what I was just told.
Yeah.
Sweet. To obviously, you got a deep family system. I mean, your sister's bringing in us cookies.
Yeah.
They are addictive.
I conned my sister into making us a little hospitality area in the back for all the workers and Roar and IFMAR and Matt's team and my team.
Yeah. So I mean, from that aspect, I mean, this is a professionally run organization, but it's also a family-run organization. And when you walk in, you're instantly greeted with that warmth.
Yeah.
Hands down.
We try.
So props, man.
Thank you. Thanks. And thanks to Matt for getting set up. He's supported us from probably the second Desert Classic.
Matt's been awesome.
And videoed our stuff, and happy to see him here and all the stuff that he's done, all the new equipment that he's brought in, all the wrong wire I ran for him this weekend.
And
putting the new Cat 5 line on. So try to be nice. We said, hey, you know what, Matt? We're going to run wire for you this time. We're going to have lifts in here. I'll run it for you.
If you've ever seen Larry on a lift.
Pulling Cat 5. He needed 2 Cat 5s pulled. And I pulled 2 wires. One was a Cat 5. One going to the internet was not a Cat 5. And he's like, what the heck is this? I'm like, ooh. So... but I guess that's two
that's
things.
2. But at least you didn't run the cable cam into the wall like Matt did.
No, he tried to drive through with the cable cam. He did try to drive through the hobby shop. So I think they're gonna get started here. So I'm gonna let you guys go.
Larry, thank you very much.
Yep,
and
thank you.
Appreciate everything you do.
And thanks to everyone for watching. Tune in, support our sponsors.
Come in and say hi to the Panda. He is one of the nicest guys you'll ever meet out there. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate you. So, I've just been informed 3 minutes till we're live on the track for our race number 1. Do you want to swap with me, Wayne? You're a little bit taller. All right, I'm going to turn it over to Wayne on the inside, and I'll go to the outside. Bye.
All right, here we go, guys. We got cars on the track right now. I'm not sure exactly who we have in this practice heat. I do see Matty G.
I saw Lee Martin's name up there, but
did you?
Not sure. I haven't seen him walking around, but that could just be me.
They're getting ready to go.
There we go.
We're on it, folks. Cars on the track.
This is the first time they've hit the track.
First. You're good. Yes. First laps period on this layout. We're going to see where we're at. And like we discussed earlier, we were talking about how straight away. So we're going to see how this looks. Looks a little loose. A lap or two in, and it's going to be ugly for a little while, guys, until we get the track run in.
I'm going to go with Matty G as a good car to follow. That's the green.
I would agree, just because he's that guy. I don't see...
Matty's fighting off some sicknesses, too. For those of you that don't know Matty, he is a trooper and loves RC racing because this is his third event here at Hobby Action. He's had his spleen removed, and he has an immune system issue now, and he's had to get some booster-type shots, but he's out there showing these guys around the track.
Yeah, and he's one, like I touched base before, he's one of our stock drivers that is making the step up to mod, and I'm not sure if he qualified or if he resumed in, but he is definitely here, and right now he's as bad as the track is, he's, whoa, a little backwards on the straightaway there.
Almost looks like a shock was blown out.
Yeah, I think the cars are going to look a little upset right now. They're not happy. But yeah, Matty actually showing the way right now, and we're going to...
So it looks like Matty G on the camera. That's going to be the green car. He's from San Diego.
SDRC is his home track. Little huckabuck there over the triple.
Team Glitch, that's a motor brand. He kind of helps out.
Yep, he tunes motors for a lot of people, and that's actually how he's footing the bill to get here. So if you need a motor turn, stock 13.5, 10.5, anything along the stock basis, he's really good at tuning motors. That's the Glitch RC. He works for 1UP, the runs for 1UP. So it's a 1UP backed associated ride. I believe he's running Hobby Wing. I could be wrong. We'll get some sheets. I don't want to start talking about what people are running until we know for sure. Car looks, I'm not going to say it looks good, but it looks better than some of the other ones out there right now.
Yeah, especially surprising being that he has a stock trigger finger. He's out there. Of course, as soon as we start talking about him,
exactly.
makes it crash. But he is doing good at getting the traction down to the ground, what little they do have. But now the pack's starting to catch up to him. We'll see if some of these guys can figure it out. It looks like, I'm not sure if Matt's having some sort of issues or if his ride height's lower than these guys, but it looks like the cars behind him are generating a little bit more forward traction. Matty was really conservative those first few laps out now. Maybe he's getting a little ahead of himself, but this is their first run, so not really much to base anything off of yet. It'll be interesting to see some of these fast drivers once the track's a little more broken in.
Yes.
And just kind of see how this develops.
Actually, I think the track's obviously only going to get better. We're definitely going to see it's going to start grooving up. I mean, even though as slick as it looks,
looks like a Sportsman 13.5 race because of the traction, but you got every single RC driver that you could imagine around the track right now watching these guys from the top pros to privateers. It's pretty cool.
I mean, if they were to pan out, you'd see it looks like you're watching a world's A main.
It really does.
Everybody's watching just to see the way the track is going right now. They all know it's going to be loose. They all know it's not going to be there. But they're watching to see, and I'm sure when they pull these cars off, everybody's going to be over there in Tire Tech to see what these tires look like. They're going to be sharing information and whatnot. I mean, there's not a whole lot to share right now because the track is so green. Yoshi getting it wrong right there on the tabletop.
Yoshi's very fast as well from the northwest, I'm sorry.
He's straight up north from California.
Yeah.
He's associated much more stuff.
Very fast. Very fast.
He is fast. So we're going to start to see lap times will start slowly coming down.
That doesn't look fun in the
No,
in
it
the
doesn't.
chat.
It looks almost miserable out there right now. But we know as racers where it's going to go. We know it's going to get better. As for in between rounds, they are blowing corners off with the blowers every race, and then they are also hitting the misters every race. So after every run, at the sound of the tone, they're hitting the misters. The marshals that are out there right now are going to blow the corners, and then they hit the misters, So there's going to be a touch of moisture every time. The track's going to be blown off. So they're trying to keep the track as equal as possible.
And speaking of our marshals out there, that heat, if you're staying tuned for quite some time, I don't have anything going on this Sunday. We have Ongaro, Tom, we got Mayfield, Evans. That's going to be a pretty solid heat to watch. We got Spencer, it looks like. I mean, there's going to be some heavy hitters in whatever heat that is. I believe it's 12 or 13. I have to get the actual sheets, but that's going to be a fun one to watch, absolutely.
I really wish we had somebody that can be filming in the breakdown area where they take their tires off, because I'm sure a lot of these drivers and mechanics are going to be over there to see what the cars look like.
Oh, Bruno's going to be in that heat. Wow, it's going to be a stacked one, as all of these heats are, really.
Race 14 it is, or 15?
I believe it's 14.
Whatever race that's going to be, it's going to be ballistic. So as you hear them, you can see them blowing the track off.
Look how cool they have their Mister system, their hosing with the reels. They have everything so dialed in here. I know, you know, OCRC did a really good job of showcasing to the world a solid indoor track, but these guys have really just taken it over the top and done it immaculate for this event.
And I think, I mean, Larry's done a phenomenal job with this place no matter what, and it's really cool to see those of you like myself that know Jackie. Once Jackie came here, we knew what was going to happen to this place. We knew how it was going to go. We knew that nothing was going to be second rate. So I'm not seeing a whole lot of people rush over there to look at tires. Then again, it was the first run on the track. It's super green. I was surprised to see that many cars on the track, actually, to see people putting their cars down just to see where they're at. So that was interesting. I was surprised to see that many people run the full time. It's going to be good.
You guys are awesome to have in the chat. Really cool to be able to communicate with you guys and see what you're putting. Not sure if we were told that we're getting the feed from all the chat, all into one group for us, from Facebook to YouTube. Can't really confirm that, and I'm not sure. We'll have to get that dialed in for sure. But
they're trying to patch it.
Awesome. We're getting everything. Some people were texting me saying, "Are you seeing?"
So I got it on my Facebook Live. Yeah, on my phone, I only got mine. So my guys that see it on my Facebook, I'm answering those. So Zach,
Cool
you're getting
deal.
all of it. So
we're getting it all over here then.
Right on.
So if you guys got anyone you want to shout out, if there's someone in your race, we'll try to get a follow cam for a lap or two. If you got a buddy, you just let us know.
Can't see really who's in this one. I wish I could.
Got YouTube here. This has round one written all over, sit out written all over it. Yeah, some of those guys might take that. Not sure. World Championships, everyone wants to get some laps, but
one of our national stock drivers out there, Sammy the Killer Moran out there, running his TLR ride. He's coming across right in front of us right now. We got a man down right here at the end of the straightaway. He's up and moving around. Hopefully he's okay. But you know, let's see where we're at. Sammy, I mean, for as loose as it is, doesn't look too bad. Looks like we're following him on the right side there. Gonna be interesting. See where we're at. Oh, there we go. Wet carpet injury. Yeah, he went down, but he's all right though.
But then you can't scroll anymore.
all right, looks like we're dialed in now with our comments. We got Matt Wilson. It was really cool to have him up on the stream. I was listening to you guys when I was behind the camera earlier. Just an amazing dude. This stream's pretty awesome. It's only going to get better. Saw someone mention big cars pay better, but Matt's passion for the RC car industry is unmatched, and he's doing a phenomenal job. So if you guys could click share, tell your buddies to come check us out. We'll be here all week. Well, main events are going to be Tuesday for your four-wheel class and Saturday for our two-wheel drive. We will have a break on Wednesday while they reconfigure the track for the two-wheel drive section.
That's going to be interesting to see that.
I don't think there's going to be any tire wear today.
Yeah.
You'll be surprised. I bet this track starts grooving up, if you'll call it that, here relatively soon. outside temperatures are super hot.
Yeah,
This track does groove up. There's a lot of cars, but I'm with you. This first rounder too is definitely going to look like an outdoor race.
Ugly. Oops, I got the wrong thing here. Let's go back here. Here we go. I'm actually looking at trying to get our live feed up on my tablet, so we're trying to be able to watch what we're doing here.
Even the marshals are having trouble getting around the track. Somebody says that's funny.
So I'm here. I'm just working on this, trying to get it. Whoops, breaking stuff.
Who out there wishes they were here? Any of you guys that didn't get to come because of any personal problems or just financially didn't get to make this event?
Yeah,
I know I haven't raced in a long time, but I walked in this building and instantly just got the urge to want to get behind the wheel of a car.
And so with work and whatnot, I haven't been to a race since the first week of July, and just missing it that short a time, I'm like, oh man, I got to get back.
Yeah, Charles Hicks, absolutely. He's pretty local to this area too. Shane, hopefully we get to see you out here, Charles. Come by and say hi.
Absolutely. Anybody that's close by, come out and try to say hi and just.
My driving ability left me home.
That happens.
Yeah, it happens. It's a difficult race, man. It's very difficult. I was fortunate to get to race a couple of these overseas, and it's more of the experience for someone of my skill, you know. But definitely gonna be fun. Ooh, Matt's delivering us.
Matt's going high tech on us so we could play with it.
Got the electronic whiteboard over here. Be able to draw some stuff for you guys, point out certain areas in the track you might not be able to pick up from home. Really cool stuff Matt and the team have developed over here. If you get a chance, when we have a walk-around camera, I saw someone mention they want to see the pits, and we'll have live interviews.
They want to see they would like to see a track walk or whatever, which hopefully that'll happen. We're gonna try to definitely get it to happen. So
we'll get it to happen, absolutely.
I mean, our lap times, we're looking at 23 to 25-second lap times. Those will definitely get faster.
Someone asked when I'm in a race again. I can't say I'm retired because I saw Jared Tebow, or someone made a post about you can't claim that you're retired if you were never a professional. And although I was technically paid, they put it on my contract. It was for team managing, unfortunately.
We're trying to, at the local level, we're trying to get him back in. Every now and then he'll show up and we throw him a car, and it's funny because he's funny-handed when he drives.
Funny-handed, the Cavalieri curse.
The Cavalieri curse. So someone hands him a right side drive, but a right-handed radio, and he drives it upside down.
Okay, here's a good pull for you guys out there while the track's a bit loose and we're not focused too much on it. I drive what everyone would consider left-handed, but these are pistol grip radios. When I first got into racing, my dad, I had a controller you could switch back and forth, the XL2P. Some of you guys remember that. And we set it up to be right-handed because I was also playing video games at the time, and the throttle on video games was on the right side and the left-hand joystick was steering. So we thought, hey, that's right-handed, right? And then come to find out, everyone races the opposite way of that.
So I mean, so the way I learned is I mean, I understand you're thinking of it as you're holding it like a pistol, pulling the trigger with your right finger, your right index finger. Where I started, my first radio was a Magnum Junior.
Oh, wow.
So we're going back a minute. And so just seeing, so I learned how to drive with my left hand, pulling the trigger, steering with my right hand, which is opposite, obviously, of what Zach does. But it's funny to see people that have never seen him drive. They're like, here, I'll tell him, hey, here, go run my car. And he's running his car. He's holding it upside down with his steering hand upside down. And it's backwards, Zach. It's wrong.
Yeah, I've had some entertaining races that way. It's been fun. When I was racing, Cavalieri and I were the only two that could really switch cars effectively to do practices because we had the same radio. But on the topic of radios, with this international race, you're going to see some drivers with stick radios, really cool.
Stick radios, left-handed people or right-handed people, however you want to look at it.
Yeah, Doyle over here last time he saw me, 2012. A really cool story I'm sure many of you guys have heard, but some of you newer people to the RC scene, Masami used to be able to drive these stick radios. Actually, here in Arizona, I witnessed it when I was a kid with his feet.
Yes.
So if you guys have a story of seeing him, drop that in the chat.
At a Reedy race at M&M Hobbies in Corona years and years and years ago, no one believed it. So he actually sat down and drove with his feet, and to my
pretty good
non-belief, it's better than some people drive their car with their hands.
Yeah, I definitely, he could win a sportsman club race with his feet.
Absolutely. Masami, a great champion. I think if you're looking at the GOATs, I mean, a lot of people are considering so-and-so. If you want to look at a GOAT of RC, I would have to say Masami would be the guy. He's won in every type of RC background you could possibly think of. 12 scale on-road, sedan, 10 scale off-road. I don't think he has an 8 scale. I don't think he has an 8 scale off-road world championship. If you know better, and correct me please if I'm wrong, but I don't think he dabbled that much in the 8 scale stuff. I know Kanai was one of the guys who filled in for him on the 8 scale side with Kyosho. But as for the 10 scale, 12 scale, on-road, off-road stuff, 4-wheel, 2-wheel, he's just a magician with these cars, and he's definitely, in my opinion, the GOAT of RC.
Yeah, him and Kim.
Yep,
Ross
absolutely, Ross. You're right.
Speaking of some GOATs, we got some current living legends out here.
Yes.
Bornhorst in this one. Dang, already looking good. Hit the triple right off the rip. All these guys going for it. We got some UK drivers out here.
We got Hunter King from the States.
Yeah, you got no 8 scale or no 10 scale sedan Amescu. Where is Amescu at? We're going to see you this weekend, Travis?
Right. The Peanut, he needs to come back. He needs to make a comeback. I notice every now and then he'll post something out there.
I've got to, fortunate enough to race Travis a few times out Hot Rod. He's one of my favorites from way back. I remember being a kid in the magazines, always thinking his pace scheme was so cool.
It was. I was teammates with him on Orion for a little bit.
He's a cool cat. What's up, Babcock? We got Jimmy in the house.
No way. What's up, Jimmy?
He's the GOAT of doing what we're doing.
Oh, absolutely. He's let me run a couple races every now and then at JBRL. So if you're on the West Coast and you want to run a cool program with him, the JBRL is a good fun place to start with a higher level, over a little bit higher than a club level.
He's actually, Jimmy Babcock Racing League is what got me into big racing. I didn't even understand there was anything past club racing when I first started until JBRL. So Jimmy's definitely probably a big reason a lot of these guys are doing what they're doing this weekend. As we have a big pile up right there for Bornhorst coming on the straightaway. It looks like, was that Charlie up in this one, who's a current, I think he's if it is Charlie, he's a new privateer. Yeah, it might be Aaron Kaufman, I'm not sure. We don't have a list yet. Oh, yeah,
I got a little bit of a teaser in front of us of what's going on. These guys are now down to 25, 24 seconds. So once again, I see we're going to see, I think by the end of practice tonight, definitely by tomorrow, I think we'll see sub-20s. Because we're at pretty quick 24-second laps, so I think we got a 23.3 right now from Bornhorst.
Yeah, Bornhorst on fire. Kyle Turner is going to be a quick one.
Figuring it out pretty quick.
William out here with the lead, though.
Yeah, in the overall, it's William looking to go at 12 laps with 5:04. I don't know what his average is. But these guys are slowly turning it up.
In the chat, what's your guys' favorite part of the track? I know it's first time seeing the cars. We got the big, they're reaching for it right here, landing on the top of the tabletop in the front of the driver's stand. There's a little whoop section. See if we can draw on this thing yet. Not sure how to get this. There's a.
I don't know if we have that plugged into our feed.
That might not be plugged in yet, but we got a little whoop section. You can kind of see the cars get upset with the sit-down turn marshal in the middle of the field, or the track. Well, that tabletop looks like it's going to be one to watch.
Doyle's like, he wants to see everybody sail it. He wants to see people clear it. You know what? I think when traction comes up and these guys are ready to rip it out of the corner, you're going to see it. I definitely, maybe even as early as later in this round, because the track, obviously we're only in heat number 3. It's already starting to look better. We got a 22.5, 22.8, so lap times are dropping again. So I think we're going to see a sub 20 definitely by the end of this round. Yeah. I hear oohs and ahs.
Oh, into the straightaway. We got a marshal
into the straightaway.
Almost getting tagged right there. But yeah, there's, Arizona is full of talent out here. We got Billy Fisher from here, who's not racing. Mike Truey lives in this area.
He's wrenching. I don't know who he's wrenching for, but he's wrenching for someone today.
I mean, Travis. We got Ross. Ross, I believe, is from New Mexico, if I'm not mistaken.
And then obviously, you got some people, and I'll say it, crying the blues because it is in two of the world's best drivers' backyard. You got Rivkin and Mayfield here, and it's unfair. No, it's not. Like I said, this is only the third heat, the third round on this track, and obviously you can see it doesn't matter how good you are, you're going to have issues right now.
Shepard.
Yeah.
David Shepard likes to switch back center triple. How you doing, David? That's one of our low.
Right on.
Got it.
But when it comes to this level, and the rules set forth and how many times you get run on the track prior to, or the layout or whatever, everybody's allowed the same amount of time. Everybody's allowed. We got the tire situation somewhat under control, so it's not like there's an abundance of time or effort put into your driving on the track.
Barn horse following around right now, and
yeah,
kind of. This might be a little bit biased just because I've been out of it for a while, and a lot of these guys look like they're from overseas, but if I could have guessed top 4 in this heat, the people I know, it looks like the top 4 are running that. You've got Bornhorst, Kaufman, Berner, and King, all strong U.S. rower representatives this weekend.
Yes.
As they finish this one up.
And I think you touched base on that too, that we might see some of the European drivers have issues with the pipe because they use more curbing. So they might have issues with that. It is an added dimension to the tracks that they gotta, move around and whatnot. So.
Yeah, I brought that up. I've raced here a few times back when I was racing, and that was one of the big things. Even for me, I obviously race in America, and this is how the pipes are at most tracks. But European drivers typically have a lot more curbing, softer on the corners for them, and the pipe here. It definitely will suck you in.
It does.
It is not easy on parts.
I will say that the white piping like this is a whole lot better than that black corrugated stuff that what tracks used to use. That stuff you couldn't get close to. It'd suck you in and shear a side off the car, no issues. Not at all. Not at all breaking your car without hesitation. But
thank you, Lobby. Big up to mods. Yeah, absolutely. We got Matt Olson doing a phenomenal job bringing everyone together.
Yes.
Got an amazing crew. I mean, the co-workers I get to work with this event are all top-notch. And
well, you're okay.
I would appreciate that, Wayne. Thanks.
No, absolutely. We got Rob Gillespie in this one. Always, I'm not going to say an underdog, but he's definitely one of those guys that you don't normally see him up there. But when he is, he's someone that could be a threat.
Holding it down for Utah.
Yeah. You got Denny in this one. Just on the world level, I'm not very.
I know Ben's. He's always traveling around. Got quite a few heavy hitters.
Yeah. I do like, from my knowledge, I do like the different manufacturers. It's been a long time since I've seen a race where we've seen so many different manufacturers bring the heat like they have. I mean, there's quite a good mix, and the talent with all these teams. It's kind of cool. Now you're seeing some work going on there in the tire area. They're getting their tires.
Speaking of tire, Casey asked, how's the tire situation? Want to fill them in with the 3 runs?
Yes. So because there's some guys that when they had their meeting, this is the argument we've heard, is some of these guys that have more than what they need, they're not willing to, and I disagree with this, they're not willing to give up tires that they have, which they know they can't use any more than 5, but they're not willing to get rid of what they have. So there were several drivers that were left with only three sets, or only have 3 sets. So they're only allowing them to use 3 sets today. They're only allowed to scuff in 3 sets. And so I think that's the tire situation is actually they're gonna allow them to have a total of 5 sets for the whole 4-wheel program period from when they started the first race until now. Or until the end of it. Excuse me. We're going to They're allowing them to use only 3. I don't know. I'm not sure how they're monitoring that in the tech area or whatnot, but they're only allowed to use 3 sets today for practice. I don't know if they're going to change and shorten up the program today because we got such a late start. The only good thing about that is there's only 15 heats. Typically, you go to a big race and you end up with 25, 30 heats, and you run 2 in a day and done. But there's only 15 heats. They're gonna. The plan was to run 4 open and then 2 controlled. Which I think they might scale that back now. I'm not sure. I'm not going to say they are or not. I think they're going to try their best to keep the program the way it is. But there's no more open practice. Everything is controlled. They have to run the tires that they were allotted. So
KC guy, I see your request right here. I sent a text over to our main, we call him Mother Matt this weekend, but see if we can get that fixed for you. But also, what device are you on? Because everything on our screen looks like it's dialed in, but I did make a request to see if the logos were in the way for the top 3 for you. If you guys have any issues from your end, let us know. We are pretty tight-knit up here, close together, so hopefully we can make things happen quickly if there is any issues, so just let us know. Yep, that's what I thought.
Okay.
So we just got confirmation that that is not from our end. I kind of thought maybe it was a live RC thing and a Facebook. Maybe just try rotating your phone, KC guy. That is a Facebook issue with the live viewer count.
So as for James Elliott, hey buddy, what's going on? I talked to Richard Lake. The layout for the BK Classic will be different. They don't know how much they're going to change, but they will be changing it quite a bit for that.
Gillespie out there rolling it over as he leads this one. He's one of the favorites.
Yes, he is. Fast laps out there. We see the 23.4 out of Donnelly, the 24 out of Haldsworth.
Who can answer this one? I see Tanner Denny's name here. He's also a really quick local, more into the 8-scale scene nowadays from my understanding. Grew up racing with him, but not out here today and not sure if he's going to be at the event. I would assume not, but maybe he'll come for the dual portion. Yeah, track's definitely picking up speed really quick. Definitely. That's kind of what I figured would happen.
A 22.4 now.
And we still got everyone around the track watching. There's almost no room in the bleachers they brought. We got a VIP section with all of our pros over here from Associated, Low
They
C.
did. I don't know if they can get a pan, but if you look at the stands, they got the whole stands closest to us where we're at is reserved for drivers and team managers and whatnot. And you see a lot of team drivers over there. You got Jason Rona over there. You see the Schumacher drivers over there. So these guys are in-depthly watching.
There we go. On the screen, you can see that's the VIP side. You can see Rona's over there. You can see Dakota Finn looking for his first IFMAR World Champion. He's been on
phenom,
fire with nationals.
He's definitely one everybody's worried about. He's talking to Mayfield. Finn has been down here. He's been running packs as much as he can. So he has been down there. He has run on the surface. He has run this tire on the surface. So he's going to be one to watch, definitely. Well, he's always one to watch, but yeah, these guys are sitting over here in the stands and just studying, watching, and learning.
Yeah, so. Dakota, honestly, I would be awesome to see him win a world title. I remember racing with him at Hot Rod, and he was young, looking. We would go race.
I think we were at the race together. There was a Hot Rod Hobby shootout.
Hot Rod, we were searching for lizards.
His mom and dad are working on the cars, and he's literally out behind the fence where he's not supposed to be, and he's really like hunting up lizards and whatever else.
I do remember him playing. He's like, man, there's so many lizards back here because he's not from that dry atmosphere.
Exactly. They're from the wilderness, if you will.
Yeah. And he was having a blast and just smoking fools, young kid.
And I do remember when he won that race, the podium pic that they took of him, they dumped a cooler of water over him, and he had his radio and everything in his hand, and he lost it. He thought everything was gone, but he's
such a good guy.
Yeah, he's a good, I'll call him a kid because you're all kids to me. But definitely a talented driver. He's just another one of those guys. It's cool to see him come up to the ranks and then obviously doing what he's doing.
He's good for the industry, I think.
Absolutely. All those guys are. I mean, they're keeping nice level heads and whatnot. Wow, welcome back, guys.
Got cut out right there.
Yeah,
It looks like our chat has our back, though.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Thanks for looking out for
We got
us.
Casper. He's we do have cool commercials, though. I'll give us that.
Yeah. Look at Jackie out there. Jackie getting it done.
Who we got in this one? Lane, pull up your screen. I'd like to see
let's
our...
wake this thing up. See what we got.
I see Kurt over here. Shale Racing and Associated Designer.
No, we got to catch it up. It'll update in a second. There we go.
Who's your guys' oh, look at Chris Wesson. Who's your guys' favorite non-typical top driver that you'd like to see do good? Yeah, what's yours, Wayne? I know there's a few stocks.
I want to see these stock drivers, these young up-and-comers do well. I mean, I'm not busting their chops or anything like that, but realistically, I don't know if they're quite to that A-main level at this level. But I talking with Dougie, Matty, even Jovi, the racing that they've been doing at that level that they've been doing, there's no doubt they can handle pressures. I think it's just the way the power band is different, the way they have to control their wheel spin, the cars and the power band in them is completely different, which is I think that's the draw to the stock driving, because you can run punch a little bit easier, where here you're driving it, the setups in your electronics and the way you drive it with your fingers is way different than what it is with the stock car. I'll go as far as say the speeds may not be that much different nowadays with the stock and 13.5 four-wheels, but the way you drive them and the way you set up your electronics is way different, because you do have to have a softer finger, you do have to be a lot smoother, and you have to have a little bit more patience to hit your points. So I think with that being said, we're going to see some of these stock drivers struggle, and we're going to see some of them do pretty good.
Yeah, I think personally, and this is, you guys can kind of give your take on it. I see you dropping all kinds of names that I couldn't agree with more, but and this is also a little bit from personal experience. These young kids, myself included, back when I was in that category, you can kind of tell who's going to have it and who doesn't, and there's a lot of those super close, and if they work really, really, really hard, they might be able to make it happen. But then you have people like Spencer Rivkin or Dakota Finn, and even at a young age, you can just tell they just have that little bit extra.
Yes.
But another example is, we grew up racing around Stephen Hartson, who holds a world title.
Yeah.
He was definitely a little bit above most, but he worked harder all the time at the track.
Shearing off a left front over there.
Lost it.
Not sure who that was.
But I think that might be the case with some of these guys. They're just going to have to put in a little bit more extra effort than having that natural talent, but you can make it happen no matter what.
Yeah. I think that being said, knowing, especially some of these West Coast stock drivers, Matty, somebody in the chat's talking, calling out Davey Botta and Sabi Moran. Those two gentlemen are very, very fast young men. There's no doubt all of these drivers are talented. Someone's throwing Tom Undernick. We love Tommy.
Oh, super fast.
Oh, he's a fun guy.
Yep.
He's just a good dude to hang out with. Turner.
Hunter King.
You got Dougie, Matty G. Yeah, you guys are throwing up solid names. Definitely solid names.
Jake Thayer, I saw.
I would love to see Jackie run.
That would have been cool.
I know when Jackie lived in California, Southern California, working at OCRC, he came out here and he swept everything.
Your boy just got thrown in the chat by Chris Weston.
Tanner Ashmore. Weston.
He was racing.
Yeah, actually, Tanner raced yesterday at a track close to his house in Indianapolis and ran some mod on the carpet and did pretty good. So he's still trying to. When he has time, he's throwing it down.
Tyler Hook's out here.
Yeah.
Laying it down. Tyler is one of those fun guys. He's a big contributor to anything RC related. Got Harley Yoshi out here.
Yeah, Yoshi.
Fast dude. Brandon's fast.
Harley's one of those guys that's just solid all the time too. I ran with him on Yokomo and much more. He's still with much more. He's another one of those guys. I've seen him mad, and you can't tell.
You can't tell.
He's just level.
Yep.
And it's kind of funny because you can tell he's upset, but he just doesn't show it very well. He's got a very good poker face, which is cool. But, he's got down to 22-1. Let's see, where's he at?
We got Gage spell my name with the D. I had to get the whole event back by calling the 2013 World.
Yeah,
so it was kind of my payback. We're even now across the board. They spelled my name wrong with my media pass.
So Hook's down to a 22-1. That's for a fast lap.
Young Lemieux. I agree. That's going to be a good one. I believe his name's Chase. A few of these guys feel old now, but I didn't grow up with racing with him, but I still follow him, have friends on Facebook, and see all the results.
Yeah.
He's going to be fast growing up.
Yeah. I know there's a young gentleman out there rolling a car over. I'm not sure where he came from, but this guy, I'm not sure if he got his car back, but Matty's had to deal with that before. He's lost his luggage and stuff in the baggage claim or whatever. The airline lost his car. Obviously, he ran something. I don't know if it was his car or somebody gave him some stuff. But
super sweet kid.
Yeah.
He came up and wasn't upset about it.
No, he's just kind of like, it is what it is. Let's go.
He's like, but the track's cool. Super sweet kid.
Yeah.
Got a cup of noodles on his head. Miss having long walks like that, but
I used to also.
Yeah. But he's probably having a blast here, being this young at an IFMAR World Championship.
Yeah.
Who's in the chat that has been to IFMAR Worlds before, you guys know how awesome of an experience this is. And anyone that's even on the fence of maybe coming and checking this out live, I definitely suggest it.
Yeah, absolutely. This is my first time I've been to nationals. I've been to nationals with you. I've been to stock nationals. I've been to other stuff like that. I've never been at anything at this level, and it's just to be a part of it. It's like, holy crap, you're starstruck. You're absolutely starstruck.
Kato is super fast as well.
Oh yeah.
Man, there's just so much talent out here.
There is.
It's really awesome.
And that's where I'm going to lean back on somebody got on one of mine and said it's an unfair that, Rivkin, who else is going to win it when it's his home track? Yeah, well, if I were a track owner and I had talented drivers at my track, I would definitely try to get any big event at my track to showcase what I have is at my local area. So you could sit there and think that it's an unfair advantage or whatever. I don't think it's that much of an unfair advantage because of the way the rules are set forth. But if I were a track owner, I would absolutely try to promote my own drivers in my area and try to get events like this in my track so that they can showcase what I have for drivers in my area. They support your track, so why don't you want to support them? And vice versa, your drivers support you, so, your track's supporting you, so you should support your track.
And a lot of people don't realize, I'm 100% with you. You have a home track advantage, you have your friends and family. It adds a lot of pressure, and
that's something that people aren't looking into, the pressure that he's carrying, because he knows it's his backyard.
Everyone is expecting it out of him. So thankfully Spencer's done this, been there, done that. if anyone can handle it, he can. But it does add an extra layer, and if there is any unfortunate events, it's going to be extra disappointing because it is his home track, right?
Absolutely. People are expecting him to do well, so that's one of those things where he's weighing that. It's on his shoulders.
There's really no ducks. Yeah, there's always a few that just come and they'll be the first to admit that they're just here to experience it. But like you said, I mean, I would say the top 85% of these guys they're just badasses, you know?
Yeah, absolutely.
And I should say not just guys. I know for sure
there's quite a few
females.
females. Yeah, there's
S-Works and X-Ray have a female here.
And Bakersfield, we just started a powder puff club, if you will, so that we have ladies racing on a weekly basis.
I think it's good.
Absolutely, it's good. And actually, one of those ladies actually is pretty solid in our sportsman class, running with the guys. And then my daughter runs every now and then when she wants to. So it's like this isn't just a sport for the gentlemen anymore. The ladies are jumping in and having fun with it, and it's kind of cool when you open up. Well, not so much a magazine anymore, but you see Rhonda Drake all over it, and some of these young ladies are like, what, a girl plays with toy cars? And you're like,
and she's good.
Yeah, and she's pretty dialed. Yeah, she's good.
It's good for the industry. You see it in other sports and stuff, and I know everyone has their own opinions on things, but I think it's good. The live RC feed is horrible. I had to come to YouTube to get better quality.
That's not us. It's live RC.
I will bring that up to Matt. Thank you. Oh, look, lots of women at my local track.
Awesome.
Get my GF and two-wheel at the moment. That's awesome. It's good to hear that, you know, especially whenever you're getting nagged at by your significant other at being at the track. If you can bring them, you get more track time.
Absolutely. I mean, my wife's not a fan, but she gives me my 2 nights a week to go play with toy cars and occasionally go to a bigger race. But it's just not her take. She doesn't. I mean, where I'm at, it's miserable in our track sometimes because it gets hot and sticky and whatnot. But and I don't expect.
She doesn't like to come check out the peak male performance surrounded on RC track.
Exactly.
We got Jared out front, Charlie in the 2 spot, Mitchell running in 3. We got Chris falling back to 5, but he's been around for quite some time.
22.9 for him. We got a 21.8 for Jamie Hall out there. Right now, it looks like that was his last time by.
Yep. SDRC boys, Chris Weston dropping. Those boys are super fast, being trained up by Matty G.
Yeah. That's something, too, that I like seeing that we've kind of started taking on at our local track, and I hope other local tracks are doing that. We hear of other tracks doing this, but, Matty G taking on those youngsters over at SDRC, and
you have to tell them that they have to adjust. They're getting toggle. You have to tell them to adjust their settings. Little icon, adjust to 1080, 60.
They're saying it's just on the live RC one, so I'm not sure if you guys overheard Matt talking right there in the back. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So if you guys didn't overhear Matt, just check your settings. Make sure you're not getting throttled back on if you guys are having problems with the quality. Oh yeah, here we go. We got the horns. Tater's another fast one. Young kid.
If you run down the list, I think there's not very many people you can count out.
Oh, look at that. We're getting a shout out here too from Raymond. That's awesome. Thanks, Ray.
Right on.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys tuning in. Again, if you guys don't mind sharing it, that's cool. I think it's awesome getting to interact with everyone online. This is super cool. Getting to watch live on the side and then talk to you guys. It's like anything, you get some people kind of complain about certain stuff. You got other people who are super stoked about it, but that's the yin and yang of life. So if you're a hater, it helps. If you're a lover, it helps. We're probably all of us have been on either side of the coin at one point or another.
Right.
So.
And yes, Trenton, I have plenty of water to drink, buddy. I'm staying up on it, so we're good. Son just sent me a text. He knows I'm a soda drinker, so he's telling me to stay hydrated because I'm working so hard.
Slaving over here, it's terrible.
Let's see. Charles out front at 21.9. So we're getting into those 21s. We're seeing a lot of them.
Yeah, Charlie's stepping it up here,
yeah,
really.
He is.
Pulling away, but Jared.
Yeah, Jared Mintz is looking at 13.509. Charlie now 13.511. So the track is getting better. The prior heat to this, I think I seen a 21.4 or something like that. So it's getting better.
Absolutely.
And right now, the track, the cars on track, it absolutely means nothing other than for the driver to get a feel for the car. Some of these guys are just breaking in tires. Some of these guys might not opt to run a full run of their tires because they are only allowed to run 3 sets today. So they can only run 3 sets today. They're only allotted a total of 5. They changed that today because some drivers only have 3 sets.
Mayfield, a big advocate of.
Yes.
He's been pretty much the decision maker, the voice of reason, I should say. Not the decision maker, but the voice of reason.
I think because of his position and the way he presents things, you just got to listen to him.
Looks like we got everyone dropping some really. Has there been a Sava sighting? Chris putting some good points in the chat. Please follow Spencer. Scott, we'll try to get Spencer followed. I'll mention it if we have the camera guys looped into our audio.
Yeah.
Spencer's always fast. And yeah, like I said, if you guys have a family member or a specific friend, we'll do our best. I can't make any promises, but I'll shoot text messages over, try to wave down our guys that are on the cameras right now. We're still testing and practice for us as well, so this is only going to get better throughout the weekend. And appreciate you guys dropping in the comments if there are any issues, like you said, about quality. We'll do our best to give you some tips and tricks.
Rob King, will practice be used for seating? I believe, I don't know
Controlled.
how. Yeah, it's just a controlled practice.
Controlled practice should be.
So we aren't sure about that just yet. I can maybe ask them to get some answers for us. I know at some point they want to do a controlled to seed people. But I'm not sure exactly what that looks like.
A lot has changed due to the tire gate.
Yes. So it's kind of hard to say, oh, yeah, they're doing this or doing that. But
awesome, Darren.
We'll try
Thank
to
you
get
for
some
the love. 25 plus years.
Right on.
Coverage is amazing. Yeah, Matt has really stepped up his game. When we get through the driver interviews, when we're going through the pits later, I'll make it an issue to bring it up here so you guys can see the behind the scenes of how many angles, how much equipment.
It's crazy. I wish I had a little camera or something I can like point at Matt right now, because Matt's like any normal person would be looking at this stuff in their head. It'd be like a small mushroom cloud just blowing up, because he's got so much going on, and he's so good at what he does. He knows what all those buttons do for the most part.
That's Mother Matt.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, okay, Mother Matt.
Mother Matt. No, we appreciate what he's done. It's amazing. I know as a fan of racing in general, I love this kind of coverage. So,
and like I said, it's kind of sad that. I mean, I don't know. I know there's a lot of guys that play cornhole. I've played in several tournaments myself, but why is that getting ESPN coverage and this isn't? You know what I mean? It's kind of upsetting, but it is what it is.
Yeah, it's hard because, it starts here, the grassroots, because, if you think about it, a lot of people play cornhole or whatever things may be. And
they do that in their backyard.
And a lot of people also, they can relate to that. We got to grow RC from our end and then let the rest fall in place. The beauty is the world is changing, and being on TV, I don't think is as important as it used to maybe be.
I would have to say nowadays, it's probably more important to be on something like what we're on, the platforms that we're on, because people don't watch standard TV anymore.
It's more
they plug it in on their smart
based.
TV, and race guys are going to watch more race-based TV. That's what almost unless it's just the wife at home, everything on our TV is going to have something to do with racing.
We got a request to follow around one of the horns, which I'm a big fan of as well. Where's he at?
Austin Horn. Austin Horn. He's from third. He's shoots the top 22.5.
Let's go.
Yeah, that kid's
the whole
gonna be
Horn
fast.
family.
Oh, all of them are here.
Actually, their father, Alan, most of you guys know if you're into RC, is an avid dirt bike racer. Just got another win a couple weeks back, and those boys are just all around good family.
That whole family's just good people. They're cool to hang out. I got to meet them at SDRC a few years back at the Top Gun shootout. Got worked by Alan Horn in the 40-plus class, along with Richard Lake. They took me to school. But they're talented. That whole family, they're super fast, super talented.
Got Austin coming up on the line. If we could pick him up on the camera.
Yeah, 21.5 last time by for him.
He is our
car
current
number 9,
leader
I
in this
believe.
one. And that's the all-white car.
Just in front of the driver's stand right there.
Just not running his typical bodies yet.
No, that's why we couldn't find him.
Yep, I was trying to find him too. I was like, man, am I getting that old?
I am, and I don't have problems.
But thankfully, he's all white over the triple, coming up on some traffic.
Actually, with as bad as the track is right now, not solidly run in, it doesn't look bad at all. It looks pretty solid.
His car setup, it looks a little bit more with a push.
It looks safe.
Yeah, it looks safe, exactly, and he's driving safe.
That was a good lap. Let's see, 21.8 last time by for him. So
definitely not the quickest through the corners yet, but the traction's still not there.
Not the quickest, but definitely the smoothest, which right now is what you want if you're just trying to figure things out with tires and whatnot. You don't want to be spinning the tires, tearing them up, because undoubtedly these guys are going to run these tires for 3 or 4 runs maybe, because now they're only allotted so many. So
we're following Alex around, but he's at the back now, and we're following our race leaders. Maybe we can catch a few other drivers as they come around.
So Florent got is a 21.8. 22 is almost completely all the way down right now. So the traction is coming up. We're getting the newness scrubbed off of it, if you will. 22.1 for Austin again.
Maybe we can get a Bornhorst in here, and the track would develop some character.
There you go.
Yeah, that goes throughout the weekend. A little bit more different. 10 scale, it doesn't happen as much as it does in 8 scale, but
right.
See.
But you know, we had a couple people want to see people sail that table in front of the driver's stand, and so Austin is literally less than a foot from downsiding the backside of that tabletop. If you watch him, he's coming to it right now.
All around
literally,
Ray as well. Ray's
he's
a solid
right
driver.
there.
Sees. Yeah, I want to see the big jump in the front.
Oh, yeah.
Someone's broken right here. You can see the
rear end.
The rear end just laying over through the corner.
Active
They're still
camber.
getting it. Yeah,
that's the
active
number
camber.
0 car. Who's the number 0 car? That's going to be Florent. He's
still up
sitting
there.
4th.
Nice. Maybe it's the new setup secret, huh?
Yeah, it's one of those new prototype.
What does IFMAR feel about going through tech? Do you have to do it?
Camber. Is it post-test? Post-tech, where they got to make sure everything's solid and point. Yeah, he's got
Davey's
that
mom
right
watching
rear.
here. Thank you for joining us. Davey's going to be a fun one to watch as well. No, Ryan Mayfield is not racing with the Techno 4-wheel drive.
He's running AE cars this week. We haven't really got confirmation on what kind of help he's getting. Obviously, we know he's running
Dominic on the screen for
We're on
us.
Dominic right now, okay. But as for Ryan Mayfield, we don't know what kind of support he's. Obviously, you know, a guy that caliber racer, everybody's gonna. People are just gonna want to help him out no matter what, because you know he's gonna be top 15, top 12, no matter what.
Yeah, Kent dropping in from Sweden. Where's everyone from?
Oh,
Drop
that'd be
it in
cool,
the
yeah.
chat. See where you guys are from. I know we're streaming all over the world right now.
There it is.
There's a big
Austin
jump.
Horn downsiding that tabletop.
On the tone, too, at the end of this one.
Laid it down. So back to the Mayfield thing. Yeah, he is running AE cars. J Concept backed, obviously, so we don't know what kind of help he's getting. We don't know what that looks like. We might be able to get him back up here and ask the questions. Obviously, that's where he got his start, and it's come full circle, and he's running the AE cars again. Obviously, being the local here, and him and Rivkin running they run a lot of 8 scale together. They do a lot of testing together. So
I think the only guy that we're really missing that's still an active racer currently that holds a world title that I know of would be Tebow.
Yeah. Where you at, Tebow?
Tebow, I talked to him yesterday. I was like, grab a flight. Come on.
Yeah.
He definitely wants to be here. Jared, if you are listening in or if you hear this later, we miss you. And
yeah.
It'd be awesome to see you out here, but I know you have your family and you're doing great with that. So you already got a few of your pictures on the wall.
Oh, yes.
You're covered. Awesome. You know, Austria on here.
And hopefully when we get that pit walk, you know, all these guys standing along the back straightaway, you guys don't see that online, but everywhere, everybody's standing right there on the back side of that straightaway wall. I mentioned it yesterday. Every World's champion has a picture of that, and it's all posted on that wall from the very first Worlds until the most recent Worlds, and it's super cool.
Missing Neil, that's a good point out. Neil was at the 2007, maybe someone can drop it in the chat if I'm not mistaken, with the V4. I think it was associated V4 2007, if I'm not mistaken, and he's currently an active racer too that's not here. So that's a good call out. What about the guy? This is terrible of me to say. I don't remember his name, but in 2000, it might have been 2013 or 15, moved to South Africa. None of us went because of danger over there. I'm not sure if that guy's still racing or not. 05 Italy, that's right. It was 05. I had a poster of that car. It was so cool, man. Oh, Billy Easton? Is he still racing?
I don't know if he
I
still
know he's
is
on
or
Facebook.
not.
Does he? Like
Does
just
he?
local stuff?
He's up in the, where's he race at? He races in Florida.
I didn't know Billy still raced. That's awesome.
Yeah, that is cool.
I thought he retired a couple years back.
So let's see. In this one, we got Ryan Brignani. He's one of those stock drivers that stepped up to mod, ran with him at the Yokomo car. He's running Schumacher now. He's on that team that the Schumacher guys have is a very solid team with the Brock Champlin and Blake, and then we got Cavalieri now with them, and then
Who is here? Someone asked. We got Kyosho on the track. Request to follow the blue Kyosho car for maybe a couple of laps, Matt. If we can get a camera guy on that. He's right here in the front,
right in front of us right now. It's the #1 car.
I got to give my Kyosho boys a little bit of love.
Ben Cribben. Ben Cribben is driving that blue Kyosho car.
Coolest name I ever heard. We got Schimmel out front. Schimmel is super fast. One of those young guys getting dialed in over the last couple years.
Yes, it is. It's right here in front of us. I'm sorry. There's no number on that car. I thought it was the #1
Kyosho,
car.
see if he goes big.
Yep.
Awesome. Thank you. And a quick request right there. What model is the Kyosho? I'm just going to go ahead and change the topic.
He's coming down the straightaway right now, crossing the line. Boom. Sampe.
Jason out there. Let's throw Brennan up on the screen. That's our race leader.
Schimmel. 21.7 for him. So, man, these times are dropping.
Shim Shady is his nickname. Went to the gym with him and a few of the boys.
Oh, yeah?
The young guys out here pulled me to the gym the other day, and Shim Shady was getting down. Actually used to sponsor Brendan. He was a Kyosho driver for a minute as well.
Yeah.
Super cool to see out here. His family's very involved with racing. RC specific. Uh-oh, a little tie up right here on the left-hand side of the track.
Just practice. Marshals aren't going to hurry out there during practice. Obviously, when you guys are watching, if you're not used to this or know what's going on, when cars wreck, just like playing hockey out in the street, when cars come along, moving traffic has the right of way, so marshals aren't going to run out in front of somebody.
Kyosho's still running the 2013 World Champ cars.
That's why Zach's so tied into that 2013.
Good times, baby.
So yeah, good times. Brennan to the top now,
ZX7 would be the current platform. I'm not sure if they have a .1 or 2. I should probably stay up on that. My boys over there at Kyosho. I've got Chikuba's here. He's straight from Japan with his crew. Those are the Kyosho guys. And very few Kyosho cars, but they are here.
Oh, watch your step.
I think the only manufacturer, what manufacturers wouldn't be here? I know I haven't seen a Techno car myself.
There is no Techno car here.
No Techno car?
Yeah, that's why Ryan Mayfield got permission to run the associated cars.
Nice.
I think.
No TC.
Rumor is Techno is working on a 10 scale a car again. I'm not sure about that. That's a rumor. So if you guys hear anything about that, Techno maybe making a 4-wheel drive again.
What rumors have you guys heard? Out there. Jack Smash. What's up, Jack? Yeah, what's the... Probably start a little bit of internet buzz, but rumor has it X-Ray's got some stuff going on.
HB, Serpent, a couple people.
Serpent. Do they have any cars here? That'd be Billy. I would assume not if Billy's not here and he's active racer.
Durango, that'd be interesting, yeah.
Durango. That's been a while.
Been a minute.
My brother's running Techno there. See, there is a Techno. Jeremy's dropping.
That's interesting.
Told me Techno doesn't have anything planned. Yeah, I would assume that Derek knows. Rango's dead.
You
Yeah, that
guys
was a
are
long
cracking
while
us up.
ago. What's your guys' opinion? I know a lot of you guys have been following it. I'd like to hear what the chat thinks about Ronafalk switching manufacturers out of Mayako. Not sure exactly where he's going. I heard a few rumors. I'm not going to put anything online out there right now, but
It's pretty much out of the blue. It's kind of
but it would be interesting to see. I want to see where he goes. I really like Ronafalk. Grew up racing with him on Kyosho, actually. Super talented driver, awesome family, and one of the world's best currently, I would have to say. It'd be interesting to see where he goes. Yugen has something intense. I've heard that for many, many, many years, and it's never happened. It would be awesome.
Yeah, it would be good.
But I've been hearing that for probably 10 years. Back when I was racing, I had heard that, and that was a long time
Follow
ago.
Tommy Hall, the red and black AT car. Well, this one's over, so we're gonna.
Yeah,
get going.
Gert is there. I know he was the Durango designer, and I saw him. He's a pretty cool cat. Tommy Hall started the race at Tamiya. Yeah, I know he's not going back to Kyosho, but it would be cool. I would like to see it. I'd love to see it. Ben will leave TLR. SoCal Mitch. What's going on, Mitch? That'd be interesting. You guys, I'm sure a lot of you guys follow motocross. Had Cooper Webb on the Yamaha for the first time this past weekend. A lot of moves happening in that industry. I don't think he looked too good. I didn't follow it because I was here, but typically on top of that, didn't see him on the podium. Jet was 4th, I think. I'm sure everyone in the comments will drop their stuff.
He did not look good in practice. I think I watched him go down twice in practice.
That's going to be interesting. A lot of stuff going on in the motocross world as well. There's new manufacturers coming out. New bikes in the works in the 250 class. A lot of top riders. One of my local guys, Ryder DeFrancisco out of Bakersfield, actually. He races RC. Wally builds him cars, and he comes out and club race with us sometime. He's moving. Deegan's been on fire, whether you like him or not.
Yeah.
He's absolutely showing up.
Yeah.
I, to be transparent, wasn't a big fan of him because I was a Ryder D fan because he's local.
Elliot Boots checking in.
You can't take away from him, and I'm a Deegan fan now. So it's fun to watch. I mean, the kid's insane.
Well, you guys are clicking them off pretty quick coming in.
Yeah, you guys are getting after it. They like the dirt bike stuff, huh?
The homie.
Oh, yeah. Josh Payne on the driver's stand, looking like a twisted T-can.
We got Alan Horn in this one. Fenster's in this one.
We got Tyler Finster.
Yeah.
Nice. He was also at the
watch
gym.
him, see where he's at. Maybe the number 6 car.
Kyosho shirt. I actually designed that shirt. Still rocking around. That's cool.
You, Zach, looky.
I love the Kyosho.
You got a red Kyosho out there. Let's
Taking
see.
so much heat over the years for driving that thing, but I'm a Kyosho boy, you know?
You know, I'd have to say that all these platforms are competitive if in the right hands. It's a driving style. You just got to find what car suits your driving style and make it work for you. And
Elliot, how's the baby? How's the family, man? Miss you. Would have been cool to see you out here. I know you got a lot of stuff going on overseas and more of an 8-scale racer, but you can't count Elliot out of anything.
Oh, no.
I mean, he's one of the world's best.
Roman got it. Martin Archer.
Oh, yeah, there it is. Martin Archer. That's right. Anyone friends with Martin? Is he still actively racing? Does anyone know his situation?
Kyle wants to see Alan Horn himself.
Alan?
Hey, all right.
I'm sure he'll be heading to the top of this one.
Yes, he will.
And we'll probably get a follow cam on him. Matt Olson's a friend of Alan, so I'm sure we'll get some footage.
Somebody wanted to see him himself, not just his car. Yes.
They want to actually see him.
Want to make sure it's him.
Got the green Schumacher request to follow at some point.
The biggest question is what can we expect to see from TLR? They're long overdue for a new two-wheel drive, especially.
You know, maybe we can grab Thomas or something over there throughout the weekend, and we can get him up here
Frank,
for a quick,
or
or Frank,
yeah.
or both of them, and kind of talk about the
Fenster
motocross.
to the top. I'm sorry, Zach. Fenster's up there now.
Nothing to be sorry about. I'm a Tyler fan. We went gambling the other night. He went losing. I tried to go to winning, but
yeah,
looks
Zach
like we
didn't
ended
go.
up gambling.
He didn't go gambling. He went winning. Tyler, yeah, solid up there, 23.7. So he's right in the middle of the pack. We got a 22.0 by Nana. Gibson going 26. So these guys 21, 22.1. These guys are doing pretty good.
Elliot Booth with the family is good. Elliot was my mentor in Australia at the Australia Worlds. He showed me how to party.
Yeah.
Him and Cody King was my chauffeur in Finland. Oh man, some good times back then. Cody had just won his Worlds, I think, or not sure, but we were all in Kyosho. And young Ronald Folk, we had Joe Pillars.
Looks like
Where's
Alan's
Pillars at? Is Pillars online?
I heard he was supposed to be
Where's
coming.
Pillars?
So
Come
does
on.
anybody know where Pillars at?
If somebody text Joe, I'm gonna text this
Right.
guy.
Huh?
Tommy Hines. Tommy's actually supposed to be showing up later. I just talked to his family, and he will be here. I'm hopefully having dinner with him later.
Kyle's like, I just wanted to screenshot the picture of Alan, so I have it for blackmail.
For blackmail.
I don't know what you did, Alan, but you did something.
Thank you, Kevin. Viewers, don't forget to like the stream. We appreciate
yes,
that.
absolutely. Like and share it. Like and share it.
Tyler Jones giving me a shout out with the CX wallet. Appreciate you. I have one up here. Where are you at, Tyler? Tyler's one of probably the fastest. I hate to say unknowns because he's not an unknown, but underdog in the pro division and can show up and just absolutely dominate. And doesn't do as much 10 scale anymore. Kind of going through some stuff from my understanding on Facebook with 8 scale, but miss you, Ty. Hope all is well, and see you soon, hopefully. Got Ripken fans up there.
Oh, you guys are killing me. Fenster's still up in the mix. I'm happy to see that.
JQ taking some heat. Is JQ out there at all? We'd like to hear from you. I don't know if everyone will say they'll like to hear from you, but it's always, I like to stay in the middle and hear from both sides. Any input on what's going on?
Brent, Zach will probably never race again. He wants to, but he won't.
I raced a couple months back. One time I borrowed a car and actually won.
I know.
An 8-scale race. I was stoked. I decided to go race again and got smoked though. And I was like, oh, that sucks. I have to work on my car.
JQ is at least entertaining. Yes, he is at least entertaining. You are correct about that.
Kyle, where's Kyle
yeah,
too, man?
welcome,
We're missing
bud.
all
Appreciate
kinds of
you
local
tuning in.
legends.
Corey, how late will the racing go today? It's probably tonight's going to be a little bit later because we started so late. So
I've only seen, I don't know who Willie is personally. Maybe I do. I can't put a name on it, but I've read a lot of the comments through, and he's been firing some people up, and he's dropping Jones. Tyler, you got to defend yourself here in the chat. As we get back to the track, we got Nick Gibson, overseas driver.
Let's keep it clean and have fun, guys. Let's not.
Tyler Finster. Yeah, try not to get too crazy. We're all adults. Well, most of us, hopefully.
Yeah, exactly.
And even if you aren't, we all know the game. You
Fenster's
can talk a little,
still in the mix, man. They're
little crap here and there, but don't get too crazy.
I don't know what the fastest run is, but we're looking at a 14 lap right. A 14
Luke
lap run.
Bradley out there,
Gibson.
New Zealand. Is he in this race? No, not yet. Whenever Luke's on the track, give us another shout. No Billy Easton.
Nope.
And we got the fan under the table as things kick.
Yeah, it's not doing too bad. I like it.
Go home with ice cubes.
Yeah, considering it's 112 degrees outside. That's another thing. Typically, you go to indoor tracks and it's with misters. It's not very much fun, but right now it's not bad. This place, I don't know how he does it, but Larry, he does a great job keeping this place, the doors open, and keeping it nice and cool and comfortable in here. So
it feels like a grocery store.
It does.
I think it might have been one time.
I think so too. It's not bad. I mean, it's comfortable. It's clean. It's everything you would want in a racetrack. So it's not like.
Zach, yes, Ty is here. He's on the, obviously on the X-ray stuff. Be seeing him shortly. See what he can make happen. Be panning across the driver's stand here. What a cool camera that is. We have it's a 350 cam. It's not a 360.
Yeah, it's just shy of 360.
Did you see it lock out when it goes all the way around? We have to go back the opposite way, but still it's on a little joystick. Matt Olson up there getting to play. Matt's done everything RC related from battle bots to racing, and now he's controlling the camera. Pretty cool view. high in the sky. He also has a zip line. I know he told a little bit of a story earlier. I'll go ahead and retell it.
He almost told that thing up, put it through the window at the hobby shop.
Yeah, he was trying to set the, I think he was getting into RC drag racing with it.
Yeah.
He just ripped it down. So for those of you that don't know, there's basically a zip line camera he has set up, and there's a slight delay on it. And if you're not watching it in person and just watching on camera, you can't tell. And it was his first go, just testing it out, and got a little bit more excited.
And that thing gets moving.
And thankfully, it's all good to go still. Hopefully we'll have it later on, but that thing definitely took a test to the wall.
Yeah. Yep, Davey bought us in this one. We got David, we got Cole Tollard in this one. Like I said, I mean, my interest is watching a lot of these stock drivers to see how they do. So I might miss or overlook some other drivers, but I'm really, really interested to see how these stock drivers that are coming up, see how they do.
See how Killick does. I saw in chat someone wanted us to follow him around if we can get Killick on the screen. He's a really fast, I believe, 8-scale driver. Correct me if I'm wrong. See who goes quick at the top of this one. Austin's fast. Jason Stump. We got Cole Tollard in this one. Davey Bada. I know his mom's online watching.
Davey's car looks really good already.
Yep, we got Cole Tollard fans. I knew people were going to start dropping some CT in the chat. He's a fan favorite all around.
Well,
how could you not like
Davey
Cole?
getting it wrong right there. So, that's a nice hose we got there.
Yeah, big fan of this angle.
Yeah, that's a great angle we got going on there.
There we go. Yeah, the Killick
Yes,
Bros
guys,
are
we will be
super
having
fast.
fun. We will be taking shots at each other every now and then, having fun.
Where is
Good-
Killick
good fun.
from? I don't have his nationality up here.
Oh, no. Get them octopus
Camera,
arms going.
yeah, we got it, guys. We're watching live, too, so anytime
Yeah.
there's something like that, we'll try to get it sorted out as quick as possible.
Tollard shooting up to the top of 21.5. I'm still looking for that subtotal. There it is.
He's Turkish-German.
Sylvain going 19-1.
Nice, a 19. Was it a cut or was it official?
I don't know. It looked pretty. I'm not sure. We'll have
Davey's flying. Just saw him drift. Caught a glimpse of his car.
Yeah. So we'll check that and see if that was a solid lap or not. But
German. Awesome. Thank you, guys. Yeah, what happened here?
I don't know.
Everyone just driving so good, the track got quiet.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe they're taking notice of who's on the track and they're going fast. Oh, we got somebody almost losing a body here.
Yep, David, or Davey, I should say, Bada.
Yeah, 21.3, 21.8. So we're still seeing those drop down.
What's your thoughts on Cole Tollard's move?
I'm not sure. I mean, these guys are doing what they got to do.
Right now? Which
So
one? Blue?
we'll see. Is the car suiting him? I mean, obviously it looks pretty good right now. I mean,
Yeah.
he's a 20.9. So there we go, sub 21.
Ooh, that was
I'm going to say that 19 was. Yes.
Yep, Pollard
Um,
out there ripping around in the pink car. He's from Associated and moved over to TLR.
Yes.
Longtime Associated guy.
Yeah.
Just wanted to do something a little bit different. Talked to him at Chipotle yesterday, actually. I should say whispered to him. He's very, very quiet.
He is a quiet kid.
But that's what makes him him. I love him. Him and his dad are some of the coolest people.
Yeah. So Bada down to 21.8. So Bada, his car looked good. I think he's just feeling it out, seeing where we're at.
There he is.
Get someone wanting to watch Davey.
Mom's online.
Austin shooting up to the top now. We're looking at 14 lap runs now. 3 14 lap runs going on in this race right now. Davey just under that. 22.1 for him. 21.5 for Austin. But Cole at a 20.9 so far on lap times. And that's, I mean, that's somewhat impressive right now with the way the track is, but it's only going to get faster.
Yes, Ongaro is here.
Yes, he is.
Can't wait to watch him.
Track-wise, you're starting to see a groove. You're starting to see it get a little dark in some areas, especially those high braking areas. And the straightaway's developing a groove. The short chute on the right side of the track after the table double or table single. That YouTube is, yes, we do.
Awesome. Cole Tollard out here. You guys can check out, get a We got our graphics up here. Olsen and the crew have been working on to get a visual of their car, their paint scheme, as well as them as a person and their flag. It kind of quick glimpse of who they are. New feature we're gonna have pretty much moving forward, from my understanding. Any event mod covers.
It's one of those things that Matt's always tried to stay in the forefront of bringing his coverage and working on things. So it's really cool to see him do what he's doing.
Top 3 staying up there. Austin super quick. Followed him around for a while. See if we can follow Austin around. Sorry, we're trying to follow the chat and our screens.
Got it.
Can't get Austin on screen, and then maybe we'll get Davey after that. Carey up there.
Yeah, 15
I believe that's how
seconds
they
left to go.
pronounce it. I'm not sure. My best. You guys can correct me with some
Number 1
hooked on
cross in
phonics
front of us
in the
right
chat.
Tollard with another 20-second lap. Man.
He was in traffic for a minute, and then he got out of it and just opened up.
He's like, later, boys.
All right, this one's closing out. What do you guys think of the layout? I know we asked you earlier on the big jumps. I think it's going to be good for racing. It's not as technical with the rhythm sections. It's just going to be coming. Who keeps it clean? Like I said, I think the pipes is going to be. I think the 2 things in four-wheel division is the pipes, because they will suck you in and there's no curbing, and then this big tabletop. If you do get a little bit loose before it, you might have to land up on top and get a weird bounce. But I think once traction picks up, it'll just turn into a pretty big double or triple, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, I've only seen. Only Austin's the only one I see downside that so far. I mean, I might have missed it or whatnot. He's the only one I've seen do it myself. But I don't know if these guys, right now, if they want to do that, they got to go a couple feet off the pipe beforehand and send it. But I'd imagine once traction comes up and rubber gets laid down, these guys are going to be able to send it right off the pipe and downside that table. So it's going to be cool.
Johnny saying too many jumps. You know,
one
of the things
it's off-road.
One of the things when I've noticed throughout racing is, especially because we raced hot rod quite a bit, when they would put in a really technical track, the top guys would always rise, right? It makes sense. Technical, hard. But when they would put in a more flowy, more rollers, just high speed race, you would always see some unknowns up in the top because it just wasn't as technical, and it was super equal. Yeah, times were a lot. I mean, some of my best races were on those tracks that equaled it out a little bit better. But you know, we saw, not saying that was a random win, but Cody Turner won some pretty big races over all of the top pros, and they were just a little bit more simple layouts in my opinion. So definitely evens it out when there's not as many jumps and bumps and timing.
Joe Jenkins, track looks pretty boring for a world championship track.
Yes
and no. I mean, they added, so there's, when you bid for the worlds, they ask you to put certain features in the track. Hobby Action met all their requirements for a track. No, there are no big elevation changes or whatnot. But it's the same for everybody.
And I think that's kind of the world championships. You know, when we travel to different countries, you see a lot more of how they race tracks that have been in for a long time that have certain sections like bricks or carpet, and they have their style. And you know, I'm not saying this is all of America style, but this is definitely an Arizona style, from the Desert Classics to the BKs. This is, you know, flat surface, little kickers that are kind of steep, whether you like it or not. That's just kind of the style that they have here. And yeah, same track for everyone. Just kind of wanted to get everyone's opinion, their take. And like I said, the piping is going to be my one thing I'm looking out for the Europeans, just because they're so used to throwing it up on the curb and apexing those corners perfectly, where this, you definitely have to stay an inch off.
Oh, yeah. Because it looks like, and especially if you're like along the straightaways, they did a good job of keeping the seams off the corners on the inside. So, but on the straightaway, if you're up against the pipe and you catch one of those seams, it'll shear the whole right side or left side of your car off, no issues. And it hurts. I've been on the bad side of that. Because typically when that happens, it's not an easy break. You got Brent BT's out there in this one.
We got a lot of fast guys. Max, Ari, Brent, Ben Smith. We got Ryan Wyrick. Doug down there. Come on, Dougie.
Dougie's up there.
Dougie Fresh.
Yeah. And he's one of those kids that He's not always a super fast starter, but he'll go back to his homework and figure it out, and he'll get going again.
We get a follow of the white car with yellow wheels, Ben Smith. They're requesting car number 4.
Ben Smith, the white car.
Someone in the chat requesting a lap or 2 with Ben.
Crossing tabletop right
We'll do
there.
our best, guys, and keep in mind, just so you guys are aware up here, we only get to see about, 8 or 9 of these chats before they disappear.
Yeah, you guys are. We appreciate you guys chiming in, but you guys come in pretty quick sometimes, and we might not catch you.
Yeah,
at
we
all.
might not catch it, so don't spam it. But if we don't catch it, just wait a couple seconds, try to catch it again. But it is super awesome being active with you guys. So thank you for making the day even funner, getting to chat with you guys.
It's cool. It's fun. Austin.
Got to get Max on the screen as well. On the front right here. Ooh, taking a little chassis slap. You can see they tripled up the pipe in the corner in front of the driver's stand,
Yeah,
so
so
no
they
one
can't
cuts.
double that.
That's a big no-no, but they don't think they want to add the cowbell.
Right? I like the cowbell. That used to be an SRS thing.
Yep. Back in the Ameskia days, if he's watching. Oh, he was earlier. Do you think there's any European drivers that can win forward? Definitely.
Absolutely.
Who in the European bracket do you guys think out there in the chat is the top guy? Let you guys answer it. We all know a lot of people rooting for Rivkin, and Mayfield is their local track.
One in front and behind.
Both have world championships on their belt. Please, Ozzy. We need to follow Ari if we get a chance at one point. Orlowski's or Ongaro, Orlowski, Bruno. I mean, these are all solid answers for European drivers that have a chance at the title. Two-wheel drive will not be on the same layout. No, I think, if I'm not mistaken, if I remember correctly, it's a 20% track change that's required for IFMAR.
Correct.
Right here on the screen, you can see there's a roller. I'll try to bring it up again. At the end of the straightaway, there's a double, and you can see in the AstroTurf, there's a roller that will be utilized on the next layout. You can see it right there on screen as well. There's going to be a few changes. The track direction will stay the same, but it will be changed at least up to 20%. I believe all the jumps are being pretty much utilized the same.
Yeah, most of the jumps will be used in the same direction, but they do have changes that are being made. They've already built the changes into the track, so that'll be like Richard Lake was talking about earlier. It looks like it'll be about a 3-hour, hopefully no issues, but 3 to 4 hour time limit to change the track and make it ready for two-wheel.
The 20%, I don't know exactly how it is. I would imagine it's a square footage, so they would do some sort of rough math on the size of the box. I don't know if infield counts as that 20%, but I don't know the exact calculation, but that would be my guess, would be some sort of square footage. Maybe we can get an expert on that, maybe an IFMAR official later on, or even Larry. I'm sure they have that down to a T. As this one wraps up here, and we are moving through this first round.
The first round's done, and we started at 12, and it's a little after 12 when we got cars on track. So we'll look at 20 after 1, and
Marcus
pretty good.
Quick. The time schedule, you can find that on. Do we have it on mod? I'm not sure yet, but for sure, Hobby Action. Go follow us.
I think that has changed now. I think we're going to find out. We do need to find out if we're running the full program today, or if they're going to cut back, or what they're going to do, if we can.
Yeah, those that are just joining. We did have a late start due to tire issues running out early, but we are all figured out now. Everyone's on the same page, so time schedule is off a little bit. I would imagine they're not going to take much for breaks, as we did have that delay.
Right.
Ben Smith, 20.8, good call out.
We got Heckert in this one, Templeman, Joseph Levin. We got
is Yorn here?
Aiden Horn. We got Blake Champlin. This could potentially be a pretty fast heat.
Yeah, Blake Champlin.
So we'll
Spencer Heckert, Mason Templeton, Joseph. I mean, Ryan. Dang.
Yeah, this one's no joke. Jackie out there studying the track. I don't know what they're implementing for track rules, but it was my understanding once you start practice or start cars on the track, you cannot change the surface. It cannot be patched. It's not unless it's something that is unsafe for people to be out there marshaling cars, or if it's something that's like going to be destroying cars. So it's.
Eric Bruss giving us a little love.
Yeah.
Thank you, G.
Eric, you're my man, brother.
Thank you.
Wish you were out here hanging out with us. We're having a good time.
Yorn is on the entry list. I didn't see him walking around.
I haven't seen him either.
seen Yorn. Usually, but back when I saw him walking around, he was usually with Gerd. And yep, out here. How do they see practice? So this is just open, or it should have been.
Yeah, it's not open anymore. It's controlled. I don't know. We haven't heard how they're doing seating, if they're doing seating or whatever it is, or resource. We haven't heard that at all.
Yeah, our booth has been busy trying to make sure we're managed. We're also in our practice stage for the day, but
exactly.
we're trying to get info, and you hear so many things. I hate to bring it, like we've talked about it before we went live. Like, don't want to put anything out there that we don't have completely
Solid
confirmed
proof
yet.
on, yeah.
So we will try to get the correct people in place and get confirmation on stuff, because literally you walk away and someone else walks up and it's a different information.
Yeah, it's been changing on the fly.
So
we do know we got cars on the track.
Follow the brother.
Yeah. Aiden Horn.
Aiden.
21-8, 21-8.
He's a CX Wallets
21-8.
factory driver, actually.
Is he really? I used to be.
On payroll last year.
I was?
He was.
Oh.
You were too? You just didn't get any
I just
checks?
never got any checks.
Yeah, I don't get them either, and I own the company. We got Micah want to be followed. Big Aiden fan, runs at my local track. Of course,
So,
yep.
just to let you guys know, when you're asking us to follow somebody, Matt has that up there too, so he can.
Yeah, he can see the chat. So
Yeah,
when you
he
guys
sees the
drop
chat.
it, he'll do his best, even if we don't announce it.
That way, we won't be yelling at your ears. Hey, go follow this guy. So,
What do you guys see at your local track? What's the hot cars? And we'll just talk about four wheels specifically right now, especially since there's a lot more manufacturers that make four wheels than 2 wheels. What seems to be, pretty sure a lot of the answers are going to be associated, as they've always been a pinnacle. But what do you guys see at your local tracks on the club racing level? What's maybe the most popular car, and then just a random, random car? That,
and on top of that question, how many? Unfortunately, at our local track, we try to get four-wheel drive racing going on the club level, but it's really tough. So I want to know how many tracks are out there actually have a four-wheel program on a weekly basis. And what are you guys running? I mean, there's, like Zach said, it seems to be that there's more four-wheel drive platforms out there than there are two-wheel platforms. So it's interesting to know.
Yeah.
Mike out there, 21-2, 21-1 out of Aiden Horn.
Following Spencer around right now.
Yeah, Hecker.
Got a little bounce off
21-2 out of Spencer.
Spencer's going to be quick, running that S-Works car, looking like a rocket pop. Down the straightaway he goes.
We're at a pretty fast 14-lap run right now.
Mike, we will try to follow Luke. Like I said, if you drop it in the chat, they will see it.
Yes.
Even if we don't mention it, AE all day, but PLR as well. Hobby Action Focus Track, X-Ray, some S-Works, all kinds of things out here.
Templeman laid down a 21-3. That's awesome.
Another thing too is in the States, four-wheel isn't necessarily as big, but because, like you mentioned, there's a lot of stock racing. But overseas, where it's all mod, they do run a lot of four-wheel.
Yeah, in the States, I mean, I don't. It's an argument in my head all the time. Is these guys that run stock? I mean, it boggles my mind that it's not so much like it is bad now, but I mean, these guys they used to spend $300-400 on bearings and lightweight gears and all this stuff like that to build a good stock transmission, and all this money going into a stock car. And the cars are unbelievably fast for a 17.5 car. But why not just put a mod in?
Yeah.
I mean, you want to go fast and this and that, just put a stock in or put a mod in, and then you can you know, if you're worried about wheel spinning like that, put a 10.5 in. If you really want to go fast, put a 7.5 in. It's like,
yeah, it eliminates the bearing.
I don't understand that. I don't.
You race stock, Wayne.
I don't. I race 13.5 now. I race whatever the 40-plus guys are. I would love to run mod. I know my son Tanner, he enjoys the mod life a whole lot better. In his mind, driving seems a little easier for him because you're not so, it's easier to dig yourself out of a hole if you get yourself in a hole, whereas stock, you know, if you wreck a stock car, that's just lost time. You just got to get yourself back in a rhythm and hopefully the race comes back to you. But with mod, you can reel it back in and do a little better. Aiton Horn going 20.6, and Micah going to 20.5.
Micah putting it up there with that
wow,
fast lap right
at a
there.
14, he was on pace to do 14 at a 5:04.
Yeah,
so that was a burner right there. So yeah, watch Micah.
Pretty solid. We got some Europeans. We got the Schumacher crew walking up here, looking.
We got Ty coming up.
Cavallari. There's 3 Schumacher top guys in this one. Shinadachi, I see.
Shin's up there.
Got a couple X-ray drivers.
What I haven't been paying attention though. What platform is Shin on?
This last one, it was Yokomo when I was racing last, but maybe he.
I know he was. I don't know if he's changed.
S-Works now? I'm not sure. I'm sure someone's gonna drop in the chat. And
yeah, if you know.
Put it to us real quick. Shinadachi, what is he currently on? Oh, it's Misha. All right, thank you. Hooked on phonics. I told you.
Yeah. Thank you, Glenn.
Yeah, we don't know where Tiger Woods is. I was asking the same. Oh, X-Ray. That's right.
Oh, okay.
That's right, yeah. I knew that. I don't know why. Yep. Scott saying, I think Tracks in the USA.
I agree.
Yeah, I've been saying that for a long time. I'm actually glad that you pushed your son to do what he's doing because Spencer's turning into a world-class driver. Anywhere he shows up at, he's a threat. 8 scale, 10 scale.
Cav has a nice rear end of his car.
Yeah.
Yep. I know it was like at our local track, it's tough. For one, because
Shin's driving TLR, then I was wrong.
Who is? Is he? We'll have to get a track walk and confirm that. We'll send Richard Lake.
Send Richard Lake.
But at our little bull ring of a track, it's really tough to let just anybody run mod. So we did kind of implement something to where you have to work your way up. You can't just throw a 7.5 in and go run our track. It's just too small. And in my mind, it's too family oriented to let kids go out there and marshal or do whatever when you have, sorry, lack of better terms, but you got some Yahoo out there running a 7.5, has no idea how to control it, and you pepper some kid in the head, and that just ruins everything. And that's tough. On the same token, we do have a handful of guys that are completely capable of running faster cars, faster motors on the local level, and they do. We do have a decent mod class when everybody shows up and wants to have fun, but for the most part, it's all stock 17 and 13.5.
One thing I will say about stock, it has gotten a lot faster. Stock cars.
It's ridiculous. Yeah.
And kind of touch them up on that here in a minute. We got a stacked heat. We got all kinds of fast drivers.
Dachi up there now.
Yep, Shin out there. Potential TLR or X-Ray. Had multiple drops in the chat. See if I can see it from sides right here. Can't tell that. Chase out there. He's going to be fast, young kid, super sweet. Ty Tessman, this one, Brock Champlin, Martin.
Could not see what that was.
Milowski, man, this is a stacked heat.
We'll see if Matt can get us on Shin's car. We can maybe see a sticker on the side of that car, see what it is. I do know he's running much more. Oh, he just got tagged right there.
This is a good international heat.
Yeah, it is.
Lots of drivers, lots of teams, different manufacturers in this one. And right now, Marcus out front, Brock Champlin in 2, and Ty Tessman in 3. Who do you guys think's got this heat? Drop it in the chat.
Cavallari moving up. He's got 20.8 for Cav, 20.8 for Marcus. Brock going to 20.4. Oh, man.
We got to get Matt Olson on some sort of fantasy RC league.
Yeah, we got to get him penciling that stuff down. I think he's on tablet trying to put it together right now for fantasy.
Trying to not bet.
Not bet?
I'm sorry, not gamble. I'm trying to win.
Yeah, I don't gamble, I win.
Yeah. All right. You're said that done.
I'm from Vegas. I don't know.
Don't do that?
Yeah. No, my son wants to
see Shin right here. See if you can get a
I was looking.
side view. Right here. People say X-ray could just be talking about TLR.
I'm not confirm. I can't confirm. To me, my old eyes look like it said Schumacher on the side of that car.
Oh, did it?
Yes.
Look right here, Bobby asking, no stock. You're correct. I mean, technically you can run stock, but it is a modified open.
It's an open motor.
A lot of these guys coming from the stock division, states are a little bit different than overseas. I know that kind of changed when I was running with Kyosho. They were doing some stock stuff and trying to grow it, but it seems like it is kind of more of an American thing.
It is. And business-wise, as for the model, you have these companies. You have mod companies that put out that build mod motors, and that's their niche. And then you have the mod motor companies. They put out a stock motor. And then you have these stock motor companies that build purpose-built race stock motors that put out mod motors. I think now more so all these companies realize, in the States anyways, that stock is the biggest race class right now, be it 13.5 or 17.5, even 21.5 now for some of these guys. But it's really hard to put something out that's going to be durable, it's going to be fast, and it's going to be cost effective, because right now these motors are, they're expensive. And you get somebody that doesn't know exactly what they're doing, you're going to run them one night and burn them up.
Wow. Cav, a little battle right here down the center of the track. See who he's battling with at that mark.
Number 7, that's going to be, that's going to be Lee Setzer.
Lee flying out there.
Lee's going fast. He's just like coming on the straightaway, him and
He's
Cav.
super cool cat on the straightaway, him and Cavalier duking it out right here.
Yeah.
Oh, Lee taking the pipe over the triple.
20.5 for Marcus, tied to a 21.2. We're looking at a 14.502. I do not believe we've seen a 15-lap run yet.
Still following Brock around out here.
Yeah.
And the Greenham.
20.2. Oh, yeah. 20.9. There it is. Orlowski, a 19.888, a sub-20 lap. I would have to say that's a solid lap, too, because he's solid, and he's been going fast. So Orlowski's no joke. I like the last OICC I went to, watching him run on carpet. That dude's a machine.
Yeah.
Crazy to watch him drive. So 19.888 fast guy for him. So there we go. I like that. Got Brock, Orlowski, 2 Schumachers taking that one.
Check that out.
Yeah.
Double shoeies.
Yeah, it's going to be top 3 consecutive is what we're basing those off of. So yeah, that makes sense. Those guys are ballistic. Right.
So just so you guys are aware, following online, our top bar, the live RC bar, is going to be the overall 5-minute pace of their practice. And our RCGT is going to be showing their top 3 consecutive orders. So that's going to be the difference that you're seeing.
Man.
This is a heat right here.
This one is the heat. Rivkin, Rennernick, Fend, Sontag,
Angaro.
Bjorn, Evans, Mayfield, Ongaro. Oh my goodness.
Bruno could do. We had a lot of Brunos dropped to the chat earlier on the European.
Yeah, a lot of guys, picked him.
This happen.
Yeah, stacked heat. Yep, you got that all right.
Daniel, man, this is a sweet one.
This is. We need to figure out if we could turn the table to where we can see the whole track.
No joke. Sorry if we don't catch anything in the chat this time.
Yeah, we're gonna be watching the track. We'll somehow try to figure this out. But yeah, you get a picture of all of our drivers up there.
Ongaro with the sticks.
Yeah. Cav with his funny hands. Uh-oh. Richard dropping something over here. But this is gonna be.
This is going to be a heat. Rivkin in this one. There's a lot of talk about the local boys.
Yeah, let's see how he does.
And Rivkin both in this heat. Both with world championships.
Everybody is up on their feet. There's like nobody in the pit area. They're all watching this one. This is just a practice heat. Just for practice.
If they all go triple first lap, I bet they all do.
Oh yeah, they're not going to waste time.
And there's triple. Oh yeah. there's plenty of traction now. Evan's upside down, having to go double.
See what we got. First car's coming down straightaway right now, crossing the line. Spencer Rivkin opening up with a 22.6. 22 so far down the board. Tom with the 21 out of the chute.
To say Tom's first lap, I followed him around. I thought for sure he was going to be up front, and it looks like I was right.
Yep,
he had a solid lap. Nice and smooth down the backside for Spencer. His car looks like he's fighting it a little bit through the corner right now. I don't know.
And there it is, Dakota Fenn, the Phenom, 20.7, second lap in. Tom back in his run up with the 20.9, so Tom back to the top now.
Yeah, Spencer pulling out of DP's way. I'm not sure if he's got something going on or if his car has issues or something, but maybe tagging behind
20.7 now for Dakota. Tom up top. Man, these two are, this is such a race. And right now on the total, if you run the whole lap, they're looking at 15 lap runs right now if you go off the full 5 minutes. Rivkin he's looking at a 14.5.12, 22.5 for him. Dustin Evans at 21.2. Mayfield just setting in. He just clicked off a 21.4. But just practice. I mean, this doesn't matter, but we are watching it.
Talking about practice.
Yeah, we're talking about practice. Everybody wants practice, right? Dakota Fenn at 20.7. Tom slides back to a 22, but he's still super fast.
Into the straightaways already got quite a bit of bumps at it, and you can see these cars, they slam, and then it's almost like they get too much brake, and then it pops up, and then they don't get that corner all the way. It's almost like you need to turn in and let it roll.
It's dragging that right rear coming around the corner and causing the car to hook.
See what happens.
Dakota Fenn. Oh, Dakota buying a. Okay, we're on Tom's car right now. Tom Rennernick. He's running third. He's still running 20-second lap times. The top three are running 20-second lap times right now. 20.5, 20.7, 20.6. 25 or 21's the rest of the way down. Mayfield at 20.9. So yeah, never count RM out of this one.
I believe it's Tom and Bruno right there together. I could be wrong. I know.
Let's see where we're at.
Car.
Tom at the end of straightaway getting it wrong. Oh, he's hooked up on the pipe. Marshall on his way. He understands it's practice. He's not going to freak out.
And Bruno is the orange and white going around the track.
Yeah. Bruno, the number 7 car. He just had a rough lap of 26. Backs up at 20.5 though, so he's back on pace. And Rivkin dropping down a little bit. He just laid down a 20.8, 21.0 for Daniel. Dakota Fenn though up top, solid.
Try to take a look at Mayfield's car. I'd like to see what's going on.
He's running 20-second lap times. I think just the beginning the car wasn't quite right for him, so now he's back up running some lap times.
Like Dakota picked up on the screen.
Mayfield at 20.2. So Mayfield now back up to an overall time of 14.522. So Mayfield right there, 20.2 last time by. So he's on point. Don't count him out whatsoever.
So Tom and DP on the screen together, but it is Dakota leading on the screen for the overall 5 minutes. Rivkin with our top 3 consecutive. So if you guys are just now joining, top screen is our overall 5 minutes. The right RCGT is going to be your top 3 consecutive.
Yes.
So I know it's a little confusing, but we'll try to remind you guys throughout the event.
Dakota Fenn though. Rivkin up to the number 3 spot now overall.
Yeah, top 3 pace is what they're taking, so that's why we have our graphic. Tomorrow it'll all be linked up and won't be so confusing, but today we're going to have ours running on the right-hand side so you actually know.
They're following Rivkin right now, coming to the front side table.
Nice.
I really think we're going to see those guys downsiding by the end of the night. I think so.
Yeah, I'm not sure. We'll see. It's almost like they're using the they land on top and then they shoot into that roller to kind of slow them down for that corner. It could be a good choice of lines.
Well, Evan's getting it wrong. Coming on the straightaway right there. At this time, they're wrapping it up right now. We're going to see who your top 3 is. see what our top 3 overall. Mayfield top. He's going to be second. Dakota Fenn first. Mayfield third. Dustin Evans. Your top 3 on your 3 consecutive laps.
Heat 14 of 14.
Yeah.
Angaro, Bruno, a bunch of fast dudes in this one.
Wow. That was crazy.
They're still popping out here, though.
Yeah. We're going to see some adjustments for P. Oh, yeah, you're going to see a lot of them. Mayfield, a Warrior driver. Yes, please. That was interesting. I think they're taking. Oh, thank you. I think they're going to take a short break here. I don't know. They might be rolling back in here.
I hope
Thank you,
not.
Richard.
I hope they roll right on into it.
Yeah. So now it starts a little different.
It's okay to mention X-ray.
Yeah.
We were talking about X-ray, man. Been talking. We can't say too much because rumor mill is they got some stuff they're working.
Yeah. They wouldn't let us see the car earlier, which is kind of cool. I like that.
I love that stuff. Yeah.
But
it's
so
always
now,
good to develop.
Yeah. So now it starts off heat number 4 now. We're in round 2, heat number 4. Yeah, I'll take one of those. I'll take a Dr. Pepper.
So definitely the track is grooving up quite a bit more than it was those first couple packs. You guys were struggling. Dakota's already on the phone getting phone calls.
Dakota's right here. Let me see if I can ask him some questions.
Get some intel for us. I think we're going straight into the next one.
What's all right out there, Dustin? 15 seconds to the start of the race.
Wait, this X-ray secrets. I need some more info.
Less than 5.
You gotta drink to Sony.
So yeah, just talking to the Phenom, asked him what he thought. The track's definitely getting better.
Mayfield's running Associated, I saw.
Yes, he is running Associated cars. But Dakota definitely likes it.
Champion in this one.
Just talking to Dakota right now, he said the track's definitely fun. He likes it, and the traction throughout the run is getting better. So you'll see times a little bit slower at the beginning, and maybe that's people settling in or whatever. But he did say that it's doing better. Now the moisture is actually getting run into the dirt because when they're watering it, it was sitting on top because no one's running on it. So he no doubt thinks there's going to be changes in the tracks. We all know this. The track is only going to get better and faster. So it's going to be good. Rob Gillespie up to the top on this one right now. He's
Mayfield, as far as 10 scale goes, he doesn't have a contract for any company, from my understanding now. It's through J Concepts, but he is a technical driver.
Yes.
For 8 scale, they are not pushing him to run the 4-wheel here right now.
No, Dakota Fenn is running TLR. Luke.
Definitely running TLR. Long time. I've never seen him.
He's a lifer. That's all he's ever ran.
Oh, straight away. That was a close one. Guys look like they're fighting a little bit more traction, maybe.
But I think the track's a lot better than what it was for these guys in the first round. This is
still race 4. They had
heat number 4. So they stagger it. So now it'll be 1, 2, and 3 will be towards the end of the program.
Yeah.
So
no Tanner. Sad about that. Is Tanner online? Does anyone know the details of why Tanner's not racing? Will he be here still?
Yeah, you see how like the and everything is in different sections. Because take this press line and you literally just go apex to apex.
Track dryish. They are misting it in between each qualifier or practice, I should say.
I think they're changing it up. Matt just asked the question, why do they start with race number 4? They're changing it up so everybody sees the track a little different throughout practice. So it'll go 4 to 3. So it'll go 4 through, like you said, 4 to 14, and then 1, 2, 3. And so 3 will be our last heat of this round, and then I'm not sure where they're going after that. Yeah, it'll change again. I think it'll go to 8.
Yep, exactly what.
And so
username I can't say online. I could say it, but exactly what he said. It's supposed to change, or they change who starts first in each round to kind of keep it equal throughout the event. Actually, and it does matter because throughout qualifying,
it won't be an issue here, but outdoor races, we've had full rounds canceled because rain came and in a staggered. Some people might get screwed.
Yeah, you end up with a better track or a worse track or blown out track.
Exactly,
So, and absolutely right. Gillespie is on a run right now. He's looking to go total of 15.511. I know we're looking at a full 5-minute run, but obviously you'll see the graphic come up and it'll basically go off your top 3 consecutive. But Gillespie's just setting it down right now. He's averaging like right around 20.044 right now. Ridiculous. Yeah, it's
stagger in case it rains. Yep.
Yeah.
That's usually the case for most
Right.
races. Here it's not an issue, but it does keep it just even. Start at the beginning of the run versus the end, vice versa.
Yeah, guys, we know you're asking for us to follow certain cars or whatnot. There's 10 of them on the track at a time. We got 5 minutes to do it. We try to get a camera on everybody for a lap or two at least, but
Get
doesn't
Rob
always
on
happen.
there. He's an X-ray driver, Rob. Used to be a Kyoto driver back in the day.
Yeah.
Super cool guy. Out of Canada.
Canada? Hey. Yep.
Talking about practice, baby.
Yeah.
No, I'm going back to my side. Okay, where is Gillespie? I'm watching him on the stand.
Our weekly full. Oh,
He's
come on,
in the
Jason.
third one, right?
At NorCal Hobbies.
Yeah, just doing the double meow.
Again, I'm going to ask a question. Does anybody know where Joe Pillars is? I've heard rumors that it's coming down. I know one of his kids had a basketball tournament or something yesterday, but it'd be nice to see him in the house.
Yeah, his daughter's been tearing it up.
Yeah, his daughter's been killing it in basketball, 3-on-3s and whatever else. She's been knocking it out.
No, Alex, two-wheel drive will be the second segment of this event. That will start Thursday. We have some of the flags, Spencer. Not sure if all of them are populated or not, but there was an upload on the side whenever you pull up the graphics as the full with their picture in their car. Right there, you can see it, Rob Gillespie, American flag. It only pulls it up, unfortunately, whenever their headshot comes up. But again, all new system, developing. We'll definitely appreciate the input, because anything that we can make better, the stuff that we want to see, what
Absolutely.
we're trying to do.
Yeah, I mean, as racers and as, commentators or whatever, good or bad, we want to know what you guys think of the broadcast. We want to hear it all because, whatever you guys see or don't see or like or don't like, we plug it in to make this a better experience for you guys to watch at home. Gillespie laying it down, your best top 3.
Got a few drivers still missing their profile pictures, so if you see them online and they don't have a picture, shoot them a text and tell them to bring their car up and get their photo done. We've been running around the pits all day trying to catch everyone, and man, between everyone wrenching on their cars and tire gate and everything going on, rounding all these up, it's like teaching kindergarten.
Yeah, it's like trying to herd cats.
Yeah. There you go with like Tyler Hook's up there, Harley's up there, Hurt's up there. Round 2.
Yes. It's 2 o'clock. They're clicking through it pretty good.
15 seconds to the start of the race.
I mean, if you're as a racer, I like the.
Oh, wow. Look at this interesting fun
What's
fact.
that?
Someone dropped in. Zachary says, so I noticed Mayfield using the Fly Sky at Mugen Challenge. Forgot to ask him why. I mean, personally, I know Mayfield. That's pretty hard to believe. Maybe he was driving someone's car, but maybe not. I could be completely wrong.
I know he's got an M17 in his hand. No, he's a Futaba guy. I'm sorry, it's the Futaba radio, whatever that is.
He's gone through quite a few, so maybe he did try it out. I like it because it goes back and forth. You can go left or right-handed on it, no problem.
Yeah, it's like push a button and it twists.
Someone says tire gate. I'm sure the chat will fill you in, but there was some tire issues, not having enough on hand for the event, but we are all sorted out now.
They did figure it out.
I didn't like the Noble myself, and if the top guy looks is fast.
Oops. Well, we got Yoshi in this one, huh?
Oh, someone said he had the Noble in his hand standing on the track a second ago.
Huh. Interesting.
Not sure. We'll have
I think
to confirm that.
we will definitely have Richard Lake cruise the pits and see if he can pick up some stuff and see what we got. Harley Yoshi.
Anthony, we're stuck in a corner, bud, so
Yeah.
we're doing our best over here. We're literally in the corner, and Mayfield's changed quite a few radios, so we'll do our best for you there. That's why we ask you guys in the chat.
Exactly. You guys got all these camera angles to watch the races, and we get this little bit. I mean, we have most of the camera angles, but we're looking around so much and trying to follow different drivers and whatnot. So,
And we do have our sheets that we passed out yesterday with everyone's radios and stuff, but we don't have that information yet.
Yeah.
So
again, Anthony, appreciate the feedback.
Yeah.
We will get more investigation on that as well and see. I've ran those radios before. I like them. Like I said, I know a lot of people.
Skyfly?
I ran one.
Have you?
I borrowed one.
They just feel like.
Oh, look at Dave's dropping another one. Anyone noticed Dakota wasn't running a Spectrum radio as well?
Wow.
So that's interesting as well.
It
I've
is.
heard things about that in the past, but again, also for these that don't know who I am, I haven't been in the industry in quite some time, but grew up racing with most of these guys, so I'm also interested in those facts as well.
Yeah, all of us are. I mean, it's just something.
These guys haven't been out here, haven't had their radios out until this particular moment, really, because
morning.
the last 2 days we've been here, it's just been carnage of getting everything ready. There's no cars on the track yet. It's literally been tires only is all we've seen.
Right. And does anybody know where Hotman is? I haven't heard anything. I don't know where he's at. It'd be nice to see him out here.
If I had to guess, my guess, well, not for Hotman, but I wonder what Dakota's running now.
Should have asked him. He was just right here.
That's interesting on Mayfield because Mayfield ran Fataba, Sanwa, Airtronic, Sanwa.
We got
but
Yoshi.
He's one of the very finicky people when it comes to radio.
Yeah.
He's very into it, and like it's important to him, as most drivers, but Mayfield specifically.
Right. So, on your 5-minute run overall, we like Tyler and Harley going back and put Brandon Foote up in the mix. Your top 3 on your overall run. We're down to 21s, 22s, a couple 20s. Tyler Hooks just did a 20.8. So it's
Looks
right
like
there.
he's an M17 for Finn. That was kind of my guess as well. Do opt to go with the M17. Switch that Wicked Week in there.
You switched week and week.
Interesting how Horizon does with everyone else. You know, they remember back whenever Acceleron came out with their stuff, and you had to run Spectrum, Acceleron, the whole get up, or else you weren't part of the team. And then they started making exceptions for some and not for others. So we'll definitely get you guys some updates on that. Maybe we get Thomas Tran or Frank Root up here and touch up on those subjects as well. That'd be interesting.
Checking some of my questions that I have on my feed.
Harley Yoshi, Tyler Hooks.
I'm scrolling through some of the
Slicks for sale.
Slicks for sale, no low ballers. That's a good one, Ray. I like that one. We know what we got.
Thank you.
Oh,
special delivery.
Oh.
Thank you,
Ray.
Mason.
That is classic. I love that one.
Right, Tyler Hooks out there with a fast lap of a 20.3. Harley Yoshi in the 2. As the time expires.
See who our top 3 is with our
spin out.
Consistent.
Yeah, top 3. Actually, Harley falling to 3. Top 3 executives. Brandon 5, Justin 4. Kurt, longtime designer of Associated Products and Shell Racing.
Shell Racing.
In this one.
Did pretty good.
Big fan of his green and black paint scheme.
Yes.
Tyler Hooks, big contributor to the RC world. Always at events, writing about events, and racing events.
Yeah.
Can't get much more involved than Tyler Hooks. So it'd be cool to see him do well. You see them drop their cars off in the tech area.
They're at Hobby Action in Chandler, Arizona.
Tyler Hooks, yeah, you're
Oh,
best
thanks,
in that
Michael.
one.
RC legend for someone who never really ran full time. Appreciate you.
Yeah.
Always grew up looking up to most of these guys that are still racing, man. These are the legends right here. We got so many. And, honestly, these young guns are on another level.
They are.
I'm glad I don't have to race them.
Exactly. I'm like, man, I have, you show up for a JBRL or something like that, your local track, and I'm like, I don't want to run that class because I know they're just, the young guns are so much faster nowadays.
Yeah, they're very fast.
So they just had the camera over there in the pit area, or not in the pit area, but in the tire section. So just to clarify what these guys can and can't do, the cars cannot leave that area with tires on it. So the mechanics or the driver themselves can take the car over there. They set it on the rack, and they must take tires off right there. They can clean them, and then they put them in their bag. And then their bag is put in each driver has a box. Those tires are put in the box, and that's it. And they can only come up 1 or 2 heats before their race, put tires on them, and go stand in line for tech. That's it. No saucing. Tires cannot leave that area. So there's no way these guys, well, I'm not going to say there's no way, but they're not supposed to be taking cars into the pits with tires on them.
You will get it's very serious. You will get disqualified. We'll try to get it later, but there's a section where you can only glue your tires in a certain area, and there's officials out there. You can only have certain diameters in the holes that you poke in your wheels, tires. You can't do anything specific to the foams. There's all kinds of rules and speculations when it comes to tires at this event.
Absolutely. So we did post them on Mod Life Media. We posted some pictures. Our guys are doing a phenomenal job out there snapping shots and doing this and that. But Zach and I went out there. We only hung out for like 3 or 5 minutes because, to be honest with you, it was just way too hot.
It was very warm.
It was pretty warm. But the area where the guys are sitting, they got big fans moving the air around and whatnot. And these guys they are monitored. I mean, literally, you have the tire police watching over your shoulder as you're mounting tires. And we were watching, it was kind of cool to see the way different guys do different things. We were kind of commenting on a gentleman who was weighing a wheel. Then he puts a foam on it, he weighs it again, he weighs the foam, he weighs the wheel, he weighs the tire, and typically when we get a bag or a pair of tires, we just put them on the wheels and stuff like that. And you're not really paying attention to it because you would think it's the same tire, it's going to weigh the same, and yada, yada, yada. But this guy literally had a scale, and as he's mounting his tires, he's getting these tires weight-wise as close to each other as possible. Not balancing. He's just overall weight. And it never crossed my mind to think about that's a huge balance part of your car. You kind of laugh at stuff like that, at how technical these guys get, but if you sit back and actually think about the RPMs of these tires spin, it absolutely makes sense,
Jared Tebow was a big advocate about, obviously, his tire prep and weight and making sure things matched, and it does matter when you start thinking of just, grams here and there. It's pounds in a real car, so, a lot of people like to bicker, hey, after one lap, tire tread, this and that changes, but when you have something slick like this and you're not really, there's not as much tire wear and rims aren't getting cracked, there's no mud getting put on the tire.
Right.
It starts to matter more. It's more like sedan.
Oh, yeah. Especially with these tracks nowadays, they're hard packed, they're a lot smoother than they used to be, a carpet, or, at home we run a kind of a wetter one.
I read a question Casper posted, and it looks like some people are answering away. He said, I don't remember the exact question, but essentially it was, what do you think is better, I think, for racing? Maybe you could repost the question, 2 or a 4-wheel. And my quick answer would be 4-wheel you can get away with if you make mistakes, if you're in a battle and you maybe go a little wide or you get loose and you can still clear jumps. For 2-wheel, even though it's mod, you just have to be smoother throughout the whole race. So 4-wheel is a little more forgiving. If you can catch up to someone quicker, you can, get right back on the back bumper and get back in the battle. For 2-wheel, you start to push like that and try to catch up, you usually get bit in the butt.
Yeah, and that goes back to the whole stock thing, like I was talking about. When you make a mistake or get crossed up in stock, that's lost time. You're not going to fall. You're not going to catch it. Even in 13.5 4-wheel, you're not going to find that time. Whereas in mod, if you know how to use your power and whatnot, and you make a mistake, you can get right back. Especially mod 4-wheel, you can get right back in the mix.
Winner is determined if you're following the top live RC bar. That is going to be off the 5-minute run.
However, the event currently with the practice, how they're doing the sort is their top 3 consecutive laps. So if you're following along with us, that RCGT in the bottom right corner is going to be the top 3 consecutive. You'll see the driver profiles pull up their car and their mugshot right there. And also their country flag someone mentioned earlier. And that's kind of what they're going off of. And that will be how they seed. Everything will be lined up tomorrow, but for today with the practice, they are 2 separate times. One's following the 5-minute, one is following their top 3 consecutive, but they are going off the top 3 consecutive for sorting.
Yes, and then Mike Katz, absolutely dog bones level.
Mike Katz in the house, kitty cat.
Kitty cat.
Talking to Mike earlier this week. Hopefully we'll get to see him later on. His son having some health issues, so he's taking care of family business, but would love to see Mike out here. Yes, sir. Thanks for tuning in, Mike. Love you, bud. Meow. Mike who?
Kevin King.
Mike Jones.
Mike who?
Where's Kevin at?
I don't know.
He's a legendary iRacer.
Yes, there are several Yokomos in the house. I'm not sure who exactly has them, but I have seen several Yokomo shirts. So it's going to be there. Like I said, just about so many manufacturers here. It's cool.
Oh, John, I believe since the early 2000s, we'll make a soundbite from our clip earlier. I had an interview with Jason Rona from J Concepts. I believe it was in the early 2000s. They changed the Spec tire. I know when I was racing in 2011, they had J Concepts was the Spec tire in Finland. It's been Spec for a long time at the World Championships. I know some people say yay, some people say nay, but there's a great explanation from Jason Rona. Like I said, we'll have to try to clip that again, or if you go back in the feed. It was earlier today before we started. We had Jason, and I actually asked him about that specific question. Hey, thanks, Jeremy. Miss you guys.
We're back.
Polar Bear, it's Wayne Ashmore and Zach Rogers. I'm sure they'll pan into us later. And we have a bunch of great guys like Matt Olson running the whole show, David Orner on the camera, Robbie Robb on a camera. We got Richard Lake. A lot of people know him as the local announcer here. He'll be running around the pits.
Yeah, he's going to be our floater. He's going to, he'll dip in and maybe call a couple shots here on this part. He's going to go through the pit area, ask questions with the camera and cameraman and the mic, and then he's going to also do some track walks, and he gives us some insight, being that this is his home track and he knows the ins and outs of this place. He can give us some insight, and he goes around, he's asking questions and digging deep and doing what he's got to do. So we got him out here.
Who do you guys want to see interviewed? Give us we'll do the most requested. I'll make sure we get Richard out there in the next hour or so. The most requested one. We'll have to try to do our best to keep tabs, but give us someone you want to get an interview and maybe a question or two you'd like asked, and try to go make it happen for you boys.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, I should say.
Yes. So help us out there in the little track. This RD sticking in. I'm like,
Jared Mint, Kevin King. We'll have to get your notepad out, dude. Start doing a little tally, huh?
You're keeping up with that a little bit better than I am, so we'll let you write that.
You guys don't work so well, or what?
Yeah. I was like,
that's my bad hand.
Yeah.
Those are my bad eyes.
Yeah. I'm using my good one.
Got Cole Tollard for one. What we got here, Jared?
We already, talking to Mayfield earlier, Richard did the interview with him.
Matty G.
And I already talked to Matty G. He said he'd come up here. He'll talk with us.
Heck yeah.
But Mayfield, just listening to him talk, and like I said, he's that one of those guys that people just listen. So we'll try to get him up here again after he runs once or twice and see what he thinks, and see what direction he might choose to go in as for running, and maybe get some answers about the radio question.
Yep. I'm really curious. Love to talk about that radio, especially being that I personally know Mayfield is very picky about his radio and his equipment in general. So if he believes in that radio, that makes me feel better, because I was saying I like that radio, and a bunch of people gave me heat, and I was like, man, they're like, oh, it's got to be slower, like the time, this and that, and I was like,
I have heard that, but I also look at the people I'm listening, looking at talking, so yeah, I've tried it. To me, it felt really light in my hand, but I don't run 8 scale, so 8 skill, he got those half-hour, 45-minute, or hour mains. So I would imagine a lighter radio would be a little bit better.
Charlie, we need to get Ty and Mayfield together for an interview. That'd be fun.
Yeah, no, it wouldn't.
I think so. I'll do it. I'll put it together for you guys.
Or him and Brock.
Oh, Brock. There we go.
Yeah. You know, it's funny because it's just like any kind of racing. Everybody gets along for the most part, and then there's obviously people that don't care for one another. Horn going big. He's downsiding that table right now. Let's see where he's at. He's sitting 4th overall in the 5-minute run. But yeah, 20.7 last time by. So he can lay it down. That's the all white. No number on the car. He's coming to the front section of the table right there. He didn't do it that time, but he's definitely a fast driver. Here he comes with that far side triple down the straightaway right now. See if he does this time. Oh, a little short on that triple.
Yep, everyone on AKA Slicks bought from the track, not bringing from home. This is a mandatory thing. This is a Spec tire, AKA Slicks, on both platforms, 2-wheel and 4-wheel.
It's an open front tire and 2-wheel.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry, you're right.
Open front wheel. There are a lot of as many sets as they want in 2-wheel fronts. I'm not sure about the.
We will. I want to know about that as well with the TLR. We have a lot of local guys wanting to know stuff.
I asked him. He said, when things slow down, he'll come up and talk to us. Matty G said he'd come up and talk to us. Man, I like that. You're already seeing that groove come in, and we're not even halfway through the second round.
I knew it was going to come in quick.
Oh, absolutely.
It looks sweet, too. It reminds me of the old Cactus Classic or Hot Rod Shootout days. I agree. I saw BJ put Sky in the front, ain't the move, and we were talking about earlier. I think if you could fly low and just land on top and shoot off
of it,
and
absolutely.
use that roller as a speed bump to kind of slow you for the corner.
The one lap that I seen Horn do that actually was one of his faster laps. So I mean,
it'll be interesting line choice.
Risk versus reward there. Let's see if Horn does it this time. Yep, Horn just did it again. So I mean, I can imagine that if you can land it and get it woed up before that single, it could be pretty fast. But then again, driving style, I like the idea of landing on top and shooting it off the top of that tabletop and landing in the face of that roller to help your car slow down and turn right there. I think that'd be just as fast.
Yeah, we'll have to see whenever those guys are actually racing and battling each other if we can actually see. Ooh, but you do that.
Nice save.
Self-marshal.
Yeah.
Pulling one out of the Traxxas book right there.
Right.
Got that self-marshal maneuver, the rock back and forth.
Triple now.
Oh, look at, we got Herzig in the chat.
Wow.
Herzig, we miss you, bud. Hope all is well.
Easy, guys.
Got a baby at home.
Coming in hot,
that was sick. Yeah, these guys getting down the 4-wheel drives. That you can do that with a 4-wheel. You don't get away with it too.
Yeah. You can that's one thing with the 4-wheel drive. You start getting out of control and people just grip it, and the car just rights itself eventually.
Pretty cool. You got to be careful though. Traxxas might have that trademarked.
Yeah.
You can see the misters going. Look at this guy with the shirt. He's got who's on his
face
shirt?
Is on
That's
that
awesome.
Shirt. It's one of those things where you can get your buddy's face printed on a shirt.
Somebody lost a bet.
Yep. Not one I want to lose.
Got a sample of the trophy girls. That jab at Traxxas. Oh, not a jab, just speaking the truth.
45 seconds to the start of the race.
Yeah, Yokomo makes quite a bit of money with their drift scene. They got it down. We got Dustin Leonard. What's going on, Dustin? Man, we got everyone showing up. It's so cool to see people racing this long and still following the scene, especially just a practice day. We got everyone logged in, checking out the
2023 IFMAR World Championships presented by Hobby Action, Chandler, Arizona.
15 seconds to the start of the race. Less than 5.
King request announcer resync results.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. We can't do anything on the live RC side. Sorry,
Yeah, that's
Rob.
not us. That is the actual event. We can try to relay the information, but we're not part of that necessarily. We're not logged in. We can't do anything as far as the resets, and we also aren't in direct communication with them. But we can send our guys over there and let them know on that part.
Yeah. We're just doing the live broadcast, and live RC's doing the rest of it, so.
They're doing the timing and scoring.
Yep, we are staggering.
Oh yeah, and correct. If you are following along now, 1 through 3, they stagger the start, so the next round will also start at a different number. I believe it would be like race 8.
Yeah, so this round started with race number 4. And they, like Zach was saying, they stagger that so everybody kind of has a different track to look at, I guess you would say. So this time we started with race number 4, round number 2, race number 4 is what we started with, and then we will be going 4 through 15, and then 1, 2, 3, and then the next round I'm thinking we're going to start with 8, so we'll go 8 through 15, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 7.
All right.
So
Tommy Hall, Brennan Schimmel, Shim Shady.
Brignani up there now.
Yeah. Tommy Hall out front.
20.9, 20.3 for Brennan.
Throwing some heaters down. Jason Guzman.
Andrew going at 21.5.
Throwing some sick whips. As we
Upside
falling down the straightaway.
Yep. Schimmel, no, that's not him. That's going to be, yep. 20.9, 20.8. Brian going 23. So now we're seeing those the consistent lap times drop down. So now we're in the 20s, mid 20s for lap times. We've seen quite a few 19s already, so it's going good. Track's getting better. Things are going faster.
We got Schimmel out front. Midwest guy. Going fast. That is him down the front straightaway. Pink car. Pink and yellow. Over the triple. Coming up a little bit short. Got traffic in front of him now through the whoop section.
20.015. That's a 22.015. We got 21.30 for Ryan. So
Sure
Ryan Brignani laying it down that last lap. Let's see what he can do.
Yeah,
Back it up. Tommy Hall at 20.2, jumping to the top, 20.669. The Brignani at 20.1 last time by. Let's see what he does. He's getting close right now. There he was, right there at 21.3. So he's on the gas.
These guys going for 3 consecutive laps in a row, so you might see some of them pull out of each other's way, try to get some clean track in front of them. Brignani.
Yes.
Trying to put himself to the front of the charts. The young gun right there.
So yeah, if you're watching online, the top bar is the overall for your 5-minute run, and then the window on the right bottom side is actually the top 3 consecutive. So we do that just to see where people are at. The top 5 is just a 5-minute runs practice. Really, nothing matters right now. They're just trying to tune their cars in, figure out the tire situation with tire gate and whatnot. We're also checking in with people on our stuff, and awesome.
Whoa, that was crazy.
let's go back to that. I'm trying to get it back up on my Facebook so we can have some more stuff. But we got Brendan Schimmel back out front with this one.
Brendan, ooh, trying to go to the inside line. See if there's more traction on the AstroTurf there, huh?
I'm definitely impressed with
Tire Gate. Sorry, I missed the chat right there for a second. Can you follow Tommy Hall? Getting requests. Oh, he's from Virginia. Not Tommy Hall, that is Schimmel. These cars need more droop. Yeah, I'm suspecting most of these guys have setups for the track when it's more high traction, which even with the jumps, they're going to want to be as low as possible to get through the corners as quick as possible.
That guy thinks we're funny. Spin rush. We try. We're going to have fun.
Well, you'd be surprised. All these top guys are going to probably have some of the lowest ride heights out of all of them.
Oh, yeah.
And they will be flying. But I'm with you. I mean, yes, when they're chassis slapping and bouncing over, you got to know how to drive the car. But four-wheel drives on high bite is basically sedans with a little bit of suspension.
Yeah, more droop.
You just got to know how to drive it. Yeah, it's 15 mil. Dang.
Brignani, actually, your second place in for top 3 consecutive. Tommy Hall taking a win in that one, top 3 consecutive, and Brennan.
I haven't seen any Serpents myself, but I would hate to speak on it, and if there are a few, but I know Billy is not here. Typically, he's at these events supporting his guys if he does have any presence here. But when we walk through the pits and we start getting our sheets back from everyone that we requested their sponsors, what chassis they're on, everything, we will confirm all that for you guys and be able to get that information.
I got Brignani right here below me, so I'm going to talk to him really quick.
How was the track? How was it? Good? Yeah? Feeling better now? Cars coming around?
Just talking to Brignani really quick after his run. He's right here next to me. Asking him what he thought. He said the track's definitely getting better. The cars are getting better. Everything's starting to run in. And obviously you could see on the track the definite line setting in. So rubber getting laid down. Track's getting better. Definitely looks a ton better than what it did in the first couple races. Number 6 car. Who's that number 6 car? Who is that? That's going to be Tyler Fenster out on the track right now.
Fenstermeister. See what he can do. SoCal native.
20.4. Second lap out. Alan Horn out there. Let's see where we're at after a couple laps.
Predicted fast lap from qualifying. Ooh.
It's going to be a sub 19.
Yeah, I was going to say.
For qualifying, it's going to be a sub 19, definitely.
I bet we're going to see some guys getting it.
Yeah. Because we're already at the 20 flats, couple 19s. It's definitely going to, you're going to see it only get faster. And not just with tires or whatever, but drivers are getting more comfortable with the layout.
Yeah, tires, track, layout. Fenster out front.
Yeah. So BJ saying I'm seeing 15 laps run for early qualifying tomorrow. Yeah, if you're looking at a 5-minute run right now, there's definitely a full handful of guys that are on 15-lap paces. So you're going to see. It's going to take. I would say, to make the show or qualify good, you're going to need a 16-lap run.
Marcus P, what's going on? Absolutely. We'll have some cool interviews. I think Richard Lake's going to handle most of those, but maybe I can jump out there.
Yeah.
And get some of your guys' favorite drivers, some time on the screen. Ooh, nice little pass right there on the screen. Yeah, I can hear you. Got Fenster following around.
Yeah, Yeah, 20.7 last time by.
See what
23
he's got
dropped
going
off
on
just a
right
touch,
here.
but the overall fencer's looking to go like his pace is at 15.550.
He's been putting in some work.
He has. He's even running some 8 scale too along.
Oh, is
along
he?
the
I
way.
didn't know
Yeah,
that.
he has been running some 8 scale.
Josh Payne out here. Mr. Nick Gibson. A lot of overseas drivers in this one.
Fencer looking really strong this lap.
Yeah, Fencer's car, it looks like he's
got it figured out right
got
now.
it pretty figured out. A little bit hesitant in the corners compared to the top
20.4.
guys, but keeping it off
Let's
the
see what
tires.
he's got this time by. This one looks like a pretty good one. 20.4 again, so consistency. Wow. Tyler Fencer, 2 back-to-back 20.4s.
Jeez. Let's go.
Yeah.
See what we've got here, using that speed bump to slow him down through the corner with the triple pipe, if you will. Can't do the corner cut. As he gets on the straightaway, nice move right there. I'm wondering what this lap time
See what that one was.
20.4.
Another 20.4
Wow,
for
3 in a
Fencer,
row.
just ridiculously consistent.
And he's getting a little bit worked up. Now he knows he's probably got 3 solid ones. We'll maybe start seeing some heaters out of him.
Yeah, maybe he'll start risking it.
And you know what I like about Tyler is his attitude is nonchalant in a good way, if you will.
Yes.
He kind of doesn't have too much
20.5.
pressure added onto him.
He knows what's at risk and what's there, but he still tries to have fun.
Exactly.
Him and Mason travel everywhere together, and it's funny to watch them race against each other because, trust me, they're buddies, but they will punt the next guy out of the way to win a race. Fencer a 19.9 last time by. 19.938.
On some traffic, gets around one of them. See if he goes on the front side, nice and safe. Dang, it's a shame he's not going to be able to use this 19.9 in a 3-lap consecutive.
Yeah, unless it's with the other 20s, but
yeah.
Let's see what this one is. It's a little bit slow. He had her out of traffic, but he's
only
at
30 seconds
21.6.
left. Well, it'll be a good confidence booster doing a sub 20 as he lets someone by. He knows the drill.
They did. I think they did give him a penalty because he got into that driver half a lap ago.
Gotcha.
Yes, even during practice, they have someone up on the driver's stand talking to these guys. They're watching. They're trying to set forth an idea of clean driving from the get-go. So they're talking to him even in practice. If they think you got into somebody that could have been avoided, they're going to let you know, hey, you need to give it back or give me a stop and go or whatever. So these guys are definitely on it.
Yeah, the expectation has been set.
No, it's not. So, man, Fencer on the gas that time, man. 20.4. She had like 3 or 4 20.4s consecutive, then a 20.5, and then he backs that up to 19.
I don't know about that last lap, but it didn't count because they had to pull off.
Yeah.
But he hit this front side so
just on
wicked
the gas.
fast that if he can do that consistently, it's going to look like Mayfield out there playing around.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. And to see, that's one of those young drivers that we've seen come up. He's been running a lot of mod lately, but he was typically a predominant stock driver on the West Coast, and now seeing him step up. And let's see what Davey Bada does in this one of those stock kids that are coming up and doing stuff. So it's just going to be easy. Yeah, Fencer going a 1-0 on your top 3. So yeah, it's going to be good. Got some stuff going on here. Going to get me a laptop so we can watch other stuff on here. And it makes me proud to see these youngsters go fast and be competitive like that. So right now, if you look at the overall on your 3 consecutive, I think that puts Tyler Fencer on top. Yeah, Joe Sanchez, you're right. Tyler and Mason are crazy fast. And they normally run on outdoor track, so this isn't, I mean, I would have to say the walking on this surface is somewhat comparative to, I'm not going to say it's as hooked up, but the surface itself kind of had a feel of like a hot rod, a dry hot rod.
Yeah, it's abrasive. There's
It is
definitely an abrasive surface, and you know, they don't necessarily get to run on that all the time anymore, but they do have experience on it.
Yes.
And some of these indoor tracks, like SDRC, they groove up pretty well as well.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see what we got in this one. Again, thank you all for sharing and joining us here. Mod Live Media 2023 IFMAR World Championships.
Hobby Action Raceway in Chandler, Arizona.
Let's see. Looking for it. There it is. Give our sponsors a shout out. Stick It One, Team Associated, J Concept Sandwall, ProTech RC, RC Raceworks, aka obviously the tire of choice for this race. Coca-Cola, they're supplying all of our beverages. Mod, Live, Media. Matt doing a great job getting us all we need for the filming and all the cameras. Roar, which is our U.S. sanctioning body. Angry Crab Shack was right across the street or just down the street from us right now, and I think we're going to try to go to dinner there tonight. And then P1 Paving and Construction, you know, you don't, it's kind of nice to see, you know, you got Coca-Cola and Angry Crab Shack and these other companies that are outside the racing industry. I like to see that. And you can see it on smaller racing events. You're starting to see more of these outside companies jump in and help us out. And I know it's not a huge help, but anything helps nowadays. So we're following Davey Bottle right now, it looks like, coming in the infield. He's really fast, a nice wheel-to-wheel pass right there, coming to this front section.
Davey's fortunate, has a his local track. His dad owns.
Yeah, his dad owns that track. So they're in a heated battle right here, running nose to tail, come down straightaway. Let's see what that one is. A 21, no, Davey about a 20.2, so he's
taller
on the gas,
on
taller than
his
20.4. So these two guys, they're the fastest right now in the heat.
Oh, Tollard.
Nice, Tollard whipping it out to get the.
All right, Tollard with some clear track. Now let's see what he can do.
Yeah, both of these guys can strap it up right now and see what we got. Showing their cars. Oh, traffic right there. Oh, Cole getting tied up.
What was that, kill
So
it?
Cole went 20.9, Davey went a 21.8 even with a mistake. I mean, really?
These guys are flying. A lot of SoCal natives doing pretty good early on. It is just practice.
You guys can see the top three.
Oh, okay, good. Oh, awesome.
You can see the estimated position of where they are versus everybody
Perfect.
else.
Thank you. Now we got something to look at and we can actually talk to people.
Like when it's done.
Okay. So, yeah, now we have it.
Now we got some more info. We got Finster is our current
leader with your consecutive top three.
Yep. So out of the heats that have been ran for this round, he is number one, followed by Rob Gillespie, and currently Davey Bata is going to be working his way into the top three. The taller 6 overall out of all the heats that have currently been ran. Again, we started with heat 4, so we have to go. Race 10 through 14 will still run, but then 1 through 3 will all count for this round. Keep that in mind.
Yes, so all the heats are going to run. We just started with 4, and we end at 3.
Correct. And we know heat 14 was stacked. So we got some fast guys.
Now I'm looking at this young man, Davey Bata, shooting himself to the top.
For Tyler's time with that top 3 consecutive, it's a 1 minute, almost complete flat.
Yeah.
Got 2 guys 1 minute, and then it's 101s from there on back.
Oh man. Let's see lap times. Average a 19.8 for Davey Bata, 19.3 for Cole Tollard. Holy Ned. I'm telling you, we're going to see them sub 19s. It's definitely going to take a 16 lap run to get you up there in points. Your top 5, top 7. You're going to have to bust a 17 lap run out. But Davey Bata right now for his top 3, you're looking at a 1 minute .025. So he's right there at a 1 minute pace for his top 3. Tyler Fenster did a 1 minute flat with a 9.
Rimfire bringing up a good point. Tyler's time basically matches Ben's P1 time.
Yeah.
So we'll see. Those guys are coming up here shortly and see how round 2 fares. It's going to be, I would assume, quite a bit quicker now that the track's showing a little bit of a groove.
And I mean, if you're looking at the top 5 right now, that's Davey, Tyler, Cole, Rob, Gillespie, and that's just with the heats that we've run so far in this one. Less than a second and a half separating your top 5 on 3 laps. That's not just that's not 1 lap. That's a 3 lap average, less than a second and a half separating your top 5 over 3 laps. So tight racing.
Tight racing, lots of traffic to work through with these guys trying to get these top 3. So that is going to be who can manage the traffic as well.
Yeah. Yes, rimfire. I think you're right. You're going to see 57s. I think you're going to see definitely sub 1 minutes. I'm definitely going to see we'll see a sub 1 minute by the end of this round.
Yeah.
It's just one of those things. I like everybody getting out there and doing their part, blowing the track off. I don't want to say something and then be hung at the cross, but misters. Haven't noticed if they're misting on a consistent basis.
Yep, they should be misting.
Yes, they should be misting between. Maybe they're waiting until they're done blowing so the water actually meets the dirt.
Blowing them off and misting in between. Here they go. You can see the misters on camera angle right there.
So on cue. Maybe I'll just not talk about it.
Got people texting me personally, checking it out for their first time. People saying they want to get a car now. It's pretty cool that this getting people into it. This stream really does a great job. Thank you guys for broadcasting this to your friends and family. All it takes is one click of a share button, and it does really help. It's growing the sport. And if you guys want to see,
even if you're only online for a couple minutes and you don't want to spend all day with it or whatever, if you just click share and the time that you are on watching or whatever, share it.
Absolutely.
Matthew
Elkie
Lawrence.
in this one.
I like that, Matthew. That's a good one.
What did Matt say?
I was looking at Matthew.
Love my beer.
So we're getting back after it now.
Yeah, if you guys are having issues with the live RC on their feed, check your settings. Sometimes it's that. Maybe check your cookies. If you don't know how to do that, my best bet would just be come on over to Mod or Hobby Action on Facebook or their YouTube channels. And it seems like everyone's saying that's pretty clear so far.
Wait a second. Right out of the get-go. ET at 21.0.
So those of you that weren't here earlier when we were having our slight delay, we did get a chance to interview some
great guys.
Some great guys in the industry, from Jason Rona, BT, and you got a chance to sit down with the new Roar president, Clayton.
He gave me some answers that, not
Larry.
necessarily the ones we wanted to hear, but we did get some answers from him.
Yeah, I thought it was cool. I mean, I'm one to, I definitely had, I criticized these guys when I was racing Roar and stuff, but it's definitely a job I wouldn't want, and you can tell, even though Clayton took some heat from the last Roar Nats, that they're trying, and that's a first.
That's when I was talking to him. That's the thing is I made my point is you guys are trying your best to rectify the problem and making it fair across the board.
And they're acknowledging mistakes. Larry, like you said, he was very quick to take it full responsibility.
Yes,
and I admire
he did.
That.
He took it on the chin, and he's doing his best to make it all right. I mean, and that's the right thing to do. And if you ever met Larry, meeting him yesterday was the first time I've ever met him, and I only hear things, the angry panda, and there's pandas everywhere. This dude's a huge teddy bear, man.
Oh, he's super cool, and then
super nice. You look at the facility, and he is in it wholeheartedly. He's the owner of this place, and he no doubt wants to bring the best experience to the racers.
Yeah, some people get a thrill out of driving and racing. He gets a thrill out of seeing people smile with their toy cars.
Absolutely. I mean, you walk through the hobby shop here, and he's got anything from the serious racer to the backyard basher. Readily available. It's like all right, it's here.
It's Walmart.
Exactly.
It's a hobby shop that
it's
everyone
the Walmart
dreams
of hobby shops. Absolutely.
And they still have rockets. They got kites. I think they got freaking 400
models.
Traxxas slash kits. I walk in there and I was like, I just want one just because there's so many. Good job, Tyler. Tyler's walking by.
Hey.
We'll have to get him
We're going to show Tyler something really quick. Come over here, Tyler, and take a look at this.
Take a look at where you're at. You're number 2 right now.
2 on your top 3 consecutive, buddy.
That round. Tyler's in the pits.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Tyler Fencer, actually, after a while, we're going to get him up here. We're going to interview him. He doesn't have a choice.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, we'll get you up here, Ty. We'll talk to you, get an idea of what the track was like, how the run was.
Super fast run. Car looked good. So, yeah, it's not far from that right now.
It's only going to get better, too. The car's still off.
Oh yeah,
Nice.
everybody I've talked to said the track. Everybody comes into my corner right here. I try to talk to them and ask them how it's going. It's only getting better, so that's a good thing.
I like the part where you went fast.
Yeah,
That was good.
well, your car for the whole run was actually the whole 5-minute run. You were up top, and then your top 3 consecutive. Yes, so
Just one. At a 19.9.
yeah, you busted
20.4, 3 in a row.
3 in a row. 20.4, 20, yeah, 24, 20.4, 20.4, 20.4, 20.5, and then 19.8.
We got Tyler up here in the booth. If you guys are wondering what we're talking about,
Yes.
he walked by real quick and
Gave him a thumbs up, and
he's sitting top 3 currently, pulled taller than the 4. But Ben Smith in this
laying
one,
it down right now.
up in the 2 spot.
His
by
average
Ari and
his
BT.
average right now is a 20.1.
Dougie Fresh trying to make his way up there as well.
Yeah.
For Roar, these are
BT running 3rd overall right now. Dougie running 4th. Ari running 2nd. So man, it's yay! We got heck yeah!
Check it out.
So
It's almost like Matt Olson's listening.
Matt is paying attention
We got
and fixing
flags on
things.
all of the drivers, and you don't have to go to their actual profile to pop up now. It just
Yeah,
shows.
tell it where they're from. That's awesome. Guys, it's phenomenal what Matt does for us out here, you know, for the spectators. Andre from RC Garage is the one making that happen. So, Andre, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Andre. Appreciate you. Appreciate everyone involved, including
man.
all of you guys in the chat. That really does, you know, your involvement with this is just as important as the racers, us, everyone involved. So just keep on doing what you're doing,
Yeah,
whether
keep
you
bringing
share
it.
or not. Like I said, got some people kind of throwing some hate here and there, whether it be at the facility, the racers, us, whatever it is. But we just enjoy having everyone tuned in and following RC. I mean, that's the most important thing. I think everyone's pretty sick of politics nowadays, and this is a nice little break, and everyone's just trying to get on the same page and have a freaking good weekend for once, and, you know?
And I'm sure Matt's been answering, or Zach's been answering questions on his phone. So if you have questions for us personally, you can hit us up on Messenger, or you know, if you have our numbers. So I have a lot of guys that have my numbers out there, but you can definitely hit us up and ask questions personally if you don't want to throw it up in the public post area. But definitely ask questions, ask away, or whatever you want to do. We'll answer them to the best of our ability. But it's been a great.
Matt getting some love in the chat. Couldn't agree more.
Yeah.
This guy puts, I mean, everyone kind of knows. If you know, you know, but Matt really does put in more work than anyone I know in this industry.
Even like last night, we all went to dinner, and he's still on his phone scrolling through things. We go back to the house, and he's going through all the driver profiles and getting them in the computer.
Yeah,
It's
ask him
like
to
the
show
guy,
me how to do it, and then he just
he's
does
like,
it because
no.
he's just that guy. He just is everything.
wants it. It's his. This is his baby,
Yeah.
and he's treating it that way, and he's taking control of it. And
He's like, oh, don't worry about it. I got it.
Yeah,
You go
it's like
do this.
you got all of us there to
And
try
then
to help
still
out.
asking, what do you guys need? That's
Yeah,
what's crazy. He's still
absolutely.
asking, what do you guys need?
Absolutely, he's all over it and doing well, and it shows in the coverage we have. So we got some hitters in this one. Let's see, Aiden Horn,
all right,
Levin's in this one, Mason, Blake.
Drop it in the chat. Who do you guys got for
Hecker.
this one? It's getting closer to Heat 14. Ooh. There's Templeton's in this one. Him and Ty race together quite often. We got Spencer. He was quick in round 1. Track's definitely getting quicker.
It is. Aiden Horn out of the chute at 20.4. So man, it's
Yep. Aiden looking good. See if we can't pick him up on screen here shortly.
Do you follow his YouTube channel?
I do. Aiden.
That guy's
He's
hilarious.
Yeah, his whole crew. I actually had the opportunity to have his family and some of his friends that I had never met that aren't into RC. They came by and stayed at my house when they were rolling through Bakersfield. I
Right.
believe you hung out with them. I wasn't racing at the time, but they hit me up to go have dinner, and they were just gonna sleep in their truck and head to the airport. And they were on a dirt bike journey. They had a big old trailer, racing RC, dirt biking all through the country. I was all, where are you guys staying there? Oh, I don't know. We'll just drive to LA and stay in our car. I'm like, dude, they're sleeping in the trailer. I'm
Yeah,
like,
right.
you guys can stay here. They just have a good time with their lives, and that's
Yeah, they are.
refreshing to see.
And yeah, they're very positive guys, and They're just like you said, they're a good bunch of guys. But right now, Aiden Horn shot himself up to number 2 on the list for top 3 consecutive, and he's at 1 minute .7. Davey still got the top spot right now on your top 3 consecutive at a 1 minute .025. So things are heating up. So it's only going to get faster. So we're on heat 12 of 14 right now. Remember, it's going to go 14 and 1, 2, 3.
Wrong. Yeah, I noticed that too.
Yes, it is.
They can't hear us, Wayne. So when you're answering Matt, it's just,
I don't know.
I don't know. First. Yeah, that's not on us. It's all right. That didn't get my name right either. Thank you, Rimfire. Please like, subscribe, and share. We do appreciate that. Again, you guys are just as much as a part of it as us. Oh, there we go. Name fix.
What do we got?
Got a name fix for Aiden.
Oh. Spencer, no, this track layout is going to be changed for the BK. We don't know how much they're going to change, but they are changing it a little bit for the BK, which the BK is the 3rd week of October. I think it's the weekend of the 20th.
Yep. We got a question in here. Is Coke actually paying? Yes, they actually have a really cool thing set up here, kind of like an airport. We'll have to, when we get Richard Lake going through the pits, we'll have to show you guys what Coca-Cola has done. They set up a airport-style kiosk that's fully wrapped in RC and hobby action. Basically, you show up, they have snacks, gum, chips, more than just a standard little small vending machine.
It's got every Coke product that you possibly want to drink in this thing, and it's pretty cool.
It's self-serve as well.
It is. You go in there, you grab what you want, you scan it, you scan your card or put cash in it, and you walk away. It's literally, it is pretty cool. It's dialed.
Screen here.
So Aiden's still 3rd.
Team associate driver, also supported by CX Wallets.
Misha stepping it up. He's up to the number 2 spot overall now on your top 3.
Misha.
So, man, all these guys are at 1 minute flat. So they're at 1 minute flat. Your top 5 our top 6 are all less than a second away from each other.
Davey's still 6/10 up on those
Holy
guys,
cow,
so his time is holding up. That could be a good round for him.
Yeah.
19.9 out of Aiden.
And once again, we're not. These practice runs actually mean absolutely nothing other than for what the guys are getting back in their memory banks as what the car's doing and setup wise, and they're figuring it all out. But right now, if you look at times, they are so close in the top 10. Top 10 right at a second apart.
Wayne, you probably can answer this. Web Central asked, be curious to know any of the first Fortune 500 company style sponsored RC race. I believe back in the day, did Rockstar ever do a race? I'm not sure if they would consider.
I don't know. I don't know if they're a Fortune 500.
Right,
but,
that's what I mean. I'm not sure. I know Joey Christensen had some pretty big events with huge payouts back in the day.
He's had some. I'd be willing to bet if we keep going the direction that we're going, you're going to see it. I have a pretty good buddy that actually works with or works for one of the Gons in Vegas at the Silverton, or not Silverton, but at the South Point. And they want to start doing a little bit more on the RC side. I know that they do a lot of cattle stuff. They do a lot of rodeos. They do a lot of stuff like that, and that's where the Silver State's hosted. But the owner there, Brendan Gon, is a race car guy. He races a lot of off-road, Baja 1000, stuff like that. So they want to start possibly doing some more stuff.
Look at Aiden's time. Sorry to interrupt. But
yeah.
59,
to the top.
8 to the
there
top
it is.
with a 19.7 on
we
that
were just
last lap
talking
with
about
a 19.6 fast lap. Wow.
We were just talking about someone going 57. There it is, a 59.832.
Paul, we can't. So tomorrow it'll all be lined up together, but for now the top bar will not be lined up with the side. Couldn't agree more, but that's kind of where we're at. Tomorrow it'll all be dialed in. Thank you, Chucky. Appreciate you.
So we got Champlin, Orlowski in this one, Cavaliers and Tessman, Lemieux.
Yeah, it's starting to get hot and heavy. This is a stacked race. You guys at home. take note, because there could be a few of these guys in the A main at the end of the week.
I would like. I mean, Brock has been putting in so much work lately. He's almost always in the show. He's always just right there. So I mean, this guy's hungry. I mean, they all are, but I mean, I've talked to him. He was out in Bakersfield running with us at JBRL and sitting here and talking with him. Him and Cavallari were out there, and they're feeding off each other. You know, with setup on that Schumacher car, getting it right for dirt stuff, and he's gonna be one to watch. I mean, he is so hungry.
He's got the mindset.
He does.
He's one of those ones that I was mentioning earlier when you watch these kids come up and there's those ones that are just on the edge and you know it takes a lot of work. He had that little bit extra spark, just a little tiny bit extra than the rest, but then you add on that recipe of just the hard work and you get Brock Champlin.
Oh,
you
absolutely.
get these young kids that making it happen.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you 100%. Arlovsky. And so what's cool about this is the last IOCC I went to, that's when Brock was running the AE car. Arlovsky was there with the Schumacher. And those two battled the whole time on the carpet. But it was a healthy competitive race, although they both, wanted it more than anything. So to me, to see Brock going over to Schumacher, it wasn't a surprise. I mean, yeah, you look at it and you're like, oh, wow, what the heck? But it didn't surprise me that much. And here we go, Champlin out of the box on the tone, a 19.
Cavallari, 3 shoeies up front.
Oh my goodness.
Let's see what happens here.
Chester now up top.
Yep.
Oh my
really
goodness.
Quick as well.
These guys are on the gas.
Arlovsky, though, he is talented and he is very level-headed. He doesn't let this pressure get to him, and
nope.
Be expecting quite a bit out of him.
19-4 out of Champlin last time by.
And these guys over the triple starting to land on their side. Now that they have traction, they can throw a little bit more whip over. They don't have to go so straight. They're keeping their cars through the corner, like the apex in the air almost, trying to get the whip perfect, but they're landing up on their wheels, and some of them taking a few bites out of the dirt right there. Replace your divots, guys. Come on.
James Hill, you're right. When Brock is on, he is an absolute monster, and he's a thorn in anybody's side. It's just... He knows what he can and can't do with the car, and he's constantly learning that. That's constantly changing. So he knows what he can. Like, I just watched him jump over a car passing him. I'm like, holy heck.
Look
Coming
at
down
Lee,
the straightaway
though.
right now.
They can't forget about Lee. All of them down the straightaway.
Cavallari up to the top now. Oh my goodness.
Still early on. 2 minutes down. 3 minutes to go in this one.
So let's see, where's Tessman? Tessman's only, he's still in the mix. These guys are ballistic. Arlovsky down to 19.7, 19.9 for Cav, 19.7 for Marcus. Wow. So these guys are getting into the sub-19s, sub-20s.
A lot of you guys know the story of the 4-minute mile, and obviously the track's getting quicker, but psychologically, when a lot of these guys specifically see some of these younger kids running these times, and then in their mind they feel like they should be faster, they come out here right out of the rip and just start throwing down some heaters because they truly believe that they should be doing those lap times right off the rip. And we saw it in this one. I mean, the top 5 guys are absolutely flying. 59.4 for Arlovsky now, to the top of the charts by 4/10. So he's safe no matter what happens for the rest of this one. But Marcus coming in 59.0 for 3 in a row.
5/10 faster. Champlin in the top 5. These guys this is nuts.
So the track's
Cav's even jumping up in there.
Yes, he is.
So these Schumacher found something right now. They got 1, 2, 3 of their guys in the top 6 right now. Wow. Let's see, ties it 1 minute with a 97. That's not bad. So let's see, your top 10.
John,
a 1 minute flight with an 8.
What's your question? Sorry, I missed it. I'm not sure what the question was. We only get a certain amount, so if we look away, we might miss a few things. I'll see if I can't help answer what your, how many actual racers are entered into the start all heats.
Luke, the first to clear the table was Austin Horn.
Yeah, the first to clear the table was Austin Horn. There was, I believe, 148 yesterday, but then we had some names crossed out. Some people didn't show up for their pictures.
So I think we're just under 140. We're right at 145, I think.
So
Somewhere
we'll have to get confirmation. Like I said, some of these guys didn't show up.
Some are supposed to show up for the second half only, maybe.
Yeah. Oof, 58.229 now. Marcus on the gas. A 19.068 for Marcus. 19.5 for Orlowski. 19.2 for Lee Setzer. 19.4 for Brock. 19.9. So the track definitely coming in. This is crazy.
Yeah, the top three in this heat are the top three overall so far, and they're locked in officially.
And once again, it doesn't mean anything. We're just looking at your top three consecutive for the heat, for the round, for the overall round, and
But
these
their
three
times
are ballistic.
locked in over Aiden and Davey, who are still in the top 6.
Yeah.
After their runs, but we do have
So 1, 2, 3,
14.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So basically, 8 cars in this heat are in your top 10 overall for the round. That goes to show how much better the track's getting. A 58.299 right now is your top 3 consecutive for Marcus. Brock's a 58.590. So these guys super close on time, 0.3 off of each other over 3 laps. That's only a 1/10 a lap.
I know, it's insane.
That is ridiculous.
Especially with the amount of traffic these guys are pushing
Oh, and these
through.
guys
All right, so that's a wrap up. The top 5 in that one, or the top 5, I know. Top 5 in that one. Top 5 so far going into race 14. But keep in mind, guys, still after this race number 14,
still got 1, 2, and 3.
Will
So
be
the round won't be over until race number 3, and then I think they're gonna. I don't know if they're taking a short break or anything. We can ask Richard Lake; he's right there. But round number 3 will, I believe, start with heat number 8. So
let's check out Ryan Mayfield's radio if we can get a glimpse.
Maybe we get somebody to take.
Richard.
So we're gonna ask a question, get somebody on it, and see what we got.
I'm sure you might already know this, but is Mayfield running a sky radio?
Take a look at this and figure it out. We got somebody on.
We got Richard Lake going to confirm for sure.
Yes. You hear the rumors, we want to see what's going on. So he's trying to stay back and see what we got going on. But we're going to see.
We had people in the chat telling us we suck at our job, so we have to make sure we can figure it out for them.
No, I dare them to come up here and do this.
I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
I told them it was just you. It's budget time.
140 drivers for Worlds. It's budget time. It's still talk of winnings and earnings for each driver place.
By Sky.
At the Mugen Challenge.
There it is.
That is a noble.
Check it out. Is
Mayfield.
Is it on his shirt?
Interesting. Very interesting. He's a lot like me when it comes to radio, so I'm so finicky, but I will hold on to a radio until like the 3 models later.
I like it. I think it's cool to see a pro go outside of the norm and
absolutely
try something different. Like I said, I personally have talked to Mayfield about radio specifically many times throughout my career.
You're right. He's
He is
finicky.
finicky about that. There's other racers don't really give crap, but when it comes to Spencer Rivkin, trying to see what he can do to match Marcus, Brock, and Ryan.
You're going to see these guys. So right now, your opening lap, your top 3, the who's who. Listen to this: Spencer, Ryan, Dakota, Dustin.
Mayfield with his hand off the radio. What's going on? Maybe we'll see
he's
with another
dialing
radio.
it in. Yeah.
He's testing still.
Yeah. So you guys can't see, but we see all the camera views. So we do have a camera on.
Yeah, we put one on him now.
Yeah, we have one
specifically.
on Mayfield, so we can see what he's doing, and he just made some adjustments really quick to the radio. He's standing right there next to Rivkin.
19.4 fin. Oh, and they dropped in the chat. You guys are on it.
Oh wow.
Thank you. See, it helps having a bunch of eyes. Thank you guys.
Exactly.
Thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Oh man, we're gonna
Anthony, I'm just
see-
giving you a hard time. I know. I've been on that end too. It's easy to. I've said probably things that I don't mean to.
Yeah.
Or I'm not saying you didn't mean it, but
Hey,
I've also called things
we weren't
out.
doubting you. We just wanted, before we go blasting it out there, we want to make sure we're correct.
Yeah. I like that radio personally, so props to them. If they're someone saying they got a contract, he's getting paid for that radio.
Yay.
If that's the case, good for him. But I know that he doesn't just do everything for money. Ryan's one of the ones that I can confirm. I was also a team manager, so I've dealt with some of these guys' contracts, and he's it's very important to him to make sure he actually likes the equipment. He's not just doing it for money. So I appreciate that and respect that out of
You
Mayfield.
are very correct. He's not one just chasing a paycheck. He's one that he's not going to run it he's only going to run it if it's benefiting his program. And it's a solid product. He's
Kevin
not just
King
going to run it.
asking, earlier Anthony had mentioned that he saw Mayfield had a FlySky radio in his hand, which if you don't know what that is, it's one of the cheaper radios on the market, not quality-wise, just affordability-wise. I believe it's the one that swings from left to right, right?
Yes.
The metal style radio,
yes.
If I'm not mistaken.
And the cheaper, that's already a cheaper radio. Like you said, not cheap, as for what it is, but cheaper model. Literally three AA batteries.
Yeah.
I don't even know if they make a LiPo for it, but it runs off of 3 AA batteries. Super light, which is something that I don't care for because I like the weight in the hand. But it is. I have some of the guys at our local track has, use them. And
dude, Finn is. I'm sorry to interrupt. 19.2 fast lap.
Oh.
Still hasn't put 3 together to challenge Brock and Marcus up there, but
still, he's at a 58.8, so he's only.
Here comes Jorn.
Yeah, when you say he's not quite up there. I mean,
Ongaro.
2/10 off.
Ongaro, top of the charts now for the
50,
round.
There it is. Someone was calling out a 57, so he's got a 57.7 on top on your 3. Look at that. Look at who's that. Maybe dialing in that radio. Ryan Mayfield, a 58.408.
Yep.
So, this is great stuff.
You can program the HobbyWing ESC through it. That's pretty cool.
Maybe that's what it is because he's running the HobbyWing stuff, so he can sit there and make adjustments as he goes on the fly.
That's cool.
So to go to Fenn, dropping down a little bit on the overall, but there it is. So, like I was telling you guys, your top 10, your top 15 overall runs, you're gonna need a 16-lap run. Dakota Fenn, if you're looking at the full run, is looking at a 16.515.
He's flying.
He's on the gas. So Ryan Mayfield up to number 3 spot, David up to number 1.
Ongaro has got to be one of the most impressive young drivers. I got a chance to race with him, or hang out with him in Australia for the Worlds, and his whole program, his mom, his family. I'm sure you guys in the chat that know him, they're fully invested in his career. The whole family, they got a track, the Ongaro ring, everything.
At this level, Mayfield's family's into it too. I mean, at this level, you almost have to have it. You have to have that family support, or not like I say you're not going to be successful, but you're not going to have the success that you could possibly get. I mean, that's with anything, but yeah, it's important.
FlySky, Scott's saying that it's 550 now. The one that granted this was a couple years ago. This is BC days before COVID. It was, I want to say like 350 was the price point on the one that I was. At least the one I played with, Gary Hamilton had it and let me use it, and we looked it up.
I don't even know because the one that Gary was running was literally like under $200.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So maybe there is a newer, higher end model. But
so yeah, and like I'm not in the radio thing. So yeah, I mean, obviously
this is a new pro model. Awesome.
Yeah.
So we'll have to check that out.
Yeah,
they decided if they're going to hire Mayfield, they'll come out with a little bit more expensive radio.
What better guy to have it? I mean, so David Ongaro in that run going 57.742.
Mayfield top 3.
Yeah, Mayfield. Yeah, 58.408.
Marcus staying in the 2 spot from that last race though. So good job to him. Tater 5th overall.
Tag. Yeah.
Rip
so your
game.
top 10, it's going to take under a minute to be top 15.
Yeah.
Holy Ned.
So they definitely picked up the pace here.
So on a 3-lap average, here's a split: a 57.742 for David Ongaro. 15th, Aiden Horn is a 59.832. So over 3 laps, less than 2 seconds.
What happened to John Gunn? He got a timeout or something?
Who?
I don't know. I'm reading right here. I'm trying to understand what happened. Timeout. What is play time in the sandbox? I'm not sure what happened.
Huh.
It's 380 LOL. Huh. I'll have to check it out when we get a chance to pull it up. Either way, it's cool to see another manufacturer in on the market with the pro racers. Guys, on the YouTube channel, what we have going, we have everything going. If you go to mod or hobby action, the right-hand side should be dialed in. If you're getting blocked by anything, that's either from Facebook or whatever it is. But on our end, everything is clear, nothing's in the way. So if there's any issues, you either got to turn your phone, choose a different computer, iPad, whatever it may be.
My homeboy's the Fly Sky I used was 240. That was the one that I think I was messing with.
So I just peeked over the wall and I talked to Dakota Fenn from that last run. And
on Garo 18-0, someone said that must have been someone got over the pipe on that one.
Yeah. Dakota said the traction is coming up, but not quite as consistent as it was. So that's interesting. So maybe some parts are still. I mean, obviously traction's coming up, but maybe some parts have more than others. So.
Yeah, Chad is over the results. That's on. I'll have to tell Matt, see if there's anything on our end.
Oh, Mr. Belay, thanks for chiming in from France. That's cool.
Yeah, I don't know.
Fenn's fast lap, I think, was a.
We're gonna have to look that up ourselves. I keep seeing so many different 300 to 550. Maybe that's the retail MSRP price. Is 550. Yep, listed for 360. Web Central says we're gonna have to check that. Are you gonna look it up?
I'm gonna look it up right now.
Yeah.
If we get executed, I'm sure it's Robert's fault.
Let's see. Noble Pro.
389.
400.
That's the Pro model? Yep, the Pro.
Yep, the Pro.
So it's probably, MSRP is probably around 550, but yeah, around that 380.
So
that's a good price.
Who we got in this one? We got I wish Lee Martin was here. Does anybody know where Lee Martin's at? He's listed to be here. He's just not here right now.
Yeah, Luke makes a good point. The stick radio is the one on top, though.
What's
with
that?
Ongaro, stick radio. That's our number one guy currently with 3 more in this round. I know it seems a little bit odd, but race 1, 2, and 3 are still part of this round with the guys that just ran in race 14.
And Pops in Bakersfield.
Non-pro
Noble is about 250, so it's still very affordable radio at that level. So that's cool. Thank you, Pops, for that.
Someone's asking about the boxes over at Tech. That's where they store the tires. So all those boxes, obviously, are what the tires were shipped in, but they have a tire impound area. So you can't take your tires back to the pits. You got to take them off. You turn in your tires. You're allotted a certain amount of tires now. But either way, there was a tire impound regardless, and that's where they store them.
Yeah, so for some of you guys just turning in, this is the 10 scale 2023 IFMAR Worlds. A little bit of tire issues with how many people can have and not have, and people kind of over purchased, and there was a shortage of tires, to put it bluntly. So basically, the ruling is, if you've ever been to a Worlds or event like this, when you have your tires and you want to go mount them, they have a space outside to mount your tires, and they have IFMAR officials there watching you mount your tires. You have to mount them within the certain rules. Holes in the tire, holes in the wheel. The way you can't alter the tire at all. You can't alter the foam at all. So they're watching you do that. And upon you finishing gluing your tires, you let them dry. You let them set up to where whatever you're comfortable with. You put them in a gallon Ziploc baggie, and then you go to Tech and you turn them in. You are allowed to go up to Tech 2 races before yours. You can put your tires on your car, and then you go through Tech, and they tech everything on your car. They tech literally everything on your car. The chassis, the motor, the battery, wheels have to be stamped. Everything has a sticker on it, a little holographic sticker that says that car went through Tech and it was approved. So that when you roll through Tech now, that's all they have to look at is a sticker. But with the tire situation, it's interesting. I don't know if you raced back in the day with radio impound.
I remember that.
It's along those lines. So you go up there 2 races before yours. They give you your tires, and you can put them on there. And once you do that, your car cannot leave that area. It has to stay there, or they will hunt you down. On the live feed we're following Maddie Gonzalez right now. And so as soon as you're done racing, they have a rack over there. You put your car on your rack, and either you can go there after you're done marshalling, or your mechanic can do it, but you have to take your tires off right then and there. They do have a cleaning station right there, so they can watch you clean them. I don't know if they're letting you guys use anything to clean them with, such as, you know, simple green, or if you just have to use regular water.
And someone asked about sauce. No sauce.
No sauce allowed. But it's monitored so much that, there was talking about people swapping tires because there's a shortage and this and that. They're not even letting people swap. You have to, once you get your lot of tires, that's what it is. And it went from the first 4 rounds today were supposed to be considered an open practice. But with the tire problem, they decided to cut that back, and officially it was, I'm not going to say officially, but recently it was supposed to be, you're allowed 5 sets from the get-go, the start of the 4-wheel program. You're getting 5 sets for the whole program with all your rounds of practice, your seating, and your qualifying. You're getting 5 sets. If you make the A main, you get 1 extra set for your AAA main. And so that's what we're going at. And then earlier today, they made it, they cut it back for only practice. You can only use 3 sets. So with the guys over there in the pits that hand you your box, they're monitoring how many tires you can use. So you can run one set of tires all 3 runs, or maybe you know you're gonna want them for a couple. So maybe you run all 3 just to get them scrubbed in. And so you can kind of play the game with the tire game. It's a headache. It's not fun. And these guys have been told, you know, 15 different things in the last 2 days about the tire program.
It has changed quite often.
It has, and it's unfortunate. And if you were on earlier and you heard the interview with Larry, he completely took it on the chin. He knows that there was some oversight, and he didn't see it going the way it did with people buying, you know, way more than what they actually needed.
Yep.
But also at the time, everybody was you know, with the one-up challenge, with the one-up buggy challenge, everybody was running. It's a 1-run tire. It's the best one. It's right out of the bag. So they wanted to run it once and throw it away. And so everybody bought tires that way. So there's guys that have 20 sets of tires. There's guys that only have 5 sets of tires. So they had to do something to level out the playing field, and with that they limited it to 5 sets for everybody. They're trying to get people to give up their tires to buy them back, so that they can make sure everybody has 5 sets for the 4-wheel drive program. As for the 2-wheel program, it's still the AKA slick in the rear. And I'm pretty sure they're that's still going to be 5 sets or whatever that might be. I'm not sure exactly what that's going to look like. We'll get there when we get there, but it's an open front tire. You can run as many as you want. You can run whatever you want. It doesn't have to be AKA. It can be whatever tire, whatever tread, as long as it's legal by IFMAR. It was stamped and approved legal. You can run any front tire you want for the 2-wheel program. So that to me is kind of different.
It's very odd.
Yeah, I mean, I don't understand why they would do that, but that's what they did.
So someone asked, what's the deal with the blowers and misters? The misters keep the track consistent throughout the event. It is 110 degrees outside, thankfully not inside.
Yes.
And the blowers, yeah, they keep the dust off the surface. The racing line is blown off. Trying to keep it consistent for all the racers. Whether you agree with that or not, I know a lot of people have different opinions on off-road being blown off and stuff like that, but that is how it's done for this event.
Man, I'm still looking at this stuff.
Subway racing, yeah, we had a long conversation and brought that type of topic up with Jason Rona and BT earlier, but since the early 2000s, it has the IFMAR Worlds for 10-scale racing, at least 10-scale off-road racing has been a Spec tire. 8-scale is still open. There's quite a few different reasons for it, whether you agree with it or not. I'm still kind of wish-washy one way or the other, but it definitely evens out the field for the most part, but it does make it weird for advertising purposes. Yes, you can say you won a championship, but everyone kind of knows, you know, in the industry, it's just known that it is a Spec tire. Layout change, they haven't given us the exact layout. We asked earlier. It's supposed to be a 20%, per the rules, from what I remember, is a 20%
at least
track
20% change.
And if you look closely after the end of the straightaway, there's a double at the end of the straightaway. If you look right past it, as we're following them around, in the AstroTurf, right there you can see the hump. That will be part of the
cone
track.
number 7, if you could pick up on that. Yeah, sorry, Zach.
Oh, you're all good.
That's where part of that track change is going to be. 20% change. It's going to be ran in the same direction, just to kind of help with the way it won't take as long for the track to settle in, I guess you would say. But yeah,
upside down there. So these guys are still counting for this round. So even though it is race number 2, this is round 2 still. So including Ongaro's overall pace still counting for this one, and race number 3 will be the final one in round number 2, and then we'll start again, I believe, with race 8 or 9, and that will be our 3rd round of practice. If only they left the dust on there and make it more dirt racing.
That'd be interesting.
Yeah, definitely. Like I said, people have mixed opinions on it. When you're driving, it's more fun. I personally think when it's blown off, but I wasn't a big fan of it whenever I first started, because growing up, I came from loose off-road, dirt, loamy, and that's what I loved. But when you're on slicks, it definitely helps when it's blown off.
Yeah. Here's something that I want to know in the messages and whatnot. What do you guys prefer? Do you prefer a track where you have to run a treaded tire, whatever tread that might be, loam or hard packed or whatever, or do you guys prefer slicks? We all know that on any surface, if you have the right setup and the right tires, a slick is going to be faster. But in the long run or a full run over consistent track on a full run, what's your take? What do you guys prefer? Do you prefer running a slick and being super hooked up, or you prefer running a treaded tire and let it hang out just a little bit? Jared, right off the bat, treaded tire all day.
Yeah. Slicks.
Yeah.
Also, when you answer this, if you can also put when you started racing, because I know some people have only ever raced slicks and are like, treaded? What the heck is that?
Exactly.
So if you're an old school racer, yep, square fuzzies. I could have guessed that one.
Look, who's that coming from too? That's old school.
Two-wheel drive, low grip is whack. Give me grip and slicks.
Oh man, 1990, yeah.
1990 there. Jason, had a question for you with the low grip. Did you race low grip with a rear motor, or was it outdoor with the mid-motor styles? Foams, pan car, huh?
Yeah, on
and off since 2000. So that's kind of new.
Yeah.
Relatively new. Rob racing 30+ years.
Gary Hamilton, Wayne, you can answer for me. Yes.
We already know
he would prefer a slick on a slot car track more than anything out there.
Gary, they have slot cars where all you do is just pull the trigger.
Yeah.
It's nice. You don't have to worry about track prep or nothing.
Well, we appreciate it at our home track. Gary Hamilton's the guy that does a lot of our track prep, and he's a staple there, and he helps us out a lot. So thank you very much, Gary. Same with Eric Bruss. They help out a lot.
I took a long break. Thought it was weird coming back to see Slicks. Gage, also a local. It's cool seeing so many locals to us, and I haven't seen a lot of these names in a long time. Bowtie. That's old school right there.
So that's
Throw
something
a roost.
that, me and Zach, on the ride down from California, we sat there and talked about this a lot, about just the style of racing and how it's changed so much. And we kind of lit up and talked about the loamy outdoor era, where the rear motor, where you're hanging it out, you slamming it in the corner, lock the brake up, and you're pinning it coming out, and the roost and all the stuff like that. And that's something I think, especially with some of our older guys, that is something that's sorely missed.
Right.
I even heard Rona in your interview with him talking about, IFMAR pins and IFMAR studs, and were you running a 3-rib or a 2-rib front tire or whatever it was, and compounds weren't really a big issue. It was basically how tall a lug did you want, or how short of a lug did you want, and how hard packed it was. Kind of like motocross, how hard packed was it underneath the loam, and it's just those days are missed.
Yeah, I think everyone, kind of everything develops, right? It's always easy to, those were the good old days and stuff. But that's why I wondered, like, when people answer these questions, are you coming from your perspective, or
how long have you been in it?
Yeah,
how long have you seen it? How many different tracks have you seen? All that kind of good stuff. I mean,
everyone has their personal opinion, and definitely think the racing and all that it's tightened up. It's a lot quicker pace, but it's harder to race each other. Like you said, you can't motocross each other, but the tracks are built different as well, They don't have berms. They don't have the elevation as much.
With the slicks and the higher grip, it does require you to control your car better. The ability to control your car better is there. So it's when you get quality drivers, and I don't mean that in a negative way, but when you have good quality drivers racing together, they can race close with a good, hooked up track. There's very few wheel-to-wheel incidents getting into each other. And so I'd rather have to tune my car and run a treaded tire instead of be close with the slick. It's just one of those things. So a lot of guys like them slicks. Pink tape or pin era. Yes.
Bornhorst leading the way in this one with Kaufman. Giving these guys, keep in mind, this is the final race of Heat 2.
Round 2.
Or I'm sorry, round 2, yeah, not Heat 2. Bornhorst, Kaufman, and William out in the 3 spot. Now, none of these guys in the top 20 as far as 3-lap pace. Give them a little bit more time as they're 2 minutes into this heat. Bornhorst with the S-Works. I believe Aaron is CLR still.
Hunter King up there.
Yeah, Hunter
He's running
King.
5th in this one.
Kyle Turner. Ooh, a little Mario Kart action on the front straightaway.
Oh. I thought that was interesting also, too. IFMAR requires the track builders to put in certain features. And that washboard section is a requirement by IFMAR. You must have it. It has to be so long. And I would have piled up turn 4. I never knew that. I knew that there was certain things that you had to have, but I didn't know, all right, hey, you got to put a washboard in there.
Here's a good question for you guys. Who got you into RC racing, and who have you gotten into RC racing?
There you go.
Be interesting to see something fun while we're just in practice.
My dad got me a Super Champ in 1983. That's what I started with. Him and I spent almost...
They had electricity back then?
Dude, it was... Yeah. Really.
I'm teasing
we sat at the table for 8 or 9 hours building the car, and it was one of those things that was just super cool. It was fun. And he got me hooked. And never looked back. That's been the consistent in my life since '83.
I started with Hornet back in '85. Heck yeah.
Jake there, so Jackie.
Nice.
Responsible
That's cool.
for getting somebody in there.
Stepdad, that's awesome. B3, that was my very first car. AE B3. Was it a kit, or did they have RTR B3s back then? I don't remember. I had a factory team kit, and I remember they had a team edition and a factory team.
Right.
And I saved up extra to get the factory team with my father.
Kaufman up front in this one right now. He's looking to go 20.4.
Needed something to do after
he did
divorce.
turn a 19.8, so these guys are going fast too. So Kyle turning out of the point. His last was 21.1, 20.5 for a fast lap for him. He's looking at a 1 minute 102.
DJ got himself 101. That's cool. I'd love to get people into it though. Well, you just sharing the stream is a good chance you've probably already helped get people into it. So
absolutely
appreciate you guys. Wish you would follow Hunter King. If you guys are listening in the booth, Hunter King, be sweet to follow. He's about to come on to the straightaway.
Coffey's still out front of this one. Joe Barnhart up to that number 2 spot.
Oh, wow. This guy got into the Worlds in '85 right after the IFMAR Worlds in Del Mar, California, '85.
That was at the Ranch Pit Stop.
That's tight. At a T5
I believe. Bernhorst to the top. Look at that. He's going 1 minute 8.2.
How to step that? That's cool.
A 1 minute .84 or 8.24 is not fast enough.
It's going to put him 23rd overall.
Yeah.
Joe B.
Wow.
Kyosho Raider, 87-ish. I got a question. Is Jeremy Cordson here at all?
The bad boy of RC.
Bad boy.
I'd love to see Jeremy Courts pop in and say hi.
My grandpa flew planes. That's awesome. Anyone got a cool RC stories they want to throw in the chat while they're out here blowing off the track before we start the next round of practice?
I don't know. Are they taking it? I don't know. They're jumping right back into it. Probably get Matt over here to look at something for me really quick when you get a second.
Mother Matt?
Mother Matt.
We could use your assistant. No, he doesn't have his other headset in, dude. He's ignoring us.
Let's see. I don't want to do that. Let's see what we got to do here.
Oh, that's cool. This guy's getting his girlfriend into it. His dad got him into it in the 80s. Casper. Kitty cats. We don't want to get banned now, do we?
Yeah.
SCC's listening.
Uh-oh.
I won an 800 lap enduro. Holy moly, an 88.
We have to redo it. Don't worry. We're redoing it.
Did you guys change batteries with the 800 lap enduro? Was it solders? You guys have Dean plugs? How'd that work? All right. Thank you, bud.
Thank you.
Look at this right here. On the last hobby action layout, which is here, you can confirm this with Richard Lake. I somehow got my car stuck 6 foot up on the pole next to the triple. That's interesting. Jason mentioned he got to hang out with Tony Stewart, club racing. So here's a fun one. Tony Stewart actually has a lot of roots from our hometown. I don't know if you knew that much, Wayne, but he came into a place I used to work, which was also a track. If you guys ever saw the rubber track out of Bakersfield, California, it was part of a dirt oval. Tony Stewart came out there for one of our things and came out before opening, and it was the funniest thing. He came out, nobody even knew who he was when he walked in the building, and I was like, oh, wow, that's Tony Stewart. And he comes to the back, and I thought for sure he's just going to want to go hang out in the go-kart section, and I knew he was involved in RC Oval because of Custom Works.
Yes.
He was a part owner. Not sure. He might still be.
Mm-hmm.
Someone will probably confirm that. But
I believe he owns it outright now.
Okay, and I was running my Kyo show, and I was like, oh, he's definitely going to go over and hang out in the go-kart section or go drink and hang out. Dude, he came over the RC section like a little kid and just hung out with the RCs the whole time. He loved it. I was
I'm sure
like,
it's a welcome break for him.
Exactly.
You know.
He's like, and it was off-road. It wasn't oval, but we had the rubber track. It had that huge step up. It was like 20 foot, just throwing whips over it, and it was so fun.
That's funny.
Brett Birch, heck yeah. Come take a seat. I miss BKE. Good times. Really
that was
fun
weird
track.
with the rubber track. That was
Yeah, it was awesome.
That was
We had a
different.
clay track after,
yes,
but the
you
rubber
did.
was
But
insane.
the rubber was what I liked about it was that huge, like the two-story.
It was 2-story step up.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying. I was expecting Tony to go go-kart, but I will say the track, like the RC track, anyone that walked in was like, what the heck? 'Cause
Yeah.
It was 2-story. You jumped up
Exactly.
into the second story. It was insane.
It was cool.
I wish we had a picture or a video we could play right now
Wish
for you
someone
guys.
had something for that
That
because that
thing,
was
one of a kind.
I think I ran. The problem with the rubber track, it was so hooked up and so dialed that it was easy to break your car on, and so it wasn't that aspect. It wasn't fun, but the layout itself, if he could do something like that on dirt, that'd be super. It's like the big like the Coliseum, how they come in and come out of it was just dialed.
Looks like they're doing a little bit of tracks. Don't know if it's necessarily sealant, but we'll have to confirm that. Sometimes they'll put some water down and they'll fix little cracks.
I think he's just putting a little bit of water down on some of the areas that are coming apart.
Yep.
At this time,
pretty common around here.
Again, we'd like to mention our sponsor of the event. There's no doubt if you were to walk in this place, you would see all the banners, all the stickers, all the cool stuff, the cool little stuff that you see around here. That's most of it's done by Stick It One. They're the primary sponsor of this event. They've done an amazing job with everything here, and they make stickers for everybody. They make T-shirts. They make the stickers. They make the pit boards for us. So if you need any of that kind of stuff, make sure you hit them up. Hit them up and use them. They are a huge supporter here at Hobby Action. They do a great job with everything you see here at the track. We also have Team Associated. We have J Concepts, makers of tires and all kinds of cool accessories across the board, from racing, 10 scale, 8 scale monster trucks. Jason Rowan's a huge monster truck guy. And so he has fun with that stuff. We got Sanwall, which is radios, ProTech RC, RC Raceworks, AKA is the tire this week that we're using. We figured out the tire problem. We're getting it under control. Everybody's going the right direction. And then we got Coca-Cola helping us out. I'm drinking myself a nice cold Dr. Pepper. Mod Live Medias. Obviously, Matt's doing a bang-up job with bringing all the content we have. We've got a few photographers, myself and Zach up here in the booth, commentating, calling shots.
Actually, getting ready to let Richard take over for a minute. I'll be back with you in about 10 minutes, guys.
All right, buddy. Thank you. But yeah, we have a great crew up here having fun. It's really cool. And then we have, Roar's our U.S. sanctioning body. They're doing the best they can. They're trying to, help out with IFMAR and get the tire situation under control. They're working really hard to do that. We also have the Angry Crab Shack, which I think we're almost sold on going there for dinner.
It's if you like crawfish boils and
oh yeah, well, I'll have to try that.
It's pretty good stuff.
Yeah, and then P1 Paving Construction, obviously. Those last two are outside the industry sponsors, and it's awesome to see that. So if you guys have a business, any kind of business, and you want to help out a race event like this, definitely chime in and let us know, because it's always cool to see these outside companies, sponsoring somehow. So it's awfully cool. So now we got Richard Lake in here hanging out with me.
Well, hello.
So you've been walking around the pits. Have you been talking to anybody? Have you heard anything?
Just be getting a vibe. Everybody's jones to be, finally putting some laps on the track.
Right.
A little itchy scratchy for the first round. People didn't quite know what to think with how the track was going to come in, how the cars were going to be, just all the freshness about it. But I think you can see, midway through, halfway through, going into the second round, things are definitely starting to shape up. You're starting to see these guys really starting to lay down some power.
Oh man, absolutely.
I've seen several guys, with rip out of the corner here and flying over the tabletop with ease. So yeah, I look for it to only expand from there, and the general vibe is everybody's really, really happy with the flow. I haven't really heard anybody saying they dislike any one section, so
right.
I think everybody's enjoying it. So
that's cool. I mean, we were watching on times. Matt's going to bring this back up for us, but as for times, a gentleman was on our live, and he's like, "Oh, we're going to see 57s." And by the end of the day, and actually we've seen a 57 in the middle of that last round.
Yeah.
On their top three consecutive. We're seeing, now we're starting to see low 19-second lap times.
Yeah.
And I was calling it early on, looking at the times, even halfway through the first round. It's going to take, to be in that top 10, to qualify, maybe even in the first round to get in the top 10, you're going to need a 16-lap run.
Yeah.
Definitely. Your top 12, your top 15 are going to need a 16-lap run to even be close.
Yep.
And we've seen Dakota Fenn, if you look at the total time, I think he's the only one that has done a 16-lap run. His top three consecutive, I think he's fourth or fifth overall. We'll get that up here in a second.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, on a 5-minute run, 16 laps is what you're going to have.
Yeah, it's going to have to be a 16-lap run or like a 5 flat on a 15.
Yes.
With milliseconds to spare.
Yeah.
In my opinion. So I think the majority will be on 16 once they get going. But we'll see. I mean, there's spots where you think you can go a lot faster than what you can actually go, and there's some spots where you can go a lot faster, and I think guys aren't really attacking it quite just yet because they don't know, what to expect as of yet.
Yeah, and I think with the tire situation, they're not going all out just yet because they don't know what they're going to have to save.
Yeah, driving 7/10s versus 10/10s just to kind of feel it out.
And maybe because you see Rivkin and Mayfield a little bit more on a regular basis, but there's I've seen Mayfield talk about this on the carpet when we were racing 702, where these guys, which would be like on my level, would be like 120% just going, trying to go as balls out as best
balls
you can.
to the wall. Yeah.
But these guys, situations, even when it looks like they are just ballistically fast, even Mayfield's like he's driving. He says he's driving at like 98%,
yeah,
95%, 98%, and he saves that little extra for when he needs it.
Yep.
And I've heard him mention about the pace being pushed too hard, too fast. And you think, well, it's racing. You want to go as fast as you can all the time. Well, it's just kind of weird that when you hear these guys at that level, well, the pace is too much. Well, they're getting outside their box, and they don't want to drive that hard, that fast. And it might be somebody, their box is a little bit higher than
a little bit higher than what they're doing. Yeah.
And it's just interesting to hear that at that level, that it's just someone's actually being aggressive and,
early on.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's cool to hear that. I mean, like right now, everybody, obviously everybody's just kind of trying to get comfortable, and it's getting there. Everything's getting more comfortable. Times are coming down, and it's cool to see, because I think the top 20 are literally within a second and a half.
Yeah.
And it's ballistically fast.
Ballistically fast. And as progression goes on, it's going to get
tighter.
It's going to get tighter. So those tenths of a second, are going to be all that matters when you're rocking it. So it's interesting. When you see Spencer and Ryan out here, they'll generally all go out and kind of practice with one another. So they kind of pace each other, and they gauge each other's driving habits, and it's cool to see them racing, even on a club level. Because that competitiveness is still there. They still want to outdo one another, but
it's racing.
But it's racing.
Yeah.
And even when they're on club racing and they're still, blazingly above all the locals here.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of cool to see this, because I compare it to my club racing, as I race against the same group of guys week in, week out, and there's 5 of us that can win on either night.
Yep.
And that's just a club road. At a club level. These guys at the world or national level, it's the same scenario.
Yeah.
Any one of them can win.
Any one of them can win.
And they're used to racing each other all the time.
Yep.
And so they know each other's mannerisms. They know what's intentional. They know what's not intentional, which is where you see a lot of the heated conversations come up.
Yep.
But, at the end of it, they all know what each other can and can't do.
Yeah.
Which, in turn, definitely adds to the quality of racing.
Absolutely.
It's phenomenal to watch.
Yeah, and whenever even getting geared up for this race, when these guys would come out on a weekend and club race, or even when Matty G was coming out and Sammy Moran was coming out, a couple of local California guys, so to speak, made the trek over on the weekend to run on a Saturday with us. It's kind of cool, because normally two-wheel drive modified around here, we got a core group of guys. There's anywhere from 7 to 12 generally, but then you get these guys show up, and then you're like, oh, now we got a stacked A main and a pretty good B main as well.
Right.
Because stock racing around here is ridiculously competitive with what we have.
I think that's across the board.
Across the board, yeah. Yeah, people don't like to run modified, but you strap them with a 17.5, and they're tickled pink. And that's it's cool to see that. That's where you hone the skills. But yeah, when you can show up on a weekend and you got an A and a B of two-wheel mod, and these guys are in the house, you're like, oh, I'm racing for 5th. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you can. Unfortunately, it's like it's a kick to the. It's a. You can actually gauge where you're really at.
It's like, you're sitting there, you're running with them, and you're like, okay, well, on a plus side, I didn't go a lap down that qualifier,
yes.
So I'm good, right?
Exactly.
I'm doing better.
Or I hung with him for half a lap.
Yeah. Hey, I almost matched his hot lap.
Exactly.
But yeah, it's I mean the vibe around the track seems to be really, really good. I was walking through Tire Tech. Everybody seems to be, jiving with how it's going. They got a system down there. I mean, it's like clockwork on taking the tires off, getting them cleaned up, getting them back into the appropriate bags.
Nice.
So yeah, I think we did a little bit of track maintenance just now, just to kind of do a real good blow off of the track. Which is nice because there is that outer edge stuff that doesn't really get out of the way. So if you get it out of the way, it's just going to enhance a little bit wider of a line, I guess, so that you can kind of make. So, and you can already see the line kind of forming on it already.
You could definitely see the rubber being put down. Zach and I were watching like at the end of the straightaway. It looks like there's a little bit of dip there, and it's kind of upsetting the cars when they come around.
Yeah, they're almost going up on two wheels. You can kind of see them like a little bit of a tripod when they get under braking. You can see that inner left wheel kind of lifting off the ground. There's a little bit of a stutter right at the end. So depending upon how hot they hit it and how much brakes they've got, the rear end of the car is coming up about a 1/4 inch to 1/2 inch.
Right.
So, but
I mean,
it's cool.
Yeah, I got to talk to Dakota Fan. He's like, the traction around the track is a little inconsistent, but it's definitely coming up. So there's some places the traction's coming up faster than others. Definitely drivable.
Very
only
drivable. And it is only going to get better. I mean, that's a nice thing. I mean, there's definitely going to be the race groove, but there'll also be the little bit of an outside race groove.
Bit of a cushion to be on.
Cushion, yeah. So if you do get outside that race groove, you can still settle in line and get right back into that race groove.
Massive accident there on front side tabletop.
Yeah.
Guys just not able to get out of each other's way.
Nope.
I've learned that running mod on carpet, the closing speeds is ridiculous. And I imagine the traction. Wow, that guy just got blasted.
Dude.
That was bad.
There we go. Lining it up. Maybe.
See what we got here. That was just brutal.
Send him into next week. Matt's got his homework built up for him now.
Yeah, we'll dig it. Oh, here it is. I think this is it, isn't it?
No. That's who.
Those are the two cars that got into it. I think that red one's trying to.
I think he's looking for a little payback. Oh, here's the instant replay. Here we go.
Right here. That's what happened over the tabletop.
That's what happened over the tabletop.
So I wonder if the red car was thinking that he was the one that got wronged there.
even though he's the one who wronged.
Yes, exactly.
But ouch.
Because in the next that lap as they come around, and he got blasted
off the front side triple. The tabletop is, it's you want to hit it with some speed. You short it. It's not very forgiving.
The distance is deceiving.
Yeah.
To land on, I've talked to a few guys. They like landing on top and shooting into the face of that the single to slow you down. So it's I've noticed in different driving styles. I'm noticing some guys like to let it hang out just a little bit more.
Yeah.
And other guys like to keep it.
I think if you can do that consistently for 5 minutes and maintain speed, I think that's going to be a faster way to try and get around that section versus trying to do the downside.
Right. Austin Horn's the only one I've actually seen him do it clean, but and he's trying to do it every lap.
He's trying to do it every lap,
and he did come up short a few times.
Came up short a couple times, and when I was watching him, because I was standing up on the announcer's booth, kind of watching the run, and I caught it the first time he did it, and I'm like, did he just? Well, yeah, he did.
Yeah.
So I started watching his car, and I started watching where he's coming around into the corner to set it up, and a lot of the guys when they're coming in off this horseshoe to line up the table, they are, 1/4 inch to 1/2 inch or less off the tube and squirting it on top of the tabletop. He was about 6 to 8 inches off the table, off that corner.
So he's going a little bit wider.
He's going a little bit wider.
A car width off.
Yep, about a car width off to do it. So it would be interesting to see once race time comes around if it's, it's going to be negligible on his lap time, or if it's just going to be, because if you wreck there,
it's bad.
It's bad. If you wreck in the whoops,
yeah.
Even though it looks pretty small, it's
right.
It's a good jaunt for that marshal to get out to you.
Yes. And that's like I touched base on that earlier. It's just like playing hockey in the street. Moving traffic has the right of way. So if you wreck in a bad area and you got to wait for the train to come by, you can go from hero to zero, like that.
Exactly.
And so it's just you got to mind your P's and Q's, and it's where do you want to take the chance?
Yeah.
Where do you want to risk it?
Risk it for the biscuit. Where are you the most comfortable? And RC Mon on the chat, his fastest lap definitely was clearing the table, and when he made it, it was wicked fast.
It was pretty.
It was pretty.
Absolutely pretty.
But when you got it wrong, that fast lap is all for naught. So,
it's one of those things. Is how much faster is it compared to? Are you gonna, if you can send it every lap and be consistent over it, compared to if you wad it up once?
If you wad it up once,
all that time that you've made is gone.
It's gone.
And
so I think the guys that have the confidence and the moxie to do it, and let's be honest, Austin is one of those kids.
Yes.
Not a kid. I mean, he's
right.
a young man, but he's definitely got the confidence that if he feels he's gonna be able to pull it off and stick it, he's going to go for it. I mean, that's just, I've watched him race many a time, and he's not afraid to pull trigger.
No, and fight it. So we're watching Cole and Davey Botta right now. These two in the first 2 rounds were running right together, so you got to wonder if they're playing a little bit of psychological warfare and trying to figure each other out. They've both been super fast. Looks like Cole got tied up there. Davey's all by himself now. Davey's just going to set sail. Once again, we're looking at times and seeing where we're at. Matt's got to come over and fix my laptop to see where we're at exactly for our top 3. But it's like
I'm going to get out of Matt's way. Come in behind me.
I'm not a computer guy, Matt. I'm sorry.
we don't do the IT stuff, Matt. That's why you have the pretty faces on camera.
Exactly.
Well, at least
right.
at least Wayne. So.
No, at least you.
But,
thank you, Matt.
Thanks, Matt.
Tollard out front right now. With 19.6.
Yeah, 19.6. But I mean, a minute to 6, a minute to 6.84, minute 2. So I mean,
these guys are laying it
10
down.
1,000th of a second between Tollard and Botta. I mean, that's a blink.
Yeah, it is.
It really is.
And like I said, you look at let's go down over here so we can get the let's bring this down.
Okay, I'm on bottom.
So you get our top 20 there, 20 to a 1.6.
Yeah.
So 6 seconds over, three consecutive laps. That's a little bit stretched. But if you look at your top 10, I mean, that's just for this round so far.
That's just for this round so far, yeah.
But going back to the last round, it was less than a second. Your top 15.
Top
separating.
15, yeah. So, like I said, it's going to be separated by milliseconds, going down to tenths of seconds, and everything in between.
Yeah, just to push and wide in a corner, it's ridiculous. I mean, and it's a lot of these guys that I'm not a slicks fan, but it's like they're running these slicks. The car's super controllable. You can put the car, when these guys, when they get their cars comfortable, they can put the car anywhere they want.
Yep.
And it's like driving a sedan with some jumps in the track.
Yeah, it's touring car with dirt.
Yep. A little bit more droop.
A little bit more droop. A little bit higher ride height.
Yeah.
So. Cole is, Cole kind of leading it out still with that minute 2.8 now. So. And somebody just tagged the pole and
found a pole.
Sawed it off.
Shrapnel.
And you'll hear it if there's any of our locals in here. Anybody who hits one of our poles, you'll hear them say Willie. We call it the Willie pole. So,
my memory, I don't know. Did you ever race at SRS when it was here?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I remember ever coming out Cactus Classic. They always have the cowbell.
Cowbell in the upper corner.
Where's it at?
So here's the thing, right? So we've talked about it. We're like, it'd be really cool to have a cowbell on the track. Well, yeah, I mean, but like the old SRS, it was like, you had these tabletops where you skirted off, and the cowbell was a pole that was coming out of the track.
Yes.
So I thought it'd be kind of cool, before we put the third pipe in off the tabletop.
Absolutely,
put a cowbell
that's what
there.
I was thinking.
But then I was like, well, that might be deemed gimmicky, or
it's a world's event.
It's a world's event. We want, so. Yeah, but we've had a cowbell in here before. We've hung them off our center poles. So, But, he forgot to turn off the misters.
Whoopsie.
As I like to say, that would be tier 2 going on right there.
I do it all the time at home.
But
you hear it turn on, clip.
Yeah, we had the previous layout that we had in here, kind of right where cone number 9 is, where they're stopping the cars.
Yeah.
We had a triple that jumped back towards that pole, and we actually had a bullseye there for people that would hit the pole, and it was kind of funny. It was like, anytime anybody hits a pole, it's Willie. Because Willie was the first one that initiated the pole and sawed the whole front of his car off. So he is forever immortalized in that.
So now our local track, we only have the one pole in the middle of the track. And one night, I don't know why, sometimes our guys like to partake in the
adult beverage?
The adult beverages. And we brought 8-scale buggy and truggy out on our track. And at about 6 feet off the racing surface, 6 to 7 foot off, I signed it. It was a truggy. And we put a pretty good crease in that pole.
Really?
I hit it. A couple of my other drivers hit it, and it was.
So we had before we elongated the announcer's booth over there. We had a much larger triple on one of our layouts that you jumped onto the straightaway, and Frank Root can attest. It was actually a quad. So it was either a triple single or mods would line up out of the corner and just sky the quad. And it was poetry in motion when you saw these cars just flying through the air. But I can tell you, many a chunk have been taken out of that side wall from cars slamming into it and just
blasting it.
And I had one that actually cleared the outside and landed almost where my monitor is, the white monitor over there.
Lord.
I was like, everybody's like, dude, you need hazard pay.
Yeah.
I'm like, man, pretty much.
Depends on who's on track.
Yeah. So, but yeah, we've run 8-scale buggies in here one time. Well, maybe not more than one time. One time that I know of.
Right.
One of our last layouts that we had a big crossover, and we ran e-buggy in here. It was the last race night of that layout, and it was chaos on 4 wheels.
Yeah,
like 8 of these guys just full noodle everywhere.
So right now on the track, we got BT out there, Brian Wyrick, Dougie's out there on this one.
Out there.
He's been doing pretty good.
Yeah.
Top leaderboard on your top 3 consecutive for this round. Cole Tollard, 59.206, and we're pretty much 1s to 104 for the top 20. Top 15 or so. Yep. And of course that always gets faster depending on who's up. Dougie's stepping up right there. Let's see, we're looking at 20-second lap times.
Up there too.
Yeah.
So
it's going to be.
I think once everybody's settled with the cars and they're comfortable, I think it's going to be fast 18-second laps.
Oh, I think so too.
Easy.
It's going to be. I mean, BT is average right now is a 20-second lap time, and he's at a 15.507. So it's definitely going to take a 16 or a fast 15 to make the show. When I say a 15, it's going to be a 5 flat or better. But BT out front right now, team manager for Associated.
40-plus champ.
Yeah. Dang it.
If there's one thing you can always attest with Brent's car, it's deceptively smooth going around the track.
Yes.
He's still got the skills.
Okay. We'll go back to BK.
Okay.
Watching Brent Delkey drive. Yep. Brian Kenwald, his craft. His car looked ridiculously slow because he was so smooth.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he would constantly and consistently rip off just bullet lap after lap after lap, but his car looked slow because he was so smooth.
So smooth with
it. And that's, you see that in a few drivers these days, but back then, if you can compare to the technology we have now compared to what he has then, I mean, that's just one of those things where you think back and you're like, man, he really was an unbelievable driver.
Yeah, his skill set that he had was second to none. Before he moved up to Phoenix, he actually lived down in Tucson, in my neck of the woods, and he raced at Competition Hobbies, which was my home track at the time before they closed down.
Right.
And I remember him showing up and sets up his pit right next to me, and he's like, "Dude, I didn't know you lived here." I'm like, "Dude, you moved here?" He's like, "Yeah."
Okay.
So that was kind of neat. Again, like coming up here and you see, Spencer and Orion, on a weekend basis. It was truly so much fun racing with Ryan on a week in, week out basis, and seeing the little tinkering that he did was crazy.
It really was some of the stuff that he came up with.
Some of the stuff that he came up with. It was like, I remember him. He's running like an 8-turn or a 9-turn in his 2-wheel buggy. I'm like, "What are you doing, dude?" And he goes, "Well, I'm only running 4 cells." And I'm like, okay. He's and again, you're watching his car, and it's smooth, and it's just going around the track, and it's got grip. He's got weight where it needs.
He's just, in my opinion, way before his time. I mean, he's just way early in the industry, and people didn't grasp onto what he was trying to do. I mean, some things, yes.
Yeah.
But a lot of things, they just. I laugh at it now, but you see some of the stuff he's doing, you're like, you laugh at it. Yeah. You're like, no way. And then you watch him, and he just blows everybody away with it. You're like, maybe he's on to something.
Yeah. Well, the original BK turned inside out tire.
Yep. That was at M&M. I remember that. The BK bar was it was a low-C tire that he cut the sidewalls off, and he turned it inside out and blew it back
announcer.
together. And we have Misters coming on.
Misters again. Yeah.
Rich is about to jump down there.
No, not at all. Is my eye twitching?
I'm the same way. Man. I'd be even worse than I'm exactly just like you if it was at my home track, and you're like, come on.
Yeah.
They're doing their best.
Well, and the nice thing is, I mean, again, this is open, so I mean, everybody's just getting the lay of the land, the feel of the track.
Yeah.
So, I mean, everything is rolling along like it should. Cutting tires and gluing them in half on our chat. Yep.
With the tire count per sets, is everybody close to their 5? Are we close there, or are we still?
Once everything is on site, we will be good for all 5.
Okay. Another question. I don't know if you've heard. Are we running the full program today?
Full program. My understanding, from what I've been told, is they're running the full program today. So all 4 open
qualifiers and then the control.
The 2 controlled.
Which will be 6 rounds of control practice.
6 rounds of controlled. Yeah.
Okay.
So I would imagine that after the fourth round, I would imagine they would take maybe a small little break, just to kind of. Yeah, maybe I don't know if they'll do a dinner break or if they'll do a track maintenance break like they did. Give us 5 minutes to kind of blow it off pretty good and get things going, and just kind of go out with the water nozzle to address any small little spots that might be chunking up from lawn darting. So on that end, I haven't heard it if they are in fact going to do a break, but I would imagine they would.
Okay.
Just to keep things going. So
I know you guys are following along. I'm sorry. Ben Smith actually jumped up there at the 59.605 on his top 3. So that's good to know. Davey Bada at 1 over, so he slowed down a touch. Davey Bada that last round went way fast.
Yeah.
So I think these guys are still trying different things with their cars, trying to get
trying to get it locked in, but still be consistent. So
you might see some pull one out. You might see some slow down a little bit. Aiden Horn in this one, and he shot. As soon as he started, all I saw was an orange bullet.
Yeah, it was out of the gate.
So
Chance on the chat. Good on you, dude. I know. I think Travis is supposed to be up here on Tuesday to watch the finals. So good.
Aiden Horn out of the horn in 19.9,
right out of the gate.
Yep.
Yeah. And
so these guys, like I said, it is a mental warfare. So these guys might be laying something down just to send a message. Some of them might be, you know, sandbagging a little bit, so we'll have to see. 19.8, 19.8.
19.8 out of Mika.
Misha. We got yelled at on.
We got yelled at. Sorry.
Templeman
throwing
his 20s, yeah. So
throwing his foot into mod. So it's good to see Mason, you know, kind of venture out of the stock reins and drop it into the mod.
Last round, Spencer Heckert had a good run, so he was up in the mix.
Yep.
Joseph Levin's up there. He's not sure where he was last round, but he's one of those youngsters that's trying to come up. And actually, Tanner, my son, went out and raced on carpet yesterday in Indianapolis, and he was running on one of Jovi's setups, and it was kind of cool. I was letting him know. He's like, you know, didn't think anybody paid attention to that stuff, and I'm like, oh yeah, he does, and it actually worked really well. Tanner went out and DQ'd and won on carpet, so it was fun. So Aiden Horn stepping up right now. He's at 59.7 overall, 59.9 for Misha. Mason's looking at 102. A lot of time left over, only 2 down, 3 to go in this one.
Brett on our chat, never in the history of RC racing has 4-wheel been run before 2-wheel. Can we explain why it's changed? It's been a problem switching it around.
I don't know if that's true or not.
I don't think that's true, but I'll give you a little history on why we did it here. We were given the option of running 2-wheel or 4-wheel first. We decided collectively in chats with the powers that be that it would be better to run 4-wheel first because it's a no sauce rule on a slick tire, to get as much rubber put down onto the track as possible. So being that 4 wheels are always usually pretty easier to drive with a little less traction than 2 wheels, that's why we went with that decision. So again, it's just trying to make the 2-wheel drive portion better in the end game. So 4-wheel is running first. And yeah, if you didn't know, these are control slick tires. Nothing is able to be done to them. No additives, no tire sauce, no nothing. So that's why 4-wheel is up before 2-wheel. And I think there's been some other instances in the past where 4-wheel has been run previous to it as well. But I'm not that keen on the history of it. So.
I believe it's. I think the last one was ran 4-wheel first.
I'm pretty positive it was, but I'd have to go back and look at notes and all that fun stuff. But that was the sole reason we did it out here is to break in the track with the 4 wheels, to make it easier for the race program. And
it makes sense to get the rubber down, because if you're only going to change 20% of the track, you don't want to. You want to get as much rubber on track as possible. So.
Yeah. So
as for so we don't win a 2-wheel class. The front tire is open. Run what you want, how many you want. What about the rear tire? Are they limited to a certain amount of sets on the rear tire?
I haven't heard if they're going to be doing a specific amount like they're doing with the 4 wheels. I think if they do, I think that would probably be a wise decision. It's going to take a lot of the guesswork out of it, and you're already on that tire program, already on that strategy. So I personally, if it was my decision, I would say yes. Right. You're on this amount of tires. And I know, some of the guys that already have all of their 4-wheel drive tires that had bought excess 4-wheel tires,
right?
They don't have to glue up 2-wheel drive tires now.
Yeah, they can use them.
They can use them. So
along those lines, if they've already submitted them as a 4-wheel rear tire, can they pull those and use them for 2-wheel?
Yes.
Because they've already been submitted.
They've already been submitted.
I understand the situation going on, so if it's already been teched for 4-wheel, they can pull those and resubmit them for 2-wheel. As long as it hasn't been used already.
As long as it hasn't been used.
Yep. Interesting. That's good. Good to know, because some of those guys that, like Maddie, for instance, I know he's been the grunt of the joke, but he literally bought like 18 sets of tires.
Maddie was ready, for anything to happen. So, dude, Luke Pratley.
Nice.
Pulling it out.
Oh, that's 47.
Not right.
I don't think
that's not right. Well,
he's got a 10-4.
10-4, yeah. No.
Sending it.
But 59.0 for Aiden. So that's pretty stout.
Yes, it is.
And I would say look for that to drop. 57, 58 is going to be. that top 3. So
thank you, Eddie Rogers. Appreciate that. Yeah, Tanner was out there I think Friday and yesterday. He doesn't get a whole bunch of time to run. So when he does, he likes to come out and visit new places. And he said he had a blast out there. He appreciated what you guys have and just really had a good time. He really liked your facility there. So that's cool. Thanks for having him.
yeah, and looking, I mean, consistent 19s for Aiden. I mean, he like 120.2, but he's getting comfortable with his car. 19.3 fast lap. So yeah, he definitely looking good on what he's got going on. So.
On right, that put him on top at a 15.9.022.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
that's awesome.
But I mean, when you're looking from they're down to 12th, a 101. So your top 10 are going to be below that minute mark.
Oh, absolutely. Because we're only a couple of races into this one. And
we got 3 more. Yeah, 3 more.
Well, no,
2
because
more.
I think we started at 8 this time.
Started at 8, but then
yes, then it goes back to 1.
It goes back to 1
to 7. So it's.
But these are the proverbial fast kids.
Yes.
So
absolutely, kids. We can get away with that.
We can get away with that. I mean, yeah. Hello.
So we got Marcus, Brock, Arlovsky, Cavallari. So we got all the Schumachers in this one.
Yeah.
Testman's in this one.
Testman's in this one.
Mew,
yeah. Martin.
This will be a quick one.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see, once again, the mental warfare. We'll have to see if somebody's just going to lay back and see what they got, or are they going to lay it out there and push one another?
Just go to town. I think one that's probably just going to lay it out there will probably be Marcus.
Yeah.
Marcus, since he showed up here, he has been just wicked fast. Hyper-focused.
Yeah.
Like, out of the gate. Very, very adapted to running the car on slicks.
Arlovsky down to a 19.6 right out of the bat. Oof. Now, watching Arlovsky drive on carpet in Vegas at that IOCC,
yeah.
I mean, the car was like uber low, like 11 mil ride height.
It was like Velcro to the track.
It was ridiculous. And I backed that up with a 19.5.
With a 19.6.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so you're seeing those Schumachers up top right now with Champlin.
They've got a stout team.
They do.
It's impressive. I mean, the work they've done in the short time they've been. Well, I mean, not the short time they've been racing, because let's be honest, Schumachers.
Well, and they're constantly trying to improve their platform. And so it's you look at the talent that they have there with the input they have to work on that car. It's undoubtedly it's going to be one of the. It's going to be a tough car to beat. It's going to
be tough. When
Arlovsky 58.8 right now going to the top. Some of you guys might see Luke Prattley up there, but Luke obviously with the 10-second to 14-second lap time, that's not correct. But Arlovsky at a 58.8, a 58.9 now for Champlin. So your top two Schumachers going up there. Ryan Cavallari,
he's
running
on the outside
overall,
looking in.
So
they're 59.8. So I mean, your top 4 under a minute. And like I said, it's separated by, milliseconds. And Marcus, your current, 22 four-wheel drive, or your 22 four-wheel drive European champion, and your 23 two-wheel drive European champion. So, he's got the confidence and swagger coming in for sure.
Arlovsky of 19.3 last time by.
Yeah.
I think we're going to see a sub 19, maybe before the end of this round. I definitely this heat and the next one, I think we got guys that can definitely go ballistic here.
Testman popping up there now too, 59.5.
He did 19.7 last time by. Cavallari busted a 19.7, so these guys are all under a minute for your top 3.
19.4 for Testman. So, yeah, he's getting comfortable with his X-ray.
Yep.
Oh, couple get into it off the end of it.
There we go.
Floater double. That was Lee. But
wow, these guys are just
19.1 out of Brock.
Oh gosh, Brock is one of those guys that just Zach and I were touching base on it, man. He has a desire to just be that guy.
Yeah.
And he has been putting his head down. He's been grinding and getting after it. We're following him now. You watch him drive this car. Watch him set the car up in the air when he when he launches it over these jumps just before a turn, and he just knows how to set the car up for himself.
Yeah, he points the nose where he wants it to land.
Yep.
And as soon as it lands, he's on the gas.
Yeah, so if you watch him like over this triple, the car's sideways in the air before it even comes down. And that's an art form. I mean, I could do it sometimes. This guy's doing it all the time. And look at that, getting through
when I
traffic.
occasionally hit it, I go, woohoo!
Yeah, exactly. We're cheering for ourselves,
Yeah.
And then we typically wad it up in the next corner. But, I do.
I'm right there as well. So, but
Marco's a 57.4 now for your top guy.
57.4. Marcus up there with 58.5. 58.593 for Orlowski. 59.2.
So do you think it can possibly, by the end of the day, see us 55s to 56? I mean,
if you get these
you're
kids,
at 57, you're below 57 and a half. So I think 56 is definitely possible.
56 is possible. It'll be. Yeah, I mean, it would be, 18.8 out of Brock. Boom. I mean, 19.1 out of Mikal. I mean, so the 18-second laps are there.
Wow.
It's just how quickly you're going to be hitting them consistently.
Cavalier having a little bit of a hiccup there, but he's still a 19.6 and 59 too. So it's like.
Yeah, and Cav's one of those too that you never count out Cav. He's right there, always.
Yeah, I mean, as a driver, you look at these guys and watching what they're doing, the consistency and stuff like that. You're like, holy Ned. I mean, I can keep it together for 3, 4, 5 laps without a mistake. But these guys, the pace that they're keeping, the way they're pushing these cars, it is absolutely ridiculous what they're able to do. And just like I was talking about with Brock, how he sets his car up in the air before a turn and setting the car down. That's absolute trust in your equipment.
Haven't we been announcing what kind of cars they're running?
Yeah, what do you want to know?
Yeah.
We're talking about Schumachers.
We're talking about Schumacher. We're talking about the associated cars. I mean, let's be honest. There's 5 4-wheels that are going to be out here.
Yes.
You got Schumacher running their new platform. You got the associated boys running the 74-2. You got Losi running the 22X4. You got Yokomo running their vehicle. X-Ray. And actually, that'd be 6 because there are 2 Kyosho cars out here as well.
And so, yeah.
So
and it's still
S-Works. Can't forget S-Works.
And it's almost kind of still funny season. There's still people moving around.
Yeah,
so it's like,
it's bouncing.
Just because they have the same, they different platform, they still run the same paint scheme. So you can't really tell exactly what, some people changed just before they got here. We just don't know. The Schumachers are very impressive.
Yeah, the Schumacher is definitely. I said they've been doing their work with what they've got going on, and they've got a good group of guys in there that are sharing the information on and making the car, I think, easier for everybody to drive it consistently and fast. Is what I've seen. Like every time that they've been here, whether it's Brock by himself or Brock and Cav, even when Lee Martin came over for the one-up challenge, it was, those guys had their heads together and they're like, all right, we're going to do this, we're doing this, and it was just making it all the better for themselves.
So right out of the chute, Finn, Daniels, Rivkin, Sontag, these guys, oh my gosh.
Yeah. 19.8, 19.4, 19.6. Out of the gate.
Out of the gate.
Yeah. Before they even get settled into a rhythm.
And typically, once that rhythm sets in, good night. Just on point. It's like Rendernick. I don't know what happened to Rendernick. Long lap for him. He's right there behind.
He's right there in
Rivkin,
the triple.
right there.
Yeah. See, and then that's what I was talking about coming out of the moguls. I'm getting a little upset.
Who's that getting upside down right there? Marshall, just wait for him.
That was Jorn.
Yeah.
Jorn getting upside down. Ty getting over there to get him.
Fan down to a 58.9 so far. So he's sitting 5th right now on your overall top, your 3. So 58, 59, 59, 59, 59. So your top 5 all going 59. Top 6 now 59. So just a ballistic pace.
Ballistic pace, picking it up. you
Yep.
know?
58.9. Oh my gosh, this is just
with 2M. So
yeah, I don't see it going backwards at all. Like at home, the track has. You can enlighten me about this. Does the track have moods? Like at home, our track with the heat going up and the humidity going up and down, stuff like that. The track changes throughout the day.
track change. Yeah, I mean here with the ACs running, pretty much full boogie tilt because it's the scene of the sun outside.
Yeah.
I think our biggest problem is just keeping the moisture in the track, not letting it get too dry. Because if it gets too dry, then the traction becomes pretty uncontrollable.
Right.
So
Mayfield to the chute with a 57.8.
Goodness, 19.0 fast out of Mans.
Oh my goodness.
But so with the misters in queue, it keeps a little bit of humidity in here, and it keeps everything kind of reeled in. So
yeah. Hey Glenn, Mayfield is running associated chassis this week.
Yep.
Jay Concept's back to associated cars. He is pitting with the team, but we don't know the extent of the help that he's getting. But ballistic.
Yeah.
A 19.0. That's one of the fastest laps I've seen. Who else? Spencer just turned a 19.03. So those two, Mayfield a 19.02.
Yeah.
And those guys run a lot of laps together, be it 8 scale or 10 scale.
Yep. Absolutely.
They push each other. So
I think there's a little bit of a rivalry bet going on who can outdo one another.
Yeah, and I think that's, I have a couple buddies at home that we always do that. We kind of, practice together, run together, and it's healthy.
It's healthy. It hones your racetrack.
It does, especially at this level when you got, 2, 3, 4, 5 world-class drivers that are always up there.
Yep.
And you get to run with them on a regular basis.
Absolutely.
You're going to do nothing but learn. And you feed off each other. You guys might not know this, but even in the 8 scale, those guys run 8 scales. Obviously, Mayfield run the Techno and Spencer with the Associated. They do talk about different setups and what they do with their cars and what they can and can't do with the cars. They share information with that, and it helps. It helps each platform. Mayfield will see what the Associated guys are doing, and then Rifkin sees what the Techno guys are doing, and they kind of share that information. Look at that, Spencer at a 57.807.
Yeah.
So Brock's still 57.4, so we're still trying to get there. But your top, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 of these guys are in the top 10 right now.
Yeah. And your top 10 is below a minute.
Oh yeah. Your top
16,
18. Yeah.
18 is below a minute. So, yeah, these guys are.
If you were looking at an overall run, you're looking at a 16.5.14 for Dakota and Spencer, that's what it's going to take.
Yep.
Qualifying, your top 12 are going to have to do a 16 lap run or a 15 flat.
Yep.
And these guys, again, just a pace from hell. I don't know how these guys do it.
Yeah. Well, and then the other thing too is you're watching them around track, and you watch 2 or 3 of them going nose to tail.
Yeah, they're
under braking, and it's just like.
And that's the difference.
The car control.
At this level, they just kind of.
They can do that.
Yeah. It's trusting your competitor and understanding what can and can't be done.
Yeah.
And I touched on that earlier. These guys, they run with each other so much. They know what each other is capable of.
Mm-hmm.
They know if they get the bumper, 95% of the time it's intentional.
It's intentional. Yeah. You get a little bit of tap on the wing.
Exactly.
If there's high beams to be flashing, they'd probably be getting flashed.
Exactly.
So.
Whereas some levels it's like, all right, you get 2-3 corners here, you get 1 corner, or you're getting moved.
Yeah, and yeah, I mean, there's generally with those guys I've seen them run, and there's that little bit of a quarter where you can, let them know you're there, and the next time around, you don't need to be there.
And so, and like we were just touching base, I'm watching Rifkin, even Fend. They're all talking about track conditions or whatever they're talking about, but they're comparing. They're talking to each other. Is it a head game? Oh yeah, my car was super good here. Or telling them, hey, my car sucked in this corner when actually it was like ripping or whatever.
Yeah, it was absolutely ridiculous. Yeah,
it's people don't understand. And racing in general, I'll compare this to my son. He works for KKM. He works on midgets.
Okay.
And when they did the West Coast Swing last year, me and my other son were there. We were watching, and they have their AirPods in their ear, and they'll be wrenching on a car, and they literally stop in the middle of what they're doing, and they'll change and start doing something different. And my son and I picked up on that. I'm like, what the heck's going on? Not paying attention to that. But because even they might help out the next guy or whatever, and at KKM it's a team within a team.
Yeah.
They want to beat the next guy.
Yeah.
And so as they're working on his car, they basically throw an audible and they text through his phone, and they hear it. All right, we got to change this, and they're saying it quietly so no one else hears it. And so it's the same thing. It's a psychological warfare.
It's that mental mind.
Yeah.
Monkey with.
And it's, I mean, oh yeah, toy cars. Oh no, it's racing in general.
Yeah. Yeah. Any sport where you're going to be competitive and there's things to be changed mechanically.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's going to be that mental mind game that can always go on.
And it's kind of like, I mean, it's a chess match. It's back and forth, and you know, what are you doing? Oh, I'm doing this. No, you're not. I'm watching you do something different. You're not playing that game.
You're not anywhere close, dude. What are you talking about?
You're not blowing smoke.
Yeah. Matty G out there now?
Yeah, so. Matty's out there. He's just a couple 20s in a row. He's at a 106 right now, but early in this one, so they just now got their 3 laps.
Alexander Beek is looking kind of consistent with a one flat, so you know.
We're right at a 15 and 502 right now, 506 now for Alex. Paul doing pretty good.
Yeah,
I like me because I've seen these kids. My son has raced with these kids. You know, Matty, Bata, all those guys. So I'm really cheering these guys on. I want to see.
Oh yeah, you want to see them do good.
And so to see Matty do it, and Matty's been putting in a lot of work. So
he's been putting in the work. He's leading up to this. You know, besides coming over for the One Up Cup, I mean, he's made, I want to say, three weekend trips out here.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the kid just keeps getting sick. I know he has an immune deficiency problem there, but he's working on that. Like yesterday we were bugging him. We're trying to get everybody up here to get their pictures and their car pictures and stuff like that. And I messaged him, where you at? And he sends me a picture back. He's in the hospital. I'll be there in a minute and getting a shot. I was like, what the heck, Matty?
What the heck, dude? Yeah, then he showed up later on. He's like, I'm like, they put your spleen back in or what? He goes, well.
Yeah.
I'm like, you're such a goober. But yeah, he's one of those guys that is always there to kind of help out and let you know what's going on.
And I appreciate drivers like that at that level and what he's doing at SDRC with the twins and helping those kids come up and
absolutely.
And it's not just you see the twins because they are doing good and they're successful, but there's a group of kids that Matty's helping out there. It's not just the twins.
Yeah.
We have a core group of guys that we help out at our local track, trying to get the youngsters to go faster. And to me, that's what it's about. Is you got to pay it forward to get the next group.
You got to have the next generation coming up to the ranks.
Absolutely. And he does a good job with that, and he's having fun with it. So
exactly.
It's cool.
Yeah. And plus, he's got the Spec motor game dialed in.
Oh,
with what he's doing.
Yeah, exactly. Glitch motors, whatever you want to call it. He knows his stuff when it comes to tuning them stock motors and 13.5 stuff. So he's on the point with that.
Quite a few of the locals have gotten his motors, and they're pretty legit. I'm like, okay, cool. I will.
He's now at the top of this one right now at a minute flat. Minute 2.
19.8, 19.6.
Yeah.
Fast average.
And he's getting there. He's I think the more comfortable he gets to the car, obviously with anybody, the faster he'll go. But I do believe that if he gets super comfortable with that car, he can definitely top 20.
Absolutely. And it'd be good to see him in top 20 because I think top 20 is a very good aspect for him to be shooting for or above.
And it's a realistic goal.
It's realistic.
Yeah.
He's definitely got the speed. He's just got
He's a 59 right now. He's 15th overall, so that's pretty good jump.
Yeah. Yeah, if he can keep that consistency going, it's
another burner right there. So let's see what he got.
19.6.
Yeah.
But Yeah, Vanderbeek, he's 19.9, so I mean Vanderbeek has got some good stuff going on as well.
Just another 19.6 for Matty, so he's dropping down to 59. So he's, like I said, he's strapping it up.
He's on there.
Yeah.
It's just keeping that consistency going. So.
We say it's only 3 laps, but that's literally almost a quarter of the race.
Yeah.
But these guys are. It's cool to see these stock drivers do it. His last lap was a 24, so
yeah,
still a 59.4. Not bad.
59.4. That's nothing to be unhappy about. For sure.
That's competitive in your top 20.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I mean, look at some of the guys that he's in front of. It's a pretty good pat on the back and saying, "All right, I'm solid.
I'm good." Yeah, and like I said, he's definitely got the consistency to be there.
Yeah,
got to make it for a full.
He is one of those guys that he'll pick his car. He'll do what he's got to do out on the track, Marshall, and he will definitely go make changes to the car to make it more comfortable.
Absolutely,
he's never satisfied with it.
I love getting texts from people. It's amazing. I said them. Had to think about how many different four-wheel drives we have. So, you know, we have newcomers to the market.
Yeah, so. BJ, you're correct. Top 20 in an event like this is
that's nothing to sneeze at.
No, not at all. I'd be happy with a top 75 at this event. It's the caliber of driver and talent we have here, from the youngsters all the way up to our older guys, being Mayfield and Cav, and say older now because they've been around for such a long time. I'm very happy to see these stock guys, because it looked like for a while there we're going to have a gap.
Yeah.
And so you see these guys stepping up and running mod now, and they need to, especially in the States.
Rimfire, I ran on a clay and spray track for 4 years. Weird how that works. There is no spray going down on the track, just so you guys have an FYI on that. We have the misting system that's been brought up. The misting makes it more consistent. It keeps, it's just a fine mist that goes down just to keep the moisture in the air and keep the track somewhat moist. It's not like not like the bubblegum clay from back in the day at M&M. It's got clay in it, but it's got some friction to it in regards to how it feels.
He might be talking about we had that short break and Jack Hughes going out with the
yeah.
I think he was probably just to try to keep moisture on the edges where there might be a little pothole or something to keep it from breaking away even more.
Yeah, any small holes that are developing in like the face of a jump or through a braking section, you don't want the track to come apart. So you go out there with that pump bottle, and basically you're just injecting a little bit of spray water into it just to keep it moist, so when another car hits it, it doesn't break apart.
Yeah.
So that's about the only thing that's getting put on the track other than the mist, is that water from that pump.
And then Joe, do we think that there's enough young guns coming through the ranks? There's a good group of kids, I'd say 10, 15 on the stock side that I know of, that are trying to make a breakthrough run and try to do good at the national level and the world level. They're definitely capable. You watch these guys run their stock cars on a lot of these tracks, and they're just as fast as mod cars. I think we were talking about that earlier. Like Sammy Moran right now, he's out there and he's out front in this one. These guys running the stock program these guys run it's truly ridiculously fast for 17 or 13.5 cars.
Yep.
And the driving style it's a completely different driving style from stock to mod. Stock, you don't have the wheel spin. You can drive a little bit more punched. It's easier to be a little bit more consistent. Whereas the mod, you got to control your wheel spin. You got to control your power band. You got to control all that stuff and know when to use it, when not to use it. So these stock guys stepping up, it's a world of difference. And I kind of laughed because when OCRC had their stock nationals, Cavalieri went 1 year.
Spencer went another year too.
Yeah, and Cav, because he always ran mod.
Yep.
He had a difficult time trying to run
slower.
stock. Yeah.
Yeah.
because he's trying to be smooth. He's not punched all the time, and all you hear him say was, "I want more power." Well, you got all you're going to get.
Yeah,
That's all it is.
that's all. That's all that can be wrung out of it, dude.
Exactly.
You got to drive harder,
and
not
so,
smoother.
I'd have to say it's got to be tough to go back and forth with your timing and the way you got to drive the car and whatnot. But it's different. Let's see who we're following now. I'm not sure who that is.
Boda Clement.
Is it Boda? Coming on the straightaway right now, and then we're picking up somebody else now. Who we got?
That's Sammy right there.
Down the straightaway.
That I do not know.
That's number 0. Green and yellow right there.
Down the back straightaway, 4 cars. Oh boy.
Oh boy.
NASCAR style beep beep.
Yeah, right.
Goodness gracious.
So that's going to be the number 5 car. That's going to be Boda.
That's Clement, yeah.
What was that question about A-Main?
I don't know.
Thoughts on A-Main going even bigger into cycling industry over RC? Actually, A-Main has had because my son races mountain bikes every now and then, and I ride. They've had a biking program for quite some time that people really don't know about, but they do sell bikes.
They sell bikes.
And bike products. It's a different part of the business, but yes, they've had it for some time. It's nothing new. And so it's something that the thought of that is it's a business, and they're going to try to, and riding a bike is hobby, and it's just another hobby that they carry in their store.
Exactly, and with everything that's happened, over the last, let's just say last 5 years with everything going on in the world. People want to get out. People want to.
I know with Trenton and the bike shop that helps us out in Bakersfield, Team Factory Cycles, he no bike shop during the COVID can keep bikes in stock. It was weeks to get a bike fixed, and people. I mean, you couldn't go to Walmart. You couldn't go anywhere. You couldn't buy a $100 bike. There was nothing there.
Yeah.
And so, we got one tumbling. Wow.
Going
for a 9 car. That was Paul. So a company like A-Main, why not get into the bike industry?
Yeah.
Because especially with the warnings that COVID's coming back and they're going to lock us down, I'd tell everybody to go get a bike and get outside and ride.
Yeah, when I bought my mountain bike, I hadn't been on a bike in ages, and I wanted to get a bike, and I went down to the local store. Nope. And I had a buddy up here in Phoenix that called me on a Saturday and he's like, "Hey, the store that I was going to just got one in." Literally put it on the showroom floor. I'm like, "Okay, I'll be down." And sight unseen, didn't even pedal it. Yep, I'll buy it because it was that crazy of a market to get into. So. Unfortunately, while parts, batteries, motors, ESCs, servos, these guys change products so quickly. I can name off the top of my head, and unfortunately I did it at one of our races with Ryan Cavallari, and I announced the type of speed controller he was running, the type of battery he was running. And he came up to me after the race and said, "Oh no, I'm running this now."
Yes, we have to be careful on doing that because obviously we don't want to upset,
we don't want to upset sponsor drivers.
Yes.
So yeah, I mean we know, the type of cars they are. We generally know their manufacturers as far as maybe their sponsors of tires. But motors, batteries, unless we've got it directly in front of us from them telling us what it is, we're probably not going to be saying,
yes, this or that.
You're running this. I know Joe Bornhurst. He's running, what would probably be a Techno car. Right? Aaron Kaufman, he's running a Losi car. So if I don't know what kind of car they are.
We might. We shouldn't assume.
We shouldn't assume. You know, and that's you know, like they say, you know, assume makes a butt out of you and I.
Yep.
So we're not gonna do that unless we absolutely have to. So we'll try and give you as much up-to-date information as far as what they're running.
And as for really, we only had one person didn't want us to look at their car. I think who was that? X-Ray was the one that didn't really want us to look at their four-wheel because they have some new stuff on it.
They've got some new stuff on there.
But other than that, everybody's pretty much
Everybody brought up cars. Here you go.
I will touch base on Associated again and how those guys ended up, you know, on their +2 rear blocks and their D blocks. They Associated etched their names in it, which I thought was pretty cool.
Yep, I saw
just
that.
Just kind of something to, you know, show appreciation to their drivers.
Oh. I apologize. Bornhorst running S-Works, not Techno. That is correct. See?
Exactly.
The last time I saw Joe was 3 years ago, and he was running Techno. So that's how out of the loop I am with what Joe's been running. I don't see Joe very often. So Joe, my apologies. You're running the S-Works. S-Works fans out there, I apologize. I did not know Joe was running the S-Works. So, but yeah, he had the announcer's curse, and I'm not even announcing, man.
Right.
What's going on? So
far, these guys, Bornhorst out front, he's the 101 right now. He's at a 20.1 for a lap time, which isn't. We say 20.1, but that's not far off.
That's not far off.
That target lap time. He's still got, you know, Brock Champlin's still out front on his 3-lap average at a 57.4, which in my mind I think we're going to see a 56 by the end of the day. The track's getting much better. You know, setups are getting better. I'm not sure the tire game. I'm not sure if people are running, you know, the same tire for more than one run. I'm not sure if, you know, it's one of those things that you know, we'll have to.
Yeah, I haven't had the opportunity to talk to, you know, the guys about out there as far as, you know, what they were doing for a tire strategy, or if they were just going to run one set of tires through the open practice and then save their other 2 sets for. Yeah. You know, maybe a control and qualifying, or what they were going to do. So, you know, difficult to say. I mean, obviously the track is changing, the grip is coming up. So, as you can see, obviously by the lap times that have come down.
And some of those guys might not want to talk about it because they don't want other people to know what
they're doing. So, which is justifiably so.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, it's all about what you're going to do to, you know, give you your best overall finish and result.
Joe down to a minute 0.75.
19.685, 19.5 out of Kaufman. Kaufman's got some speed there as well.
All these guys have speed. Hunter King with a 19.6. Go Hunter. Uh-oh.
Somebody yelled.
Yeah, I heard
unhappiness. Thank you, Chuck. Appreciate that. My buddies.
Oh yeah, I got my kids texting me.
Yeah, my kid texted me, said the Polo looks good. I'm like, hey,
Matt did a good job.
Matt did a good job. I'm pretty impressed, man. I mean, you know, it's almost like, you know, we're getting into the major leagues.
Exactly. We're so close. We're like right there.
We're right there. Right there. Ooh.
Yeah.
Mother Matt.
Mother Matt.
The mod.
It's funny. You guys can't hear that, but we can hear comments being made from the peanut gallery over there, turning dials and pushing buttons.
The mod merry men, that's us. we're the men in tights.
The sisterhood of the
traveling pants.
Lord goodness.
Yeah, we're slowly digressing.
Yeah, we're going backwards.
So
yes, if you guys
59.8 now out of Kaufman.
Oh, nice.
59.8 out of Bornhorst. So
those
I mean,
guys are going faster every time.
55 1,000s in between. I mean, you know, they're
19.6, 19.4.
Yeah,
so 19.4. Those lap times are coming up.
Lap times are coming up.
Or falling down, actually.
Falling down, but and I think that's kind of what we've seen. You know, at the start, it's a little bit cautious, and then
they start pushing.
They start pushing. See,
once they get into a rhythm, once they, absolutely.
So, but
Brotherhood of the Traveling Polos, yes.
I don't know what to say about that. Traveling polos.
Yeah.
So, But brotherhood of the traveling polos. Yeah.
As for tires, are they good on the first run with no prep? So that was the issue that we had with the tires. Is everybody knows that this tire was best right out of the bag, and that's why everybody was buying all these tires, so they only had to run them once. But that has changed. They're allowed 5 sets, and so that really changes tire strategy. Period. And as of today, because of the way they're trying to get tires here and whatnot, they're only allowed to run 3 sets today for the practice. If they choose to, they can run 1 set all day, but they can only
run all 3.
Yes. Who's that?
Owen Vanderbeek. He's 13 in Brussels.
That was a young man that lost his car and baggage yesterday, correct? Yeah, he's the one that got off his plane with nothing because they lost it.
I'll bet you he pile drove the ramp agent.
Yeah.
He wrestles. Why not?
But he's here. And actually, I think in the last round he did pretty good. But like Zach touched base earlier, the kid just took it with a grain of salt. He's like, yeah, it is what it is. It happens.
Kaufmans are an amazing family worth an interview with the whole clan if we can ever management. I would agree wholeheartedly. I met that family at one of our desert classics, and they were, when the race was done, they were getting ready to go back east, and it was snowed in. So they wound up staying out here for like an extra 3 or 4 days before they could actually make their way back. So just a good group of folks. I remember the dad and Aaron came out, and he's like, yeah, my wife's not too happy because she's snowed in. So yeah, I spent about 20 minutes today chatting with her. It was a good chat. We had a fun laugh. So yeah, if we can we can wrestle away, I'll see if I can grab him here then. So let's see. Are we into our final heat of?
No, I think we're going to go 1 through 7.
1 through 7. Okay.
And then I think round-wise, I think we're going to go into round number 4. So we're in round number 3.
Okay.
So yeah, there we go.
Yep, there we go.
Round number 4 will be starting with heat number 12.
Yep.
So after race number 7, we're going into race number 12.
Lachlan Donnelly, 20.1, flirting with the 19s.
Yeah, he is.
Gillespie always fast on the wheel.
Oh, he is. And he's an intense driver. There it is.
Yep, there it is.
20.3.
20.3.
He's intense.
Have you ever watched a Marshall?
Yes.
His intensity on racing
just everything
is
in
equal
general.
with Marshall.
Yes.
He's a spider monkey on crack when he's
it is.
when he's marshalling.
He's all over it.
Yep. But one of the nicest guys.
There it is, a 19.5 now. So he's down there.
Yep.
A sub 20 lap time. Which
3 cars coming in the front side here.
So we got 19.5 now for Rob, and 19. What was that? 19 for Lackley, I believe it was. 19.8.
Lachlan with a 19.8. Yeah. And the Aussie boys. Lachlan Monday also up there. Ray and Lachlan making the trek over with the Aussie clan. Same thing with Donnelly. So those guys are fun to chat with, most certainly. Got to chat with Ray a little bit on the car side of things. He works for Toyota down under. So, but 19.7 out of Lachlan, right there.
He's turning it up. So now he's at a
59.
sub-minute, yeah.
So I mean, he's right there. I mean, and that's the thing. It's about 2 minutes in, you start to see just a couple tenths get shaved off here and there.
These guys settle in and they get comfortable and they just keep on. They gradually get a little bit more aggressive with their driving style and their cars and whatnot.
Yeah. Just to see where they can and can't push it. So.
Yep. So Lackley jumping in the top 17 right now overall in your top 3.
Yeah.
Or your fast 3. So he just busted out a 19.8 after a 19.7. So a few more laps there. So he's at a 59.4. The fastest 59 is a 59.022, so he can jump up.
He can jump up a couple spots.
Yeah, with one lap he can get up into the mix with these fast guys.
Yep.
And I don't mean that disrespectfully. I'm just saying that's just time-wise. That's where it's at.
Time-wise and how it's playing out.
Gillespie is 19.8, 19.5, so Gillespie can do it too.
Yeah. Car's getting watered up over the front side.
That triple.
Yeah, it's like I said, the closing ratio when you're judging where other cars are gonna be versus what you can is two totally different things.
Down the straightaway, a couple cars.
Yes, props to anyone that marshals as hard as they drive. If
Absolutely.
Robbie is the king of that, I will wholeheartedly agree. Yeah.
Yes.
It's just he's out there and make sure the car's going
that's
straight.
how he wants to be marshaled, so that's what he does.
Yep. Have we ever seen anyone running a carbon fiber chassis here?
I know Schumacher. I don't know if they're running it this year, but they do have a carbon chassis.
They do have that option.
I believe they run that on the
flex.
carpet. Yes.
Yep. A little more flex.
So, but I don't know if they brought it to run here on the track. I mean, the traction might get enough to where they might want something like that or might need it or whatever, but I don't.
I haven't seen it this weekend, but I know Losi has their graphite chassis for their vehicle, and I have seen some of the Losi guys run that here. So, but those guys were running it in the 13.5 class just to make the car as light as possible. And it was wicked fast.
I bet.
Wicked fast.
So Lachlan Donnelly putting it up in the top 20 right there. 59.4.
Nice.
So impressive.
Good job out of Lachlan. Very good. Very
Gillespie, he's at a minute 2, so he's still in there. No doubt. Like I said, these times mean absolutely nothing. It's just something to base
our times off of, and let these guys get going.
Yep. Let's see who we got. Tyler Hooks, Yoshi's in this one, Winger's in this one.
Early heats in the beginning of the day, yes, the track was very, very green. About, I would say, tail end of the first round of open practice going into the second round, you start to see the grip come up. And now, I'm not going to say that the grip is exactly where it needs to be. It still has a little bit more ways to go.
Oh, it's going to get better.
But it's going to get incredibly better. So yeah, so for those of you out there in Mod RC land, almost said Mod. That'd be bad.
Chris Wesson. Yeah, I agree, Chris Wesson.
So let's see here. What do we got? We got Kuki.
Hooks, Yoshi.
Yeah, Yoshi.
I was telling Zach earlier, we were talking about Harley. He's one of those guys that, if you know if something goes wrong, you can somewhat tell, but he has such a poker face.
Yoshi?
Yes. He's just so
He's
level.
always got a smile.
He does. He's always having fun. He's kind of quiet, kept himself. He's one of those guys that you don't even know he's here until he just
he's there.
Yeah, he chirps into the conversation. You're like, whoa, huh?
You talk? Where'd that come from?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, but he's a fast driver. Definitely fast. Definitely capable of getting up in the mix. Let's see where he's at there.
He's last one off.
Yeah, he just crossed the line. He's over the triple, yeah.
Yep.
So Yoshi, the red, yellow, and charcoal gray over the tabletop.
Yep.
Tyler Hooks, the 21 right out of the bat. See what everybody else has. Let him get going.
Brad, I'll make it short and sweet for you. For what model should you research? In all honesty, talk to the hobby shop, find out what chassis are supported there, because part support is key for any car you're going to be running. And just show up and talk to the guys that are around the track, see what their preferences are, because everybody's got a different driving style as far as what you want to do.
And also, how far do you want to take it? Because, I mean, how serious do you want to get?
You can go down a rabbit hole pretty quick.
Yep.
So.
And your pockets will, you'll be like.
They may thank you, they may not.
Yep, exactly.
So, but yeah, show up at the local shop. You know, I'm not quite sure where you're at, but you know, source it out. Show up when they have races. Introduce yourself to the guys behind the counter, and you're good to go.
And even if you just go, if you're just getting into it, go find out who the local fast guys are. See what they're running and talk to them.
Yep.
All these local tracks have some sort of a sponsor driver. See what they're running, and then talk to them about what they recommend. And most of the guys are going to set you in the right direction.
Yeah.
And they're not going to do you wrong.
That's their job.
Yeah, absolutely. That's as a sponsored driver, their job is to not only sell their product, obviously, but they want to make sure you're out here and enjoying your hobby experience as much as possible.
Exactly. So
Tyler Hook's up top
that's the
of
best
this
way
one.
that's the best way to say it for you, man.
Hook's looking to go 102. Cookie's a 106.
I'm hearing a whole bunch of
I just heard that too.
Banging on the pipes. They're getting the work out here, that's for sure. So now Yoshi up top, one flat to a 6. 19.9.
See, one lap in those 3 like that help it out so much.
About 2.5 minutes in.
Yeah, they start strapping it up.
They start.
So you got to wonder if is it, after blowing and missing, is the track coming a little bit? Are they blowing some of that rubber dust off of there? Who knows? The misting.
Are the tires getting a little heat in them and they get a little grippier for you?
Yeah, absolutely.
You know.
And so, I talked about that with Zach earlier. There was a group of guys who were talking about tire and how the tire drops off, and
The program literally tells you
he was talking about the tire from run to run or cycle. There is really no cycle, because if you run it once, that's a cycle, be it 3 laps, 4 laps, or whatever. A full run, it's one cycle.
Yep.
But the tire drop off isn't a gross thing. So from run to run, from 1 to like 1.5, 2 runs. You can still get that hot lap. You just got to drive it a little bit different, a little more aggressive.
Yep.
And then 3, 4, 5 runs on the tire, it levels off. And then there's a slight drop after that. So really, the tire is best right out of the bag. But I think these guys they're going to see that they could probably get 3 runs on a set of tires and then be safe with it.
I think safe would be 3. Yeah. I think your fastest will be your second run.
Yes.
And then your third will be your safe run. It'll still be fast, but it's not going to be as ballistic.
Right. No, I agree with you there.
So.
Yoshi, 106.
Kookie, 59.3 now.
Yeah, he's up to a 16th overall around.
19.6, 19.9. So.
These guys got.
I mean, these guys got it going on. So.
Yeah, they do.
Awesome.
So Tyler Hook's actually going the fastest in the overall run, 15.5.14.
15.5.14.
But that top 3. So you're going to notice some of these guys, they'll get in traffic and they'll pull their car off the side, let everybody go by or whatever, just so they can get good, consistent runs.
Good, consistent run, and maybe work on timing on maybe follow someone around the track.
Yeah, and that's another one of those head games.
Yep. See where you can get inside, see what you can do. So.
I know some of you guys are answering other questions on the thread. We appreciate that, because sometimes it goes by so fast, and we're trying to watch. We got 4 screens in front of us, 5 screens, and we got a big screen with 7 cameras and stuff. So we're trying to keep track of everything all at once. So sometimes we miss what you guys ask or whatever. So
appreciate the assist.
Yes, Cookie going 59.3, so that's going to move him up to 16th overall to 59.3.
Actually 15th. Take out Luke.
Yes, absolutely, you're right. So Luke Pratley. So 15th overall, top 15.
Top 15.
And we're almost done with this round, so that's impressive.
It is.
It's not bad.
Yeah, these guys are, keeping it legal and legit.
Yeah,
for sure.
Which is always good.
Let's see. Mayorana. He's always got a grip load of motor.
Jamie Halton's pretty good in the first couple of rounds. Chris Van Aer's been actually pretty solid.
Been solid. Jared Ment, he's come over here a couple times.
Okay, 10 minutes.
And the clock starts now.
Exactly. You got 2 runs.
Are we live again? Yay! Woohoo!
You can't hear me.
Boys fight with fists, but adults fight with...
Huh? Okay.
I don't, yeah. That's why you
Okay.
get the look of confusion on my face on that one. But good talk.
Yeah. Have a good night.
Yeah. If you ever have us looking at us and you see the look of confusion,
That's because someone put something up there that we're just trying to figure out, and then most of the time it's like, yeah, not worth the time.
Yeah. You get a scroll by.
Exactly.
So, yeah, so Champlin's still holding with that 57.4, 57.8 out of Mayfield.
Yeah, he's, those guys are just on it.
They're, yeah.
And moving along pretty well.
They're moving along as well they should, so.
Here we go. This is race number 6, or heat number 6 of 14. So this will be, there's one more after this, and we go into round number 4.
Yep, round number 4. Final round of the open practice sessions.
Yes. And everything will be controlled, and then it's starting to matter a little bit more, I believe.
So. 3 cars getting it wrong right off that frontside triple.
Yeah. Ideally, you'd want to get by yourself and just log laps.
I've been digging the people that are starting out of the moguls here to line up the tabletop instead of, starting in the corner over there. Just get out. It doesn't really matter. Get out and run your laps.
And that's all it's about.
Time.
Yeah, we're looking at times and seeing what people can do, but realistically, they're just trying to get laps in.
Yeah.
It's helping the track, it's helping your car, it's helping your tire program. So nothing really matters right now. Van Air actually kicking out a couple of good laps. He's up to the number 2 position all over.
19.9 out of Majorana.
So it's all doing very well.
Absolutely. So after
19.9 out of Charlie now.
Nice.
Am I in the right one, Zach?
If I'm correct, I believe Charlie just built that car last night.
Really?
Yes. I was over talking to Jason, and he's like, I think he built that car. And he's like, yeah, he built that car last night. And I was like, all right. And he's getting around the track.
Got him.
Pretty cool. So, but yeah, 1 flat, 2 of 5. Van Air with a 103. All these guys really close to one another.
And that's what we're going to see. It's these guys are just so competitive and so fast. It's crazy how close the racing is. I mean, yeah, we're looking at just time-wise, but when racing actually starts after qualifying, you're going to see these guys literally. It's going to look like a train going around the track.
Yeah. You're going to be watching 2 or 3 corners in advance. People setting up passes.
Yes.
Qualies start on tomorrow.
Tomorrow late afternoon, I believe. I think they do one round of.
1 round of controlled.
And then we start qualifying.
And then we go live with 5 qualifiers tomorrow. So I don't know what time the qualifiers start. That I don't know.
Let's take a look in our handy dandy.
Let's look in our program guide, shall we?
So Monday, it looks like we got 1 controlled practice, and then 11:15 Q1.
11:15 Q1 going off. So 4 rounds of qualifying tomorrow.
Yep.
And then 1 round on Tuesday.
And then on Tuesday, yep. Controlled practice, first round really quick. 1 round of controlled practice, and then qualifying round 1 or round 5, and then our mains will start roughly 12:30, 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock. Yeah. Well, you have an A practice.
A practice at 12:30. So yeah, you'll see where we're at. Yeah. So it'll be good.
It'll be good. So yeah, tune in. So now Jared Mentip on top, 1 flat to a 4, 19.7 out of Charlie.
Awesome lap.
So and about 3.5 in, Jared with a 20.6. So, oh boy. Through 2 different lanes of traffic on that one. Yowza. So.
Well, we got
and somebody
Marshall
upside,
not paying attention right there, kind of missing it, but that's all right. You got to go fix somebody else on the wrong side.
Yeah. Well, that's why you got that guy in the center right there, to grab on a backup.
Yeah.
So Majorana right now with a 19.7 best lap. 23.1 was his last. So a little bit of rough lap out of Charlie. Backs it up with a 20.8. Still down to a 1 flat to an O. 1 flat to a 4 for Jared Ment out of Australia.
Yellow, right?
Yeah, these guys are
101 to a 5 for Jamie Hall.
So if you're following us and watching it, the ticker on the talk shows your overall run on a 5-minute run, but the one on the lower right-hand corner, that shows your top 3 consistent. And so that's kind of what we're looking at right now when we're talking about our top 10 or whatever. We're looking at the top 3 consistent laps. Brock Champlin, 57, 460 for your top 3 consistent. It's, in my mind, ridiculous. He's got 57 for Brock, 57 for Spencer, Ryan at a 57. So your top 1, 2, 3, 4 guys there on a 3-lap average are all within a second, all within half a second.
Within half a second, yeah.
And so, which to me is absolute mind-boggling at this level, at the speeds they carry. It's crazy. It's insane.
Yeah,
so.
just to be that close on an open practice right now.
Yeah.
We're not even,
It's not even serious yet.
Not even serious yet. I mean, it's serious, but not serious.
It doesn't mean anything other than they're just trying to just trying to tune
trying
things
to get
in.
the car set.
Seriously?
Why is there no seating round if they're going to stack each from the start? Seems like unfair. Honestly, that's probably an IFMAR question. Why
we
no
might be able to dig
seating
into that and find out.
There will be a seating round.
That's what we're being told.
Okay, so apparently there will be some seating in there. So, the overall qualifying right now is just that it's a preliminary until it's all sorted, because we're not in the official portion of qualifying yet for where laps and times are going to be counted.
Yeah, but you look at these times, and I mean, I'm sure
the fast are going to be fast.
We're definitely going to see, I think, lap times when qualifying actually starts. Even for seating, I think we're going to see lap times are going to be 2 or 3 tenths faster.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Just because they're going to be pushing, because I mean, it's the world's. No one wants to be second. No one wants to be in a B main. So
Second's the first losers.
They're gonna lay it down as often, as quickly as they can, and try to, The idea is, especially in qualifying, you want to get your lowest points as early as you can, so you can kind of sit back and relax and test your car instead of trying to
try and figure it out.
Yeah, and so let's see who we got in this one. Alex Point. Monday, Eldridge.
Thank you about the stack pipe in the corners. Yes, when we built the track, when I was doing my walk, I was like, what is an area where you could possibly cut over? And that was definitely a cut over spot. So we actually added the third pipe in after the fact. There was 2 there, and it was still possibly doable to jump that corner. So we put the third one in there. So, yeah, that's why we did. So thank you for looking at that attention to detail. Other one, wonder how much time did the overseas racers come over to the U.S. before the Worlds?
Well, we've had a few here for 6 months, just traveling around, driving different tracks.
Yeah, I know Kuki from Japan was here for about 3 months. I know Jared Ment and Andrew Selvaggi were here in December, and then they came back for a couple of weeks, and then Jared actually stayed, I believe, for another month after that. So Lee Martin came out. I know Trish and the guys from Schumacher came out and spent some time, practicing with Brock and doing stuff with Brock. So there was a good contingent of overseas folks that did come out and got a little acclimated. Bayou, it wasn't 115 degrees out yet, but it was still warm, and they could definitely get acclimated to kind of what we had here, time zone, and the things that were around us. So, but back to the racing, because that's what we're here for, right?
Got Austin Horn out there right now, which He's one of those guys that
is Austin going for the tabletop?
Yeah,
that's let's see.
Here he comes right now.
He's coming into
up to it.
Takes it wide.
No, he's laid up.
Yeah. But his car's got just so much pop. Like,
it does.
Like, I was watching him come down the straightaway, and he was lifting the front end up an inch.
Yeah.
Like, just...
So he's definitely...
He's got the motor.
You know, is it set up that way? Is that what he wants? I mean, there he
go.
goes again. Yep, there it is.
Boom.
It looks pretty.
It looks pretty, man. and it'll be interesting to see what that lap's going to be.
And so he's got a 19.8, so let's see what this one is crossing the line right now. 21.
21.1.
But he did have some traffic in front of him.
A little bit of traffic in front of him, when he came into the mogul. So let's see. I think this one's been relatively clean.
A little tighter, so
inside,
no.
yeah. So, but it'll still be a fast lap for Austin.
Yeah.
It'll still be probably a 19-second. That was been pretty uneventful.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
That might hurt a little bit.
Might hurt a little bit.
That's the thing is those little hiccups like that do cost you time. So you got Dominic a 19.8, a 19.8 for Kyle, and Austin still 28.8, but 19.8 for him. So these guys are all right at 1 minute.
1 minute, yeah. I mean, top three, you know, 1 minute to a .57, 4.59, 7.99. So
Austin down the straightaway. See what we got this time. A 19.9 that time.
19.9 for Austin. So
definitely capable.
But Dominic is one of those guys that, you know, running it more, you know, with Dustin Evans. I mean, he's definitely honed his skills as well as just with, you know, throttle control on their small track, you know, getting it going.
That would be interesting because I've watched Dustin run it more, and that indoor track is so tight.
Yeah. Well, and the driver's stand.
It's at an angle.
It's at an angle. It's different. Yeah. So I've never been there, and that's one of the places I want to go to. You know, see Chad. He's come out and visited us a couple times, but yeah, it's like you know I watch Dustin, I watch Zeke, I watch Dominic, running their races out there, and it's pretty cool what they can do with the area they have.
Yes.
And the control they have in that.
Yep.
Is pretty impressive, and to do it with mods. You know, these guys aren't running stocks; they're running mods.
Exactly, and that's
and ripping it, which is awesome.
I'd like to get up there for.
There he goes.
Oh,
a little tail tap on that one.
I'd like to get out there for the
rumble.
The rumble one of these years.
Yeah, I hear the Rumble is definitely one of those races, again, to put on your bucket list and head out there and have some fun with.
Because if you ever want to race in a bull ring, that is a bull ring.
That's a bull ring, yeah. So, but yeah, it's interesting.
But I don't know. Do they still have the AstroTurf out back?
Yes, I believe they do. Yeah. Dominic lives in Utah now. I did not know they moved. I thought he was still in Colorado. So,
Austin getting it wrong there at the tone.
Ooh, at the tone.
But he went. So Dominic
59.8.
Yeah, that's nice.
That's good for him. That's good, solid. That'd be probably top 20.
Let's see where that puts him. Oh wow.
Oh,
27.
27.
So right now
you're
30. So yeah, 29 will get you under a minute and puts you at 28.
Yeah. Under a minute, you're looking at the top 30.
Yeah.
That's pretty crazy. That is pretty crazy. So now they're, let's see, rolling into...
I think they're going to take a short break really quick. I'm going to step out just for a minute.
All right.
I think Zach's going to jump over here with me. So I'll be back momentarily.
All righty. Yeah, going back to our chat, Scotty got pretty banged up in a car accident. Yeah, he works with Live RC most of the time, pretty much all of the time. But yeah, I saw that he got in that car accident. So hope he's doing well and doing all right. So
we're dialed.
Hi, Zach.
Hi.
What's going on, buddy?
Oh, behind the camera over there, or behind the box, I should say, clicking and clacking. Wayne's been trying to get out of here for a while. Yeah. We need a hose.
Poor Wayne. He's got old man bladder, so,
It happens.
It happens.
All right. As an outdoor guy, they have to run the track outdoor. We have to deal with the track more. All of them have.
Yeah.
think 1 or 60 of them have.
Pretty sure, yeah. I'm gonna guess that's Chad Moore Mafia. Chad.
Heck yeah, what's going on, Chad?
Thanks for popping in. We're giving you guys mad props over there. So.
We'll talk about you more.
More.
Huh.
We'll be here all week.
Yep. You take that as you will.
Yeah, we will take it as you will. That's right. All right, so we're back up now with our next heat. This is our 4th round, correct? Starting, I believe. Yep. So we'll give you guys the whereabouts. Got Aiden Horn rolling out in this one. I'm watching Aiden right now through the rumbles. Lining up the triple right on the inside on that. Adjusting of the headsets. Looks like they're doing some computer work up there. These guys are running in their laps, so let's see what we got going on with everybody. If you're watching your open practice, 4-wheel drive, this should be your 4th round. And then we got 2 rounds of controlled coming up after that, so that's where, you know, you're not doing a qualifier, it's just control practice. So I think there'll probably be a resort. I'm taking a wild guess. Don't quote me on that. And see where we're at from there. So Zach's feverishly doing some computer stuff next to me.
Yeah, we're trying to get you guys updated on what's going on with this heat, but we have a slight delay with the computer system.
So in the meantime, you know, watch the cameras going around the track. Maybe that's Cole Pollard right there. No, that's Aiden. Aiden Horn down that back straightaway. You can kind of see the raised edge on that outer lip on that straightaway. Lets the cars push wide, so you're using every bit of track and motor that is available coming down that back straightaway. So pretty cool to see. And there's Mason Templeman over the tabletop. Trying to stay out of Matt's way. The Polo Traveling Pants Company in full effect going on over here, so.
Did they just shift it?
Yeah.
So Aiden Horn leading it out. Watch out. I would say watch the straightaway as an announcer, but
Matt,
oh boy.
We don't know what to talk about other than just what's on screen. We don't have any details.
You guys can see this.
Did you go off of this?
Yeah, let's go off of this.
All right, so Aiden Horn fast lap 19.3. So we're gonna. Sorry, childish humor.
Yeah. It's actually the owner of Virgin Mobile made a pretty funny post about that one time versus airline that he was a competitor with, but we won't go into details there. We'll just follow this race with Aiden Horn,
yeah,
Mason Templeton, and Misha.
And then Blake out there as well with Ryan Rivas. So pretty fast heat going on.
Track is definitely getting a groove, looking good.
Yeah, you can probably see it on the like on the HD cameras a lot better, you know, than what we're actually telling you. But you can see that black line, especially off the end of the straightaway, right there where those two cars just went. You know, there's rubber getting laid down through there, coming into the rumbles, coming through that little off camber right there, and into this backside tabletop in front. So
Horn out there over the triple down the front straightaway. Put in some solid runs in the last practice runs. Car's looking a lot better, but so is the track.
Yeah, fast lap out of 8 and 19.3.
Nice. So only seen personally one sub 19-second lap time, but I did take a small break while the fast guys went through the last round. Sure, quite a few of them were getting underneath the 19-second range.
Got a couple of 18s out there.
Nice.
So Brock was leading the charge with a 57.0, I believe.
Wow.
Spencer with a 57.8. Mayfield with a 57.802. So, yeah.
Usual suspects.
The usual suspects, and like we alluded to before the last break, it was, I think, down to the top 30 was under a minute.
Yeah.
So
track earlier, people were saying, man, is it going to stay like this? I figured it would get grooved up pretty quick, but man, they are tripling my expectations.
Yeah,
flying.
It's definitely due. Keeping water on the track isn't hard to do. Yeah, we do have, I mean, our dirt is a mixture. It's got caliche, it's got clay, it's got some aggregate in it. So it's not 100% clay like if you were thinking back in the old SoCal days where it was kind of like bubble gum, where you hit it and it would leave a mark. Ours actually has an abrasiveness to it, so that's what creates the grip. But we do have the clay in it that keeps the moisture content into the track, so it does stay consistent. So.
Good shot. Guys dropping their cars off at Tech. You guys might see some of your usual paint schemes with a little extra flair on them. Everyone getting custom USA or their respected country on their body. It's pretty cool.
The Aussies have their Union Jack on there, or whatever. Not disrespecting, I'm not sure if it's a Union Jack, but their country flag on there. So.
Yep.
But,
very neat.
Yeah, definitely for sure. I saw one over there. They had it was like a Las Vegas logos, like 777s on the side.
Oh, I did see that actually.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure who that is, but I was like, that's pretty dialed.
That is cool.
So
they do allow gambling here, so it works.
Yeah, and speaking of gambling, the banquet.
That's
Wild
true.
Horse Casino.
It is at the casino, which I've already attended
have
once.
You partake?
I did. I did attend.
All right.
It was a good
there
time.
You go. I haven't been there myself. I've been on the property, but I haven't been actually in there and staying. So
you're saying Union Jack is for the UK there.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Fair enough.
We are getting good stats in the chat. I see one right here about our Schumacher only having one world title and one 10-scale off-road in 87. Masami.
Yeah, Schumacher Cat.
Very cool.
That they did a re-release of, if I remember correctly, recently. So.
One thing really cool about this facility is when you go inside, they have obviously one of the most decked out hobby shops I've seen, but they have a lot of old school stuff from Kinwald, pretty much centered around Kinwald, but there are other cars in there as well. I will say the Kinwald display is phenomenal. It's pretty cool to see.
It is, and I mean, you can get up and close and personal and see some of the, like Wayne and I were talking about the tinkering that Brian did. The dremeling of arms and then dropping graphite dust in there to make them stiffer. And yeah, I mean, we've got, besides Brian's stuff, we've got, like motor lathes from, Mike Reedy era, when us that had to cut our comms.
I actually did
motor
that as well.
maintenance. I mean,
surprisingly,
you did
yes.
it. So,
caught the tail end of that one.
Caught the tail end, mashed battery packs and, like I think we've got an original 12i associated in there from, asphalt racing or carpet racing back in the day. So it's cool to see, where the sport has started and what it's come to and where it's going to. So yeah,
a lot of history here for sure, and making new history.
Making new history, yeah, absolutely. So, but right now, Mikhail Orlowski, 16 and a 507, fast lap out of Orlowski. We'll see when he comes back by.
Not surprised to see him at the top.
Orlowski, 18.9 fast lap out of Orlowski. 19 flat was his last. 18.8 out of Marcus.
19.1 Brock Champlin, his teammate, Orlowski's teammate, that is.
Yeah.
As we get a little bit of traffic with these guys, the problem with some of the faster dudes is they don't like to give up any room.
No. There's a little bit of quarter given, but not a lot of quarter. And yeah, it's Yeah, when Mikal came out for the one-up challenge, and Desert for that matter. I mean, Desert, he was right there with everybody. So, you know, he's definitely one of those you can't really count out. You know, 18 flat Adam Orlowski.
Wow.
Almost sub 17.
Absolutely flying. And
Yeah, that's over a second up on, you know, Marcus's fast lap. So he's got the Schumacher getting dialed in or pretty darn close to being dialed in.
Here comes Brock challenging. We got Brock, Orlowski, and Cavallari in this one, all with the Schumachers. And speaking of Kinwald earlier, Cavallari, I saw in the chat someone brought up his bling on his car. He learned a lot of that from BK in the early years. I'm sure you can elaborate on that, Rich. He, same paint scheme, but learned a lot from him as well.
Oh yeah. I mean, you know, Wayne and I talked earlier about, you know, like the Matty Gonzalez taking the twins and you know, mentoring them. And I didn't grow up in the SoCal area, but I always knew whenever I saw Brian, I saw Ryan. And I think the questions and the mentorship that Ryan got from Brian is stuff that he still holds very close to today. And you know, helped him hone his racecraft and, you know, get to be the top of his game on everything that he does.
It's definitely cool to see the torch carried like that.
Yeah.
Cavallari runs pretty similar paint scheme with the red back. We've seen many drivers with successful careers do the same. I think Josh Newman had the blue back for a while. With the drips, he's won Reedy Race championships. He's a very talented driver. Doesn't race much anymore, I don't think at all, actually, but he carried the torch for a minute.
He was out for a while, but yeah, I mean, there's quite a few that have you know, brought the homage. I know Josh Bend in Utah does his for the BK race. He'll come out with his Kinwald Classic colors on his cars.
There's a green one I remember as well. I can't remember who did it, but
either.
Cav actually had it passed on to him, from my understanding, which was really, really cool, special. And Cav, obviously one of the most decorated drivers on the stand in the world.
Absolutely, and easily one of the most recognizable paint schemes from
all eras.
All eras.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, maybe a shade has changed, maybe, you know, a color's changed, but the overall design, the aesthetic, has remained.
You know, it's something I actually like, and the Euros can maybe elaborate on this a bit, but, you know, on Garo, for example, he changes his paint scheme quite often. Cavallari, like you mentioned, it's been pretty consistent.
Pretty consistent.
So,
yeah. Mayfield, same way, has been pretty consistent.
Yeah.
You know?
What do you guys think? You guys like it when they change it and do something completely opposite, or do you like it when they just make small tweaks? I kind of like the small tweaks. Once I know a driver, it makes it easier for me.
Yeah. I have a hard time changing my colors and then getting used to it. I've run pretty much the same scheme for many, many moons. Like maybe a change of a color, but same design.
Right.
You know, you just get used to the way the car looks. You know your stickers, you know your placement. You know, it's creature of habit.
Another thing too is obviously it hasn't been a big issue for Ongaro, but people recognize your paint scheme. They might, you know, Cavallari's behind you. You might give a little bit more room.
Yeah, you might want to beep out of the way.
Yeah.
You know, just in case.
Just in case. You know that guy's pretty quick, but
yeah. You don't want to be on the bad receiving end of that. So, what car is Shin running?
Everyone keeps mentioning X-Ray. I'm pretty sure that's correct, but
I think so.
Let's see if we can't.
It was just sitting up in tech, but I think it has moved because I don't see it over there anymore.
I see his shirt, but it's just much. What does it say on his shirt? Couldn't see. Shin was a Kyosho, then Yokomo. I believe he is running X-Ray now.
Yeah.
Gotta confirm that though.
But good to see Shin. Back. There we go. It's just answered. X-Ray.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. So 14, the quote-unquote other fast group that we got going on. So
speaking of Ongaro, he's in this one.
He's in this one.
Finn with the same paint scheme since he started, from my understanding.
Goodness. Yeah. I don't think he's hasn't changed anything.
The only thing he does is just add trophies next to it.
Yep.
He is on fire.
Yeah.
How many national championships does he have now? Over 20 for sure.
I gotta say it's at least 18.
I know he had 9 in 1 year once.
Yeah.
And that was insane.
At least. So, but David Ongaro opening out. These guys will be jockeying back and forth like no other. So
be interesting to see Evans. I know he's always been a heavy hitter, Reedy Race champion, wants to win a world title. Haven't seen him up front lately, but can't count him out. And speaking of Finn, he's putting his best times up.
58-1, 57-5 out of David.
Wow.
19-2.
And we're only a minute 20 in. Lots of time left in these guys.
56
wow,
for Champlin.
First 56, I believe, at least in this round. 56-7 is the top 3 consecutive for Brock Champlin.
Yeah, Brock, like I said, the Schumacher team has been doing their homework. They figured out how to make the car fast, comfortable to drive, and it shows. You got Champlin leading out with a 56.7. Orlowski right there. You know,
Cav, a little bit slower than normal, but he is new to the team. He's been working hard with those guys, figuring it out, and you can't ever count him out. He's a hard worker.
He's always there.
Always there, works hard. One of the most impressive things outside of RC is if you're new to racing, Cav had a nickname he was called Pudge. It still is by some, but if you see some old pictures, he's definitely changed, and I was friends with him through a little bit of that transformation, and it's really cool, and I think it's inspiring for racers and stuff. And we are all guilty of the RC diet.
Oh, yeah.
This weekend already started.
Yeah. Eating healthy is not on the menu.
And if you look at Cav's old pictures now, it's definitely inspiring.
Yeah.
And I admire that. So good for Cav.
He lost the Backstreet Boy.
Yeah, he lost a whole person, and he has a beautiful wife, family now. He's doing great, and it's just cool to see.
Very cool to see, yeah. And you know, seeing these guys grow up, I mean, you know, Cav getting married, having kids. Mayfield getting married, having kids. You know, Jake Thayer, married, third one on the way. So yeah, it's cool. It's very cool to see, and to see that they've still got that speed and desire to compete and do it. And so it's crazy. 56.8 now for Fenn.
Wow. Fenn catching up. Spencer not too far behind, trying to get in those 56, and that's going to bump Orlowski down to 4th. So like I mentioned earlier, it's a little bit easier when you know what you got to go up against. These guys trying to get their nose up into the front of the pack.
Yep. So
Tom Rindernick, 3rd. That guy has been on fire
he
now.
just laid it down. 19-1 out of Tommy.
If you guys don't know who Tom is, keep your eye on him. I know this is probably the first some of you overseas guys hearing about him, but he is super quick, and it wouldn't be surprising if he wasn't in these A-mains.
Yep. He's definitely got the speed, for sure. But Dakota just doing what he does.
Man.
Champlin still showing it with a 56.7 though. So Champlin putting the Schumacher where he needs to put it. But Dakota right there, Tom Rindernick with the X-Ray, 56.9 in the R1 works. Rivkin with the associated 57.1. You got Dustin up there as well, 57.5 for Dustin. So, you know, don't count out Dustin. He's kind of like Cav. He's in the hunt, and he's got the drive and the smoothness to get through there.
I believe Dustin either just had a kid as well, or maybe.
Yeah, he not just, but I know he's a proud papa now.
Awesome.
So, yeah, all these guys getting older.
Got to witness Dustin kind of break through in his career when he was a kid. Him and Matt Chambers traveled a lot together through from Denver, Colorado area to come into Hot Rod all the time for the shootout, the truck race, and then eventually went on to TQ and win the 2011 Nationals at NorCal Hobbies, it was?
I think it was, yeah.
One of the coolest tracks I've ever seen, and him and Matt came out of nowhere, 1st and 2nd with the TLR 22 platform when it first came out. Rest in peace, Matt Chambers, a good friend. Grew up with Dustin racing. Those guys pushed each other and both made it to the professional.
Yeah, I remember the first time I met Matt and Dustin was actually at the Tumbleweed Classic in Albuquerque when Chris Marsh, Lars Johnson, like the whole Colorado crew came out, and I'm like, who the hell are these guys, right? You know, because I had like 3 guys from Arizona that came out with me, and Brent was out there, and it was a pretty big deal back then because it was sugar track, outdoor,
right?
Just stupid traction, and wound up hanging out with these guys, and it was a blast. It was an absolute blast.
Yeah, Dustin was really cool. I definitely looked up to him in my racing career. Was fortunate enough to get to do some traveling with him throughout the whole world.
Yeah.
And he's always just been a really cool guy. Never thought of himself too good to help anyone. Got a nice fresh haircut now. Back when I knew him, he had long Backstreet Boy hair.
Yeah. He had the little
flippy,
duck bill.
Yep.
The duck bill. Yeah, it was always the running joke every morning when you show up. It was like, which way is the bill going? So,
here's Dakota. Already got fan mail. He's answering. It looks like.
And yeah, Dustin winning Reedy race as well. So yeah. And somebody saying that Shin is running a TLR with Mugen stickers. You know what? When I get a break, I'm going to go down and find out, and I'll get you guys that answer because
I haven't seen him with a chassis manufactured shirt on. So
inquiring minds want to know. So
Dakota running the sand wall. Could ask him right here. He's underneath me. Matt Chambers, one of the nicest racers out there. Agreed.
Yep. Matty was definitely one of the nicest guys. So it looks like we're into our 4th and final round of open. Oh my goodness! Somebody sawing it off on the tabletop. Dustin gonna have to get it. Goodness gracious. That was gnarly. That should be an instant replay right there. I don't know. Never mind.
Yep. Our instant replay guy took a break.
Oh. Man.
Overworked, underpaid.
Are we up to 75? Inside joke. Sorry, Matt, don't fire me. Oh, wait. I'm a volunteer.
Oh, wait.
Traction looks like it's coming up a tad. Yeah.
No Lee Martin, no. I haven't seen him.
Yeah, I know. I think Lee was supposed to come over, but I'm not quite certain why he didn't. I don't know if it was work or family or what, but you know, it's always good to see. It's always good to see my mate Lee. You know, my mate Lee, Tony Truman, doing the dancing at the Cactus Classic underneath my pit. It was kind of funny, you know, dancing to some Bee Gees. Had the disco ball hung from it.
Bee Gees, nice.
Dude, it was pretty crazy. We had to have we put velvet ropes out in front of our Easy Up, so because they were in there, and we're like, oh,
VIP it.
Yeah, you're not allowed to enter unless you got a pass. So
that's good. I did the instant replay myself. Nice, Riley.
Well, we ain't got no wood on that one. Oh. He took a chunk off the pipe, so. But I don't know if Lee was at the one-up warm-up or if it was Desert Classic.
Uh-oh, they're saying Lee is retiring?
Lee's retiring? That's not allowed.
That's not allowed, yeah. I tell Jared that too.
So, yeah, Lee gave me my other nickname besides, Lake or Zippy. It's Ringleader. He calls me Lagoon. First time I see him, Lagoon.
So Alex out front of this one. 59.4 is his consecutive time. Not quite good enough for the top 20, but 21st. With Matty G also in 22nd for this round so far. See if these guys can't step it up a bit. Scott Spear trying to get in the top 3 as well, working his way through.
And I am seeing and hearing just a lot of carnage out there.
Yep, you got that Arizona pipe noise.
That's right.
The quack, if you will. I don't know what to call it.
That was just a waffle stand.
That was, yeah, I better say that one. Ooh, there it is.
There you go. The rub off the pipe.
Yeah. Chirp.
It's even legal in Kentucky.
So OG still got it. Enzo, what's up, Enzo? Watching. Forgot to text you back, actually. What did he?
Ooh. Oh, that's right. Snickerdoodle cookies from Larry's sister. Dude.
This is the RC diet. This is a problem.
You want this is This is fat kid happiness right here. It's like crack for an announcer. I've already had 3 of these.
I don't want you guys to hear me chewing, so I'm gonna wait.
Yeah, I'll wait.
Wayne said he had to go pee, but he's 4 snickerdoodles down now. I don't know if that was just what the deal was or what.
No, Wayne's catching up on his Snapchat.
Yeah. Oh, there it is.
Swipe left.
Uh-oh.
No? I don't know.
Perfect.
That's probably good. But anyway, Vanderbeek.
Enzo from AE.
59-4.
One up. AE. I'm not sure. I think it's AE now.
Enzo Albertini?
Yep.
He's retiring?
No.
Oh.
They were just asking.
Yeah, he's running AE. AE J-Con. That I know. Don't count out Spear, OG. You know what?
He's Enzo Kyosho on my phone, though, because at the time.
He was.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can never count out Punchy. He's coming to terms with El Diablo, as I like to call it. 4-wheel is El Diablo, or like a scorned ex-wife. So, your choice. But, you know, Scott got the lucky call about 2 weeks before the race was coming here. So he had to kind of frantically shift around his work schedule and get prepped up and get everything going. So, yeah, my wingman on a weekly basis for sure. So props to Scott, Punchy. He's yeah. If you know Scott, you know Scott.
If you know Scott, you know Scott.
If you know Scott, you know Scott. So
Punchy, but brutal. Classic.
Yeah.
Good look of the tech area, as always. These guys getting after it. We've had a lot of people ask, what are all those boxes over there? It looks like lockers. It's where they impound the tires. So if you guys are catching a glimpse in the background right there.
Yep. And then when the racers are done marshaling, they go back. They get their tires. There's tables right there with the stands, the water, and towels that are provided to them. So nothing can be put on the tires. Nothing can be done. They're in that controlled setting. So far so good. We haven't had any hiccups with that. So knocking on wood.
Yep. No sauce allowed at this event. This is all blue groove from the tires only.
Thayer is not running. Mr. Ackerman, can people in wheelchairs race their cars? Yes.
Yep.
We do have a ADA accessible ramp that comes all the way up to the backside of our driver stand. We have a cutout with a gate that is locked under normal race conditions unless someone is in a wheelchair or needs that spot, and that will open. You can kind of see it if they get a front side shot of the driver's stand.
I believe that's a IFMAR and ROAR rule.
I think so. I would imagine you have to.
Yeah. It's also usually a state or county rule.
Yeah.
In most places.
So you can see it right there in that shot where that gentleman is crossing the tabletop right now. So that's our ADA accessible area. You can fit. We've had 3 wheelchairs up there before. So yes, we are definitely compliant to any kind of needs that are needed. So yeah, there you go. And
it is a nice indoor track. It's beautiful here.
Yep, there's Marshall in the center. Spencer really not paying attention. There goes Scott, though. See, Punchy on it.
Yeah.
He had his shoes tied up on that one, so we'll make fun of Scott because, well, I can.
Ain't mine.
Is this yours?
No, I don't think I have one.
This isn't mine. You were told you had to pay for a ramp. I don't know, Danny, quite what that refers to.
I'm not sure what that means either. Elaborate. I'd like to know.
Yeah, if you want to put that in the chat, we'll be more than happy to elaborate. But here on my race program, or even during open practice, as we like to call it, the only thing you're paying for is your practice. But there is no charge for the ramp. There is no charge to open the gate. Maybe your home track, they're telling you that you have to pay for a ramp, and if that's the case, then
it's a bummer.
That sucks, man. Sorry to hear that.
You know, though, I will say the RC community, if you are into RC and really want to get into racing and stuff, you know, I'm sure you don't want to ask for handouts and stuff, but Facebook, jump on there, maybe start talking to people. I mean, even get with us after or something. A lot of people will help make that happen. I know personally we had a track in Exeter, California that a gentleman wanted to get an RC and they didn't have wheelchair access, and all the racers came together and made it happen. It was awesome.
Yeah, I remember one of the tracks that we had here back in the day, Warehouse 3, when they originally built their driver's stand, it was steps going up, and there was no way for anybody in a wheelchair to get up there. And they did the funds and got everything going, and they actually put a wheelchair lift next to it. So
very cool.
You rolled in, and it took you up to the driver's stand level on the end of the driver's stand.
Oh, here's a cool story right here. RC community coming together, trackside hobbies. That's Scotty Ernst. His wife was deaf, or is deaf, and they developed a light system that integrated with live RC so she can know what's going on. Very cool.
Nice. That is cool.
Probably click when a car comes by, or his car maybe.
I would imagine, or maybe when it's time to go, it flashes a light.
Yeah,
so
very
yeah,
neat.
that's a great idea, honestly. So, is there a grandpa on the driver's stand racing?
Oh, that's great.
You know,
that's Olaf.
Yeah. I mean, he's one of our UK guys.
Yeah, he's cool.
He's super cool. I'll be honest with you. We've got the gamut of the ages here. You know, I think I'm not quite sure what the youngest is. You know, maybe one of the Vanderbeeks. You know, 11, 12, 13. I don't know of anybody that's younger. And then we have some older gentlemen, and we'll just say that older gentlemen that are, you know, maybe AARP eligible. You know,
I heard a rumor that they were going to go through at the end of this event and see who are the top plus 40 drivers and give out awards. I can't confirm that, but
that would be kind of cool.
Very neat as a side award thing.
Yep. Yeah, as a side award. So, but yeah, I mean, it's, you know, and that's I guess that's the allure and the greatness of this style racing, or this sport, is all ages, literally, from, you know, if you can hold a radio, you can race. If you can stand and hold a radio, even if you're 80 years old, you can race.
We've even if you can't hold a radio, I know a few that have a lanyard.
Just have a lanyard around your neck.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean,
no excuse in RC.
No excuse.
Zeke will tell you differently.
Yeah. And if you don't know Zeke Bellinger, hit him up on Facebook. He is an inspiration of, you know, someone who has overcome a disability to do what he loves to do.
Yeah, it's very awesome and inspirational. I don't care for anything, really. You watch him do it, and he does it peak. He's awesome. He's not just average racer.
Yeah, exactly. So Clement Boda down to a 58.4. So, you know, he put some laps together.
Going to get him in the top 15 with that one, right behind Mayfield, actually.
19.3, yeah, for round 4. So
very good run.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, everybody is getting some good times, and like I was talking to Wayne, I said, you know, at the start of the runs, you know, you're seeing pretty conservative lap times coming out, and in about, you know, 2.5 minutes, you're starting to see those tenths getting shaved off, and the faster laps starting to get drawn in, and I think that's when people are getting a little more comfortable with the car, tires are getting a little heat. And, you know, they're doing this. See, there's a shot of an elderly gentleman right there. So we're running a gamut.
Heck yeah.
Of what we got
keeps
going
you young.
on. Absolutely. See? There's hope for us old farts yet.
Yeah.
So, but.
Steve Burnside out of Camarillo. Nice.
Nice. Very cool. There's a good shot.
Do you remember Scottsdale back in the day for the Cactus? I do. That was one of the funnest races. I know you know.
I know. Dude, I did every Cactus Classic other than when my child was born and when they moved to the indoor facility.
Yep.
So, but all the outdoor events I went to.
That was like the pinnacle of RC when I got into it.
Dude, I just remember rolling up and seeing Tent City.
Yes. Yes, I've seen a few in the sky too.
Well, yeah, and then were you there when the hot bodies?
Yes, that's what I was referring to.
Yeah, went flying into the transformer.
Oh man,
you
can't make that up.
No, you can't. I still remember one of the cactuses I was announcing. wind gust came through, picked up canopies, and canopies started landing on the back straightaway while cars were going down the back straightaway.
Good
and I'm like, yeah, we're going to stop this one.
Yeah, we're going to have a quick pause.
We're going to have a quick pause. So
we're here to race RC, not fly kites.
Yeah. So, but yeah, it was, Tent City and just the.
Yes, Mel, we know we actually had a quick talk about that. Everyone that knew Matt Chambers, was fortunate enough to know Matt Chambers, was blessed by good fortune because it was one of the kindest guys in RC, absolutely. I know he's up there cheering on Dustin and all of his homies out here.
Yep, absolutely.
So, a little love for MC, I like that.
I got my kid chiming in. Yes, I remember taking you to Cactus.
That's
you
cool.
knucklehead.
How old's your kid?
21.
Nice.
Yeah. So I think his first one, I think I brought him up maybe when he was 10. I don't know. I'm old, so it's all a blur to me at this point in time.
Fair enough. We'll just talk about other people's age.
Talk about other people's age. So, but yeah, and that's the neat thing.
Oh, wow.
Marshall out front. Marshall out front.
Hello,
Marshall out
Marshall.
front. Marshall out front.
All right, we'll get him over here.
Yeah, pay attention to your area there, little dude.
They must have had a bad run. He just focused in on the ground.
I guess.
Here's a cool one from Kyle in the chats. 10-year career EMT. 258 days ago. Wow, pretty specific. I wandered into a hobby shop. That trip saved my life. Now happier than ever.
Very cool.
Very cool to hear some positivity in the RC community like that.
Yep.
Birdman's trailer.
Oh.
There's some nostalgia for
There's
you.
some nostalgia. I'll chime back into the Aaron Kaufman with a 59.6. Bornhorst with a minute 6. So
Chris Wheeler out here. Where's Chris? Is he going to come by? Is he still living AZ?
Yeah, Chris Wheeler. Yeah, 18-wheeler.
Let's go.
Chris, you know who's older. Come on, dude. It's definitely not Scott. It would be me by a long shot. I'm pushing for the over 50 class. 40 plus needs to go away. So, but no, I got Scott beat by a good margin. So when I beat him, it's a bonus.
It should be round 4 to clarify.
Yep, round 4 we're in.
Oh, not Birdman Motors. Gotcha.
Yeah, Birdman Motors. I still remember the first time I met
Dennis.
I wanted to say Robert. I'm like, no, it's Dennis.
Dennis Anderson, right?
Yep. And he walked up to me with the bird on his shoulder, and the bird is taking its daily constitutional down the front of his shirt, and I'm just like,
the bird is the word.
The bird is the word. So, but yeah, Aaron Kaufman now whipping it down to a 58.1. That'll put him in the top 13. Bornhorst with a 59.0. Moritz. So, yeah, everybody got it going on. Whatever happened to Cody King? I
actually just talked to Cody not long ago, just check in on him, see what's up. I think he's doing well. Not into RC, but he does miss it. I didn't talk to him for maybe like 5 years before that, so it didn't get too crazy, but it was just on Facebook. I think he wished me happy birthday or something like that, but he's still around, and you never take that WC away from him, baby.
Nope. Yeah, that'll never be taken away. So, but yeah.
Lloyd saying 53, but still refuses to run the old man's class. Nice.
I only run the old man's class if it's modified. If it's 13.5, what's the point?
Aaron out front, 58.1 is going to put him in the top 15 at 13th currently for this round.
Bornhorst still holding with that 59.0. There's Aaron off the end of the straightaway with his TLR 22X4.
Man, every time I look at the screen and Hunter's in a race, he's in 4th or 5th. Just likes to stay in that spot. Oh, 6th. There we go. Wrong way, but different number.
Quit looking at him, huh?
Sorry.
Oh, boy. So, but yeah. Kaufman, Bornhorst.
25 seconds left in this one. We're moving through these heats.
Pretty good.
Yeah, it's not bad. With the late start.
Yeah. So, get through this round, and I haven't heard if they're going to do any kind of a break or not. I would imagine they would, but I cannot confirm or deny that. So
we're stuck over here in our little corner, so.
Yeah, this is our little cubby hole. It looks really cool. We got this awesome banner by, from Bob over at Stick It One. Looks amazing. But, Matt and I, Zach and I are sitting on top of one another in our little cubby hole right here. So it's kind of cool. Yeah.
We got to rely on our boys over there to radio in.
It's a good thing we got a fan going. If not, we'd be sweating to the oldies over here. So.
Absolutely. It's in the right spot, too.
If you know what we're talking about.
A little under the table.
Yeah. So, Kaufman ends it out with a 58-1. Puts him in 13th overall.
Oh, wow. He said he's oddly specific, but I have a counter on my phone. This is talking about the EMT, Kyle. One to reflect my progress in RC, and another one to celebrate each new day. That's pretty cool.
That's awesome. But even better, though, he's financially irresponsible.
Aren't we all? We got a Barbie Muscle Milk shirt over there. That was cool. Someone repping Barbie.
Sounds like they're making an announcement of the control practice. 7 o'clock is when they're saying control practice is going to start for the first of those 2 rounds. So there you go. At or about 7 o'clock, it's going to be the control practice, which will be where everybody's going to get their game face on, I assume. What is the misting for? So the misting is done after every single qualifier to make the track consistent, to keep moisture in the track so it doesn't dry out and become kind of undrivable and very dusty. I'm not quite sure where you are located, but here in Arizona, it's about 115 degrees outside. So this is a old PetSmarts building. So we've got the air conditioning cranked up in here, keeping us at a nice toasty 72, 73 degrees. So the misting keeps the track moist, keeps the dust level down, and then at the end of each qualifier, where you see the yellow cones on the track, there's a blower there, and that marshal grabs that blower and blows off that respective corner of the track to keep any dust out of the race line. So what they're racing on is the actual race groove, and the mist just helps solidify that moisture staying in there and the grip level staying consistent as they go.
Definitely makes the program a lot quicker.
Yeah. Before we put the misters in, I'd have to grab the hose, and we had a pretty good water schedule down where we do basically after every 4 races. Then we give about a 2-minute break-in period, and then for the next round we would alternate it. So we'd start out after 4, then we'd go to after 1, then after 2, then after 3 for the 4 rounds of qualifying. So everybody that was running got at least 1 race of water, and then fully blown off, and then sort of still moist. So it made it nice. So that was as consistent as we could. But then we put the misters in, and my life is just a simple flick of the switch.
Amber chiming in, watching someone, Gene, it looks like, in the Barbie shirt. Very cool. Jack's Florida, Jacksonville. Actually, we had a Florida Nationals there, I believe. 8 scale, I forget which year it was, 2017 maybe. 2018, not sure. It was a good time. I had a blast there. Total entry count, right around 140. It's not invitational or open. You have to resume in. There are drivers that are automatically allotted a spot. If you have a world champion, you're always invited. And then there's a qualifying system for each one of these brackets. We have ROAR is our sanctioning body, and they take a certain percentage from the nationals, and then anyone that doesn't make it from their block's nationals can resume in. And most people here are going to be, automatically in based on their national qualifying, but there's probably a good 20 to 40 people that resumed in, I'd say.
I would say that, yeah. I would say 20 to 30 probably resumed in. I know there's a couple that are stateside, but they're representing their countries because that's your country of origin, so they were able to get in on that versus having to qualify in or have the invitation, as a former runner or anything like that, or running nationals. And then, I think there's probably 20, maybe 30 that resumed in. And then, you have, the folks that automatically get the invite from their national level of competition they have, and then you have the wait list. So, you know, the folks that have the first right, you know, if they're not going to go, then it goes down to the wait list and they're notified, hey, do you want to be involved? So yeah, I mean, technically it's supposed to be 150. I think it was 148 is what was quote unquote signed up for, and I think we've got eight or nine no-shows. So I think it's right around the 140 range that we got going on. So on that, so.
Yep, that's how you do it. So if you want to ever attend an IFMAR Worlds, start racing as much as you can, hit your local nationals, whatever that may be, and do your best there. And then if you don't make it that way, you can always try to resume in. And there's usually quite a few spots, but there are a lot of people that resume in. And like you mentioned, it kind of goes per block, has X amount of allotted spots that have to fill up first. Roar usually taking the most.
Yeah, Roar usually, yeah. Lackland Donnelly, 58.5, Gillespie 59.3, so they're looking good. Talked to a little of our chats. Track grooving up already. Track started grooving up kind of at the tail end of our first round of open practice this morning, and has only gotten better. Enzo, whoever's idea to put the turf on the infield, bringing the old throwback. That was Larry. Larry. You know, Larry, the driving force of everything we got going on here. You know, broad shoulders and all. He had the vision of what he wanted to have and how he wanted it to look.
Panda perfect.
Panda perfect. And, you know, I'm sure he's hanging out there. Got a little bit of a sigh of relief right now just with everything up and running and seeing everybody making laps. And, you know, that's you know, if anybody knows Larry, Larry is a pure hobbyist. He loves the sport. I don't think you'll find anyone that's more in love with RC than Larry.
I brought it up earlier. Yeah, I brought it up earlier. I think the cool thing that I've noticed in the time I've known Larry is a lot of us get a kick out of driving the RC car, right? Or having the RC car. Larry, you get the feeling that he has a great time seeing you have fun with your RC.
Yes. Yeah. You know, and I mean, for those of you that have been to our shop, you've walked inside, you can see Larry's normal colors, you know, the fluorescent red, pink with the yellow, blue, and white, you know, kind of scout tribal kind of look. So I always say he's got the fastest looking shelf queens out there known to mankind. You know, he's got, you know, a buggy that, you know, he's probably got 5 runs on that he's had now for a year. His A-scale car that Mayfield built for him to go to Vegas. One race. Sitting on the shelf. I think he's got another Techno that has been built. It's sitting on the shelf. So, he's, you know, he went out and bought the Tamiya Semi, wrapped it in Hobby Action red, and put the Hobby Action logo down the backside of it. That's how much of a goober he is.
Heck yeah.
So it's just, you know, he's got tanks. You know, I mean, it's just he's just got the most mixed match things. No,
he's the perfect guy for the job.
He's the perfect guy to have a shop because he, like I said, he's thoroughly an enthusiast, and like you said, you know, he's going to get as much fun out of watching you go around the track and have fun at his track than he would racing.
Which is needed as an owner.
Yeah. So
really cool. Appreciate the love, Tinker and Joe. Awesome that you're new to the RC world and getting to enjoy this broadcast with us. Appreciate it. Hobby Towns. I've been to Hobby Towns and they do a great job. So surround yourself with some good people over there in Hobby Town. You'll be taken care of. Two-wheel drive will not be running in the opposite direction, but the track will be changed roughly 20%. You will be able to see in the stream. We talked in the AstroTurf. There's some humps. You'll see right here at the end of the straightaway. Got a glimpse of it right there. That'll be part of the track. And then we're going to move some pipes around, but it will be ran the same direction with the same jumps that are already currently there from my understanding.
Yes. Yeah, there'll be minimal changes. There'll be a jump that'll go away. There'll be a small double will be added. Some piping will be changed, but the direction will remain exactly the way we're going right now. So, you know, the grip that we have there that is being generated by the 4-wheel drives will be there for the 2-wheel drives to make the 2-wheel drive portion run off seamlessly, because the 2-wheel drives are going to be a little bit more technical on how we've got some of the lanes.
Charlie Swanka, he's out here. And How Tech,
So there's there's quite a few layers to tech. You want to jump into that because I know that's more your wheelhouse. I know it too, but it's a mouthful.
All right, so tire tech, how it works. So you purchase your tires. You're going to take them over to the tire tech area. You can walk outside to the control tire tech area to mount your tires. The only thing you're allowed to take out to that area are your tires, your inserts, your glue, your tire bands, obviously your rims, if you want to balance the tires, and your hole punch. Everything else, such as an additive or a cleaner, any kind of a towel, those are all provided for you by the facility to not allow you to do anything with that at all. Once your tires are glued, you can then go back into the tech area, which is inside where all those locker boxes are, so to speak. You'll hand them to the tech folks. They're going to put a sticker on it, and they go in a bag under your name in that box. And the only time that you can get those tires is when you bring your car up to go into a race. You put them on in tech. You're standing in tech the whole time on the driver's stand. As soon as you're done, it gets taken off the track onto those silver shelves, which you kind of see in some of the shots. When you're done marshaling, you can then go down, and either you or your mechanic can take off the tires. Tires are handed to the folks behind the counters. They're going to wash the tires with plain water. That's the only thing we have back there. We've got gallons of distilled water, nothing in them at all, with clean microfiber towels. The tires get cleaned. You guys can inspect the tires, do that, and as soon as you're done with that, they go back in the bag, back in the box, and that's where they sit, in a nutshell.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's pretty much it. Can't mess with the tires. That's pretty much the main focus around everything at this race is the tires, and they take it very serious, as you can tell.
Yeah, I mean, being a spec tire, under normal circumstances, some big races you can run, whatever make brand tire you want, traction additive, to soften the rubber, enhance the grip. This is the world's championships. You're racing on your driving caliber, how you can drive your car. So it's a natural tire, it's a natural track on dirt. So what you're watching is the best, making their cars go around the track as quickly and efficiently as possible.
Yep, not even simple green.
Nope.
Dave, no simple green, no additives at all. It's just distilled water, you say?
On cleaning?
Yeah.
That's it. And when you're prepping them, the only thing they have outside is Windex. You are allowed to glue the inserts if you wish. As far as gluing of the tires, you can only glue the rim. You can't glue up past any lettering. Like on the sidewall, if you wanted to stiffen the sidewall or anything like that, you can't do that. You can't put any glue on the inside of the sidewall, because that's changing the carcass of the tire. So,
yeah, there's quite a few rules. There's some nitty-gritty ones as well. As far as at least back when I was racing, I know that the hole diameter had to be a certain size, as well as the placement of the holes on the rims and the tires. It's very finicky in the tire department.
I think you're only allowed a maximum of 4 air bleed holes on the tire, and they can only be, I think it's like a 1/16 of an inch or something, like, just like an uber small punch hole on it. So yeah, it's pretty specific on what you're allowed to do, and they've got the punches out there, so you can't go any larger than X for your air bleeder holes and such. So
Jay, to answer your question, as far as the IFMAR World Championships go, I'm not sure how long that's been implemented. I raced in 2011, and it was a no sauce rule, I'm pretty sure. But as far as like a local, standpoint, Richard, you can touch up on that. Most tracks allow. It's just IFMAR. It's not. This is a normal thing.
For this race, they wanted to have, touring car, you're allowed a traction additive on touring car tires. On the off-road tires, they don't allow any kind of an additive to be put onto the tires. They want it all natural in regards to how they do that. That's their rule on what they have.
No simple green, Lloyd. Not for this event.
Nope, no simple green.
This event specifically.
Yeah, specifically. So, Kato,
nice.
58.3 up into the top 14, 59.6 out of hooks. Yoshi, 59.9. So you're starting to see a bunch of sub minutes. So
he's been making his name known in his heat every time.
He has. As fun as it needs policing, yeah, there is a lot of policing. I mean, I mean, you don't want to cross our tire tech folks back there. They're there from opening to closing. Same set of group has been back there. I mean, it's running like clockwork, and you know, it's pretty easily done. But yeah, I mean, it's a thankless job, kind of like race directing sometimes.
Absolutely.
But yeah. I'm going to say none because there was 5 people out there watching everybody glue their tires.
Yeah.
There were no rags soaked in Simple Green because, again, the tires...
We have officials out there watching.
Yep, there's officials out there, and the rags were provided by us.
Yeah, you can't bring anything out there without, or they know everything that you brought out there, and there's officials hovering over your shoulders, walking up and down the rows, and you're not going to get away with much, that's for sure.
And there was no, you weren't allowed to take out microfibers or anything like that. They had the blue shop towels or whatever they are, like
shop towels.
Yeah, like the whatever they are. So, but yeah, so it was. I mean, yeah, and again, our tire tech guys, we had a guy at the door. We had 4 people outside, watching everybody walking up and down the rows, making sure nobody was doing anything weird or wonky. So, and then the IFMAR folks would roll out there from time to time and check things out. So,
not sure what Brett means by the boxes that busy. What are you talking about? The boxes in the back, if you saw in that last shot, there were, looks like lockers almost. That's our tire impound area. And actually, if you guys get a chance, I'm going to do my best tonight when we get back to the Airbnb to make a snippet of it. But we got a chance to talk to Jason Rona about the whole process of how we even got into this Spec tire in the IFMAR worlds, and he kind of breaks it down from the 80s all the way to where we're at now, and very interesting.
Nice. I didn't get a chance to see that, so
yeah, it was
I'll
cool.
look forward to that. Well, and Jason's been around the business for a very long time, so I mean, if there's anyone that knows the progression of how things are going and how they were and everything like that, and can speak with it, definitely Jason is going to be the guy on that, most certainly. So
absolutely, as we have race number 6 out on the track, Charlie leading the way.
Well, Charlie Majorana, I'll tell you, I don't see Charlie very often, but every time I see Charlie, he is full noodle.
And he also, you might notice, I don't know if you can see it in the screen right here, but 0 stickers on his car on purpose.
Yep. Well, I understand he built that car yesterday.
Yeah, he's
privateer. I'm assuming.
I guess if you want to say that, he's doing his thing.
He's doing his thing. I mean, you know, and good on you. I mean, and again, that's the joy of the sport. He qualified in, you know, or maybe even resumed in.
Right.
And, you know, he's going to come run one of the most prestigious races in the States. Good on you.
Yeah, absolutely. He's definitely one of the drivers that you can say has earned a spot as a sponsored driver, but is choosing to opt out of it, and that's admirable. Do your own thing and go have fun, no pressure, and he might be surprised. I mean, not necessarily say for sure he's going to be an A main driver, but a solid run. You could see him in the B, no problem.
Absolutely, yeah. He's got the consistency to get there. I think we got somebody from overseas. Can we follow Mr. Pratt, please? So maybe our astute camera crew might be able to pick up Mr. Pratt and follow him around. So
yep, they got a head nod for a yes, so we'll get that going.
So we'll definitely try to help you out with that. You know, we're all about sharing's caring around here.
Yeah,
that's what we do.
Unfortunately, no one in the top 20 or even pushing on that door yet, but
looks like Salvaggi out with 1 lap. Yeah, looks like he's broke.
Charlie with 59.3, his 3 consecutive laps.
And again, right around the 2.5 minute mark, you're starting to see those lap times just eat just a little bit further down as the cars are getting a little more comfortable, or you're getting a little more comfortable.
So for those of you guys tuning in, on the top bar is going to be their overall 5-minute pace, the live RC bar at the top, and then the little corner is going to be their 3 consecutive laps, which is what's going to be used in the controlled practice as well through not qualifying, just the controlled practice.
Just controlled.
Yeah. And then qualifying will be back to the top bar. We'll have that all equaled out, dialed in for you, but for now, that's why there's the 2 separate scorings, and they might not match up. It's because they're taking different information to calculate the leaders.
The leaders. And to be honest, when you're looking at this right now, at any given moment, you can have 5 different lead changes in a lap.
Absolutely.
You know, it's just, it can be that crazy and that insane. So everybody wants to be like me when they grow up, Ricky Weibel. Come on. Who wouldn't? Duh. But yeah, so
currently in this round, we still have Champlin at the 56.7. This heat, 59.2. So that just shows you kind of the spread of what we got. And Charlie's no slump, so
yeah,
just shows you how fast those top guys are going. Actually, our top 10, 57.7. Yep, we got Pratt on the screen now for you.
Got Pratt on the screen. So those you tuning in, there's Pratt looking right in front of you. Down the back straightaways, you go, oh, what was that? That was kind of cool.
Looks like top 4 currently out of the Roar bracket, and then we have Orlowski as our first European driver, currently holding 5th.
Got Orlowski, or Ongaro, Coelho, Neumann,
so
Europe.
Top 10 is pretty spread.
Pretty spread.
Yeah, it's not nothing dominating
Nothing
yet.
dominating. So
I like that.
Well, yeah, and that was the big question that I kept getting asked was, are the Europeans going to be on pace? And my answer emphatically was yes.
Yes, absolutely.
They will.
Yeah, no doubt.
The fast people are going to be fast, whether they're American, European, Japanese, regardless.
Yep, they're going to be fast.
They're going to be fast, and you've got a good mix of everybody in there. So yeah, I think wholeheartedly.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see all these guys dice it up and see some different names that we don't get to see battle each other. It's always a good time.
Absolutely. So Mariana finishing out with a 59.2. I think that'll put him in the top 20-ish. So Jared Ment moving up to a minute 4. So if you guys didn't hear it earlier when they were announcing it, they're going to be doing the first of the controlled practice at 7 o'clock. So that's about 55 minutes from now. That's going to be awfully tight. They've got however many more races to go through. 8 more races. Right?
Yeah.
So 7 races, 8 more races. So.
Oh, actually, I'm gonna get to the next one.
Kai, you are very welcome. Hopefully you got some action shots on some screenshots of Mr. Pratt to show him back home. So we appreciate you tuning in and hanging out on our chat system. So
yeah, thank all of you guys for jumping in here, talking to us. Like I said, you guys are just as much as a part of this as everyone racing, all the media crew. Appreciate you guys.
And like and subscribe.
Absolutely.
Old Man Monday. Yes, Old Man Monday is in this. He's in 4-wheel low for rock crawling.
Nice.
So
he's got his Crocs in the 4-wheel mode.
That's right. He's got maximum, ride height going on. He's monster trucking out there.
Sick.
He was doing pretty well earlier. So.
Dude, the United Nations.
But yeah, Passion in this one. Austin Horn. Austin was setting the tone earlier. So. You can kind of see at the end of the straightaway where that grip is coming up, and they're hitting brakes. The whole back end of the car is lifting up in the air.
Yeah, you're actually developing bumping brakes at the end of the straightaway.
Got a little stutter bump at the end of the straightaway. So yeah, looking to be good. So traction coming up to kind of what was anticipated. So, and I think it's just going to be. Getting a little bit better as we get going on. So starting to cool off outside a little bit. What, 6 o'clock? It's probably still over 100 degrees outside. I haven't been outside since 7 o'clock this morning. So.
Or have I.
Yeah. I've seen the inside of my eyelids more than outside.
Right.
So. But yeah, so Passion, 19.9, opening laps, 20.4 out of Gallo. So.
Followed by Florent, Nico, Kyle, and Austin. Top 5 currently running. Fastest time in the top 3 consecutive, showing a 59.2 as they come around for their 3rd lap. Dominic still out there leading the way. He's been a front runner in his heat pretty much every time as well.
So I was just informed the 777s are Misha's.
Oh, All right.
I'm thinking he might be a little bit of a gambler.
All right, I'm down.
All right.
I'll be hitting it.
See what
again.
his poker face looks like.
Right.
So,
very cool.
Catching up on what I have to say. Thank you, Danielle Ford. I hope you guys are doing well in Colorado. Hopefully we'll see you guys out for the INS finals. So, very, very cool.
Kevin P. asking which manufacturers are the go-tos. Team Associated pretty much always showing a strong, large presence at any of these events. But it really is personal preference, and I overheard Richard mention earlier, go to your local shop, your local track, and figure out what are the locals running. The biggest thing is support for most people, but as far as who's on top, I will say Schumacher's been putting in a ton of work, and they are showing their faces.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, Schumacher is, like I said, Schumacher, been doing their homework, both here and abroad. I know Tish and the guys over there, working with Brock, Blake, Ryan, a wealth of knowledge, a wealth of talent there, bringing the car stateside so it can run on this style track, versus just AstroTurf or carpet. Which they're traditionally known for.
Yeah, they pretty much got the carpet game figured out, but they didn't just say, let's just dominate this and be a one-hit wonder. They want to do it all.
They want to do it all. And, kudos and mass props. Like I said, they are the team that's definitely putting in the work to showcase what they have the ability to do. So,
yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see a Schumacher world champion. It definitely wouldn't surprise me. Not saying that's the case,
but I mean, between Brock and Orlowski, yeah. I mean,
Cavallari even.
Cavallari up in there as well. I mean, and yeah, I mean,
get some runs out of him.
Get some runs out of him. So, but I mean, when you look at the top 10 and from a 56.7 down to a 57.7, so you're talking less than a second, like 9/10 of a second.
Absolutely unreal.
I mean, seriously, that's like
a blank.
I twitched and I went 5 feet wide coming off the end of the straightaway.
Exactly.
I mean, that's that gap, and that's what these guys are running in. And to do that for 5 minutes in a main setting is going to be wicked.
Yeah.
You're going to see the thought process of setting up a pass.
Oh yeah.
Corner in advance. Like you'll see a Brock over jump a corner to see how far can I set into that corner and let my car land and stick.
And Schumacher's done a great job of developing their car, but also their drivers. These are young kids.
Yeah.
And they've kind of groomed them up, and they like their cars. They have the setup that works for them, and they feel like they're not. Some of these other teams, when you get these young kids on a team that's stacked with pro drivers, you don't get that same support you get whenever it's something fresh and developed around you. Mm-hmm. And they've developed their company, at least from outside looking in, around their young drivers, and they plan on making sure
they plan on making sure they're up at the top.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So Passion gonna look at a 58.8, 59.4.
Schumacher forward with belts. Do you know that answer?
Yes, they do have belts.
Yeah, BJ saying Cavaliers world champ. I think he's probably the most decorated world champion that's currently racing.
That's currently racing. Yes, he's the most decorated.
Yeah.
So now, if we only talk Masami to come out of retirement,
different story.
Different story.
But currently, and at this event, Cavallari.
Cavallari is going to be your most decorated at this event. No sanding of the tires. You're not allowed to do anything to the tires other than mount them, glue them, and balance them, and put bleed holes in it.
Ooh, that's a good one.
I got my ideas.
I think this is a two-part question, or a two-part answer for me. I think the pipe and I think this front tabletop are going to be the two, but I'll let you elaborate on whatever your thoughts are.
Well, you say pipe. Which pipe?
The entire course, because the Euro guys are used to curbing and nice transitions through their corners
and berms.
It's not the case here.
I get you. Yeah, and I'll be honest with you, the pipes are They are not forgiving. They are heavily staked into the ground. I can attest.
He did the testing.
I swung the hammer. So yeah, I'm going to be honest with you. I think the most difficult spot for the 4-wheel session is going to be coming out of the whoops. Because if you come out of it too fast, it hit the brakes. I've seen a lot of cars bicycle there, and if you wreck there,
messes up your whole.
It messes up your whole flow. The tabletop, I think everybody's getting that down. I don't see very many people trying to sky over it.
Right.
I think the safe top on off is going to be the way to go. But I honestly think coming out of the whoops is going to be, especially if you're in traffic and you're not on your normal line, because I think if you watch the 4-wheels go through there, while it doesn't look like it upsets the car, it does upset the car.
I'm with you. As most people know, you got to let that thing roll through the whoops.
Yeah.
You know, and as we see right there, if you get too much gas or too much brake, 4-wheel drives, they have a lot of motion in whatever direction they're going, and if it's not the right way,
yep,
it ain't pretty.
And if you're over aggressive on brakes or just whatever it is, it's
start turning through the whoops.
Yep.
You know, not good.
Yep. So. But
way better than corrugated pipe. Absolutely, yeah, no joke. Just what we mentioned it earlier, you'll hear a lot of chirping in the background and stuff. These pipes are not forgiving, and it's a good thing. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. It's just Euro guys are used to putting their wheels up on curbs and, you know, not as brutal with the pipes, but these aren't moving. They got, what did you guys put, stakes every foot? Some corners?
They're depending upon what they're having to border.
Yeah.
Like the jumps, there's usually 2 going up the face, usually 2 going down the face. So Euro guys aren't used to these massive jumps we have. You know, I'm going to disagree with that. And I'll say why. Maybe on the 10 scale side, they're not used to the massive jumps, but I've watched a boatload of A-scale racing lately overseas, and they're sending those cars.
You guys got little mini motocross tracks.
Yeah. It's like you can get out there with a pit bike and have some fun.
Yeah.
So I get what you're saying in regards to, you know, massive jumps and things like that.
I think the transitions is an American thing. That's the biggest difference. These have kickers. They're very up, you know, straight up and down, and it makes it just kick them. But they're not very big jumps.
Yeah, these jumps, the way we design these jumps, other than the tabletop in front that gives the car some lift, that's the biggest jump section we have. Everything else is only putting the car about 2.5 feet up in the air.
Right.
So it's really not. It's got a very good soft landing, both the front side triple, the back side triple. So really the only big jump that we have on this track, which in my opinion, if you hit it right, is the tabletop. And that's just, you line it up and you're popping up on top. And even then, that's not launching you 10, 15 feet up in the air, which I have been to tracks that do that. This is launching you 3 to 5 feet up in the air. It's just the distance that the car is traveling over that jump that I think can be a little daunting. Because if you see it on, you know, the camera, you're like, oh, okay, that was cool. But if you see it in person and know how much dirt is on that tabletop, it's massive. So I think the Europeans have adapted to coming over here and running on our tracks.
Yeah.
Because they have gotten used to, you know, going to tracks that launch the cars and upset things. So we tried to make it to where you weren't just having to make a jump to make a jump.
I like it. I like it. I like it whenever it's not one of those only a few people can do it type things. The racing is going to be really good and tight.
Yeah.
And I can't wait to see these guys clustered up together and what they're going to do around these corners. Like I said, when you can't get the tire up on, you know, in the middle of the apex, like a lot of these carpet drivers and Europeans, and even now the States, really, honestly, like you saw it right there on screen, they'll suck you in, and all it takes is your wheel nut to catch it, and there's an A-arm.
Yep. So. And originally, when we were doing the track build coming down the back straightaway, there was talk that we weren't going to do a pipe down the back straightaway, and problem with that is that's an exposed cinder block wall, The pipe has a little give. You can kind of rub off of it. Cinder block wall,
None.
not so much.
I like the pipe on the back straight personally, and it has a little berm coming on to
Yeah.
the straight. If you see some of these guys, they'll catch it sometimes, and it kind of pushes you back in the middle. I like that as well.
Yeah, that was when we drug the straightaway. We built it high out towards the edge because where we placed the loop, coming off the backside triple, coming down the straightaway, if there was a drag race and somebody, full woods, you can let the car Talladega Night out there.
Yeah.
I mean, you really can. I mean, if we get a straightaway shot, you can kind of see the angling of
Yeah.
that back straightaway. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool on how you can do that. So, but yeah, Tommy Hall 59.1, Schimmel with 59.7. So top 2 under the minute mark, and still Champlin.
Joe, I don't know about the top 20. Quick look around, I would say it's pretty split 50-50 Europeans to Americans, at least for the past round. Don't have an update on overall as there's no qual points or anything, but at this current round that we're in right now, it's pretty split 50-50.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Which is good to see. I like it.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, it's nice to see new names that you don't normally see on the top side. Like I said, the fast are going to be fast.
Exactly.
The semi-fast are going to be semi-fast. But when you've got racing this close and together, it's literally anybody's ball game on what they can do. It's always the same fast guys in the end.
It's like the key to winning the race is finishing first.
Right?
Right? Tyler Finster coming up in this one.
Oh, boy.
See how he does. Alan Horn.
Josh Payne.
Motocross guy.
Good old Painey.
Nick Gibson as well.
Alan Horn.
Yeah.
I still remember Josh Payne at the Reedy race. Hotel Huntington Beach.
Hotel Huntington? Is there
Hotel
a story
Huntington?
behind that, or is that where
my
we're
goodness.
stopping?
Yeah.
We got the SECs online, okay?
Yeah, dude. Him and Lee Martin, and I don't remember who else, but all I remember is I walked in, Blake! Come here! That was a long night.
Good fun with Josh always.
Oh, my goodness. Good to see Josh. I haven't seen Josh in many years. It's good catching up with people that you can talk to on Bookface, but
on the Bookface.
But to see him back in person and catch up and reminisce.
Kevin, I'd have to agree. Yeah, it's pretty scaled, if you will, for what we're used to. I mean, still scale-wise, these are giant jumps to normal cars if it was scaled, but you're right. I've seen some 10-scale tracks with some pretty big jumps, but these
are very, very manageable.
Yeah, they're manageable, good landings. Looks fun. I haven't heard anyone complain about, oh, that jump is terrible. Everyone seems pretty happy with the layout.
Well, and in the end, remember, after this race is gone next Sunday, this goes back to a normal race track for all of the locals that haven't been here for 2 weeks. So it still has to be somewhat usable for, not only mods, but I mean, we've got 17.5 stock, we got 17.5 spec, we got 21.5 spec, we got our novice divisions, and our 13.5 four wheels. So, that was the other thing we had to take into effect in designing the layout was we're not going to pull it out and build a whole new layout after the race is done. This is going to be in for a little bit of time. So,
absolutely.
So we tried to make it fun and racy and definitely challenging enough that it was, I think, going to challenge, the world's best, most certainly. And then when it's all said and done, it'll be as good of a track for locals to enjoy and have a great time on a week in, week out basis. So
yeah, it looks fun to drive, in my opinion.
It is. It's got a good flow.
Right.
I didn't get a chance to run on it when we did a break-in on Wednesday. I only got to run on it on Sunday and Monday after we did the build, so it was still really green. but it was fun. It had a good flow. You know, it felt really, really good. And I think, you know, besides the guys who are running on it now, I think the locals are definitely going to have a fun time with it. And it's going to be a different layout for the locals because they'll be running on the two-wheel.
Yeah, I'm excited to see that all done up as well.
So yeah. So that'll be done starting Tuesday for Wednesday. So
currently no one under a minute time. It's all 101s in the top 3, actually the top 4. No one's challenging anyone from this round. This is heat 9 out of 14, but keep in mind we are kind of staggering where we start. As we catch these 4-wheels on the front side, this is a,
ouch. Yeah. Somebody flat landed it. Really fenced her under the minute mark now, 59.6.
That is what we expect out of Tyler. He had a really good first practice, and then I missed the second one, but I heard that he was not doing too hot.
I think he was pushing that big yellow button that we like to push very often.
That one?
Yeah.
Gosh darn dang.
It might say suck, but I don't know.
I lost my talent.
Oh, it ran away on me.
It ran away.
It got refunded. So
my mind got broketed.
It broketed. It's a 59.4 now for Tyler, so clicking a couple tenths of a second off.
There you go.
So
Tyler, one of the young SoCal natives around here, he has the opportunity to race with a lot of these fast American drivers, but not so much with the over-the-seas drivers. But I know he has high expectations of himself. He is realistic at the same time, and I asked him, I actually got the chance to hang out with him 2 days ago. You know, hey, what's your extra prep? What are you doing? Kind of the same stuff we always ask everyone. And he's like, man, just another RC race.
Another,
And I was like, that's a good attitude.
That's a good attitude, man. You come into it chill, you know, relaxed, you know, have your expectation, and if you go above it, dude, win.
Yeah, exactly. He's not getting paid. He's gonna obviously do his best. He's super fast. Another one of those guys that, you know, if you see him in the B main or something, it's like, wow, great job. But it's not like, what the heck happened? That's unexpected.
That's unexpected.
He's
fast. He's got the talent to do it. Yeah, and that's the cool thing. You know, any of these youngsters, these kids that have the speed, that can, you know, maintain the consistency, they've got that ability, you know, and it's just, you know, it's all in that right moment that it all comes together for them. So yeah, Tyler, wicked fast, always wicked fast. So, you know, 59.5, 59.4, 59.9 out of Gibson. So
there we go. Oh, looks like somebody was saying in the chat that they've been typing and it wasn't going to us. So yeah, we missed out on quite a bit of whatever you were saying there.
Who have you been typing to?
Yeah. Yeah, very cool for the local racing scene, especially for those that kind of understand. Maybe some guys out here watching the World Championships, and they'll get to run on it in the following weeks. I know when I was young, I always got a kick out of getting to race on the same track as the pros.
Absolutely. But definitely good, most certainly. Yeah, we had quite a few of the locals out here today, just kind of checking things out. I assume, you know, as the racing gets a little more involved, a little hot and heavy, you know, I mean, earlier this morning, this place was standing room only.
It really was.
I mean, it was crazy.
One of my favorite parts of hobby action, what you guys have, is most of the time when we go to these races and you go to a track, it's either out in the middle of nowhere outdoor track, or it's a warehouse and industrial sections. Hobby action, as you mentioned, was it Petco?
It was like a Petco, PetSmart, something like that. Yeah.
But you're surrounded by awesome food, entertainment, hotels, everything. You're right here in the center of the city, and couldn't really be a better spot to have a World Championships, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, it's awesome. I mean, like the host hotel is literally across the parking lot.
Yeah.
It's within walking distance. I mean, guys are driving just because it's a million degrees outside, but the host hotel is literally right across the street. We got Starbucks that's hooking us up with, you know, awesome deals. You know, there's a Chipotle, there's Jimmy John's, there's a pizza restaurant, there's an IE Poke right around the corner.
Two steakhouses.
Yeah, you got Zite House, you got, you know, Longhorn.
Yep.
There's a Habit Burger. Of course, there's the adult establishments that have beverages for us who like to imbibe, which is always a plus.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's. I mean, that's kind of the cool thing. It's like within where we are, within less than 2 miles, if you can't find something to eat, something's wrong.
You're a vegetarian.
Yeah. And even then, you could
Yeah.
probably find something because they just opened up a BJ's Brew House. We literally right on the corner right here. Yeah, and then if you want to bring in stuff, like for big race, I've seen guys bringing in a cooler. There's an AJ's food warehouse right on the backside of this complex. There's a Sam's Club right across the street. So if you got that Sam's Club membership, or go grab the Pandas. Guys went in and bought a boatload of water and brought it in for themselves. So, that's the nice thing is everything is so easily accessible.
Jason, thank you for the comment, and the boys on the broadcast booth also have the chat in front of them, but I will bring that up as well. For their, I think it's Austin, they would like to see. Requested his car number 1, currently in 4th in this race on a 102.9. If we can get a follow cam on him, but our race leader is going to be Davey, followed by Cole. These two guys.
They've been going at it
all weekend so far, all day, I should say.
All day so far.
Yeah. Austin's also moving his way up there.
Yeah.
Very cool to see.
Most certainly.
Killick, another fast dude. I think he's primarily 8 scale.
Brock?
Yep. I know he's fast though. Sure, he's got some fans over here.
Well, yeah, top 3 now under a minute, so 58.2 for Cole.
About that halfway mark, like you say.
Yeah, well, oh goodness.
Picking
Carnage on the back straightaway.
Yikes.
Yowza.
It's all right, we got the safety orange shoes.
Yeah.
Like Kyosho, make sure no one's ankles are getting chopped off. Smart move.
Yeah.
My
definitely.
Marshall shoes.
It's my marshalling shoes, baby. He goes jogging at night. He wants to be seen.
Absolutely.
So, but yeah, good to see Cole. I know I didn't get a chance. I talked to Cole a little bit earlier, and he was really thankful to be here. So he took a little bit of a break from racing. I hadn't seen him racing for a while. And then
BT is racing, guys. He's not in this heat, but he is racing.
Yep.
Really cool to see that as well.
Yep.
Battle of the team managers back in the day with BTs.
Sure.
Very fast.
Yep. Keeping it down for the old crew.
We follow Christian.
Oops. Got Austin right there.
Yeah, they had Austin. I saw someone praising the camera guys. The owner over there making all the adjustments and getting the cameras right. Appreciate you. David's the man. It's really nice having a crew that understands racing, but also is in the industry. So a lot of the time they know these paint schemes, they know the guys, and it helps us kind of figure out where they're at on the track and make it happen quickly.
Yep. I don't know Christian Wukening. If we can, we'll definitely try and help out with that.
Yeah, we're trying.
We only got a little less than a minute left in this one, so I'm not certain if we'll be able to pull that one off. So. Can't pull it off, we'll definitely try and get it on another run. So
Tollard leading the 3 laps in a row with the 57.6. He's going to be put in the top 10, so he's on a heater right now.
Good run for Cole. Cracknell now with a 59.6.
Nice.
So. Most common thing we'll see break this week, front A-arms.
People's hearts when they don't win.
Well, that too, yeah. Yep, people's hearts.
Yeah, Tebow, yeah, I wish he was here. Talking to him, and he's got a whole family back there, and he's doing his thing, and he's got a few of these trophies.
He's got a couple of them,
yeah,
so I mean,
he'll be all right.
He's in a slouching zone. He's enjoying dad life.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that.
He's at that point in his life where, he's got his kiddos, he's enjoying the mountain biking, and justifiably so. Enjoy what you got going on.
He is a racer at heart, though. I know it bugs him when he's not racing and he sees his competition up here getting it done, and he knows that he could be right there in the mix.
And he would be.
And he would be.
He would be right there in the mix. So, most certainly.
Sending love to Tebow, but he has an awesome career. Yeah. Sounds like Tebow has a dad bod. Actually, probably one of the more fit RC racers.
Yeah.
He's active in mountain biking, dirt biking,
yeah,
and having kids. So
and having kids. So
good for him.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yep. Wish Jared the best. Sorry he's not here.
Yeah, Jared actually has a cool skate park right by his house. I've stayed with Jared in Kansas City before, and they go to that skate park almost daily and get down. It's so cool to see on their bikes, and all of his kids are into it. His wife goes. They all hang out, and it's a good time.
That's cool.
Literally walking distance, and they do it all the time. And bring the RC car there, do some backflips. It's fun.
Cool. Very cool. So we're coming close to the end of our 4th round of open practice, and we'll be getting into the 2 rounds of control practice. They said tentatively starting at 7 p.m. So stay tuned for that. That's when the mitts get put on. Everybody gets serious.
I don't think he gave up. The only thing Jared doesn't have is an 8-scale world championship, and the team that he went with only makes an 8-scale car. But definitely still can wheel a 10 scale. There's no doubt.
Oh yeah.
So,
well, yeah. I mean, we've talked many times in the past, and when you talk about the Ryans, you talk about Tebow, the trifecta of the OG racers, right? As I like to say,
absolutely.
Right? Because
it was a 3-man show for a long time.
So these guys could wheel a pizza box with wheels on it.
For real.
I mean, let's be realistic. I mean, they've got the skills to do it. And whether it's an 8-scale car, 10-scale car, Tebow will find a way to make it around track. I've seen, Jared, after he left Kyosho, when he was running the Associated car at a Rudy race, I was like, damn.
Yeah.
Like no other. It was awesome. And I don't get to see Jared run 2-wheel that often. But it was amazing. It was amazing. I'm like, all right, cool. And every time I saw Jared with the 2-wheel or 4-wheel, it's like, he's right there.
People had given up on him before that race as well.
Yeah.
They were not expecting that win out of Jared, and he just, like I said, it goes to show Jared is a diehard racer. He's also really good on a dirt bike. I've been on a dirt bike track with him as well. It's hard to break someone's mind when they're at the top of their sport. And RC, I mean, I went to a race one time, and I believe it was Rick Dog, hadn't drove in years.
Oh, yeah.
And it's invitational, so you get to start wherever you're at. And he started up in the front of one of his heats, and none of those guys got by him.
None of them got by him.
I'm like, whoa. And this guy just randomly picks up a remote here and there outside of on-road.
Just outside on-road, yeah. So, for those that were asking earlier about Brent is in this race. So if you're paying attention, Brent is out on the track right now. Max Gotzel, minute 2, minute 5 for Ben Smith. So he's
Warner, if you can hear me in the booth over there where I got a request for a flag change. He's from the UK. You got it? Nice. These guys are faster than us, man.
They're paying attention.
Yeah.
They can read.
Hey, you guys are hired.
Yeah, we'll keep you around for a while.
Yeah.
We appreciate that. Thanks for making us look good.
Yeah.
There, Davey.
Ben Smith is also UK. They got the chat going right there before I get my head ripped off again. Uh-oh.
Yeah, we're not going to do that. We're getting a stink eye from Wayne.
Uh-oh. He's like, you took my job.
Why'd you just wink at me?
They took our job. I hope Tebow stays involved in RC. He is a good ambassador. Yep. He has JTP, so he's going to be around for a while.
So he's got that going for a while. So he'll be good. So
I believe he's a distributor for Hot Race Tires, or I'm pretty sure he is as well. And
I think so, yeah.
Mayako thing going on. So we'll see what happens.
Ben.
Awesome, Neil. Just a quick update for you. Ben Smith's getting changed. So thank you guys. Like I said, you guys are just as much as a part of this. And having all these extra eyes, especially when it comes to seeing people's remotes and all the flags and stuff, it's super helpful because we have about, I don't know, probably 18 screens altogether up here where we're going back and forth from.
You guys see Josh Holdworth is also the UK, so
perfect.
Ben Smith down to a 58.7.
We're going to have to put Neil on payroll.
So not too bad. So he's definitely got some steadiness going on. 19.3 fast lap. A little bit of rough lap on the last one. 26. 19.8 out of Gotzel.
I don't think his father-in-law's shop and track are open anymore. That was quite some time back, but I believe that's where he met Megan. Was actually at that track when he was about 13 or 14. But I think they closed down quite some time ago, unfortunately.
I think so. I don't know exactly when, but it's been some time.
I'm on that.
Oh, poor Frank having to get the car.
Ben Smith out there, 58.7. Slowly getting quicker with 45 seconds left in this one. That's going to put him right outside the top 20, 21st currently, when it's that 3 consecutive lap time. See if he can't pick it up just a little bit. His last lap was at 20.7, so that's not going to do any good when he backs it up by 23.8. So he's going to have to stick with his current time with only 25 seconds left on the clock.
Gotzel down to a 58.9 though.
And BT trying to poke his nose up in there as well.
59.9 out of BT. Captain consistency. So you watch Brent's car going around the track, and it's just, it looks like a Cadillac.
Yeah.
It like turns, goes.
Yeah, he doesn't set his car up very aggressive.
Nope.
He knows his style.
He knows his style.
Yeah.
Like
works for him.
off the end of the straightaway is just smooth and collected. So.
Hearing a little bit of chirping up on the driver's stand. Not sure what that was about, but it is just practice. We're talking about practice, boys. Dang, we got Frank Root out there marshaling. I know he's not racing, so.
And I think that's the end of our round.
And it's going to be Champlin holding it off for this one. 56.777. Nice. That lucky number 7 right there. He's excited for that casino banquet.
He's going to go to the banquet with his head held high. Want to switch? All right. Well, I'm gonna bow out, baby.
Richard, it's a pleasure having you in the booth as always. I'm sure we'll see you here soon.
What? It's controlled now.
Updates on tires, Tyler. Pretty much sorted out. Everyone's going to get 5 sets total, and then A main drivers are going to get an extra set. So Richard's heading out of the stream for a little bit.
Trying to fall out of here.
Yeah. Jeremy, not a percentage yet. I am also curious of that. I know Neo Buggy used to do a really good job of that with the World Championships for 8 scale, but I would love to see, what we have. My guess is Associated, like always, probably has the most 10 scales. I'm not sure who would be a close second. Schumacher team is growing. Kyosho has a few guys here. TLR has their team as always, even though it has slowly been dissolving. I shouldn't say dissolving, it's just been getting a little bit smaller. But they have such heavy hitters that it's okay. You got Dakota Finn on your team. It's almost like, who else do you need sometimes? At this level, at least. Dakota is just on a tear. Got X-Ray out here. They got a good group of guys. S-Works, I think, has around 10 drivers here. Who are we missing? I'm sure you guys will start dropping in the chat. Yeah, Joe, this surface is very unique. The cracks pretty much happen immediately, but they stay there. The track doesn't typically fall apart. Tomorrow it should start at 9 a.m. our time. That's going to be... Hold on 1 second.
Are they going to restore right now, or is it the same? It's exactly.
Sorry about that. Trying to get some updates over here for the guys.
All right. So, just to let everybody know what's going on right now. Now, actually, those 4 practice rounds are just like I was touching about earlier. Didn't really matter.
Yep.
It's just practice, trying to get the cars dialed in, figuring out tires or whatnot. Now it kind of matters. So what happens now is now we have 2 more rounds of what they're considering controlled practice. And they are going to use your best 3 consecutive laps, which is what we've kind of been watching. Best 3 consecutive laps out of each one of those rounds. So whichever one, and that's what they're going to use to seed you into your qualifying heat.
Correct.
So it's going to be
this is you're going to see a lot more people taking it more serious now. I'm not sure you're going to see people pulling out of the way more or less because, you know, of course, if you haven't got your 3 laps in yet, you're going to be pushing hard. And
right.
You know, if you do need a little bit of distance, you're going to see people do that, but you can't be giving it up because now it matters. This is going to seed you into your qualifier, and as we all know, it's pretty important to have a good qualifier. You don't want to be stuck in traffic. So everyone's going to be pushing hard now.
So you'll see these guys play the clock a little bit. They'll slow down, give themselves an open track, so they're not going to catch up to people really quick. They'll put themselves in positions to run a couple burners to make sure they get a good consecutive 3-lap time. So I think we got into the 57s, 56s.
Yeah,
we got into
56, yeah.
A 56.7, I believe it was.
56.7 out of Champlin.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, and this will seat you into your qualifying heat.
Traxxas did have a race team back in the day. Wayne, you were probably around. They were racing.
I was. They had a world's team.
Yep. No longer. They are all about the hobby, bachelor side of things. They do a great job at it.
They do.
And they bring a lot of people into racing. So
absolutely. I mean, that used to be one of our biggest classes at home. It's just one of those things where, you know, you can get into the hobby with, you know, under $300, and then all of a sudden you get them hooked, and they want to start racing seriously, and it's an intro to the hobby. It's great to have.
Open Finn gets a title. Yeah, I mean, he's won pretty much every national title you can have. It'd be interesting to see him on top step here at the IFMAR Worlds. I'm sure Losi's dying to have another world championship.
I'm sure they are, and there's no doubt in my mind that he's going to be on a step, and they're wanting it to be on the top. It'd be nice to see him get it up on the top. He's been putting in work, and definitely his finishes lately, 8 scale, 10 scale, everything. I mean, he's definitely solid top 5 no matter where he's at. If he's on the track, he's a threat. So
yeah,
that's always
and so calm. He never gets too excited about anything. He's just doing his normal job.
No. Water, please. Either one. Thank you, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Need to
hydrate.
Hydrate. Once again, I don't know how you guys do it out here in Phoenix or Chandler. It's like still 109 degrees outside. We'll go to bed at midnight tonight, and it'll still be 110.
Yeah, no joke. Really, not even kidding at all.
Not even kidding. So I'm very happy this place has AC.
Big Buck throwing a funny comment out here. I kind of get that one. If they want Dakota to win a world title, they should send him an 8 skill for 3 months leading up to the Worlds. Miss the warm-up and show up less than a week before to practice.
Yeah, these guys are crazy fast.
Yeah, it's definitely warm here. Thankfully, as we mentioned earlier, the AC is kicking, and you couldn't even tell it's that hot outside until you go out there.
Yeah, you walk outside, and it's like, oh, boy.
Yeah, the lows are the 80s tonight.
Yeah, you turn around and run back inside. We had to pose really quick. We're getting our photo taken.
Thanks, Chris. Appreciate that. Tamiya is only an on-road. They don't have anything off-road anymore. They tried, I would say, mid-2000s. They kind of had a few. I think they had their 4-wheel and 2-wheel going, but that program since has been wiped out, and they're just focusing back on their RTRs. And I'm pretty sure they still have some competitive on-road stuff. Not sure how competitive, but I believe they make racing kits still. Just not for off-road. Their cars were cool, though, whenever they did have some off-road cars. What's your guys' current thoughts so far online? You guys dig in the track, the coverage, the racing? Anything that we can improve on? Trying to get the schedule should be a lot easier for us to track tomorrow when we're back on time. As everyone knows, we started quite a bit later than expected today. So we're just gonna take a quick break here, guys. We're gonna shut down this feed, so everyone that's currently on, we're about to start our official practice sessions. These are our controlled practices, and being that we've been live for a certain amount of time.
Nice.
Oh, so we are only live on YouTube currently, but we are going to go ahead and reboot. So if any of you guys need to go to the bathroom, take a break, get relief from the screen like us, we're going to take a quick one and join us again. And please share whenever we go live again. We will see you in another 5 minutes or so.